Chapter 1. Transcendence and Duality. A piercing scream echoed through the solemn and imposing spirit city, emanating from a lavishly adorned chamber. Within, attendants scurried with water basins, while others knelt beside a stunning woman on the bed, offering her comfort. As the woman's anguished cries resounded, one of the maids cradled a wrinkled bundle and exclaimed with excitement, "It's here. A little princess has been born. Quickly, summon the grand priest and the young master." As the maid's words faded, the infant's wails filled the air. "Your Highness, look. It's the second young master," the maid said, bringing the tiny bundle closer to the exquisite woman on the bed, hoping to draw her attention to the child. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at the crying infant. Her heart momentarily softened. Yet, in an instant, the memories of past humiliations surged within her. She turned her head away, closing her eyes, remaining silent. The headmaid sighed softly, sensing that this second young master, too, had not captured the heart of the holy maiden. "Be cautious, everyone. The holy maiden needs her rest. Do not disturb her," the headmaid instructed before gently carrying the infant out of the grand hall. Upon exiting, she spotted the grand priest, Qian Douluo, standing a short distance away alongside a young girl, the first young master, Qian Yueyue, who had just completed her spirit awakening and hurried over to visit her mother and her soon-to-arrive sibling. "Greetings, grand priest, young master," the headmaid said, bowing with the infant in her arms. "It's a little princess." Qian Douluo took the bundle from the maid's hands. "Is it a sister, grandfather?" Little Qian Yueyue tiptoed, trying to catch a glimpse of the swaddled baby. "Yes, it is your sister, Shui. She resembles you as a child," Qian Douluo replied, squatting down to allow little Qian Yueyue a better view. "She's wrinkly and not pretty," little Qian Yueyue remarked, frowning at the sight of the bundle, dismissing the idea that the infant looked like her as a child. Despite her verbal disdain, Qian Yueyue extended a finger to poke at the whimpering infant. The little one, feeling the warmth, gradually quieted down and slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the outstretched finger, she grasped it tightly and gazed at the beautiful little fairy before her, giggling joyfully. Qian Yueyue felt her heart soften involuntarily. Looking at the tiny bundle, she realized this little one seemed to adore her. Besides her grandfather, she now had another family member connected by blood. How wonderful it was! Without thinking, Qian Yueyue released a hint of soul power, concentrating it in her fingertip. The infant sensed the warmth in her hand and smiled even brighter, genuinely delighted by the presence of her big sister, Xiaoxue. "Why don't you give your sister a name?" Douluo gazed at his granddaughter, who had long been neglected by her parents yet feigned strength, feeling a pang of sympathy as he made the suggestion. He could see that Xiaoxue truly cherished her sister, and he sincerely hoped that the two siblings would support each other in the future, compensating for the absence of affection from his son and Bibi Dong. "Grandfather, may I name my sister?" Qian Yueyue looked at her grandfather in disbelief. "What is there to prevent you from doing so? On a personal note, you are her biological sister, and you two are the closest individuals in this world. On a public note, today you awakened the six-winged angel martial soul, possessing innate soul power of level 20 clearly. The future of the spirit hall belongs to you. It is merely a matter of naming your sister. It is of no great consequence." Douluo gently caressed Qian Yueyue's head. During the time that woman was in labor, there was lightning and torrential rain outside. Now upon my sister's birth, the skies are clear, the moon is bright, and the stars are sparse. "Let us name her Qian Yueyue," little Qian Yueyue said, gazing out at the bright moon while responding to Douluo. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, at the Valley of the Soul Breakers, Ocean's dual extremes? How trivial! A golden-haired man stood atop a mountain, his golden wings unfurling behind him, sword in hand, looking down disdainfully at the man kneeling before him. The man knelt with a massive hammer in hand, wiping the blood from his lips as he gazed up at the group above him, a trio of titled awe, 5 soul Douluo, and a dozen soul saints. It seemed that the spirit hall had truly spared no expense for Ayin this time. However, Ayin was right behind him, still in labor. For Ayin, and for their child, he could not retreat even a step. Tang Hao rose to his feet. The Haotian hammer pointed directly at the golden-haired man. "Qian Xuanji, if you wish to seize my wife, you must step over my corpse." At that moment, the 200-year soul rings beside Tang Hao flared simultaneously. Great void hammer, exploding rings. "Humph, a mere soul Douluo, overestimating yourself." 7th soul skill, angelic true form. Though Qian Sunji's soul power had reached level 95, he underestimated the might of the Haotian hammer, the world's foremost weapon martial soul, and the determination of a husband protecting his wife. The clash of the angelic holy sword and the Haotian hammer sent shockwaves through the air, stirring up dust and debris, accompanied by fierce winds, torrential rain, and flashes of lightning. When silence finally descended, Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor had vanished without a trace. "Hao Yin, I can't go on. Take our child and live well," she said, her face pale and devoid of color, utterly weak after giving birth, unable to take another step. "Ain, do not despair. I will protect you and our child with my life. Here, let me carry you. We must hurry." Tang Hao, cradling their newborn son, released Ain's hand, wrapping the swaddling cloth tightly to shield the infant from the rain. He knelt before Ain. "Leave? Where do you think you can go?" Golden feathers fluttered down before Tang Hao, while behind him, the mocking voice of Qian Yueyue echoed. The blood that had surged through Tang Hao's veins due to the earlier explosion now turned to ice. He abruptly seized the weakened Ain, handing her the swaddled infant and summoning the Haotian hammer. Cradling the child, Ain gazed upon the 5 approaching tidal Douluo and the blood-soaked man standing before her. Her tear-filled eyes gradually hardened with resolve. "Let's end this swiftly." Qian Yueyue observed the poignant scene before him, his heart unmoved, as he pointed the angelic sacred sword at Tang Hao, coldly issuing his command. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, 2-level stasis field. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo stepped forward first, activating their martial soul fusion skill. Within the domain, everything seemed to freeze. Raindrops, leaves, and debris from the battle all halted in midair. The smirk of derision curled at the corners of Qian Sunji's mouth as he watched Tang Hao, immobilized within the stasis field, while the other 2 tidal Douluo launched there. "Assault, release Brother Hao, and I will go with you," Ain declared, summoning the blue-silver emperor and placing the infant upon it, layers of the blue-silver emperor enveloping the child protectively. She turned and walked step by step towards Tang Hao, raising her gaze to Qian Yueyue in the midst of the crowd. "Don't, Ain. Don't go with them, you will die." Tang Hao wept as he beheld the beautiful woman before him, realizing his grave mistake. He should never have disclosed Ain's identity as a 100,000-year-old beast upon his brother's return to the Haotian clan, nor should he have revealed their whereabouts. During Ain's labor, his careful schemes paled in comparison to the pure heart of this woman, revealing his own ugliness. She was his wife, and in that moment, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of regret and bitterness. "The Spirit Hall. I will not allow you to harm my wife and our child." Tang Hao prepared to unleash another explosion to break free from the constraints of the 2-level stasis field. Ain hesitated, sensing the fragility of her child's spirit. It felt so delicate, as if it could vanish with the slightest misstep. This was the child she had carried for 10 months, their blood intertwined. Even if she accompanied these people, becoming a soul ring or soul bone, would they truly spare her child? Qian Yueyue found himself at a loss for words. Though he was no paragon of virtue, he had no intention of inflicting harm upon a newborn. Once Tang Hao was dealt with, he could simply send the infant to the orphanage in Spirit City. Silently, Qian Yueyue observed as Ain approached him step by step. Resolute, Ain walked forward while forming seals, a golden-blue radiance emanating from her. A colossal magic array materialized beneath her, and a beam of light shot down upon her. Sensing the shift, Qian Sunji's expression darkened. She intends to sacrifice herself. Everyone attack together and stop her. With that, Qian Yueyue charged towards Ain, joined by the 2 tidal Douluo and a host of soul Douluo and soul sages. Time was of the essence, as they were all repelled by the radiance of the formation. The crimson soul ring, offered by Ain as a sacrifice, descended upon Tang Hao, who experienced a remarkable recovery, his injuries healing at a visible pace, his soul power instantaneously surging to the 91st level. The once exhausted soul power flooded through his entire being. Echoing in his ears were Ain's tearful final words. "Brother Hao, knowing you and Big Brother is the greatest joy of my life. To marry you is the utmost happiness. Live well, take care of our child, and let him grow up in peace and happiness. Qian Yueyue, you shall perish." Tang Hao grasped the Haotian hammer, and the surrounding soul rings erupted. A fierce assault was unleashed upon Qian Yueyue, who barely had time to react, sent reeling backward, blood spewing forth. The 2 tidal Douluos who had acted alongside Qian Yueyue, being only at levels 91-92 and lacking in defense or overwhelming power, fell victim to Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. Zhu Duo and Gui Duo had already sustained injuries from the backlash of their martial soul fusion skill during Ain's sacrifice, collapsing nearby, while the surrounding soul Douluos and soul saints met their demise or were left grievously wounded. Witnessing Qian Sunji's severe injuries and the catastrophic losses to the Spirit Hall, Zhu Duo and Gui Duo hastily retreated with him. Tang Hao, too, was gravely wounded from the explosive backlash of the rings. Third sister. Ain's form gradually faded from Tang Hao's embrace, leaving behind a golden blue seed and a right leg bone. Gazing upon the scene before him, he was overwhelmed with despair, weeping uncontrollably, questioning why everything unfolded as he had foreseen, yet the pain remained unbearable. Meanwhile, the storm subsided, the moon brightly illuminating the night sky, as Ain, behind Tang Hao, gently unveiled the small infant cradled within the blue silver emperor. The infant opened his eyes, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the M&AT that moment. He was no longer the child Ain had sacrificed to protect, rather, he was Tang San, a disciple of the Tang sect reborn from the lands of Bashu. Two beings, born as adversaries from disparate realms, emerged on the same day, heralding yet another tempest for the long-quiet Douluo continent. Chapter 2. Angel and Rakshasa. What brings you here? Qian Yueyue, grievously injured, gasped out the question to Bibi Dong, who entered the room. Having been gravely wounded by Tang Hao, Qian Yueyue clung to life as he was brought back by Douluo and Glazed. Despite the assistance of elite healers from the Spirit Hall, he remained in a precarious state, struggling even to raise his hand. Without the top-tier healing martial soul, the nine-heart Sitang, even with the finest angelic martial soul, Qian Yueyue could only lay helplessly on the bed, a mere fish at the mercy of a knife. With an exquisite visage and an air of nobility, Bibi Dong donned a flowing purple gown, her long hair bound by a purple ribbon. In her arms rested their second daughter, Qian Yueyue. Though Bibi Dong had recently given birth, she exhibited no signs of weakness. Regal and striking, she resembled a thorny rose, beautiful yet venomous. How could I not come? Bibi Dong, as if amused by a jest, curled her lips into a slight smirk, yet her eyes betrayed no mirth, instead reflecting madness, hatred, disgust, and a profound intent to kill. Tap, tap, tap. Bibi Dong cradled Qian Yueyue as she approached the bed where Qian Yueyue lay. Come and see your precious daughter, teacher. Bibi Dong glared at Qian Yueyue, emphasizing the word teacher with palpable contempt. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, Qian Yueyue hastily sat up, inadvertently aggravating his wounds and succumbing to a fit of coughs. Once I have recovered, I will certainly come to see you. You should leave now, I still need to heal. Qian Yueyue feigned composure. 8 purple-black spider thorns pierced through various parts of Qian Yueyue's body. He coughed up blood, which had turned a dark purple-black, seeping into the bed and floor, slowly corroding them. Qian Yueyue's previously pale complexion transformed into a deep black, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Bibi Dong. Could she truly dare to commit murder within the Pope's chamber? Her hatred for him was so profound that she would kill her own teacher. The poison spread through his heart veins, and, combined with Bibi Dong's venom, the pain was so agonizing that Qian Yueyue felt he might faint. Yet, perhaps due to the effects of her spider venom, he was acutely aware of how the toxin was ravaging his body and gradually consuming his soul power. Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand, gripping Qian Yueyue's cheeks tightly, her eyes ablaze with a terrifying hatred. Are you in pain? Qian Yueyue, do you know how long I have awaited this day? Observing the once mighty man now in such a pitiful state, a cruel smile unconsciously crept across her lips. Even if you suffer now, it pales in comparison to the torment I have endured over the years. It cannot diminish the hatred in my heart. Bibi Dong twisted the spider, thorns embedded in Qian Yueyue, as if intending to carve out his flesh. Watching him in his current disarray, a mocking curve formed at the corners of her mouth, her phoenix eyes gleaming with madness and delight. Purple-black blood flowed from the wounds on Qian Yueyue, soaking the regal Pope's robe that symbolized his esteemed status. Thus, the era of the Pope who bore the angelic martial soul drew to a close. Bibi Dong retracted the spider thorns and rubbed Qian Yueyue's cheeks against the bed's drapery with disdain, as if rejecting some filthy thing. Suppressing the madness in her gaze, she resumed her regal and aloof demeanor, adjusting her gown and gently patting the swaddled Qian Yueyue, a rare flicker of maternal affection, soothing the infant in her arms. Currently on the Douluo continent, it is widely known that Tang Hao the Haotian sect has become the youngest titled Douluo in history, known as titled Douluo Haotian. He has severely wounded the Spirit Hall, slaying 3 titled Douluos from our ranks, and even the current Pope has fallen at his hands. Bibi Dong coldly regarded the nearly lifeless man before her hatred finally finding a modicum of release. Even the esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall are aware of this. Now, your dear father, the High Priest Qian Douluo, has personally gone to hunt down Tang Hao for your vengeance. The current Pope has fallen to the hands of Tang Hao. After the mourning period, the Spirit Hall shall appoint a new pope.At present, in terms of talent and status, both emotionally and rationally, publicly and privately. I, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, your beloved prodigy disciple, shall ascend as the new pope of the Spirit Hall. Master, rest assured, your position shall be embraced by your disciple, nay, by this esteemed being. Bibi Dong cast a cold gaze upon Qian Yueyue as he succumbed to his unfulfilled resentment and fury. Once more, Bibi Dong unleashed her martial spirit, and a cascade of purple-black threads slowly ascended in the air, gradually enveloping Qian Sunji's lifeless form. Bibi Dong settled into a meditative position, one hand still cradling the delicate figure of Qian Yueyue. The purple-black threads encased Qian Sunji's body, gathering around Bibi Dong, whose form began to emanate a resplendent purple-black glow. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, the luminescence faded. Bibi Dong opened her phoenix-like eyes, which sparkled with a violet gleam. She licked her lips, and a satisfied expression adorned her once-gold visage. Bibi Dong surveyed the empty papal hall before casually tossing a skeletal remains onto the bed from her soul guide. Feeling the surge of her now 90-level soul power, she could not help but chuckle. Farewell, dear teacher. Turning away, she suppressed her smile and strode out of the papal hall. Suddenly, an astonishing sight at the end of the corridor caught her attention, causing her to instinctively tighten her embrace around Qian Yueyue, as if her very blood had frozen. Hand over, Yueyue, Qian Douluo commanded, struggling to rein in the tumultuous soul power within him, his voice strained. Bibi Dong remained silent, perplexed by Qian Yueyue's unexpected return. Had he not been pursuing Tang Hao? Nevertheless, he would undoubtedly not let the murderer of his son escape unpunished. Clutching Qian Yueyue tightly, Bibi Dong weighed her options, contemplating whether she could leverage this daughter to survive Qian Yueyue's wrath. Bibi Dong, neither Shuai nor Yueyue can be without their mother. I shall not kill you, but both must be entrusted to the Hall of Offerings, where I will personally raise them. Qian Douluo saw through Bibi Dong's thoughts with ease. He dared not gamble. This woman was merciless, having long regarded Qian Yueyue and Qian Yueyue as her own shame. He had no doubt that if he were to act against her, she would not hesitate to use her own children as bargaining chips. Bibi Dong eyed Qian Douluo warily, her heart weighing the veracity of his words. To relinquish Qian Yueyue would render her vulnerable, a mere pawn at the mercy of others. As for what happened with Jie all those years ago, I could not intervene. Now, the cycle of karma has returned. He was gravely wounded by Tang Hao, and you took advantage of my absence to eliminate him. This is the consequence of his own actions, a fate he must accept. Qian Douluo gazed upon the woman before him. In the past, when Qian Yueyue took her as his disciple, she exhibited an extraordinary talent for dual martial souls and an exceptional understanding of martial soul theory. Swiftly ascending to the position of saintess of the martial soul hall, the spirited ambition of those days has now faded, replaced by a world transformed. The position of Pope remains yours. I hope you will fulfill this role with honor and uphold the esteemed reputation of our martial soul hall. If you refuse to acknowledge Shuai and Yueyue as your daughters, I shall personally ensure their upbringing into adulthood. Qian Douluo took slow steps towards Bibi Dong, gently cradling Qian Yueyue in his arms, and cast a deep gaze at Bibi Dong. Take care of yourself, he said. The figure of Qian Douluo gradually faded from sight. Bibi Dong gazed at the empty corridor, the moonlight illuminating the dim passage. Emerging from the shadows, Bibi Dong bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. If one is constrained by others, then one must become stronger. A title Douluo is insufficient, thus one must aspire to become a peerless Douluo. If a peerless Douluo is still inadequate, then one shall aim for the pinnacle of 100 levels to attain divinity. Chapter 3. Growing Up and Farewell. Qian Douluo cradled Qian Yueyue as he returned to the offering hall. Upon seeing her grandfather arrive with her younger sister, Qian Yueyue joyfully dashed over, bouncing around her adorable little sister. Grandfather, will my sister be living with us from now on? Qian Yueyue inquired, her enchanting large eyes blinking, the golden hues reflecting a hint of nervousness. Qian Douluo extended a hand to hold Qian Yueyue's, smiling as he remarked, indeed. Yeye will be living with us from now on. Are you happy, little Snow? Very happy. Little Snow loves her sister the most, Qian Yueyue exclaimed, her joy palpable upon hearing Qian Douluo's words. Well then, little Snow must diligently cultivate and set a good example for her sister, Qian Douluo teased, unable to resist the urge to jest at seeing Qian Yueyue so delightfully cheerful. Of course, in a few days, I will venture to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. At that time, I will become a great soul master. In the future, I aspire to be like Grandpa. becoming a titled Douluo, guarding the spirit hall like an angelic deity, protecting humanity on the continent, and ensuring the safety of both Grandpa and my sister, Qian Yueyue declared. Her small fists clenched in determination. Qian Douluo gazed at Qian Yueyue, who was brimming with youthful vigor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He recognized that he had aged, while little Shui had awakened her six-winged angel spirit and possessed innate soul power at a full 20 levels. He had placed all his hopes upon this granddaughter, yearning for her to carry forth the glory of the angel god and fulfill the aspirations he himself could not achieve. At that moment, Qian Yueyue was bewildered, pondering, "Who am I? Where am I?" She observed the tender scene of her grandfather and her devoted younger sister, feeling utterly lost. Who was she? Why was she here? Qian Yueyue sensed that she had forgotten something significant, that she ought not to be in this infantile state. But what had transpired? In stark contrast to the warm ambience, Qian Yueyue couldn't help but reminisce about everything she had just experienced. They all seemed to regard her as a mere infant, devoid of memory, existing solely to eat and sleep. This misunderstanding even led Bibi Dong to brazenly carry the infant Qian Yueyue to assassinate Qian Xuanji. What none of them knew was that Qian Yueyue was not merely an ordinary newborn. She was a university student from the 21st century. She had perished while heroically saving a young boy from an oncoming vehicle, only to meet her own tragic fate. Upon awakening, she found herself transported into the animated adaptation of her favorite novel, Douluo, and had become the second daughter of the Spirit Hall, Qian Yueyue's younger sister. Qian Yueyue, whether due to the circumstances of her transmigration or the accident that took her life, Qian Yueyue now possessed the consciousness of an adult but lacked memories of her past life. In the presence of Bibi Dong, Qian Yueyue, and Qian Douluo, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, attributing it to familial bonds without delving deeper. As Bibi Dong took Qian Yueyue to assassinate Qian Xuanji, she watched in horror as her beautiful mother carried out the act against her father. Qian Yueyue felt the weight of knowledge that was far beyond her years, burdened by the secrets she had unearthed. Listening to the dialogue between Bibi Dong and Qian Xuanji, she began to piece together the past. Her father had likely coerced her mother into actions she despised, fostering a deep-seated hatred that had only intensified over time. Now, the moment had finally arrived for retribution. Qian Yueyue found herself unable to express any opinion on the matter at hand. She was oblivious to the events of the past that had engendered such profound hatred in her beautiful mother towards her father, to the extent that she would risk her life to take his. It must have been something of considerable gravity, leaving Qian Yueyue at a loss for words. Since her birth, she had distinctly sensed that Bibi Dong harbored a disdain for her. The only reason she was willing to hold her this time was merely to have an excuse to approach her father. The thought that her beautiful mother might genuinely dislike her filled Qian Yueyue with a tinge of sadness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. In the grand offering hall, Qian Douluo questioned, "Shui, have you truly made up your mind? The plan to usurp the Tiando Empire is not something that can be accomplished in a day. Beyond the dangers and difficulties, the most critical aspect is that participating in this scheme amidst the intrigue of the imperial court will hinder your cultivation." Qian Douluo felt a pang of regret for allowing Bibi Dong to unilaterally decide that Qian Yueyue would execute this so-called plot without his consent. With Bibi Dong now in control of both the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall, her power had significantly increased, making it far more challenging for him to act against her. "Yes, Grandpa, having promised that woman, I will not go back on my word. Rest assured, Shui has her own convictions and will not neglect her training," Qian Yueyue reassured, observing her grandfather's anger and hastily attempting to soothe him. "Sister, please don't go. Yeye doesn't want to part with you," Qian Yueyue implored. Fully aware that Qian Yueyue intended to partake in the usurpation plan by masquerading as a prince of the Tiando Empire to vie for the throne. Once she ascended to the position of crown prince, she would exploit her status to benefit the Spirit Hall. When the opportune moment arose, she would usurp the Tiando Emperor, thus pledging allegiance to the Spirit Hall, allowing them to seize the Tiando Empire without shedding blood. However, the imperial palace of Tiando was a realm rife with treachery and incessant infighting. The nobility would stop at nothing to pursue their interests, and the complexities entangled with each prince and the subsequent nobles were anything but simple to navigate. Moreover, Qian Yueyue possessed the six-winged angel martial spirit, and 6 years later, she had already achieved the strength of a level 51 Soul King. To send her to the Tiando Empire at such a pivotal age to execute a so-called usurpation plan would be a tragic waste of her prodigious talent. At that moment, it was not only Qian Douluo who opposed the idea. Even Qian Yueyue, who had yet to awaken her martial spirit, was unwilling to allow Qian Yueyue to go. At the age of 12, Qian Yueyue had grown considerably taller, her golden hair cascading freely around her. Dressed in a resplendent platinum palace gown, her exquisite face, though still somewhat youthful, began to reveal a nascent extraordinary elegance. Qian Yueyue approached Qian Yueyue and crouched down. Pressing her exquisite visage closely against Qian Yueyue's, she enveloped the little one's petite frame in her arms. Oh dear, sister could never bear to part with our adorable Yueyue. However, sister also has those she must protect and responsibilities to uphold. Tomorrow, after participating in Yueyue's soul awakening, I shall embark on my journey. You must be obedient and listen to grandfather while I'm away, understood? Qian Yueyue understood that she would not return for a considerable time on this journey. She felt a profound attachment to her grandfather and younger sister, as they were her only remaining family. The woman in the Pope's palace did not count as kin. Over the years, both she and Yueyue had been disregarded by that woman, who looked down upon them with disdain. It was rumored that she had taken on an apprentice. And how ironic it was that she showed no interest in her own flesh and blood, while lavishing affection on an outsider, even personally mentoring her. A flicker of dark ambition crossed Qian Yueyue's eyes as she pondered this. That woman, Bibi Dong, was infatuated with that fox, even taking her as a disciple. It was conceivable that one day, the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall might be bestowed upon her. If she failed to execute this plan of usurpation, there might not be a place for herself and her sister in the Spirit Hall's future. For herself, for her sister, for the fulfillment of her grandfather's wishes, and for the glory of the angel clan, this mission must succeed. Failure was not an option. Qian Yueyue silently resolved to see it through. Would that sister come back often to see Yueyue? Or perhaps Yueyue could seek her out. Qian Yueyue blinked her large, watery eyes, as if Qian Yueyue's mere refusal would cause the little one to burst into tears in the next moment. Qian Yueyue, witnessing her sister's current demeanor, felt her heart melt. She quickly capitulated, saying, all right. After you awaken your martial soul, you must diligently cultivate and not become complacent. I will strive alongside you. So we can meet Yueyue more often, shall we? Qian Yueyue gently pinched Qian Yueyue's chubby little face and responded with a warm smile. Qian Douluo observed the interaction between his two granddaughters, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips, as the warm atmosphere softened the sorrow of parting. Chapter 4. The Heart-Wrenching Truth. Tap, tap, tap. Qian Yueyue, with her petite frame, stood at the entrance of the sleeping quarters, gently rapping upon the door of Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo opened the door and gazed at the little one before him, his curiosity piqued. Yueyue, it's quite late. Why have you not rested to prepare for tomorrow's soul awakening? What brings you to your grandfather's side? Handsome grandpa, I have a secret. Come inside, Qian Yueyue replied, looking up at her dashing grandfather, who, despite his age, still possessed an undeniable charm. Qian Douluo, perplexed, could only carry the little ancestor before him into his chamber. Grandfather, could you please tell me why mother had to kill father back then? Qian Yueyue inquired softly, resting her head on Qian Douluo's shoulder. Over the years, Qian Yueyue has endeavored to draw closer to this beautiful mother. However, Bai Bidong has never regarded him with any respect and exhibits profound disdain towards his sister, Qian Yueyue. This time, she even tasked Qian Yueyue with executing this treacherous plot to usurp the nation. Qian Yueyue truly cannot comprehend why their mother harbors such animosity towards them. This leads her to recall a haunting memory from 6 years ago, when she was merely an infant, witnessing Bibi Dong mercilessly slay her father, Qian Yueyue, right before her eyes. Consequently, Qian Yueyue feels compelled to disturb her handsome grandfather at such a late hour. Upon hearing Qian Yueyue's inquiry, Qian Douluo abruptly halted. This secret had been buried deep within his heart for 6 long years, and even the other offerings remained oblivious. Believing that Qian Yueyue had succumbed to his injuries inflicted by Tang Hao, who had fed Yueyue such nonsense. At this moment, Qian Douluo felt a flicker of anger. He would never allow these two children to know the truth. If it were Bibi Dong, a hint of murderous intent stirred within him. Grandpa, in truth, this matter is something Yueyue witnessed with her own eyes back then. Witnessed with her own eyes? How is that possible? Was it Bibi Dong who told you? Do not be afraid, Yueyue. Speak to Grandpa. It was not, Grandpa. Since the moment of my birth, I have been aware and have memories. I recall that at the very beginning, I heard Grandpa asking my sister to name me. My sister, upon seeing the bright moon outside the window, named me Qian Yueyue, a name I cherish dearly. Later, Mother took me to see Father, but in Father's palace, I witnessed Mother kill him with my own eyes. I remember their conversation. Mother seemed to harbor a deep hatred for Father, which is why. Afterward, when mother took me out, we encountered grandpa. He spoke of the grievances from years past and of some karma, yet he did not avenge father. Over the years, mother has not been close to my sister and me. In fact, she has shown disdain, even suggesting that my sister execute a treacherous plan against the Tiando Empire. I long to understand why. Why did mother kill father? And why does she harbor such animosity towards my sister and me? In the end, Qian Yueyue expressed a sense of grievance. No matter how intelligent and precocious she was, at this moment, she was merely a 6-year-old child. Although her grandfather, elder sister, and the other worshippers in the offering hall doted on her excessively, much like Qian Yueyue, she too yearned for the love and affection of her parents. Upon hearing Qian Yueyue's words, Qian Douluo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. As a mere infant, she had witnessed the tragic moment when her mother took her father's life. For 6 long years, she had received not an ounce of affection from her mother. At this moment, Qian Douluo also harbored some resentment towards Qian Yueyue, questioning the rationale behind such actions that burdened 2 innocent children with such profound suffering. Qian Douluo gently patted Qian Yueyue's back, soothingly saying, "Matters concerning adults are quite intricate. My dear Yeye is still young. When you grow older, grandfather will reveal everything to you, all right? Grandfather, I am no longer a child. Tomorrow, I shall participate in the awakening of my martial soul. Please, tell me." "For I am capable," Qian Yueyue replied earnestly, lifting her head to gaze at Qian Douluo. Sighing, Qian Douluo mused, "It is the sins of the previous generation that have led us here." Recognizing that withholding the truth today would only spur this little ancestor to seek answers from Bibi Dong, he concluded it would be better to divulge the information himself rather than allow her to learn it from another. "Your mother was once the saintess of the spirit hall, while your father held the title of pope. Bibi Dong was your father's disciple. Your mother possessed twin martial souls, a prodigious talent, and even exhibited remarkable aptitude in martial soul theory. It was she alone who resolved the conundrum of twin martial souls. While rare, twin martial souls have occasionally appeared on the continent. However, when soul masters attempted to attach soul rings to their second martial soul, calamity often ensued, leading to their demise. Yet, Bibi Dong discovered a method to cultivate twin martial souls herself, earning the lofty expectations of the spirit hall. In time, she fell in love with a man who bore a useless martial soul, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Though he possessed a mutated martial soul, he could never surpass the 29th level in soul power. Somehow, he and your mother became entwined, and he forsook the pursuit of soul power to dedicate himself to the study of martial soul theory. Had he truly possessed genuine talent and diligently engaged in theoretical research, the spirit hall would not have treated him poorly. Alas, he did not. His desire for fame consumed him. He yearned to prove to the world that, despite his lack of soul power, he was not a failure. He plagiarized the accumulated theories of generations within the spirit hall, amalgamating them into his own publication, which he termed the 10 Core Theories of Martial Souls. Upon discovering his duplicitous actions, the spirit hall resolved to expel him. However, your mother, blinded by love, made the ill-fated decision to leave the spirit hall with that worthless man. Your father, upon learning of this, was filled with rage, first humiliatingly driving the man away before confining your mother. Qian Douluo paused at this point, grappling with the weight of his role as a father and the actions he had taken against his son in the past, which were exceedingly difficult to articulate. Moreover, Qian Yueyue was still quite young, making such revelations all the more challenging to express. The thought lingered in her mind. Did father truly sever the bond between mother and that man, imprison her, and then, against her will, force himself upon her to ensure the birth of Sister Shui? As she contemplated the past of her elders, understanding dawned upon her. It was no wonder that mother harbored such deep-seated hatred towards father, resorting to such brutal measures to eliminate him. The term QJ suddenly manifested in Qian Yueyue's consciousness as an adjective, one she could vaguely comprehend as indicative of profoundly inappropriate behavior towards women. This explained why mother had reluctantly given birth to Sister Shui. Indeed, when Shui heir was born, her father was quite pleased, believing that the arrival of the child would alleviate the resentment in mother's heart, allowing her to continue her role as the saintess of the spirit hall, and that their family of 3 would lead a blissful life together. Gradually, he granted Bibi Dong a measure of freedom. Initially, mother presented herself as obedient, diligently training and managing affairs within the spirit hall. However, she secretly continued her quest to find that worthless man. Upon discovering this, father was infuriated, feeling neglected by her devotion to that infamous individual. The spirit hall commenced a search for his whereabouts, leading to an intriguing turn of events. After leaving the spirit hall and mother, that man fell into despair for a brief time before encountering another man and a woman. Remarkably, their martial spirits exhibited a high compatibility, enabling them to form a martial spirit fusion technique. The trio gradually earned the illustrious title of the Golden Iron Triangle across the continent, while that man had long since forgotten mother. Choosing instead to be with the female soul master from the triangle, his cousin, the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. When father disclosed this information to mother, she could hardly believe it, attributing the blame solely to him for their separation and vowing to find that worthless man. In a fit of rage, father imprisoned her once more, and amidst subsequent events, not long after, mother became pregnant with you. The despicable acts committed by your father instilled profound hatred within your mother. Yet he remained indifferent, convinced that the worthless man had moved on, and with mother now expecting you, their family would eventually thrive. Upon learning that Tang Hao from Haoyan sect was accompanied by a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, father, believing mother was nearing the rank of title Douluo, took powerful allies from the spirit hall to capture the beast. However, unbeknownst to him, the soul beast sacrificed itself for Tang Hao, enabling him to become the youngest title Douluo on the Douluo continent, severely wounding your father in the process. The subsequent events are known to you. Qian Yueyue reminisced about the past, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Although his son lacked the exceptional talent of himself and Qian and exhibited considerable flaws in his character, particularly regarding his treatment of Bibi Dong, he remained his only biological son. After listening to the entire tale, Qian Yueyue felt a heavy gloom enveloping her heart. She understood why her mother harbored such a deep-seated hatred for her father, going so far as to take his life with her own hands, and why she held such disdain for both herself and her sister. Though she empathized with her mother's plight, she recognized that had she been in the same situation, the bitterness within her heart would have been insurmountable. Yet, as a daughter, she felt unqualified to judge her father's faults. Moreover, her mother was not blameless in the past. The spirit hall invested considerable resources in nurturing her into a remarkable talent. As the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall and the next potential pope, she sought to betray the very institution that had elevated her, all for the sake of a self-serving and deceptive individual. No matter who wielded power at that time, they would not have taken such treachery lightly. It was merely that Qian Yueyue employed an erroneous approach, treating her mother with undue humiliation, which ultimately led to a tragic legacy spanning 2 generations. Chapter 5. Twin Spirits. The morning sunlight bathed the earth in its golden glow, heralding a splendid day. Qian Yueyue elegantly gathered her golden locks into an exquisite updo, adorned with a delicate crystal crown, a cherished gift from Qian Yueyue. She delighted in wearing it on the day of her soul awakening. Clad in a resplendent platinum princess gown, intricately embroidered with golden lily patterns, and donning matching dainty shoes, she resembled a princess stepped straight from a painting. Today, most of the children coming to the Soul City for their awakening hailed from humble backgrounds, many being orphans from the local orphanage. Qian Yueyue's fair and delicate skin, along with her refined appearance, stood in stark contrast to those around her, instantly capturing the attention of all. As a horn sounded, the palace knights marched in formation, guiding the children into the sacred and imposing papal hall. Inside, the hall was spacious and bright, exuding grandeur with its platinum and gilded accents, embodying an atmosphere of sanctity and authority. The palace knights stood erect along the sides of the crimson carpet, while at the center lay a hexagonal formation crafted from dark crystal, accompanied by a crystal ball for testing soul power. 3 cardinals, responsible for the soul awakening ceremony, stood respectfully at the forefront. On the ascending jade steps, Bibi Dong donned a flowing purple gold gown, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold gemstone tiara, and held a 2-meter-long gemstone scepter, seated majestically upon the papal throne, a symbol of the Soul Hall's supreme status. Beneath the throne stood 2 men, one, with slightly delicate features, wore a platinum outfit and a red cloak signifying his rank as an elder. The other, dressed in a similar black ensemble and red cloak, wore a slender visage marked by peculiar black patterns. These 2 were the elders responsible for punishments within the hall, serving as Bibi Dong's trusted aides, titled Douluo Yueyuan, and his capable partner, Guei Da Guime. As the attendees gathered, Bibi Dong rose, her demeanor both authoritative and benevolent, addressing the children. Do not be anxious, for today marks the awakening of your souls. Regardless of the nature of your awakened spirit, As long as you possess soul power, you shall become an esteemed soul master. Those with exceptional talent will be admitted to the Academy of the Soul Hall. Now, let the soul awakening ceremony commence. Those whose names are called, step forward. The cardinals shall guide you through the awakening process. Fear not, for the cardinals will lead you. With her address concluded, Bibi Dong returned to her throne. Encouraged by the Pope's personal words, the children's faces glowed with excitement, each harboring aspirations for the Soul Hall. It is perhaps only the Soul Hall that shows such regard for common soul masters. As the two great empires prioritize the rights of the nobility, indifferent to the lives of the common folk. Were it not for the Soul Hall's unwavering commitment to awakening souls for the underprivileged and providing subsidies for ordinary soul masters over the years, many would have perished. Grateful for the Soul Hall's benevolence, they held a deep admiration for this magnificent place. Qian Yueyue gazed upon the excitable little ones before her, a swell of pride stirring within her heart. They revered the Pope, who happened to be her beautiful mother. Yet, the thought of Bibi Dong's emotional distance cast a shadow of melancholy over her spirit. As Qian Yueyue pondered these matters, time slipped away, and the awakening of the children's martial souls neared its conclusion. Some possessed useless martial souls that rendered them incapable of cultivation, while others exhibited inherently low soul power. Nevertheless, a few gifted individuals stood out and were promptly admitted into the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Gradually, it became Qian Yueyue's turn to awaken her martial soul. Upon hearing the cardinal call her name, she lifted her round little head and met the respectful gaze of the cardinal. Qian Yueyue paid little heed to the honor, for it was only natural that, given her attire and the surname Qian, he would surmise her identity. Qian Yueyue stepped forward, suddenly struck by a bold idea. She gazed at Bibi Dong, seated in a position of high authority, blinking her large eyes. Bibi Dong, looking at this diminutive figure before her, felt a stirring of softness in her heart, yet her expression remained as frosty as ever. Respected Your Holiness, might I request you to personally conduct my soul awakening ceremony? Qian Yueyue's unexpected utterance astonished everyone present, including Bibi Dong herself, the two titled Douluos, and the 7 hidden worshippers, as well as her own sister. Goodness, how audacious! To dare to ask the Pope to personally officiate her ceremony was quite beyond the bounds of propriety, even for a noble lady. The children who had completed their ceremonies looked at this fearless girl with astonishment. Silence. The cardinal immediately intervened to maintain order. In the shadows, Qian Douluo began to channel his soul power, prepared to intervene should Bibi Dong become incensed, ready to personally oversee the ceremony for his granddaughter. Bibi Dong swiftly reigned in her astonishment, rising to her feet, her staff trembling as she declared, "Cardinal Iris, please escort the children away," paying particular attention to those who have manifested their soul power. "Yes, Your Holiness," the cardinal replied, bowing respectfully before retreating. Upon observing that everyone had departed, Qian Yueyue bestowed a broad smile upon Bibi Dong, exclaiming, "Beautiful mother, let's embrace." Bibi Dong, who was descending the steps, nearly lost her balance and stumbled, yet managed to steady herself, preserving the dignity of the Pope. Both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Although they were somewhat aware of the grievances between the current Pope and her predecessor, the utterance of Pope Mother by Qian Yueyue left them exchanging glances, feeling as though their fates were precariously close to an end. Bibi Dong quickly composed herself, casting a fierce glare at Qian Yueyue. In response, Qian Yueyue, feeling aggrieved by Bibi Dong's glare, had her sparkling eyes welling up with tears. Observing Qian Yueyue's poignant expression, Bibi Dong sighed and approached her, saying, "I shall awaken your martial spirit." Qian Yueyue suppressed her grievances and skipped joyfully to the center of the formation. Bibi Dong raised her delicate hand and gently placed it upon Qian Yueyue's head, gradually unleashing her soul power. A golden radiance enveloped Qian Yueyue, creating the sensation of basking in the warmth of the sun and exquisite comfort. "Ah?" Bibi Dong gazed at the figure before her, a look of perplexity crossing her features. Being a titled Douluo herself, she thought it only natural that you should have manifested her martial spirit by now. Could it be that she has inherited that abominable angelic martial spirit once again? With this thought, Bibi Dong channeled even more of her soul power. Qian Yueyue was reveling in the moment when she suddenly sensed something emerging from within her being. A radiant silvery light enveloped her, gently lifting her into the air, as a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from her back. Her previously coiled princess hairstyle cascaded down, golden tresses flowing behind her, while a circlet of olive leaves adorned her head. A cross symbol appeared at her brow. Bibi Dong, gazing upon her beloved daughter, felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. The genes of that wretched being were undeniably potent, resulting once again in an angelic martial soul. As Qian Yueyue descended, she folded her wings, her long hair cascading around her. Clenching her small fists, she was acutely aware that her beautiful mother might harbor some feelings of jealousy upon seeing her angelic martial soul. However, she was resolute. This mother was hers to rely on from this day forth. "Beautiful mother, I shall entrust my training to you from now on," Qian Yueyue exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in delight as she shook her head and waved her tiny fist. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Qian Yueyue, mocking. "You possess an angelic martial soul, so matters of training should be addressed with your grandfather, Qian Douluo. What concern is it of mine?" She turned to leave. "Beautiful mother. Look." Qian Yueyue extended her right hand, revealing a long sword that manifested in her grasp, a blue dragon coiling around it, with faint sparks of lightning crackling in the air. "Dual martial souls," exclaimed the members of the Douluo in unison. Chapter 6. Proposal for Apprenticeship. Upon hearing their exclamations, Bibi Dong turned back in astonishment, gazing at the long sword in Qian Yueyue's hand with incredulity. Ah, it must be that she has inherited her beautiful mother's extraordinary talent for dual martial souls. "You will surely become immensely powerful," she mused. "Across the continent, only my mother possesses such genius in resolving the conflicts of dual martial souls. Henceforth, if he wishes to cultivate the dragon's roar divine sword, she will need her beautiful mother's guidance." With a bold demeanor, Qian Yueyue approached and wrapped her arms around Bibi Dong's legs, beaming with joy as she said, "Beautiful mother." Bibi Dong felt her heart soften, yet maintained her stern expression. "You should undergo a soul power assessment. The issue of dual martial soul conflicts is still far from your concern. First, focus on becoming a titled Douluo." Qian Yueyue resignedly released her grip on Bibi Dong's leg and approached the crystal ball designated for soul power testing. She placed her hand upon it and infused it with her soul energy. Given the existence of Qian Yueyue, who possessed an innate soul power of level 20, the Martial Soul Hall had long since upgraded the crystal ball to accommodate up to level 30. The crystal ball emitted a dazzling radiance, rivaling that of Qian Yueyue in her prime. Was another prodigy with innate soul power at level 20 emerging? The three titled Douluos present could not help but be astounded. Truly deserving of their lineage from the divine, the hidden elders could no longer remain in the shadows. One by one, they emerged. The fifth elder, Guangling Douluo, rushed forward and embraced Qian Yueyue, affectionately rubbing her cheek. "Ah, our second young lady is indeed remarkable, possessing innate soul power just like the eldest young lady, a true little genius." "Elder 5, please refrain from acting so childishly and maintain some decorum," admonished the third elder, Qinghuan Douluo, as he watched Guangling's exuberance with a sigh. "Third brother, seeing Yueyue with innate soul power at level 20 and possessing an angel martial soul. Are you not pleased?" Guangling Douluo retorted, slightly pouting in response to Qinghuan Douluo's reprimand. Qian Dalu led Qian Yueyue out, gazing at the crowd encircling Qian Yueyue, and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Yeah, possessing innate soul power of the 20th level, you ought to have a divine martial soul. Why is it that your martial soul is not the six-winged angel, but rather an ordinary angel martial soul? Furthermore, what is the nature of your second martial soul?" Qian Yueyue stepped forward, pushing aside Guangling Douluo with an air of authority, declaring her intent to monopolize her younger sister. "Grandfather Wu, beware of your advancing age. Only I, as the elder sister, am permitted to be close to my beloved sister." Qian Yueyue was cradled in Qian Yueyue's embrace. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's inquiry, she stepped forward to respond, "Grandfather, my martial soul is not, strictly speaking, a traditional angelic martial soul, for it possesses no offensive capabilities." "No offensive capabilities?" Several elders exclaimed in unison. Even Bibi Dong, who appeared indifferent standing nearby, furrowed her elegant brows in surprise. Qian Yueyue nodded and replied, "Indeed, grandfather. I can sense that my martial soul differs from yours and sister's six-winged angel. Furthermore," at this juncture, Qian Yueyue paused, casting a glance at Bibi Dong, who stood a short distance away yet chose to continue, "Even my father's angelic martial soul is distinct. My father's martial soul is merely an ordinary angelic manifestation awakened due to innate talent, while mine is unlike yours. It is that of a healing angel." "A healing angel?" "Yes, a healing angel. It retains the sanctity and luminous power of the angelic martial souls. Yet regardless of the soul beasts I hunt in the future or the soul rings I acquire, its sole function will be to restore soul power and achieve complete healing in a non-lethal state." Does that not serve the same purpose as the martial soul of the Nine Hearts Begonia family? Inquired the radiant Douluo. Qian Yueyue shook her head and responded. There are indeed some distinctions. Perhaps it is due to the divine grade martial soul. The healing angel martial soul possesses not only formidable healing capabilities but also the power of purification, which inherently restrains evil soul masters. Even though I am an auxiliary type, limited to healing, I can still defeat an evil soul master whose soul power does not exceed mine by much. Furthermore, while healing, I can also restore soul power, which is certainly superior to the Nine Heart Si Tang, a martial soul that can only heal. Indeed, the Nine Heart Si Tang has a terrifying healing ability, leading to its lineage being singular. Only after the demise of a Nine Heart Si Tang soul master does another emerge, and any misstep could sever the inheritance. This girl, with her mutated martial soul, is still fundamentally a variant of the angel martial soul, which remains quite powerful, remarked the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, with a sense of admiration. Bibi Dong, observing the group before her, felt they were an eyesore and longed to expel them all, curious yet concerned for her own safety. A purely healing martial soul, prior to her ascension as a title Douluo and the cultivation of her second martial soul, offered her no means of self-defense. Moreover, resolving the conflict of dual martial souls necessitated substantial physical strength, yet she remained merely an auxiliary type. Upon hearing Bibi Dong express concern for her, Qian Yueyue joyfully leapt from Qian Yueye's embrace and eagerly inquired, Is the beautiful mother going to personally teach me? Bibi Dong opened her mouth to refuse, yet ultimately could not bring herself to do so. My suggestion is for you to go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to apprentice under Ning Fingxi and Jian Daochenshin. Qian Yueyue, overhearing Bibi Dong's reluctance to teach her sister and instead suggesting she seek guidance from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was instantly ignited with fury. With reddened eyes, she questioned, Does she truly despise them as sisters? Not only does she wish to drive me away, but now she seeks to send my sister away as well? Qian Yueyue gazed at the suddenly cold-faced Bibi Dong and rushed over to tug at Qian Rengshu's garment, embracing the irate Qian Rengshu, soothingly stating, Sister, mother must have her reasons for saying this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken at all. If mother were indifferent to Yeye, she could have simply returned home without reminding the esteemed elders. Curiously, Qian Yueyue inquired of Bibi Dong, Is it because I possess an auxiliary spirit that mother wishes for me to become a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The esteemed elders also turned their attention to Bibi Dong, eager to hear her response. Bibi Dong sighed and replied, We are all powerful assault and control system soul masters. When it comes to support, the unparalleled auxiliary spirit and the foremost auxiliary soul master, even if she is merely a soul sage, cannot be overlooked. Moreover, this child possesses a second spirit, a sword, the dragon's roar divine sword. Casting a glance at the mischievous Qian Yueyue, Bibi Dong couldn't help but question whether her indulgence had led to this unruliness. This girl wields a sword. Even the Grand Elder only utilizes a sword while manifesting soul skills. Despite others being formidable, no one can rival the swordsmanship of Jie Daochenshin. While this child has initially cultivated the healing angel spirit, she cannot perpetually rely on your protection. Without experiencing battle, even if she becomes a titled Douluo in the future and successfully attaches a soul ring to her second spirit, she will lack combat experience and become ineffectual, unable to attain strength. Thus, it is imperative that while cultivating the healing angel spirit, she also trains in swordsmanship and fortifies her physical prowess in preparation for her second spirit's cultivation. Across the continent, the only place that can simultaneously teach her auxiliary abilities while allowing her to practice swordsmanship is undoubtedly the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Additionally, the school possesses two great secret techniques, distraction control and fusion ring, both of which are exceptionally suited to her spirit. As for whether to go or not, that is entirely up to you. With that, Bibi Dong vanished from the hall of the Pope, unwilling to engage further. The two titled Douluos exchanged glances before bowing and taking their leave. Chapter 7. The First Soul Ring. The following morning, outside the city of Tiando, Qian Yueyue lay silently in Qian Rengshu's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks in gentle tremors. Her small hands clutched tightly to Qian Rengshu's garment, unwilling to let go. Raised by Qian Rengshu since childhood, she had always been indulged and accompanied, regardless of her mischief. Now, as they faced parting, the prospect of their reunion seemed daunting. Thus, Qian Yueyue was enveloped in profound reluctance. Qian Yueyue, with tears in her eyes, felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet, for the sake of herself, her sister, and the spirit hall, this journey was absolutely essential. With a heavy heart, she resolutely pushed away Qian Yueyue's small hand. unfurling her 6 wings as she soared towards her destination. "Sister!" Qian Yueyue cried out, watching helplessly as Qian Yueyue vanished into the distance. Ultimately, she could not contain her sorrow and burst into tears. Qian Douluo stepped forward and embraced Qian Yueyue, gently patting her back while softly reassuring her. "Do not weep any longer, Yueyue. Xiaoxue has gone to undertake a mission, and there are 2 titled Douluo-level elders secretly guarding her. She shall be safe." Qian Yueyue wiped away her tears and nodded. "Grandpa Shui, let's go. We need to acquire a soul ring for Yueyue and then seek apprenticeship at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I must strive to cultivate and protect my sister." In the Star Doe Forest, did Yueyue comprehend the kind of soul beasts she needed to hunt in order to augment her soul ring? Qian Douluo, recognizing that his granddaughter had matured and possessed the determination to grow stronger, felt it was time to loosen his grip. He could not help but inquire about how well the little girl had grasped the theoretical knowledge of martial souls. "Although my martial soul is unique, and any soul beast ring added to me would merely enhance a healing type soul skill, my martial soul is that of a healing angel, a variant of angelic martial souls. Therefore, a light type soul beast, such as the Holy Light Unicorn, would be most beneficial." Upon hearing Qian Yueyue's response, Qian Douluo nodded approvingly. Despite her childhood mischief, fueled by the affection of those around her and her penchant for following that old rascal, the 5th one, in various antics, she also had a profound love for reading and learning. She often visited the library to study martial soul theories, even using it as an excuse to grow closer to Bibidong. Thus, although her martial soul had only recently awakened, her theoretical knowledge was already quite substantial. Qian Douluo led Qian Yueyue as they continued their journey through the starry forest. Suddenly, they spotted a holy light unicorn not far away, stumbling as it ran. Its hind legs and abdomen bore severe wounds, oozing dark blood. Upon witnessing this, Qian Douluo swiftly shielded Qian Yueyue, adopting a protective stance. Behind the unicorn, a monstrous spider with a human visage relentlessly pursued it, its black blood suggesting it had fallen victim to the venom of the creature. The fleeing holy light unicorn cub, upon spotting a human not far ahead and glancing back at the spider that was in hot pursuit, realized that escape was likely beyond its reach this time, and thus let out a mournful cry. Qian Douluo observed that the fleeing unicorn cub was a millennium soul beast, which was not suitable for his granddaughter. Therefore, he did not intend to hunt it, but rather planned to leave with Qian Yueyue, as he had no interest in participating in the ruthless struggle for survival among soul beasts. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Yueyue felt a pang of sympathy for the young unicorn. Yet, she understood that the predation among soul beasts was merely a manifestation of the natural order, a ruthless selection dictated by survival. She could not afford to disperse her altruistic sentiments indiscriminately. After all, the human-faced demon spider might very well be hunting for its own offspring. Moreover, the only one capable of rescuing the unicorn was her grandfather, while she herself remained but a child. At the moment when Qian Douluo was about to escort Qian Yueyue away, a magnificent, millennium-old holy light unicorn emerged. Its cultivation far surpassed that of the human-faced demon spider. As the spider watched its prey slip away, it spat forth a venomous web towards the 2 unicorns, seizing the opportunity to flee swiftly while they evaded the attack. The ancient unicorn appeared to be the mother of the young one, anxiously circling around her offspring, occasionally nuzzling the little one's face and emitting heart-wrenching cries. Qian Yueyue could not help but feel her eyes welling up at this moment. She pondered that if she were to be injured, Bai Dong would surely feel as sorrowful as this mother unicorn. Little did she know that her thoughts at this moment would tragically come to fruition years later. Upon witnessing the expression of Qian Yueyue, Qian Douluo surmised the thoughts occupying her mind and could not help but inwardly reflect. It seems imperative to engage in a formal discussion with Bibi Dong. Does Ware wish to rescue it? Qian Yueyue shook her head. Although I sympathize with its plight, I currently lack the ability to rescue it. Unless it can endure until I acquire my first soul ring, there may be a glimmer of hope. However, luminous soul beasts are exceedingly rare, and obtaining one in a short span is quite challenging. It may not even manage to hold on until that time. As Qian Yueyue prepared to leave with Qian Douluo, she could not bear to witness the forthcoming scene. However, at that moment, the mother of the radiant unicorn obstructed her path. The unicorn mother bowed her head before Qian Yueyue, gently nuzzling her as if seeking to appease her, emitting soft whimpers from her lips. Qian Yueyue could not help but reach out to caress the unicorn's head. Do you wish for me to save your child? The unicorn nodded in response. I regret to inform you that although my soul power has reached level 20, I have yet to acquire a soul ring, and thus possess no soul skills to rescue your child. unless it can endure until we secure our first soul ring. If it survives until that moment, I shall undoubtedly save it." With that, Qian Yueyue prepared to depart. The unicorn positioned itself before her, gently pressing its horn against her forehead. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and a platinum light emanated from the bond between the girl and the creature, while a golden array materialized beneath Qian Yueyue's feet. Is this a soul beast sacrifice? Qian Douluo marveled at the scene before him. The soul beast sacrifice transcends the limitations of age. Even the first soul ring can withstand a 10,000-year soul ring without causing spiritual turmoil. What a benevolent creature! A smile of contentment graced Qian Douluo's face. Before long, the brilliance faded, and upon awakening, Qian Yueyue's eyes shimmered with golden light before returning to tranquility. She rushed to the young unicorn's side and unleashed her martial soul. Once again, pure white wings unfurled behind Qian Yueyue, her golden hair cascading down, adorned with a platinum olive wreath. First soul skill, Angel's Blessing. With her hands clasped in a gesture of prayer before her chest, a black soul ring rose from beneath her feet. As Qian Yueyue activated her soul skill, the wounds on the unicorn cub began to heal rapidly. The injuries once corroded by the venom of a human-faced spider purified by the divine power inherent in her angelic martial soul. Soon, the little unicorn stood upright, gazing in bewilderment at the girl who was healing it. It understood that its mother had sacrificed herself for its sake. The small unicorn emitted a series of mournful cries. Nuzzling against Qian Yueyue, Qian Yueyue retracted her martial spirit and gently patted the head of the little unicorn. "Take good care of yourself. I must go now, but I shall return to visit you if fate allows. Devote yourself to training and strive to grow stronger. Do not let your mother's sacrifice be in vain." The little unicorn opened its mouth and bit onto the hem of Qian Yueyue's skirt, emitting soft whimpers. "Little unicorn, we truly must depart. We are humans, and it is impossible for us to coexist. However, should the opportunity arise, I promise to return and see you again." The little unicorn continued to hold onto the skirt, tugging insistently as it began to pull Qian Yueyue in a particular direction. Qian Yueyue exchanged a glance with her grandfather, seemingly comprehending the meaning of the little unicorn. She inquired, "Are you leading us to a certain destination?" The little unicorn released its grip on the hem of her skirt, nodded, and took a few steps forward, turning back to beckon Qian Yueyue to follow. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Douluo lifted Qian Yueyue and followed. Chapter 8. The second soul ring. The grandfather and grandson duo trailed behind the little unicorn for quite some time, arriving at a secluded valley deep within the forest. The air here was remarkably humid, infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of soil and fresh grass. Not far off, the hillside was adorned with patches of blue-silver grass, exuding vibrant vitality. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the vast expanse of blue-silver grass to sway in unison, reminiscent of ripples dancing across the surface of the sea. A small stream meandered down from the mountains, flowing towards a nearby destination. The water was crystal clear, resembling a sheet of transparent glass. The colorful stones at the riverbed were distinctly visible, some seemingly drifting away, only to remain still again, revealing a small fish spirit. By the creek, several unicorns of varying sizes could be seen, some bending down to drink, while others frolicked playfully. In addition to the holy light unicorn, there were a few other spirit beasts present, both strong and weak, yet they were few in number, merely a handful. The small unicorn by Qian Yueyue's side dashed toward a nearby adult unicorn, softly murmuring what seemed to be the tale of its and its mother's plight. "Yue, do not stray from my side," it seemed to plead. This was a holy light unicorn, aged a staggering 80,000 years, and was destined to be the companion of the unicorn meant for your sacrifice. Should it fail to comprehend and insist on attacking you, I shall ensure your safety. Qian Douluo discreetly summoned his soul power, for this place was teeming with soul beasts, many of which were millennia old. While he did not regard them as threats, the little one in his arms must not suffer the slightest harm. Upon hearing its offspring's lament, the 80,000-year-old unicorn let out a sorrowful cry, lowered its head to nuzzle its young, and approached Qian Yueyue and Qian Douluo. The ancient unicorn halted before the duo, nodded, and gestured for them to follow. Yet, Qian Douluo remained still, his unease palpable. After all, despite the inherent benevolence of the unicorn clan, soul beasts and humans were natural adversaries. "There is no need to follow," he declared. "Its mother sacrificed herself for my Yueyue, and Yueyue has saved your child. We are thus even. Take care of yourselves. Farewell." With that, Qian Douluo prepared to lead Qian Yueyue away, for they still sought the second soul ring. Given that Yueyue had received her first soul ring as a sacrifice from a soul beast of millennia, perhaps the second could transcend the constraints of a century. They might even aspire to a ring of 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Upon hearing Qian Yueye's words, the unicorn appeared anxious. It approached Qian Yueyue and gently pressed its horn against her forehead, as if in silent communication. After a brief moment, Qian Yueyue looked at the concerned Douluo and spoke. "Grandfather, this unicorn wishes to lead us to a location where I can obtain a second soul ring of considerable quality. It understands that its wife sacrificed herself to allow me to save her child, and having heard its offspring's words, it is immensely grateful to me and desires to assist me in acquiring this second soul ring as a token of appreciation." Douluo hesitated for a moment and inquired of Qian Yueyue, "What are your thoughts, my dear Yu?" "Grandfather, I have faith in this unicorn. It is sincere and possesses a gentle strength that makes me feel at ease. Let us go and take a look." "Very well," replied the grandfather. "Since you have trust in it, I shall accompany you to explore." Douluo cradled Qian Yueyue as they followed the unicorn father and son into the depths of the valley. A majestic tree, adorned with countless drooping branches, swayed gently in the breeze. Various hues of fireflies danced in the air, while the luminous moon illuminated the surroundings, casting a soft silver glow upon everything. Qian Yueyue could not help but exclaim in awe at the wondrous spectacle of nature. The unicorn approached the tree, and Qian Yueyue noticed a unique lily. Unlike ordinary lilies, this one bore petals imprinted with a golden butterfly, and its stamens radiated a delicate pink hue, exuding a resplendent platinum light. It was the legendary moonfall golden butterfly lily of millennia. Douluo gasped in astonishment. Qian Yueyue leapt gracefully from Qian Yueye's embrace and approached the falling moon golden butterfly lily. She knelt before the exquisite flower, delicately caressing its petals. Qian Yueyue had always held a profound affection for lilies. They embodied the angels of her faith, symbolizing elegance, purity, and solemnity. The unicorn once again pressed its horn gently against her forehead. "Are you urging me to absorb this falling moon golden butterfly lily?" Qian Yueyue inquired. The unicorn nodded, nudging her with its head, seemingly encouraging her not to hesitate and to proceed with the absorption. Qian Yueyue turned to glance at her grandfather. Witnessing Douluo nodding in acknowledgement, she then settled cross-legged before the moonfall golden butterfly lily. "How shall I absorb its essence?" Qian Yueyue inquired. Looking at the unicorn before her, the unicorn advised her to first consume the stamen, followed by the petals, emphasizing that they must be ingested one by one. For all the essence resides within the petals and the stamen, rendering the rest of the flower inconsequential. Following the instructions of the unicorn, Qian Yueyue consumed the moonfall golden butterfly lily and commenced the circulation of her soul power. The moonfall golden butterfly lily, being a treasure of millennia, truly deserves the title of a celestial herb. Under the influence of its medicinal potency, the impurities within Qian Yueye's body were gradually being expelled, while dark soul rings slowly emerged around her. After approximately the span of an incense stick, Qian Yueyue gently opened her eyes, only to be confronted by an unpleasant odor. Upon inspecting herself, she discovered that her once pristine white dress had transformed into a dark, foul-smelling garment, the source of the stench emanating from her own being. Qian Yueyue let out a startled scream, hastily urging the unicorn to find a place for her to bathe before swiftly fleeing. Upon witnessing his granddaughter's reaction, Douluo couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Once Qian Yueyue had finished her bath and returned in a fresh little dress, she transformed back into the charming little princess adored by all. "Grandfather, after absorbing the moonfall golden butterfly lily, my soul power has now stabilized at level 28. She joyfully informed Douluo. The substantial boost in her soul power, augmented by 2 10,000-year soul rings and the potency of the golden butterfly lily, had facilitated her rapid advancement. Such a remarkable increase in soul power. However, my dear Yueyue, while this opportunity is indeed splendid, one must remain humble and grounded. The enhancement of soul power requires a steady and methodical approach. A solid foundation is essential for greater journeys ahead," Douluo cautioned, his surprise and joy intermingling. Yes, grandfather, you need not worry. Yueyue understands," she replied with a reassuring nod. Qian Yueyue retrieved an object resembling a crown from the soul guiding device, radiating a soft blue glow, its entire form reminiscent of smooth jade. "Is this a soul bone?" Douluo exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, esteemed grandfather. This emerged during the sacrifice of the unicorn mother. In my haste to rescue the unicorn baby, I hastily stored this artifact away. It appears to be a head soul bone." Qian Douluo gently patted Qian Yueyue's head, expressing his satisfaction. Your soul power is advancing at an astonishing rate. This head spirit bone, along with your first spirit ring, originates from the same spirit beast, which should significantly enhance your abilities. It would be best to absorb it when you reach the 30th level. Qian Yueyue nodded. All right, handsome grandpa. Now that all the soul rings have been acquired. The next step is to pay homage to the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. Isn't it? Indeed. Qian Douluo couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The children have all grown up, and the fledgling eagles must eventually leave the nest. The thought of soon parting with her handsome grandpa inevitably cast a shadow over Qian Yueyue's emotions. Yet, she quickly rallied her spirits. She needed to grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful could she protect her sister, safeguard her mother, and defend her handsome grandpa. There was one matter she had never shared with anyone. Ever since the day of her martial soul awakening, Qian Yueyue had felt an unsettling presence. As if her destined rival was also awakening their martial soul on the other side. This person would ultimately be the one responsible for the downfall of the spirit hall and the harm inflicted upon her mother and sister. Thus, her resolve to become stronger was solidified. As Qian Douluo bid farewell to the little unicorn and Qian Yueyue, he promised the young unicorn that he would return to visit in the future. With that, Qian Douluo embraced him and soared towards the Skydo City. Chapter 9. The two masters outside Skydo City, at the foot of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, Qian Douluo, suppressing the bittersweet pangs of impending separation, earnestly advised. Yueyue, should the esteemed Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo agree to accept you as their disciple, you must remain here to cultivate diligently and refrain from capricious behavior. However, should you face any grievances, do not keep them to yourself. The spirit hall will always stand as your steadfast support. I understand, Grandpa. Mooney is so adorable and well-behaved. Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo will surely take a liking to me. Within the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, a steward reporting to the Rongrong. The grand offering of the spirit hall has arrived with a little girl at the entrance, seeking an audience with the Rongrong and Elder Jian. The grand offering of the spirit hall? What could be the matter? Ning Fengji inquired, puzzled. Reporting to the Rongrong, there was no mention of the reason. Given that the grand offering has personally come and is waiting at the entrance for a disciple's report, it seems there is a matter of request. Accompanying a child. It must pertain to her, the steward responded. Elder Jian, you have a past with the grand offering. What are your thoughts? Should we avoid this? Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before turning to Sword Douluo, who sat nearby. No need. Please invite the grand offering in, Sword Douluo replied. Understood, Elder. In but a few breaths, the grand offering arrived at the hall of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, cradling Qian Yueyue. Qian Douluo set Qian Yueyue down and nodded slightly to Ning Fengji, the master of the Ning clan. Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, quickly rose and bowed respectfully, replying, We pay our respects to the grand offering of the spirit hall. There is no need for such formalities. Qian Yueyue of the spirit hall acknowledged, greeting Master Ning and the two elders with a graceful aristocratic gesture. Is your surname Qian? Could it be? Master Ning inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he regarded Qian Douluo. This young lady is indeed my granddaughter. My visit to the 7-treasure Glazed tile school is primarily to see her, Qian Douluo explained. Grand offering, please take a seat and speak at your leisure. Ning Fengji gestured invitingly. Qian Douluo, accompanied by Qian Yueyue, casually took a seat nearby. Ning Rongrong, I have come to discuss my granddaughter's recent soul awakening. It did not manifest as our Qian family's 6-winged angel, but rather as a mutated soul, which diverges significantly from my own. Thus, I have brought her here to seek your guidance as her master. Ning Fengji, intrigued, inquired, Might I ask what soul Qian Xiaojie possesses? The spirit hall is replete with talent, including numerous titled Douluos. What compels you to travel such a distance to seek Fengji as a mentor? Yueyue possesses a mutated version of the 6-winged angel, known as the healing angel, a purely supportive soul. Given the rarity of auxiliary-type souls within the spirit hall, it stands to reason that the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master is none other than you, Ning Rongrong. The grand offering is overly gracious, Ning Fengji replied humbly. Inclining his hands in respect, he continued, May I ask, what level of soul power does Qian Xiaojie currently possess? Yueyue, please demonstrate your abilities to Ning Rongrong. Qian Yueyue rose from her seat, responding affirmatively. All right, grandfather. She then stepped to the center, facing Ning Fengji, and unleashed her martial soul. Qian Yueyue, a healer angel martial soul, was a level 28 auxiliary soul master. As she spoke, two magnificent wings unfurled behind her, her long hair cascading down, adorned with a platinum olive leaf crown. From beneath her feet, two black soul rings emerged. Level 28. A 10,000-year soul ring, exclaimed the three seated above, while even the guards at the entrance were left speechless in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? This was the unspoken sentiment shared by everyone present, aside from the duo of Qian Douluo and his granddaughter. Observing the astonishment on the faces of those around him, Qian Douluo could not help but feel a sense of pride. Master Ning, as Yueyue is still quite young, once she reaches the rank of soul sovereign, I shall procure a soul bone that can be disguised for her. Until then, I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential. Of course, you may rest assured. Esteemed elder, Ning Fengji replied, adjusting his expression to smile at Qian Douluo and Qian Yueyue. Such a prodigy truly captivated him. However, given her ties to the spirit hall, he felt a twinge of hesitation. He then inquired, "May I ask how old Miss Yueyue is now?" "Master Ning, Yueyue is 6 years old. She just awakened her martial soul a month ago," Qian Douluo responded. 6 years? Only a month? Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Yueyue awakened her martial soul just a month prior. As it is a divine-level martial soul, she naturally possesses innate soul power at level 20 upon awakening. Coupled with her unique experiences in obtaining her soul rings, both of which are of 10,000-year caliber, her rapid advancement has taken me by surprise. It would be wise for her to take some time to solidify her foundation now. Ning Fengji felt genuinely tempted. A support-type soul master of such remarkable talent promised boundless potential. Yet, considering her identity, he was acutely aware of the complex relationship between the spirit hall and various sects, particularly regarding the seclusion of the Haotian sect. He had always believed that the three upper sects should remain united. How could he possibly accept a disciple from the spirit hall? "I understand your concerns, Master Ning," Qian Douluo reassured him. "But the bond between master and disciple is distinct from sect affiliations. I simply wish for Yueyue to have a capable mentor to guide her growth, both in her soul master cultivation and in navigating the world." His gaze towards Qian Yueyue was filled with affection. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji decided to acquiesce. With such a significant statement from the esteemed elder, to continue refusing would be ungrateful, especially since he held great fondness for this extraordinary girl. "Qian Yueyue, do you wish to take me as your master?" Qian Yueyue gazed at Qian Douluo, who confidently nodded in affirmation, turning her attention to Ning Fengji. Seated in the principal position, Qian Yueyue retrieved a delicate tea set from the soul guide. She brewed a steaming cup of tea and approached Ning Fengji. Kneeling before him as she presented the tea with a melodious tone, disciple Qian Yueyue pays her respects to the master. "Please enjoy this tea." Ning Fengji accepted the tea, savoring a sip before smiling as he assisted Qian Yueyue to her feet. "Excellent, excellent. I now have another talented disciple. Shortly, I shall introduce you to my daughter, Rongrong. She is of your age and is due to awaken her martial soul next month. I believe you will find much joy in each other's company." Qian Yueyue nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling at the prospect of meeting peers her own age. Having spent her entire life in the spirit city, surrounded only by her elder sister and various esteemed elders, she yearned for companionship with those of her generation. The anticipation of meeting her teacher's daughter filled her with excitement, and she began to ponder over suitable gifts to present. "In truth, I have another humble request." Qian Douluo cast a troubled glance at the sword Douluo Qinshin. "Qinshin, many years ago, your father fell victim to my hand. I find it difficult to ask you to accept you as your disciple, yet I hope, in consideration of Master Ning, that you might impart some guidance on her swordsmanship." Qian Douluo recalled the time when Qian Yueyue's father challenged him. Driven by selfishness and the desire to protect the spirit hall from such a formidable threat, he had dealt with the challenge more harshly than intended, resulting in the untimely demise of Qian Yueyue's father at his hands. Now, for the sake of his granddaughter, he found himself seeking the son of that man, and a twinge of regret washed over him. Yet, for the sake of his granddaughter, he had no choice but to speak. Qian Yueyue, puzzled, inquired, "My father sought the path of the sword and thus came to challenge you. His fall was merely a consequence of his inadequacy. In the end, he expressed gratitude for your unwavering efforts, as they allowed him to discover his sword path in his final moments. He told me not to seek vengeance, for he bore no hatred towards you. However, I am curious about the guidance you mentioned regarding Miss Qian's swordsmanship." "Yueyue," Qian Douluo called, nodding towards Qian Yueyue. "Understood, grandfather." With that, Qian Yueyue extended her right hand, unleashing her martial soul. A long sword materialized in her grasp, entwined by a massive blue dragon, crackling with arcs of lightning. Master, Sword Douluo, this is my second martial soul, the Dragon Roar Divine Sword. A dual martial soul, the second being an offensive type, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings of a support-type soul master. Ning Fengji was taken aback by the spectacle. No wonder Qian Yueyue had come in person. The Spirit Hall had produced an extraordinary genius. Pride surged within him as he realized she was his own disciple. Sword Master Qian Yueyue gazed at the little girl wielding the long sword. Not only did she possess innate soul power of level 20, but she also had a divine martial soul and a dual martial soul. My dear Yu, would you be willing to take me as your master? I shall diligently teach you the art of the sword. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji exclaimed in urgency, how can you snatch a disciple? Fengji, what I mean is for you to take us both as her masters. You shall guide her in support techniques, while I will instruct her in swordsmanship. After all, she is a disciple of our seven-treasured Glazed tile sect. We are united in this endeavor. Qian Yueyue replied with a cheerful smile. What say you, little Yu? Qian Yueyue gazed at Ning Fengji, who occupied the esteemed position, and inquired, Master, what is your opinion? Ning Fengji, upon noticing Qian Yueyue's earnest request for his counsel, could not help but nod in approval. She was indeed a sensible and well-behaved child. As your teacher, I wholeheartedly agree. I hope you will remain at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to diligently cultivate your abilities in the future. Yes, Master. Qian Yueyue once again retrieved the tea set from the soul guide, filled it with tea, and knelt before the sword Douluo, Qian Yueyue. Respectfully performing the master-disciple salute, disciple Qian Yueyue pays respect to master. Haha, splendid. From now on, you shall refer to Fengji as teacher and me as master for distinction. Very well. Sword Douluo joyfully drank the tea offered by Qian Yueyue, laughing heartily. It brought him great joy to have a disciple. His swordsmanship would continue to be passed down, not easily vanishing into the annals of history. At the moment when Qian Yueyue drank the tea, Qian Yueyue felt a sudden warmth in her heart and swiftly turned her gaze towards the direction of Nodding City. What is this? Has that person become a soul master? So soon? Could it be innate full soul power? No wonder they will become my rival. It seems I must strive diligently in my cultivation. The crowd present observed Qian Yueyue suddenly fixating on a particular direction and couldn't help but feel curious about what had transpired to cause such a reaction from the young lady. Yeah, what has happened? Qian Yueyue, seeing his granddaughter in such an unusual state, could not help but inquire with concern. It's nothing, Grandpa. I just have a vague feeling. I sense that a rival of mine, who awakened their martial soul at the same time as I did, has just become a soul master. However, it's merely a feeling, not something to be taken seriously. Since you possess a divine-level martial soul, it is only natural that heaven would bestow its favor upon you, granting you forewarnings and sensations regarding danger. Given that you both participated in the martial soul awakening a month ago, it stands to reason that this person is also a prodigy with innate full soul power. Ning Fengji, observing his newly accepted disciple, felt a twinge of worry upon hearing her mention a rival. After all, the girl was currently just an auxiliary spirit master, seemingly in need of protection and careful attention. I will ensure that the Spirit Hall keeps a close watch on this matter. You need not worry. Instead, focus on diligently cultivating under the guidance of your two teachers. Yes, Grandpa. Concentrate on your training here. I will visit when I have time. Be sure to heed your teacher's words and refrain from any mischief like before. Qian Douluo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His granddaughters had grown up so quickly, and in just a few short days, both of his precious granddaughters had departed from his side. Qian Yueyue embraced Qian Douluo, suppressing her tears. Rest assured, grandfather, I will be obedient and diligent in my cultivation. Please take good care of yourself. Holding back her impending tears, she reminded herself that she had grown up and must diligently follow her teacher without acting willfully. Thus, the grandfather and granddaughter parted ways. Chapter 10. The twin sisters of the support system Ning Fengji and the two elders escorted Qian Douluo down the mountain. As Ning Fengji guided Qian Yueyue toward the rear mountain of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's main peak, he inquired, Yueyue, the day is drawing to a close. Shall I introduce you to my little princess, Rongrong? We have prepared a welcome banquet for you tonight, and you should rest well today. Tomorrow, you can stroll around the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with Rongrong. Given your unique situation, I intend to discuss your cultivation approach thoroughly with Uncle Jian. Yes, I shall heed my two teachers' guidance. Qian Yueyue replied obediently, then patted her pocket. Before her arrival, Her esteemed grandfather had mentioned the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, who was greatly cherished. She was filled with curiosity and anticipation about meeting her new friend. The scenery along the way enchanted Qian Yueyue. Unlike the solemn and dignified martial Soul Hall, this place, nestled among the mountains, was surrounded by verdant trees, blossoming petals, and lakes formed by converging springs. Pavilions and palatial structures adorned with glimmering jewels exuded a sense of grandeur, yet retained an air of elegance devoid of vulgarity. "Daddy!" A pink little cannonball dashed toward them, launching directly into Ning Rongrong's embrace. The little girl nestled sweetly in his arms, playfully pouting before turning to glare at Qian Yueyue with feigned ferocity. "Who are you? Are you here to steal my daddy?" "Yes, I have no daddy." At this, Qian Yueyue began to shed golden tears, gazing up with an expression of utter desolation. Seeing Qian Yueyue's pitiful demeanor, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of guilt, as if she were a villain of the highest order. "Oh, you look so miserable. My daddy is wonderful. Given your sad state, I'll share a little bit of my daddy with you, but only just a tiny bit." Upon witnessing the delightful visage of Ning Rongrong, Qian Yueyue could no longer contain her mirth, breaking into a radiant smile. "It is settled then, dear Rongrong. I have already taken your father as my mentor." As she spoke, Qian Yueyue retrieved a gemstone bracelet from her pocket. The pink gems were intricately carved into the shape of a crescent moon, upon which stood a petite angel. Surrounding the moon were delicate, sparkling stones, reminiscent of stars encircling a luminous orb, creating an exquisite sight. "Rongrong, this is my gift to you as a token of our first meeting. I am truly delighted to make your acquaintance, and I hope we can become wonderful friends in the future." Ning Rongrong, filled with excitement, accepted the bracelet from Qian Yueyue, admiring its beauty and growing increasingly fond of the enchanting sister before her. "This is a soul-guiding device, equipped with storage capabilities, and it matches mine, sisterly designs. I crafted it with my own hands." Qian Yueyue extended her left hand, revealing a matching blue bracelet adorned with a crystal-clear, glazed pagoda at its center. "Is this the seven-treasure glazed pagoda?" "No, this tower possesses 9 levels. It is the 9-treasure glazed pagoda." Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she gazed at the pagoda on Qian Yueyue's bracelet. "Indeed, when Grandfather Shui mentioned bringing me to the 7-treasure glazed sect for apprenticeship, I had researched the 7-treasure glazed pagoda at home. I learned that due to the overwhelming support provided by the 7-treasure glazed sect, their martial souls are restricted. Hence the name. The soul masters affiliated with the 7-treasure glazed pagoda can only attain the rank of soul sage, much like our teacher. However, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda also has the potential to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. When Grandfather spoke of you, this notion sparked within me. My martial soul is an angel, also of the support type. In the future, you will assist me, and I shall protect you." Ning Rongrong joyfully embraced Qian Yueyue, exclaiming, "Sister Yu, from now on, I shall support you, and you will guard me. Together, we shall become the strongest support duo across the continent." "Agreed." Ning Rongrong, along with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, looked on with satisfaction at the scene before them. Rongrong had been affectionately dubbed the Little Witch since childhood. While many claimed she was a spoiled brat with an air of superiority, the 3 of them had watched her grow up and knew her true temperament. Those who spoke ill of her were merely trying to curry favor with the second most powerful sex young lady, while simultaneously maintaining their pride by belittling a child. Although Rongrong had been raised in luxury, she was no naive fool. She could discern between genuine and insincere intentions. Over time, those who failed to gain her favor chose to isolate Rongrong, claiming that had she not been the young lady of the sect, no one would wish to befriend her, or accusing her of being spoiled and temperamental. As time passed, Rongrong became increasingly rebellious, unwilling to make friends, and her temperament grew more volatile. It was the arrival of Qian Yueyue and her heartfelt sincerity upon their first meeting that touched Ning Rongrong. As the host, Ning Rongrong made special arrangements to welcome Qian Yueyue, instructing the kitchen to prepare an array of delectable dishes, including many specialties from the 7-treasure glazed sect and the city of Tiando. Ning Rongrong selected the closest dormitory to herself for Qian Yueyue's accommodation and filled it with many cherished treasures from her personal collection. Instruct the servants to meticulously adorn this chamber. Once everything was arranged, she took Qian Yueyue to explore the 7-treasure glazed tile school. At every turn, Ning Rongrong recounted quaint tales of events that had transpired in those very locales. Unbeknownst to them, evening descended, and Ning Rongrong, citing that Qian Yueyue's room was not yet ready, insisted on sharing her bed. In the blink of an eye, It had been a month since Qian Yueyue arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Throughout this month, Qian Yueyue devoted her mornings to studying supportive techniques with Ning Rongrong, afternoons to mastering swordplay under the tutelage of the sword Douluo, enabling her to tailor her martial arts practice to her soul spirit, and her evenings to diligently refining the secret techniques of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to enhance her mental focus. As the month drew to a close, Qian Yueyue's soul power remained at level 28, with faint signs of impending breakthrough into level 29. However, she refrained from rushing this advancement, choosing instead to concentrate on consolidating her soul power. The day arrived for Ning Rongrong to awaken her soul spirit. "Sister Yu, I feel a bit anxious," Ning Rongrong murmured, tugging at the hem of Qian Yueyue's skirt. Over the course of the month, as Qian Yueyue diligently honed her skills, her bond with Ning Rongrong deepened, and they often shared the same bed, exchanging the secrets of young girls in the warmth of their shared cocoon. Qian Yueyue held Ning Rongrong's hand, offering encouragement. "Rongrong, do not fear. When I awakened my martial soul, I was quite anxious as well, but soon it became completely fine. It is not terrifying at all. Come, stand before Grandfather Bon." The martial soul awakening ceremony for Ning Rongrong was personally conducted by Bon Douluo, underscoring the significance that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and its revered elders placed on this little princess. Bon Douluo gazed at the young girl before him, who possessed a pair of sparkling eyes, clear and pure, shining like the stars in the night sky. Ning Rongrong looked at Grandfather Bon, who was prepared to facilitate her martial soul awakening, and smiled sweetly, her eyes crescent-shaped, as if her ethereal charm radiated outward. With every subtle expression, her noble demeanor naturally emerged, leaving onlookers in awe of her elegant and refined brilliance. Bon Douluo gently placed his hand upon Ning Rongrong's head, gradually infusing his soul power. As she extended her left hand, a blue-green glazed tower materialized, resplendent with 7 colorful layers, shimmering beautifully. Indeed, it was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. "Rongrong, come here to test your soul power," beckoned the sword Douluo, holding a crystal ball for the assessment. "Old heck." It was agreed that I would preside over Rongrong's martial soul awakening. Bon Douluo exclaimed in fury upon witnessing the sword Douluo's interruption. "Granting you participation in this awakening ceremony is already a considerable favor. Do you wish for more?" Chen Xian exchanged a provocative smile with Gu Rong before turning to Ning Rongrong, urging, "Come, my precious, it is time to test your soul power." Ning Rongrong observed the two elderly gentlemen, still playfully bickering despite their age, and feigned maturity as she shook her little head. Stepping forward to place her delicate hand upon the crystal ball, a radiant light erupted from within the sphere, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those present. Innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong excitedly rushed forward to embrace his beloved daughter, overwhelmed by the revelation of her innate full soul power. It is known that auxiliary system soul masters typically possess low innate soul power, often around levels 4 or 5, while those reaching levels 7 or 8 are considered prodigies. To discover that his precious daughter had attained innate full soul power was astonishing. She might very well transcend the limitations that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda has faced for many years, evolving into a being of greater stature. Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon Qian Yueyue, who smiled at her from a distance, her eyes slightly misty. She understood that her achievement of innate full soul power was not solely due to her own exceptional talent, but rather a gift from her sister. Initially unaware of the reason, she had simply felt a warm sensation each night as she slept, as if enveloped in a cozy cloud, basking in the gentle sunlight. Eventually, she discovered that her sister had been secretly nurturing her body with soul power every night, exhausting her own energy only to replenish it through meditation while resting. Qian Yueyue often returned with peculiar food items, whose flavors were far from delightful, despite her own aversion to them. She compelled herself to consume these treats and would share them with Ning Rongrong. Even when Ning Rongrong resorted to charmingly shedding tears, it proved fruitless. Ning Rongrong and the two titled Douluos merely smiled and paid them no mind. Eventually, Ning Rongrong learned that these strange delicacies were painstakingly procured by the offerings from the Spirit Hall and Qian Yueyue, all intended to nurture Qian Yueyue's body and soul power. Qian Yueyue did not keep these treasures to herself, but generously shared them with her dear sister. This was why, during her soul power test today, Ning Rongrong astonishingly achieved the rare innate full soul power. In her heart, Ning Rongrong silently vowed to diligently train and safeguard her beloved sister. Chapter 11. Spirit Fusion. Having witnessed Qian Yueyue's Millennium First Spirit Ring, Ning Rongrong was no longer content with merely a 100-year first ring. While she aspired to attain a millennium first ring like her sister, she resolved to at least secure a 1,000-year first ring. Due to Qian Yueye's influence, Ning Fengzhi and the two titled Douluos tacitly supported Ning Rongrong's aspirations and began to contemplate the feasibility of obtaining a 1,000-year first ring. While encountering a spirit beast for a sacrifice akin to Qian Yueyue was undoubtedly impossible, enhancing one's physical attributes and mental strength was certainly attainable. Even if a 1,000-year first ring remained elusive, the potential for a 1,000-year second ring was still quite promising. Rather than allowing Ning Rongrong to merely awaken her martial spirit and immediately hunt for spirit rings, it was far more prudent to first cultivate her physical fitness, familiarize herself with the application of soul power, and acquire knowledge related to martial spirits. Ultimately, the path to obtaining suitable spirit beasts and the associated spirit ring skills would be one she must navigate herself. In the ensuing days, Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue were diligently urged by Douluo to run and enhance their physical conditioning each morning. In the afternoons, they studied the techniques and knowledge relevant to auxiliary spirit masters under Ning Fengzhi's guidance, while Qian Yueyue practiced swordsmanship with Sword Douluo. And Ning Rongrong focused on mastering the utilization of soul power, honing her sect's secret technique of divided attention control. During breaks, Qian Yueyue would also practice alongside Ning Rongrong. And in the evenings, the two would indulge in medicinal baths and meditate together to cultivate their soul powers. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months elapsed. Both had grown taller. Despite still being only 6 years old, their once round faces had slimmed, and their features began to take on a clearer definition. Ning Rongrong had initially wished to accompany Qian Yueyue in hunting for spirit rings, but Qian Yueyue had spent the past 3 months solidifying her soul power level. While her soul power had become more substantial, her level had not yet risen. Ning Fengzhi believed Qian Yueye's approach was commendable. A towering edifice requires a solid foundation. Thus, he took Ning Rongrong to procure a spirit ring without her. "Teacher, I wish to accompany you all," she declared. "What's the matter, Yueyue? If it's merely for practical combat training, it may still be a bit premature. What are your thoughts? What does Rongrong's first spirit ring teacher think?" Qian Yueyue did not respond to Ning Fengzhi's inquiry. Instead, she turned her attention to Ning Rongrong. With a sigh, Ning Fengzhi remarked, "While we sincerely wish for Rongrong to attain the first ring of a millennium, I had Uncle Jian assess her constitution, and it is still insufficient. A century's assurance is more prudent." Upon hearing Ning Fengzhi's response, Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered her proud little head. In comparison to Sister Yu, she indeed felt a considerable distance from her aspirations. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist, reinforcing her determination to grow stronger. Qian Yueyue felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, her idea was rather audacious, and she feared that a momentary whim might jeopardize the safety of her dear sister. It seemed that Ning Rongrong sensed Qian Yueyue's inner turmoil, as she rushed forward and grasped Qian Yueyue's small fist. "Sister Yu, do you have any thoughts? Please share them with me. I aspire to grow stronger as well. We promised that in the future, I would support you and you would protect me. The first ring of a millennium, how magnificent that would be." Qian Yueyue gently patted Ning Rongrong's small head and pinched her delicate face, then turned to Ning Fengzhi with a serious expression and said, "Teacher, I am 60% confident that Rongrong can successfully absorb the first ring of a millennium." 60%? You girl, such matters pertain to Rongrong's life, and must not be spoken of lightly. Douluo expressed his concerns, for no matter how talented, the child before him was merely a little over 6 years old. "Indeed. 60%. Teacher, my first soul skill, Angel's Blessing, can heal all external injuries. My second soul skill, Angel's Halo, can restore the target's soul power and dispel negative states. Soul skills below 10,000 years do not cause soul, but the excess soul power cannot be digested by those below the soul sovereign level. Hence, it is common for soul masters to possess first 2 soul rings of 100-year quality, and only upon reaching the soul sovereign rank can one absorb 1,000-year soul rings. The overflow of soul power can rupture a soul master's body, which is why it is often said that absorbing rings beyond one's capacity can lead to fatal consequences. Rongrong has undergone specialized training, dietary therapy, and medicinal baths, significantly increasing the absorption limit of her first soul ring. At this juncture, Qian Yueyue paused before continuing, however. Rongrong is ultimately an auxiliary type, and despite her training, the disparity in physique compared to attack types cannot be easily bridged. The reason I possess 60% confidence is that through these days of cultivation together with Rongrong, I have discovered that our soul power resonates more swiftly when we practice together." "More swiftly?" The assembled individuals looked on in confusion. Indeed, when I was at home, my grandfather often had me and my sister cultivate beneath the angel statue. With the blessing of the angel deity, our cultivation would progress more rapidly due to our angel martial spirits. However, since the first time I practiced with Rongrong, I noticed that our soul power emanations were remarkably harmonious. Every time we trained together, our soul power would inadvertently blend, resulting in a significantly accelerated pace of cultivation. Yet, I merely find joy and comfort in practicing alongside Sister Yu. As for other sensations, Rongrong feels none. Qian Yueyue gazed at the adorable Ning Rongrong and, unable to resist, pulled her into his embrace, gently ruffling her little head. It is because you train with me every day that you lack a sense of comparison. You should seclude yourself for about 10 days to half a month, and then you will truly feel it. Don't. You devil. Ning Rongrong stuck out her small tongue at Qian Yueyue. All right, you two little rascals, stop your antics. Yueyue, please continue, Ning Fengji said, helplessly rubbing his forehead in front of these two lively spirits. I believe that if we can harness our unique abilities, while Rongrong absorbs her soul ring, I can assist by providing soul power support. By merging our soul energies, we can mitigate the overflow of excess soul power. And I can also leverage the characteristics of my martial soul to aid Rongrong. That's why I assert that with my presence, Rongrong will have a 60% chance of absorbing her first 1,000-year soul ring. Hearing Qian Yueyue's words, Ning Fengji pondered deeply, the merging of soul energies. Uncle Jian, do you think this could be? It is still too early to draw conclusions. We should first focus on Rongrong obtaining her first soul ring. However, what Yueyue suggested is indeed worth a try. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Dad, what could it be? It is a phenomenon exceedingly rare in the realm of soul masters. Even two identical martial souls may not guarantee its appearance. Yet, once attained, it transcends mere addition. This is the martial soul fusion skill. Currently, those who possess martial soul fusion skills are renowned powerhouses across the continent, such as the White Tiger martial soul of the Douluo Empire's royal family and the Spirit Cat martial soul of the Duke's estate, which together form the fusion skill. The Nether White Tiger, the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, and the fusion skills of the two titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, among others. All of these are quite famous. So, does the teacher imply that Rongrong and I might also possess a martial soul fusion skill? There is a possibility. But such skills are rare and cannot be sought after. Even if not, do not be discouraged. Your ability to assist in training is already a remarkable asset. Let us set aside future matters for now and first address Rongrong's first soul ring. Chapter 12. The 1,000-year soul ring as everyone's goal was merely to obtain a 1,000-year soul beast for the first soul ring. They chose not to embark on a lengthy journey to the vast Stardow forest, but instead arrived at the Sunset Forest, not far from Tiando City. Rongrong, allow me to test your knowledge. What are the typical choices for soul rings and soul skills among soul masters who possess the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul? Soul masters with the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul generally select a power enhancement for their first soul skill and a speed enhancement for their second. In terms of the 3rd and 4th soul skills, the choices also tend to involve enhancements in soul power and defense. The first 4 skills primarily enhance basic attributes, which is also a common preference among soul masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile. Even soul masters of other auxiliary martial souls often make similar selections. Indeed, an additional sister, who is both lively and lively, has joined. Although Ning Rongrong is still young, she has diligently absorbed a wealth of knowledge in the realm of martial spirits, particularly under the tutelage of Qian Yueyue, especially regarding the intricacies of her own martial spirit. It seems that our little princess has been studying quite earnestly during this time. A round of applause is in order. Undoubtedly, this is all thanks to the excellent instruction from Sister Yu. With a joyful demeanor, Ning Rongrong linked her arm with Qian Yueyue's and playfully expressed her gratitude. Upon reaching a clearing, Ning Fengji instructed his 2 Soul King subordinates to maintain vigilance around them, ensuring the safety of the 2 young princesses. He then addressed the nearby Sword Douluo, saying, Uncle Jian, it is getting late. I would appreciate your assistance. Very well, Fengji. You all wait here for me. I shall return shortly. With that, Chen Xian summoned a gust of wind and vanished from the sight of the gathered crowd. Qian Yueyue observed the soul beasts coming and going. And perhaps due to their tender age, some of these creatures displayed no fear towards the humans. Instead, they curiously gazed about. This sight reminded her of the young unicorn in the Stardow forest. Reflecting on the unicorn that had sacrificed itself for her and the first individual she had healed with her martial soul, Qian Yueyue couldn't help but murmur softly. I wonder how that little fellow is faring now. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who was attentively watching her elder sister, suddenly flared up with indignation. Humph, wicked woman. Confess honestly. Do you have someone else out there? How dare you think of others in my presence? Rongrong is upset. Qian Yueyue was momentarily taken aback by the sudden outburst of Ning Rongrong, and after a brief pause, she couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, Rongrong, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. I was merely reminiscing about the little creature I encountered when my grandfather took me to the Douluo forest to hunt for my first spirit ring. Speaking of which, while it is known that you had an extraordinary experience during her acquisition of the first spirit ring, the specifics remain a mystery. This opportunity may serve as an excellent occasion to share that story. Ning Fengji, too, exhibited a keen curiosity regarding Qian Yueyue's past experiences. At that time, while hunting for spirit rings in the Douluo forest alongside her grandfather, she had not given it much thought. Her only intention was to procure a suitable century-old spirit ring. However, unexpectedly, they came across a holy light unicorn being pursued by a faceless spider. The life of the young unicorn hung by a thread, and just then, its mother arrived to rescue it but was unable to tend to her offspring's injuries. What happened next? Did that little unicorn perish? Qian Yueyue gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and continued. My grandfather and I could not bear to watch any longer and decided to leave. At that moment, the mother unicorn, who had hurriedly arrived, implored me to save her child. In her desperation, she chose to sacrifice herself to grant me the ability to heal her offspring. This is the reason I was able to obtain the first ring of 10,000 years. Every cause has its consequence. Yueyue, this is your blessing. Even the experienced Ning Fengji could not help but feel a twinge of envy upon hearing Qian Yueyue's extraordinary tale. And what happened next? Was the little unicorn healed by my sister? Indeed, it was the first time I utilized my soul skills, employing my martial spirit to heal them. It brought me immense joy. After the little unicorn recovered, it took my grandfather and me to their dwelling. The unicorn's father, a powerful soul beast, expressed his gratitude for saving his child by leading us to a wondrous and enchanting place, where I discovered a 10,000-year-old moonfall golden butterfly lily. This became the origin of my second ring of 10,000 years. Wow, sister, your experiences are truly captivating, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The Douluo continent is vast, filled with countless magnificent places. To live a more splendid and vibrant life, one must strive to grow stronger and explore more possibilities. Now, Rongrong, come over and prepare to absorb your first soul ring. With that, Qian Yueyue had nearly finished her story, and Jian Douluo Qinshin returned with a millennium soul beast suitable for Ning Rongrong. Qian Yueyue presented her sword, a weapon she had meticulously trained with, to Ning Rongrong, offering encouragement. This is a lightning rabbit that has lived for precisely 1,000 years. It possesses minimal offensive capabilities and lacks substantial spiritual power. Its survival in the Soul Beast Forest is likely attributed to its extraordinary speed, rendering it considerably less dangerous than strength-based soul beasts, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of success. Rongrong, do not be afraid. With this sword, strike it down and then meditate to absorb the soul ring. The rest shall be entrusted to me. Ning Rongrong replied resolutely. Sister Yu, I am unafraid. I will certainly succeed. With that, she plunged Qian Yueyue's sword into the ailing lightning rabbit. Instantly, a purple soul ring materialized from the creature. Observing this, Ning Rongrong promptly handed the sword back to Qian Yueyue and seated herself to begin the absorption process. Each sword utilized by Qian Yueyue during her training was crafted from rare metals at great expense, ensuring that after slaying the lightning rabbit, not a trace of blood marred the blade. Qian Yueyue, upon witnessing the situation, did not hesitate. She promptly seated herself opposite Ning Rongrong and unleashed her martial soul. With the diligent training and study over the past few months, Qian Yueyue had mastered the ability to retract her wings when releasing her martial soul, for otherwise, it would be overly ostentatious. She intended to reveal her wings only when necessary, ascending into the sky, which could yield unexpected advantages in combat. Initially, the absorption of the soul ring proceeded smoothly. However, after approximately a stick of incense had burned, Ning Rongrong's complexion began to darken noticeably. Her face took on a bluish-purple hue, and her once fair skin gradually flushed red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Ning Fengji and Qinshin clenched their fists, anxiety gripping their hearts. They began to question whether their actions were overly impulsive. Rongrong was their treasured one. Whether she was a prodigious talent with innate full soul power or an ordinary person of no distinction, they were more than capable of caring for her. Why then take such a significant risk? If it were truly so simple, the entire continent would not be devoid of super-year limit soul rings. As Ning Rongrong's lips began to bleed and her veins exhibited signs of impending rupture, Qian Yueyue swiftly released her martial soul, the second soul skill, angelic halo. A golden halo enveloped Ning Rongrong, and her alarming complexion gradually began to normalize. Qian Yueyue breathed a sigh of relief, gently grasping Ning Rongrong's hand and channeling her soul power. The vibrant colors of Ning Rongrong's soul power intertwined with the platinum hue of Qian Yueyue's, and the excess energy generated from absorbing the super-year limit soul ring was slowly digested within the fusion of their soul powers. Qian Yueyue was elated to discover the seamless fusion of their soul powers, devoid of any repulsion, drawing upon the surplus energy of the soul rings. She guided it through Ning Rongrong's meridians, healing her previous injuries and fortifying her inherently fragile support-type constitution. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed, and the once bright sky was now adorned with countless stars. Ning Fengji and Qinshin observed as Rongrong's soul power gradually stabilized and her complexion returned to normal, allowing their hearts to finally ease. Slowly, the two awakened. Unlike Qian Yueyue, who appeared weak from the excessive consumption of soul power, Ning Rongrong radiated vitality. With excitement, she embraced Qian Yueyue and softly expressed her gratitude. Sister Yu, thank you. Since you've called me sister, why are you speaking in such foolish terms? Chapter 13, Nightmare A Chrysanthemum. A ghost, do you dare to harm my son? Begone! The deep voice erupted suddenly, resonating as though it had detonated in the air. Though the volume was not loud, the overwhelming authority it carried compelled every individual present to involuntarily shudder. The expression on Pope Bibidong's face grew grave as she released her oppressive aura over Douluo, gazing intently into the sky. Amidst a low rumble, the faces of the chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and the ghost Douluo Gueme simultaneously shifted with alarm. A shadowy figure appeared silently in midair, hovering there as if it were meant to be. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and robust. Yet his attire left much to be desired. His tattered robe bore no patches, exposing his bronze skin beneath. His facial features, once deemed proper, were now shrouded in a sickly pallor, giving him a drowsy appearance. His hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, and his beard had gone untamed for an unknown number of days. Although the man bore a slightly aged visage, the aura surrounding him was anything but diminished. Behind him, an immense black hammer floated in the air. Bibidong glared at Tang Hao with venomous eyes, almost spitting fire. The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo retreated to the Pope's side, unleashing their soul power, creating an overwhelming pressure that forced the surrounding soul masters to hastily retreat. Yet, before these three titanic forces of oppression, the disheveled man stood proudly, not even reaching for his hammer. His dim eyes sparkled with intensity. Do you seek revenge for your teacher, Bibidong? Do you truly believe you can hold me back? With a swift motion, Pope Bibidong unleashed a shrill cry from her hand, which echoed in response, as four similar cries resounded within the hall. Have you summoned someone? The man smiled nonchalantly, exuding an aura of indifference as if facing an army of thousands was of no concern to him. One by one, soul rings began to ascend beneath his feet. Though the ascent was slow, each appearance deepened Tang Hao's gravity of expression. Before him, the immense pressure was gradually repelled by the intensifying aura emanating from his being. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The man bore 9 soul rings, identical to those of the Pope Bibidong, with the final soul ring being a staggering 100,000 years old. Despite the similarity of their soul rings, the aura exuding from the man at this moment was far beyond that of the Pope Bibidong. He cast a cold glance towards the Pope Hall behind her, where 7 titled Douluo stood, truly a testament to the might of the Spirit Hall. Yet, even if you're 7, what can you achieve? With the 7th soul ring aglow, the colossal black Haotian hammer behind him erupted with a powerful surge of black light. The massive hammer unfurled against the wind, extending over 100 meters. Its enormous head resembled a small mountain. Red patterns emerged from the vast Haotian hammer, and the 10,000-year red soul ring on Tang Hao suddenly illuminated, causing the black giant hammer to transform entirely into red. The Pope Hall, what a magnificent Pope Hall! Amidst the boisterous laughter, Tang Hao's right hand moved. The supersized hammer, stretching 100 meters, plummeted not towards the 3 titled Douluo before him, but directly towards the Pope Hall behind them. In an instant, the air within the spirit city warped, rendering every soul master who was not a titled Douluo utterly motionless. The scene shifted. No longer did we witness the fierce battle among the titled Douluo in the spirit city, but rather the resplendent Tian Palace. The sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar. In the sky, engaged in combat, was an elegantly handsome elder with flowing blue hair, wielding a hammer similar to that of the disheveled man from the Spirit Hall, albeit much smaller. At that moment, the blue-haired man, while the golden-haired man with the angel spirit was gathering strength, had already swung his Haotian hammer 60 times in rapid succession. Should he succumb to the daze induced by Angel's Roar, he would inevitably lose control of his Haotian hammer, rendering it unnecessary for the golden-haired man to take action. The energy accumulated within the Haotian hammer, once uncontrolled, would tear him to shreds. Yet, the blue-haired man's chaotic dance remained unbroken. He could not allow his opponent to disrupt him. The third invincible golden body shield protected the blue-haired man. Although Angel's Roar was formidable, the soul skill derived from 100,000-year soul bone was undoubtedly even more extraordinary. Thanks to the final effect of the invincible golden body, the blue-haired man finally seized the initiative for the first time. In the final moments, he completed a series of hammers while simultaneously fending off Angel's Roar. The black and white brilliance intertwined like two colossal dragons. As the 81 hammer strikes concluded, the evolved skill of the god of death domain, the god of death assault, was unleashed. At this moment, the blue-haired man elevated his domain abilities to an unprecedented pinnacle. In the midst of the air, two radiant beams, one black and one white, intertwined and soared skyward, swiftly shattering the golden confines. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, resonating through the atmosphere like the thunderous roar of the heavens. Expanses of gold shattered in response, reminiscent of a disc being cleaved by a sharp blade, disintegrating into myriad golden fragments, each piece then fracturing into countless golden specks. Vanishing into the ether, the once resplendent sky reverted to its rightful hues. Simultaneously, two figures materialized in the air. The golden-haired man extended his wings, now restored to 4 feathers, striving to maintain control over his body. Viscous blood streamed from his nostrils like 2 crimson serpents, while deep purple-black blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His vision was clouded, and he dared not breathe for fear that the blood within him would surge forth uncontrollably. The force of 81 hammer strikes not only dismantled his angelic domain but also obliterated his martial soul's true form, leaving his essence grievously wounded as never before. At this moment, Qian Yueyue gazed at the severely injured golden-haired man, a profound sorrow welling up from the depths of her heart, tears cascading uncontrollably. Though she had never encountered this man before, his possession of an angelic martial soul unmistakably marked him as her blood relative, prompting her to ponder whether this was the reason for her anguish. Qian Yueyue clutched her aching heart, questioning herself. Qian Yueyue was unaware that she was ensnared in a nightmare, a recollection from a past life that began to resurface as her spiritual energy ascended, enhancing her mental acuity. It was primarily due to her deep-seated love for her family that whenever she sensed a threat from Tang San, the memories of her former existence would swiftly flood her mind, serving as an alarm. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Qian Yueyue with her eyes tightly shut and a visage marred by agony, was overwhelmed with concern and immediately called for her father and the 2 titled Douluos to hasten to her side. Had she fallen into a nightmare? Ning Fengji released his soul power, gently soothing the pained countenance of Qian Yueyue. Chapter 14, Nightmare 2. At this moment, within the depths of her nightmare, the scene shifted once more. No longer did she behold the golden realm of angels, but rather a blinding crimson landscape. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, scorched earth, and billowing smoke. Where was this? A battlefield? Qian Yueyue wandered in confusion. She was acutely aware that this place was not real. Yet a voice within her insisted that this was indeed unfolding in reality. Above her, the blue-haired man who had just battled against the one with the angelic martial soul now wielded a golden trident, engaged in combat with a figure cloaked in purple. Qian Yueyue fixed her gaze ahead. At that moment, both parties unleashed their most formidable attacks, preparing for a decisive battle to the death. The blue-haired man hurled a golden trident towards the purple figure. Mother! Qian Yueyue cried out in alarm, swiftly releasing her martial spirit to rush towards the purple figure. But even faster was another elegantly poised silhouette. The blue-haired man, noticing the approaching woman, diverted his attack, yet she still sustained grave injuries, blood flowing profusely. Nana! Bibidong exclaimed, cradling the wounded woman in her arms, sorrowfully calling out her name. Just a moment ago, Qian Yueyue had been moved. But upon hearing the name Nana and witnessing Bibidong's tender concern, her mood soured instantly. Gritting her teeth in anger at the vixen, the scene shifted once more. Qian Yueyue stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Lying amidst the ruins were the once dashing and charming figures of her beloved guardians, who had always indulged her whims with a smile. The fifth grandfather, typically playful and adorably vain, was now being dismembered by a group of seemingly glamorous yet barbaric nobles, all in pursuit of the coveted soul bones that many yearned for. His once pristine and dashing visage was now marred by dirt and disarray. Meanwhile, the second grandfather, who usually maintained a stern demeanor and a meticulously styled appearance, now bore a disheveled look, his once robust physique reduced to a mere left leg. Nearby, a disciple of the Haotian sect brandished the Haotian hammer, aiming directly at the second grandfather's remaining limb. Qian Yueyue collapsed in tears, desperately unleashing her martial soul. She exerted every ounce of her strength, employing her limited two-soul skills to heal her grandfather, yet to no avail. Not far away, a group of individuals stood atop a mountain, encircling none other than the defeated Bibi Dong and Qian Yueyue. Qian Yueyue could only watch helplessly as Bibi Dong laid bare all her dignity and pride, weeping as she recounted her tragic past, seeking to evoke the sympathy of those around her in order to secure a lifeline for her daughter. Ultimately, the assembly decided to spare Qian Yueyue, albeit at the cost of her divinity and martial soul. Reduced to a mere shell of her former self, Qian Yueyue, in her desperation to ensure the continuation of the angel martial soul and to suppress the lurking evil soul masters, found herself subjugated, becoming a trophy of the powerful and a tool for the inheritance of martial souls, leading to her eventual demise in despair. The conclusion witnessed a revelry among the aristocrats, as the blue-haired man, chosen by the divine, ascended to become the supreme deity of this continent, standing aloft, passing judgment upon all, wielding dominion over the land. In the end, Qian Yueyue felt a chilling dread. Gradually, she awoke from her nightmare, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the inconsolable Ning Rongrong and the concerned faces of her teachers. Finally, she emerged from the depths of her torment. "Teachers, I apologize for causing you worry. I am fine." Qian Yueyue's voice remained hoarse. Ning Rongrong hurriedly fetched a cup of water for her. "What happened?" Douluo Qinshin inquired with concern. "I do not know. I merely experienced a very long dream. It was terrifying, and I felt it might be a glimpse of what the future holds." "Did you dream of something ominous? Could it be related to the nemesis you sensed before?" Ning Fingxi, the most charming male fox of Douluo continent, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "Perhaps. I dreamed of a blue-haired man, one who harmed those I hold dear. Then strive to grow stronger. Only by fortifying yourself can you dispel all illusions." Douluo Qinshin imparted gravely to the young girl before him. "You possess remarkable talent. Do not squander it due to a mere feeling or a nemesis. You have the gifts of talent, fortune, strength, background, and resources. Now, it is time to rely on your own efforts. With your twin martial souls, combining support and offense. Do not waste your potential." "I understand, Master. Rest assured, I will diligently train and not let pride in my current achievements consume me. I recognize that formidable adversaries may lie ahead, so I implore you to have faith in me." Typically, support-type students are advised by their academy instructors to remain behind their comrades, teaching them only to assist or, at most, how to flee. However, you are not a conventional support type. Your second martial soul is offensive. If you delay the cultivation of your second martial soul until your first is fully developed, you will fall behind by years, even decades. Hence, you must begin training in swordsmanship now, at the onset of your journey. A few days ago, I traveled to Gingshin City specifically to commission a sword tailored to your current level of cultivation. I shall now commence imparting knowledge of swordsmanship to you, alongside training to enhance your physical prowess. "Understood, Master. I pledge to fulfill the task." Qian Yueyue patted her chest, resolute in her determination to grow stronger in order to protect her family. "Stronger? Father, grandfather, Rongrong has expressed her desire to support Sister Yu in the future. Rongrong does not wish to be merely a support type that runs away. Therefore, I implore you, father and grandfather, to refrain from indulging Rongrong and to be stern with her instead. Rongrong aspires to become the foremost support spirit master on the continent." As Ning Rongrong recalled Qian Yueyue's struggles in the nightmare just moments ago, she felt a deep sorrow for her sister's tears, which shattered her heart. She thought of her doting father, grandfather Jian, and grandfather Bone, and realized that if they were ever gone, despair would likely engulf her. If she were no longer the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, what would remain for her? Ning Rongrong resolved that she did not want to be remembered solely as the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but rather as the most formidable and talented support spirit master. Ning Rongrong. On this night, under the witness of a sect leader and two titled Douluos, the future renowned support duo of the Douluo continent was born. Chapter 15. Glazed moon. On the following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, two figures began to jog around the mountain peak. Their pace was not swift. Yet with each sister's support, they ultimately persevered to complete their run. From this day forth, through the changing seasons, the sisters first found it challenging merely to finish their runs, then progressed to running with weights, and eventually to running under the oppressive soul power of Douluo. 6 more years passed, and now, under the absence of any restraints or burdens, their speed and agility were on par with some ordinary agile attack types. Although they still lagged behind those with unique martial souls or those who utilize spirit techniques, under the guidance of title Douluo, the sisters became remarkably adept in the utilization of soul power, mastering the fusion of their soul powers to enhance their speed. Their soul power cultivation had made significant leaps over the years. Now, at 12 years of age, Qian Yueyue had reached a formidable soul power level of 39, merely a step away from becoming a soul sect master. This was achieved despite dedicating her energy primarily to the study of swordsmanship. Had she focused solely on soul power, she likely would have been on the verge of becoming a soul king by now. 12-year-old Ning Rongrong, with a soul power level of 31, had just entered the realm of soul master, successfully acquiring her third ring of 10,000 years with Qian Yueyue's assistance. Although Qian Yueyue's soul power stood at only 39, she could effortlessly defeat a soul master without any soul rings attached to her second martial soul, even overcoming some spirit masters of lesser combat prowess, and could exchange a few moves with certain soul kings. Her overwhelming sword intent struck fear into the hearts of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, jealousy had driven Bibi Dong to accept Hulaina as her personal disciple and propose her as a saintess to the Elder Hall, a suggestion that was promptly rejected by the Grand Offering. Upon receiving this news, Qian Yueyue stormed into the Spirit Hall, wielding the Dragon Cry Divine Sword, devoid of any soul rings, and easily overturned 3 audacious members of the Golden Generation. When Bibi Dong learned of this, she summoned Qian Yueyue for a reprimand, urging her to focus on her training and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Infuriated, Qian Yueyue retaliated by ambushing Hulaina that very night, only for the 5th elder, Guangling Douluo, to intervene and manage the aftermath. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing of these events, lamented that Qian Yueyue had not called her to join the fray. Consequently, Qian Yueyue resolved to bring Ning Rongrong along to the Spirit Hall Academy to instigate trouble, particularly targeting the Hulaina siblings. In the end, Bibi Dong, exasperated, had no choice but to approach the Elder Hall, advocating that Hulaina required further training and was unfit to be the saintess. Thus, she proposed the appointment of Qian Yueyue as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, albeit with a stipulation to keep her identity confidential, merely allowing the knowledge of a highly talented saintess within the Spirit Hall to circulate. At last, Qian Yueyue released the Hulaina siblings, preparing to team up with Ning Rongrong to dominate the Soul Arena near Tindo City. This alliance would not only hone their combat skills, but also enable them to earn pocket money. Ning Fengji, pleased with this arrangement, allowed the duo to proceed, albeit with the discreet protection of the Sword Douluo. Given the extraordinary soul rings of Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji leveraged the full power of the 7 treasure Glazed tile sect to procure a 10,000-year grade body soul bone for Ning Rongrong. This soul bone possessed 2 abilities, one of which was the power of disguise, capable of altering appearance and concealing the color of soul rings. This soul bone bore some resemblance to a family heirloom in their possession, though the latter could also disguise a martial spirit, being a legacy soul bone of grade 99999, undeniably superior in prowess. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's body soul bone, Qian Yueyue couldn't help but ponder, "Sister, what about you?" Clutching the soul bone but hesitant to absorb it, Ning Rongrong gazed anxiously at Qian Yueyue, recalling their promise to share good fortune as sisters. "Silly girl. I absorbed a head soul bone when I first broke through to Soul Master. It comes from the same soul beast as my first soul ring, the Holy Light Unicorn, which inherently possesses the ability to create illusions. Thus, my head soul bone can assist in disguise as well." That's a relief. Ning Rongrong finally felt reassured and proceeded to absorb the rare body soul bone. With preparations complete, the two selected a mysterious yet exquisite mask in Tindo City, marking the beginning of their practical training in the Soul Arena. On the eve of the competition, the Sword Douluo, Qinshin, approached Qian Yueyue. "Master, do you have any instructions for me?" "Indeed. I understand that your intention to engage in practical training with Rongrong is the reason for your enrollment in the Grand Soul Arena. However, your second martial spirit lacks a soul ring, which ordinary soul masters may overlook. Yet, this is Tiando City, where numerous factions are present, and suspicions regarding a twin martial spirit may arise. To safeguard you against any ill intentions, I have procured a gift for you. Qian produced a long sword strikingly similar to Qian Yueyue's dragon's roar divine sword. This is a soul tool crafted from rare metals, meticulously designed to resemble your dragon's roar divine sword. I had intended to present it to you earlier, but now seems the appropriate time. This soul tool is more than sufficient for your use, even up to the level of soul sage or soul Douluo. Qian Yueyue, filled with delight, eagerly accepted the long sword and joyfully exclaimed, "Since it is crafted as a replica of the Longyin divine sword, let us name you Longyin." "Thank you, master. Best of luck in tomorrow's competition." With those words, Qian prepared to take his leave. "Farewell, master." Qian Yueyue sheathed Longyin and rose to respectfully see off her master. On the following day, Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue indulged in a sumptuous meal in Tiando City before making their way to the Grand Soul Arena. True to its reputation, the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City is so vast that it is situated outside the city itself. The arena is divided into 7 main arenas and 49 subsidiary arenas, with the capacity to accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. Among these, there are over 100 VIP boxes, a testament to the abundance of nobility in Tiando City. This venue serves not only as a place for soul masters to hone their skills and engage in friendly competition, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their strengths. The entire arena is circular in design, prompting Ning Rongrong to curiously inquire, "Sister, do you know why this arena is circular in shape? What is the purpose of the center?" Qian Yueyue shook her head. "I am at a loss. This is my first time here as well." With a hearty laugh, a robust man with numerous scars adorning his face and body stepped forward, eager to assist. "Ah, little ladies, since it appears to be your inaugural visit, allow me to provide some guidance." "Thank you, big brother. We appreciate your help," Qian Yueyue replied, taking Ning Rongrong's hand and positioning herself protectively closer to the man. "Please, just call me Ahu," he said, noticing the girl's subtle wariness but choosing not to comment. It was evident that these young ladies hailed from noble families. Be it for a leisurely visit or to partake in the competition, his attentiveness might earn him a token of gratitude from the aristocrats. A mere trifle from the affluent could suffice for the treatment of his own daughter, who was of a similar age as the young maidens before him. The thought softened Ahu's gaze. The Grand Soul Arena, situated within the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, was the largest of its kind in the empire. The central arena, designated as the Red Level Arena, was seldom utilized, reserved only for extraordinary battles, attended exclusively by nobles seated in private boxes. There were 3 categories of soul battles in this arena. The first was a friendly spar, where participants engaged in skillful exchanges devoid of lethal intent. If the 2 young ladies wished to compete, this format would be an excellent choice. The second category was a life and death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Lastly, there was the betting duel, officiated by the Grand Soul Arena, where both parties would send forth an equal number of soul masters to contest, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. This was the most common mode of competition. The betting duel allowed common soul masters to acquire some wealth while ensuring their safety, unlike the life and death duel, which was often favored by the nobility during times of severe discord. Ahu paused momentarily before continuing. The life and death duel is more thrilling and is a favored spectacle among the aristocrats. Noticing no shift in the expressions of the 2 ladies, he proceeded. There were 3 formats for competition: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. In group battles, the number of participants was negotiable, typically ranging from 7 to 10. As per the arena's regulations, registering for a soul battle here was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to fill out a form detailing their name, age, place of birth, and martial soul to receive an initial Iron Soul badge. Of course, a fee of 10 gold coins was required for registration. Additionally, a soul power assessment akin to that of the Spirit Hall was necessary to determine each participant's rank for matchmaking purposes. Right this way, young ladies. This is the registration area. Thank you, Brother Ahu. Qian Yueyue expressed her gratitude before guiding Ning Rongrong towards the registration desk. Hello. We would like to sign up for the 2-on-2 competition. The staff, observing the pair's exquisite attire, immediately broke into a warm smile. Greetings, esteemed guests. The registration fee is 10 gold coins. For each victory, You shall be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Qian Yueyue calmly retrieved a small pouch of gold coins from the soul guide bracelet, counting out 10 and handing them to the attendant. Please provide a name for your team. Our team shall be called Liu. Both Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue exchanged glances and replied in unison, their laughter harmonious. Chapter 16. First victory. Very well. The Liu team has been successfully registered. Here is your Iron Soul badge. Please take good care of it. Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong gazed at their Iron Battle Soul badges, having meticulously crafted the name Liu from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, symbolizing Ning Rongrong, and the Yu from Qian Yueyue's name. This clever nomenclature ensured that no one would discern the true nature of Qian Yueyue's martial spirit during their battles. As for Ning Rongrong, nothing could represent her better than the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda itself. Brother Ahu, thank you for guiding us today. Please accept this, Qian Yueyue said, tossing a small pouch of gold coins remaining from their registration into Ahu's embrace. Ahu glanced at the pouch, noticing it still contained a substantial amount of gold, and felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he intended to request a modest reward, this seemed excessive for merely guiding them, making it appear as if he were taking advantage of the young girls. Miss, this is too much. I cannot accept it, he protested, quickly returning the pouch to Qian Yueyue, worried that the pouch, which he had touched, might soil the hands of the 2 young ladies. Brother Ahu, please keep it. Surely there are others awaiting your return at home? How do you know that, miss? At home, there is an elder who adores flowers and plants. I can tell you've seen your fair share of them. Although you bear several wounds, they seem to be merely superficially bandaged or hastily treated by a healing spirit master. The scent of herbs on you is quite potent, and they do not appear to be for treating external injuries. Someone at home must be unwell. Please take this money as a gesture of goodwill. Should we require assistance in the future, my sister and I shall seek you out again. With that, Qian Yueyue took Ning Rongrong's hand, hurrying away as she heard an announcement calling their names. Thank you, young ladies, Ahu said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Nearby, a brother who had witnessed the entire exchange approached and patted Ahu on the shoulder. Brother, you're quite fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted noble ladies. Your sister is saved. Indeed, today has brought good fortune. Benevolent ladies shall surely be rewarded, Ahu replied, wiping the corners of his eyes and happily stowing away the gold coins Qian Yueyue had given him. I just heard that the match involving the 2 young ladies is about to begin. Let us go and watch. Let us welcome everyone to tonight's Tianshou Grand Battle Soul Arena. We now invite the combatants to take the stage. The host, clad in a tailcoat, stood on the platform, fervently energizing the audience with his microphone. Despite being a smaller venue, the arena was still considerable in size, approximately 50 meters in diameter, ample for the Soul Masters to showcase their abilities. True to Tianshou City's reputation, even the subsidiary venue drew a significant crowd of spectators. Next, we will witness a 2v2 battle. First to enter the arena are tonight's 2 powerful assault-type Soul Masters, Chu Li, wielding the Black Bear Martial Spirit, and Mu Ming, with the Black Wolf Martial Spirit. Their opponents, a newly registered team, have named themselves Liu. What a delightful name. The host, astonished to see 2 young girls in masks who appeared quite youthful, continued with enthusiasm, noting that Chu Li and Mu Ming would not only be challenged by a melodious name, but also by opponents of remarkable beauty. Tonight, will the formidable Dawn Brothers, wielders of the aggressive Beast Martial Spirit, achieve a consecutive victory, or will the enchanting young lady emerge triumphant? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. In the audience, the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, draped in a black cloak, made his way forward to witness the inaugural battle of his beloved little princess and apprentice. Beside him stood the similarly attired light feathered Douluo. Sensing a shared understanding, their eyes met briefly. Indeed, both had come to support their granddaughter. They exchanged no further words, instead focusing intently on the unfolding contest. On the stage, Chu Li, possessing the Black Bear Martial Spirit, gazed at the 2 young maidens stepping forward and paused momentarily. Then in a deep voice remarked, "Young ladies, have you perhaps come to the wrong place? This is not where you ought to be. You should return home at once." Qian Yueyue smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother, but my sister and I are here to train. We kindly ask you to give your all." "Very well," replied the 2 brothers. "Once the competition commences, we shall not hold back." Chu Li's expression turned serious. Such a young soul master must possess considerable abilities if her elders allowed her to venture into the Grand Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong smiled and nodded at her two well-meaning older brothers before gracefully retreating. The Dawn brothers were puzzled by Ning Rongrong's withdrawal, but they soon witnessed her summon her martial spirit. A radiant, multicolored glow erupted from her hands, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Flawless and shimmering with a gentle spectrum of colors. The seven treasures glazed tile offers speed, she declared, as the first tier of the azure pagoda emitted a blinding light. The brilliance enveloped Qian Yueyue, who swiftly drew the long-yin sword gifted by Qian Yueyue and charged toward the Dawn brothers. The seven treasures glazed tower. The brothers gasped in astonishment, realizing she was a core disciple from the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Before they could fully process their shock, a fierce sword intent surged toward them. Witnessing Ning Rongrong unleash her seven treasures glazed tile martial spirit, the astonishment was not limited to the Dawn brothers. Even the brothers who had encountered earlier exchanged glances, recognizing they had indeed stumbled upon someone of great significance, a young lady from the seven treasure glazed tile sect. First soul skill, Black Bear Transformation. First soul skill, Black Wolf's Claw. The brothers immediately activated their soul skills to counter the approaching assault from Qian Yueyue. In Qian Yueyue's eyes, there was not a trace of mirth or tender shyness, only a profound sense of battle intent. Since awakening her martial soul and becoming a disciple of Jin Daochenshin, Qian Yueyue had frequently delved into the intricacies of her Dragon's Roar Divine Sword martial soul, which allowed for communication with soul masters. Over the years, she had come to understand that her second martial soul, the Dragon's Roar Divine Sword, could manifest in two forms, light sword and heavy sword modes. There was an inexplicable feeling within her. She sensed that she had wielded the Dragon's Roar sword before. The light sword emphasized speed, while the heavy sword focused on sword momentum, capable of cleaving through myriad foes with a single stroke. Thus, throughout these years, Qian Yueyue had diligently practiced both the light and heavy sword techniques. The Dragon's Roar sword, gifted to her by her master, was custom designed to seamlessly transition between the two forms at her will. As she made her debut, her opponents were taken aback by the martial souls of both Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong, as well as the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda that belonged to Ning Rongrong. Seizing the opportunity while her foes were still in shock, Qian Yueyue swiftly launched an attack with her light sword, darting towards the Dawn brothers with remarkable speed. With Ning Rongrong's first soul skill augmenting her speed by 40%, it was too late for the Dawn brothers to defend themselves as they activated their soul skills. In a mere instant, Qian Yueyue claimed victory with astonishing swiftness, not even employing any soul skills. Her opponents had not even glimpsed her martial soul. Only able to surmise that it was a sword. Striking when they least expected it, she triumphed in a single move. Excellent. Truly a worthy disciple of mine, Qianxin exclaimed with hearty laughter. The other spectators turned their heads upon hearing him, but by that time, Qianxin had already vanished from sight. Humph, what of your cherished disciple? She is still the little princess of our spirit hall, my precious granddaughter, Guoling Douluo remarked, rolling his eyes before disappearing as well. In the ensuing month, Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong trained their soul power together during the day, indulging in leisurely strolls and delightful meals within the city of Tiando when boredom struck. Evenings were dedicated to competitions at the Great Soul Arena. Throughout this month, the duo participated in matches together daily. Aside from a few early losses due to initial lack of synergy, the duo, known as Liu, maintained an impressive winning streak, rapidly accumulating points. This young partnership garnered considerable attention from onlookers. However, the two girls remained unfazed by the spotlight. Regardless of victories or defeats, Qianxin diligently reviewed their performances each day, identifying areas for improvement and ensuring their success at the Great Soul Arena. Hello there, beautiful sister. May I inquire about the identity of my sister and I's opponents tonight? Ning Rongrong asked the staff at the registration desk, her head propped adorably on her hands. Dear Miss, tonight your opponents hail from the Royal Battle Team. Their team will be represented by Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice Captain Du Guyan in the 2-on-2 battle. Thank you, lovely sister. Ning Rongrong, having gathered information, hurried towards Qian Yueyue. Sister, tonight's opponent is rather formidable, she teased, playfully winking at Qian Yueyue. What do you mean? Qian Yueyue inquired, intrigued. The young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng, and the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo, Du Guyan. They both hail from the Royal Combat Team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Heaven Do Royal Academy? What is that institution like? Qian Yueyue asked with curiosity, reflecting that neither she nor Ning Rongrong had ever attended school. The only force worth mentioning is that royal combat team. The others are merely a bunch of inept nobles idly passing their days, full of self-importance, always looking down on others, Ning Rongrong scoffed. Dismissing the importance of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. What's the matter, sister? Qian Yueyue questioned. Neither of us has been to school yet. Should we consider experiencing it? I find myself quite interested in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition 2 years from now. Indeed, I've heard that this year's champion will receive some remarkable rewards. Ning Rongrong replied. Remarkable rewards? Qian Yueyue mused, recalling a certain enchanting fox spirit studying at the Spirit Hall Academy and contemplating her own aspirations. With determination. Qian Yueyue clenched her fist. Rongrong, after this competition, let's find a school to attend. I must defeat that fox spirit. Sister, won't you consider the Spirit Hall Academy? Ning Rongrong chuckled, recalling her sister's frequent confrontations with Hulaina. The Spirit Hall Academy is a backup plan. If you were to join me, everyone would assume the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has allied with the Spirit Hall. I have no desire to attend school alongside that fox spirit. Then after this competition, let us enroll together. As long as I am with you, I am content to go anywhere. Let us go and witness the true prowess of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, the mightiest offensive soul beast on the continent. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, a lavish room spanning over 200 square meters awaited. The enormous leather sofa, exceeding 15 meters in length, could comfortably accommodate several guests. The decor was predominantly golden, featuring gilded lanterns, wallpaper, and various ornate embellishments, creating an opulent atmosphere. Before the grand leather sofa stood a crystal coffee table adorned with exquisite snacks and an array of beverages. At that moment, 7 individuals occupied the room, each possessing unique characteristics, appearing to be in their early 20s. Seated in the center of the sofa was a tall, handsome young man with flowing golden hair. His demeanor relaxed as he reclined with eyes closed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. He was dressed in a simple blue outfit, devoid of any embellishments. Yet one can distinctly perceive that the other is an elegant noble. Also seated on the sofa is a woman who does not lean against the backrest, but instead rests her head on the shoulder of the young man in blue, exuding an air of languor. Her dark green, shoulder-length hair appears strikingly spirited, and peculiarly, her emerald eyes convey a sense of enigma. While not conventionally stunning, she possesses a bewitching allure. At this moment, she is idly toying with her nails, which are dyed a vibrant green, while resting against the shoulder of the young man, who has his eyes closed in repose. Sister Yin, can you guess who your opponent is tonight? Inquired a handsome young man with golden hair and lively eyes, leaning against the large crystal window with a relaxed demeanor. The girl on the sofa glanced at him, a playful smile flickering in her green eyes. Who? Someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ah, this is a contest among the top 3 schools. Opposite the golden-haired youth, leaning against the other side of the crystal window, was a young man clad in black, also golden-haired, whose beauty rivaled that of a woman. He swirled his drink as he spoke. Such a young soul sovereign. She must be the little witch from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. No wonder there has been little news of her since her martial soul awakening. She has been hidden by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even fighting with a mask on. The handsome young man speaking was none other than the Wind Chime Bird Soul Master, Yufeng, of the Imperial Fighting Team. Compared to that Soul Master who seems to be Ning Rongrong, I am more curious about her companion. Finally, the motionless Yu Tianheng on the sofa spoke up. Her companion? The black-clad man who had been sparring verbally with Yufeng was Osro, the Ghost Leopard Soul Master of the Imperial Fighting Team. Indeed, he is a noteworthy opponent. It has been a month since the competition began, yet no one knows what his martial soul is. Dugu Yen lazily flipped through the documents on the table. A month. And still no one knows what her martial soul is? Yufeng exclaimed. Yes, although they have experienced both victories and defeats this past month, that was merely the beginning. Now, they have achieved 15 consecutive victories. They have maintained this winning streak for half a month already. Their combat prowess relies on this mysterious soul master whose martial soul remains undisclosed. She competes wielding a long sword, which is merely a soul guiding device, devoid of soul rings or soul skills, relying solely on pure technique and sword intent. If the soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed Ning Rongrong, then this unknown martial soul user is likely also a swordsman and probably trained under the legendary sword master Qianxing. But why not showcase her martial soul? Why rely entirely on a soul guiding device? Could it be that the sword Douluo specifically instructed her not to use her soul skills? The Imperial fighting team engaged in fervent discussion regarding Qian Yueyue's actions, each member presenting their perspective. Ultimately, it was Yu Tianheng who spoke. Well, speculating is futile. We shall see for ourselves on the battlefield. Yin, let us depart. Chapter 18. The battle commences. Esteemed Soul Masters. Your match has been scheduled at the main Soul Arena number 22 today. Please accompany me. Announced a staff member clad in the uniform of the Great Soul Arena to Qian Yueyue and her companion. A change of venue? And at the main Soul Arena no less? How impressive. It seems many are curious about your martial soul. Dear sister. Ning Rongrong playfully winked at Qian Yueyue. I anticipate a considerable audience for today's contest. After all, it is a battle between the top 3 sects, a rare spectacle indeed. Sister Yu, I feel somewhat anxious. Ning Rongrong admitted, her nerves evident. After all, her sister had yet to bestow the spirit rings upon the dragon's raw divine sword martial soul. And she herself possessed no combat ability. Their opponents hailed from the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and one was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Thus, their combat prowess was surely formidable. Qian Yueyue felt the small hand she was holding tremble slightly, indicating that Rongrong was indeed somewhat anxious. Qian Yueyue embraced Ning Rongrong, saying, Silly Rongrong. What is there to fear? We are not participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, nor are we engaged in a life and death struggle. We are merely 2 humble support-type soul masters undergoing training. Winning would be splendid, but if we lose, we can reflect on our experiences and strive to win next time. Do not worry, I will protect you. Rongrong, do not be afraid. Qian Yueyue gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, soothing the young girl before her. In the heart of the Tiando Great Fighting Arena, the central main fighting arena did not possess the vastness that the commoners, relegated to the sub-arenas, might envision. On the contrary, if they were to visit, they would likely perceive it as just another sub-arena. The area of the central main fighting arena was only slightly larger than that of the other sub-arenas. Remarkably, the ambience within the central main fighting arena was exceedingly tranquil. This was due to the absence of open-air stands. Instead, it was entirely composed of individual sealed boxes. Behind the crystal glass which revealed only a singular view of the spectacle, concealing a myriad of esteemed guests with profound backgrounds, these individuals were reluctant to reveal their identities, preferring to maintain an air of pride and superiority rather than cheer and shout like ordinary spectators. It is an honor to meet all esteemed guests here, declared the lady in the white dress as she ascended to the podium, twirling gracefully while waving to the audience in the stands. Suddenly, the already brilliant golden lights of the central main fighting arena intensified, and all illumination converged upon the fighting stage rather than dispersing outward. It was as if a colossal spotlight were casting a golden beam from above, enveloping the entire fighting arena. The sheer opulence of such a lighting apparatus illustrated the wealth inherent to this arena. Today's match was a significant event, although both competitors were merely soul respect level. They were quite youthful. If one were to encapsulate them in a single term, genius would be most fitting. Most importantly, today's contestants hailed from extraordinary backgrounds. Now, allow me to introduce the participants. From the Royal Fighting Team, we have the captain, Yu Tianheng, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, alongside his partner, the Vice Captain, Douluo Yin, a Green Scale Serpent Soul Master. Next, let us present their adversaries, the Liu duo. This pair has been at the Tiando Great Fighting Arena for a month, achieving a favorable win-loss ratio. To this day, no one knows their names, appearances, or ages. However, it is speculated that one of them, a soul master wielding the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, may originate from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. As for the other formidable attacker, she has thus far utilized only a soul-guiding device, leaving her martial soul shrouded in mystery. Will their battle against the Royal Fighting Team today unveil the nature of this contestant's martial soul? Let us await the unfolding of events with bated breath. The elegantly attired woman in a white dress, serving as the host, skillfully introduced the circumstances surrounding both competing parties. Her intent being simple, to instill a sense of anticipation in each esteemed guest present. Curiosity was piqued among the audience, particularly regarding a soul master who had never unveiled their martial spirit. The atmosphere was charged with intrigue. Without further ado, let us invite the soul masters to the stage. The spectators eagerly awaited the splendid performances promised by these so-called prodigies tonight. As the 2 doors flanking the soul fighting platform opened silently, both teams made their entrance, advancing towards the center of the arena. On the left, the Imperial Fighting Team made their appearance. Yu Tianheng, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, stepped gracefully onto the platform, with Du Guyan instinctively leaning against him. On the right, the Lilia duo emerged, adorned in matching princess dresses. Ning Rongrong donned a short azure gown, complemented by a striking azure mask. The intricately carved design on her mask mirrored the soul guide device gifted to her by Qian Yueyue, featuring a crescent moon with an angel in prayer atop it. Qian Yueyue donned a shimmering platinum skirt, paired with elegant platinum boots that gracefully enveloped her long legs. Adorning her visage was a platinum mask featuring a crescent moon, upon which rested a stunning 9-tiered glazed pagoda. In her grasp was a slender silver sword, intricately embellished with azure patterns that outlined the form of a majestic dragon. As both teams took to the arena, the gazes of Qian Yueyue and Yu Tianheng met in the air, colliding with a fierce intensity. As Qian Yueyue's heart sank, it became evident that this opponent was unlike any she had faced before. A palpable sense of intense pressure enveloped her, making it clear that tonight's adversary would not be easily vanquished. In response, a surge of fierce battle intent surged within her. The stronger the opponent, the better. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, was it? Let it serve as the whetstone for her Dragon Roar sword. Yu Tianheng, who had previously worn a nonchalant expression, now adopted a serious demeanor, realizing that the diminutive girl before him was no ordinary foe. The determination in her eyes and the chilling sword intent emanating from her being conveyed the difficulty of the challenge ahead. Yin. I will engage the girl wielding the sword. You take care of Ning Rongrong. Let us make it quick. After you deal with her, regroup with me and be ready to unleash your third spirit skill at any moment. Is it really necessary to be this tense? Do not underestimate her. The girl with the sword will not be easily dealt with. Follow my lead. Understood, Tianheng. On the other side, Rongrong, remain vigilant against the girl with green hair. Do not let her touch you. She is laden with poison. Stay close to me, and if danger arises, concede immediately. Don't worry about me. Master is watching from the audience area, and he will intervene if necessary. Just be cautious and prioritize your safety. I understand, sister. Yu Tianheng is formidable, so please be careful as well. I declare that tonight's soul fighting competition begins now. On the central soul fighting platform, simultaneously, all 4 participants unleash their soul power, and force surges of intense battle intent soared into the sky, startling the white-clad lady above, who quickly ascended to a greater height. While she had witnessed more powerful team battles before, it was rare to encounter combatants so young with such extraordinary martial soul talents. Chapter 19. Fierce Combat. The match officially commenced. A dragon's roar erupted from Yu Tianheng as a dazzling blue light burst forth from his forehead. Instantly, the blue radiance expanded, enveloping his entire being, as serpentine bolts of blue and purple lightning erupted around him, swirling like tiny snakes. Outwardly, Yu Tianheng's transformation appeared minimal. Aside from a blue lightning insignia adorning his forehead, his physique exhibited only one significant alteration due to the manifestation of his martial soul. The transformation occurred in his right arm. The sleeve of his shirt burst apart into ashes, the arm swelling and extending by over half a foot. His arm became exceedingly robust, covered in blue and purple scales, with his hand morphing into a claw, similarly adorned with scales. Each joint of his hand grew considerably thicker, while the serpentine blue and purple lightning continued to coalesce and dance around his arm. Unlike other soul masters, his 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, did not swirl around him but instead circled around this uniquely transformed arm. Qian Yueyue observed the transformation occurring in Yu Tianheng's physique. As the second young lady of the Spirit Hall, she had been instructed in the theoretical knowledge of martial spirits from a young age. She had diligently studied the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a supreme martial spirit belonging to the top 3 sections. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon possesses distinct characteristics that set it apart from other martial spirits. Firstly, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master must obtain soul rings exclusively from subdragon-type spirit beasts, commencing from the 30th level. Each soul ring acquired by a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master results in a new manifestation resembling a dragon on their body. Currently, Yu Tianheng's right arm signifies the initial transformation of his physique. Upon reaching the 70th level, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master can truly metamorphose into a dragon, unleashing an extraordinarily formidable power, earning the reputation of being the most terrifying assault-type spirit master among those of the same rank. Qian Yueyue recalled his great-uncle stating that if he and the old Dragon King of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family were of the same caliber, both being supreme martial spirits, The golden crocodile king might not necessarily prevail against the blue electric tyrannosaurus, for among beast martial spirits, dragons are the most formidable. Legend has it that dragons possess the ability to ascend to divinity on their own, and within the divine realm exists the dragon god. Behind Yu Tianheng was an expanse of verdant hue. At that moment, the figure of Douluo Yan, with her emerald hair and eyes, appeared remarkably supple, gently swaying her upper body against Yu Tianheng's back. Her green eyes sharpened with an otherworldly intensity, exuding a cold aura devoid of any human emotion. A diamond-shaped green scale adorned her brow, and her legs fused together, transforming into a robust serpentine tail that supported her form as she undulated. Like Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yan also possessed the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellows and 1 purple. Ning Rongrong stood not far behind Qian Yueyue, manifesting her 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, cradling the tower in her hands without immediately unleashing her soul skills for support. Yu Tianheng soared into the air, his first soul ring flashing brilliantly, coalescing into a thunderous dragon claw aimed at the forefront. Qian Yueyue, observing the air distorted by Yu Tianheng's overwhelming power, Qian Yueyue decisively switched the Dragon's Cry sword to its heavy sword mode to defend. As Qian Yueyue transitioned to the heavy sword mode, Ning Rongrong's second soul ring illuminated. The 7 treasures turned to glazed tiles, renowned for their potency, the second being strength. Even for Qian Yueyue, who had undergone rigorous training daily since childhood, resisting Yu Tianheng's dragon claw at that moment proved somewhat arduous, as he was still an auxiliary soul master. In comparison to a top-tier assault-type beast martial spirit soul master, a significant disparity in physical prowess remained. While Qian Yueyue was still engaged in fending off Yu Tianheng's assault, Douluo Yan swung her serpent tail rapidly towards Ning Rongrong. In previous matches, there had been attempts to split the offensive and target the auxiliary 7-treasure glazed tile soul master first. Yet Ning Rongrong had consistently been perfectly shielded by Qian Yueyue, making it challenging for anyone to restrain him alone. As Qian Yueyue took notice of Douluo Yan, a dazzling radiance emanated from Yu Tianheng's 3rd soul skill. The 3rd soul skill, Thunder Fury, temporarily thrust the blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul master into a berserker state, amplifying lightning power by 100% and soul power by 50%. With defense already a struggle, Qian Yueyue found himself in an even more precarious situation. No longer able to attend to Ning Rongrong behind him, Douluo Yan cast a sidelong glance at the beleaguered Qian Yueyue and swiftly darted towards Ning Rongrong, her serpent tail poised to strike decisively. However, Ning Rongrong skillfully evaded the assault, gracefully sidestepping the incoming strike. Douluo Yan, stunned by Ning Rongrong's evasion, wondered how she accomplished it. Gathering her soul power, Douluo Yan launched another attack against Ning Rongrong, who, no longer providing assistance to Qian Yueyue, focused solely on countering the assault from Douluo Yan. Although perilous, it was a curious coincidence that Ning Rongrong managed to evade every attack from Douluo Yan. As their exchanges continued, the two swiftly approached the edge of the battle arena, creating distance from the combatants locked in fierce struggle at the center. Just as Douluo Yan felt a twinge of frustration at her inability to defeat Ning Rongrong and throw her off the stage, the first layer of the treasure pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands illuminated. The 7 treasures glazed tile, renowned for its attributes, proclaimed speed. Simultaneously, as Ning Rongrong unleashed her first soul skill, Qian Yueyue switched her longing sword to its light sword mode. Empowered by the velocity enhancement of Ning Rongrong's first soul skill, Qian Yueyue swiftly lunged towards Douluo Yan with the longing sword. Yin, Yu Tianheng, observing the scene from a distance, called out in haste. Alas, his speed paled in comparison to that of Qian Yueyue, who was augmented by the 7 treasures glazed tile. Douluo Yan instinctively dodged. Yet her swiftness proved insufficient as Qian Yueyue's long sword still inflicted several wounds upon her. With urgency, Douluo Yan activated her second soul skill, by Lin Lan Du, to numb her body and alleviate the pain. Faced with the rapid onslaught from Qian Yueyue's light sword, Douluo Yan found herself unable to withstand the assault and had no choice but to retreat swiftly to regroup with Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng, invoking his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, unleashed a fierce strike towards Qian Yueyue. She adeptly evaded the blow using her light sword mode. Yin, Yu Tianheng said, filled with concern as he cradled Douluo Yan, taking in her myriad injuries, his anger rising. You must withdraw and allow Lingling to tend to your wounds. Rest assured, I will triumph. I'm fine, Tianheng. I still possess my 3rd soul skill. We will emerge victorious, so do not worry about me. Sister, they seem to be a couple. Douluo Yan is injured, and Yu Tianheng appears to be angry. Let us continue the battle. We can only check on them once the competition concludes. Rongrong, you must be cautious moving forward. Before long, Qian Yueyue and Yu Tianheng found themselves clashing once again. Prior encounters had pitted Qian Yueyue against formidable opponents like the sword Douluo daily, so despite her current offensive limitations, her defensive prowess remained impeccable. Yu Tianheng struggled to uncover any vulnerabilities in her defense, while Qian Yueyue seized opportunities to target his openings, resulting in a tense stalemate. With a flourish, Yu Tianheng unleashed his third soul skill, Thunder Fury, while simultaneously activating his second soul skill, Thunderous Might. Both soul rings flared to life, and the two formidable abilities were released in tandem. Thunderous Might, a wide-area attack, rendered Qian Yueyue momentarily helpless under the influence of Thunder Fury. At that moment, a subtle smirk graced Yu Tianheng's lips as he refrained from continuing his assault on Qian Yueyue and instead redirected his attack towards Ning Rongrong. With a swift motion, he cast his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, aimed at Ning Rongrong. She prepared to evade, but found herself on the periphery of Thunderous Might's range. Though it did not inflict significant harm, the paralysis from the lightning rendered Ning Rongrong incapable of dodging. Helplessly, Ning Rongrong could only watch as Yu Tianheng's Dragon Claw descended upon her. Rongrong, Qian Yueyue shouted urgently. Meanwhile, Ning Fengxi, seated in the VIP lounge, gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, and the sword Douluo, Chen Exine, began to gather his soul power, preparing to intervene. In Chapter 20, The Dragoness Roar and Divine Sword, Qian Yueyue's heart raced as she beheld Ning Rongrong, utterly defenseless against Yu Tianheng's formidable Dragon Claw. Overcome with desperation, she concentrated her soul power and hurled the Dragon Roar sword, now in heavy sword mode, towards Yu Tianheng. Upon noticing the approaching sword, Yu Tianheng abandoned his attack on Ning Rongrong and struck at the Dragon Roar sword with his Dragon Claw. The uncontrolled sword was swatted away by Yu Tianheng, soaring beyond the confines of the battle arena. Without the protection of the heavy sword, Qian Yueyue bore the full brunt of the lightning's wrath. "Sister!" Ning Rongrong cried. Alarmed at the sight of Qian Yueyue being assaulted by the electric onslaught, nearly brought to tears. Although bolstered by Ning Rongrong's soul power, Qian Yueyue sustained grievous injuries. Her exposed skin singed and charred. Casting a glance at the now defenseless Qian Yueyue, Yu Tianheng sheathed his martial soul and approached Du Guyan, both parties nursing their wounds. A semblance of balance restored. "Sister!" "Wowa!" Ning Rongrong dashed to Qian Yueye's side, tears streaming down her face as she beheld her sister's serious injuries. "All right. Rongrong, do not weep. I am fine." At this age, still crying? How embarrassing. Qian Yueyue consoled her. "Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan may have already discerned your identity. If you continue to cry, be wary of their future mockery." "Sister, if you hadn't saved me, I would have been fine. Grandpa Jian is right here. Had Yu Tianheng truly attacked me, Grandpa Jin would have certainly come to my aid, and you wouldn't have been so gravely hurt. The arena is akin to a battlefield. We cannot always rely on our master to stand behind us. You said you would assist me while I protect you. Do not be afraid, sister. Once this is over, I will have Grandpa Jin deal with that scoundrel Yu Tianheng to vent my frustrations. Enough of this frivolity. The battle is not yet concluded. Rongrong, how is your soul power holding up? The Dragon Roar has been knocked out of the arena. And according to the rules of the Great Soul Arena, weapons that leave the arena cannot be reclaimed. Without the soul guidance device, the Dragon Roar sword. We still have the Dragon Roar Divine Sword, right? It's just a minor injury. My first soul skill can heal it. Wouldn't that reveal your... Ning Rongrong hesitated, aware that powerful spectators surrounded them, and even whispers could potentially be overheard. It will be known sooner or later, but it matters not. I merely require your support. Can you assist me, Rongrong? Of course. Ning Rongrong helped the injured Qian Yueyue rise from the ground, and the two of them gazed at Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan with fierce determination. Ning, 7 treasure, glazed tile. Your only combat strength has already been severely wounded, and your weapon has fallen outside the arena. Are you not planning to concede defeat? The battle is not yet over. It is still too early for you to think of winning against us sisters. Ning Rongrong scoffed, her intention to strike Yu Tianheng evident as she waved her fist. Yu Tianheng, it is an honor to engage in battle with you tonight. I have gained much from this experience. I hope to continue learning from you in the future. However, tonight's victory is destined to be ours. Qian Yueyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, straightened her back, and declared war on Yu Tianheng. Oh, then I am eager to see what other abilities you possess. Yu Tianheng turned to Du Guyan and cautioned, Yin Yin, be careful. The opponent likely has some hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. My soul power is running low, so prepare your third soul skill. Understood, Tianting. You can rest assured. Qian Yueyue revealed a faint smile, her lips parting gently. Martial soul manifestation. Qian Yueyue emanated a radiant platinum glow, with a golden cross pattern materializing on her forehead. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, and atop her head rested a crown fashioned from platinum olive leaves. Qian Yueyue clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer, invoking her first soul skill, Angel's Blessing. A radiant platinum light enveloped her, and all her injuries vanished without a trace. The charred skin, previously singed by electricity, returned to its original, delicate state. Her second soul skill, Angelic Halo, manifested 2 golden rings above the heads of Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong, encasing them in a protective embrace. The halos descended from above, dissipating at their feet. Wherever the halos passed, all injuries were healed, negative statuses were lifted, and 40% of their soul power was restored. A healer? You are a support-type soul master? Yu Shenheng was incredulous, realizing that the formidable opponent he had just battled was, in fact, a support-type soul master in need of protection. No wonder she had participated in the Great Soul Arena for a month without anyone witnessing her martial soul. Indeed, I am a support-type soul master, but I am more than just that. As Qian Yueyue replied to Yu Shenheng, she retracted her angelic martial soul and raised her right hand. A blue hue emanated from her palm, followed by delicate strands of lightning that coiled around her hand like small serpents. Before long, a silvery long sword materialized in her grasp, adorned with a blue dragon that coiled around it. This sword bore a striking resemblance to the previous dragon's roar sword. Yet it shimmered even more brilliantly, with the dragon appearing more lifelike, and tiny bolts of lightning dancing around the blade. You possess a twin martial soul, Yu Shenheng exclaimed in astonishment. As he gazed at the dragon's roar divine sword in Qian Yueyue's hand, he felt a surge of excitement from his own martial soul. And he swiftly tempered his eagerness, adopting a serious demeanor. It seemed that the ensuing confrontation would be formidable. Qian Yueyue declared, Yu Shenheng, I have revealed my trump card. Let us determine a victor. Gripping the dragon's roar divine sword, her fighting spirit surged. Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial soul, the 7 treasure pagoda, which radiated an overwhelming brilliance. 3 soul rings behind her shone with dazzling light. Fusion ring. The 3 soul rings intertwined and gradually merged into a resplendent 7-colored soul ring, which ultimately transformed into a vibrant beam of light that entered Qian Yueyue's body. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's fusion, Douluo Yan sensed impending danger and promptly unleashed her third soul skill. Regardless of the opponent's strength, if poisoned, they would find it impossible to continue the battle. Her third soul skill, Emerald Lizard Purple Poison, turned Douluo Yan's originally green eyes completely purple. Even the emerald scales on her serpentine tail were cloaked in a faint purple glow. She opened her mouth and exhaled a dense purple mist that swiftly spread through the air. Qian Yueyue did not gaze at her opponent. Instead, she attuned herself to the surging soul power within. She switched the longing divine sword to its greatsword mode, channeling all her soul energy into it as she began to gather strength. Naturally, Yu Tianheng could not remain merely hidden behind Douluo Yan at this moment. He too concentrated all the soul power he had left, preparing for a final assault. At this point, Qian Yueyue could no longer perceive the sounds of the outside world. Her former master, the sword Douluo Xin, had once inquired if, after nearly 6 years of practicing swordsmanship, she had discovered her own path. Qian Yueyue has always been aware of her path. As the second young lady of the Spirit Hall, as the inheritor of the angel martial spirit, and as a descendant of the angel god, her singular aspiration is to wield the longing divine sword to cleanse the world of its impurities. Chapter 21. Victory with the longing in hand and the sword to purge demons. I shall purify the world's filth. Master, this is my path, Qian Yueyue murmured softly. Qianxin, who was intently observing the competition, naturally heard her quiet utterance. With the sword to purge demons, I shall cleanse the world. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly worthy of being my esteemed disciple in the sword path. What a declaration. Ning Fengji was somewhat astonished upon hearing Qianxin's words, unable to fathom that such profound thoughts could emanate from one so young. A sense of pride welled within him. Though she is the little princess of the Spirit Hall, she is also a treasured disciple of his 7 treasures Glazed tile school. On another side, several Spirit Hall elders present to witness the event were equally taken aback by Qian Yueyue's words, a sense of pride blossoming within them. Truly, she is the second young lady of the Spirit Hall. Brother CC, I told you watching Yaya compete would be worthwhile. Humph. Let us see if you still say I'm not doing anything productive, the light-winged doe, it boasted with a hint of arrogance. This battle indeed proved to be a rewarding endeavor. The girl has made remarkable progress over the years. Even the stern second elder, the golden crocodile Douluo, wore a proud expression. Let us continue to watch the competition, Qian Yueyue said, unable to suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. With a surge of power, Qian Yueyue gripped the heavy sword firmly, bringing it down with immense force. Her self-created soul technique, Divine Dragon Slash. As the sword descended, a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted, and the azure dragon etched upon the divine sword seemed to come alive, soaring forth with the fierce blade's energy. The violet mist enveloping the arena parted as the sword's formidable aura cleaved a path straight towards Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan. Third soul technique, Wrath of Thunder. First soul technique, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng, disregarding his severely depleted soul power, hastily unleashed his mightiest attack. First soul technique, by Lin Red Poison. Du Guyan's by Lin Red Poison, a stimulant toxin, enhanced both her attack power and speed. Second soul technique, by Lin Blue Poison. Du Guyan's by Lin Blue Poison, a paralyzing toxin, bolstered her defense, however, in comparison to the non-rebounding support of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. The backlash from the Bai Lin Serpent's venom was considerably severe. Yet, at this moment, Du Guyan had no time to ponder, promptly casting both soul techniques to aid Yu Tianheng. However, the Divine Dragon Slash, imbued with tremendous electrical attributes, rendered Yu Tianheng's lightning ineffective against Qian Yueyue's assault. With a resounding thud, the Divine Dragon Slash effortlessly breached Yu Tianheng's defenses, sending him hurtling backward, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Soul Masters of the Great Soul Arena intervened, mitigating much of the attack's force in the final moment, ensuring that Yu Tianheng bore less than half of the blow. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two by Qian Yueyue's sword energy. Tianheng. Du Guyan disregarded everything else and rushed towards Yu Tianheng. Captain. The other members of the royal fighting team followed suit, hastening to their leader's side. Lingling. Quickly heal the captain, Yu Feng urged. Yin, don't worry, I will heal the captain, Yu Lingling replied. A radiant white light, akin to flower petals, emanated from her hands. A pink begonia blossom, composed of white and pink petals, rested delicately in her palms, its vibrant hues and graceful form captivating. The leaves and tendrils cascaded from Yu Lingling's hands, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a demure maiden with flowing hair, exuding deep affection and an enchanting grace. At this moment, she radiated a purple glow, and the falling white petal-like light was her Millennium Soul Ring technique. Having expended considerable energy in her recent attack, Qian Yueyue also appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion pale. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng being treated by her teammates, she let out a sigh of relief, reflecting on the recent battle. A sense of joy welled within her. She had discovered her path in swordsmanship, and with her self-created soul technique. Even without any soul rings or techniques from her second martial soul, she could still fight as a formidable assault-type soul master. Sister, that is the 9 Hearts Begonia. Ning Rongrong, who had just completed her fusion ring skill and appeared equally pale, approached Qian Yueyue, pointing out Yu Lingling's martial soul. The 9 Hearts Begonia? A purely healing martial soul, a miracle among martial souls, with only 2 soul masters in existence at any given time who possess the 9 Hearts Begonia, Qian Yueyue mused. I am uncertain how my healing angel spirit compares to the 9 Hearts CPNE. Undoubtedly, my sister's spirit is superior. Do not forget that her healing angel spirit is a divine-level spirit, while the 9 Hearts CPNE, no matter how formidable, is merely a top-tier spirit. In contrast to the purely restorative nature of the 9 Hearts CPNE. My sister's angel spirit not only restores soul power but also dispels negative states and possesses both holy and light attributes, aspects that the 9 Hearts CPNE cannot rival. Indeed, as contemporaries, it is inevitable that we will face each other one day in the future. Recalling Ning Fengji's admiration for the 9 Hearts CPNE spirit master, a mischievous idea arose in Ning Rongrong's mind. With a playful smile, she inquired, Du Guyan, your healing spirit master has been treating for so long without success. Would you like my sister to lend a hand? Rongrong, do not be foolish. Qian Yueyue protectively shielded Ning Rongrong, retrieving the fallen longing sword and brandishing it before her. Casting a cold gaze upon the furious royal fighting team. 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. You are being excessively overbearing. Yu Feng furiously pointed at Ning Rongrong. Since this is a competition, injuries are to be expected. Both sides have sustained damage in the recent battle. It cannot be said that you are being excessively overbearing. If you believe that you can only win without sustaining injuries, then what is the purpose of competition? Why not enjoy yourselves at the academy instead? Qian Yueyue questioned sternly. Yu Feng exclaimed. Dugu, she continued, you are correct. I and Tianhing can only blame ourselves for our lack of skill. We lost, and that is that. You are indeed strong, and I have gained much from today's battle. If there is a chance in the future, I would be eager to learn more from you. Since the competition has concluded, I bid you farewell. After speaking, Qian Yueyue turned to leave. Noticing that Dugu was still bleeding from her wounds, and that Yu Lingling was focused on treating Yu Tianhing, momentarily oblivious to Dugu. Concluding that the competition had indeed ended, and with their teacher and master nearby, she decided not to concern herself with the consumption of soul power. She summoned her healing angel spirit, activating her third soul skill, Angel Star Array. A golden hexagram array emerged beneath the royal fighting team. With a cross adorned with wings at its center, radiance burst forth from the array, and the wounds on Dugu visibly healed at an astonishing rate. With the combination of Yu Lingling's 9 hearts CPNE and Qian Yueyue's Angel Star Array, Yu Tianhing's injuries also rapidly mended, and he regained consciousness. When the royal fighting team looked back at the two, they found that the two had already vanished from the scene. To possess twin spirits, both supportive and defensive, and to defeat me without any soul rings is truly remarkable. The healing capabilities of the support spirit are on par with Lingling's, perhaps even superior. If she were my enemy, she would indeed be a formidable opponent. Yu Tianheng, now awakened, felt a sense of admiration for the departing Qian Yueyue, despite her youth. Her talent far surpassed his own. Tianheng, you're awake, Dugu exclaimed joyfully. Yes, did you see? Though we are strong, there are always those stronger than ourselves. We must all strive harder in our training from now on. Indeed, Captain. Chapter 22. The Rose Hotel, a month later. The Kingdom of Balak. Situated to the south of the Tian-Do Empire and bordering the Fastna province, is, despite its designation as a kingdom, merely 3/4 the size of the Fastna province, and is a vassal of the Tian-Do Empire, one of its 4 principal kingdoms. To the south of Balak Kingdom lies the Luo Empire, making Balak the most formidable military power among the 4 kingdoms of the Tian-Do Empire, serving as its gateway. Within the Kingdom of Balak, 2 cities hold paramount importance. The first is Balak City, the capital where King Kandera resides, serving as the political and economic nucleus of the realm. The second city, renowned as the Granary of Balak, is Soto City, located in the heart of the kingdom's most fertile Lima plain. Both cities are heavily fortified, being the focal points of the entire kingdom. Soto City, a grand metropolis, boasts a 3rd-level martial soul main hall, indicative of its significance. As the midday sun blazed overhead, 2 young individuals entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be in their teenage years, lacking any visible luggage, 1 male and 1 female. The boy, seemingly around 12 or 13, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a simple light blue outfit that exuded a sense of neatness. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, and his shoulder-length, tousled black hair framed a countenance that, while not conventionally handsome, radiated an approachable charm. A gentle smile lingered at the corners of his lips. In contrast to the boy's unassuming demeanor, the girl beside him exuded an air of distinction. Her silky black hair was meticulously braided into a sleek scorpion braid, and she stood slightly taller than her companion, dressed in a pink blouse that accentuated her delicate waist. Her long, taut legs were enveloped in white trousers, presenting a flawless golden ratio. Although youthful and somewhat cherubic, her rounded posterior hinted at a certain allure. Her naturally arched brows framed a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes, complemented by a subtly rounded, rosy face that was not only beautiful but also exuded a playful charm, perfectly embodying the essence of cuteness. The boy, standing in her shadow, seemed overshadowed by her radiant presence. She raised her hand to sweep away the slight moisture from her forehead, expressing her exasperation. At last, we have arrived in Soto City. I truly wonder what Master was thinking. Several intermediate Soul Master academies have offered to accept us unconditionally. Yet he insisted you take the entrance exam at this academy that lacks even a proper ranking. The boy smiled faintly, replying, the teacher asked me to take the exam. Not you. Who told you to insist on accompanying me? Fortunately, the Kingdom of Balak borders the Fastnu province. Otherwise, you would have even more to complain about. The girl shot him a look of disbelief. You ungrateful wretch. I'm only doing this for you. After all, you're my brother. Anyway, the exam is not until the day after tomorrow. Regardless, you must accompany me in this city of Soto for 2 days, to compensate for the wounds inflicted upon my tender heart. The boy chuckled, saying, the esteemed head of the Nottingham Academy for 6 consecutive years still possesses a tender heart? I wonder how your little followers would react. They might just leap into the river. This boy and girl are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, the protagonists from the Douluo continent, hailing from the Nottingham Junior Soul Master Academy. After awakening his martial soul in Holy Soul Village, Tang San utilized his status as a work-study student to enroll in Nottingham Academy. There, he encountered Xiao Wu, the destined person of his life, as well as the formidable Master Yu Xiaojiang, whom he respectfully took as his mentor. 6 years later, upon graduating from Nottingham Academy, Tang San and Xiao Wu turned down numerous invitations from intermediate academies and accepted the master's recommendation to venture to Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak, where they would report to an institution known as Shrek Academy. After 6 years of guidance, Tang San held a deep respect for the master, akin to that of a father, fully understanding that the master's intentions were for his benefit. Thus, he readily agreed without hesitation. Over the years, the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu had grown so intimate that they resembled siblings. Naturally, where Tang San chose to go, Xiao Wu followed. The 6 years spent in Nottingham were exceedingly fulfilling for Tang San. His days were filled with classes in the morning, work in the afternoon, and training in the evening, leaving him almost no spare time. At the age of 12, he no longer appeared as frail as he once did. His daily labor in the blacksmith shop had fortified his physique. Though not overly imposing, he was adorned with muscles brimming with latent power beneath his fitted attire. Soto City, far larger and more bustling than Nottingham, was alive with the presence of patrolling soldiers and throngs of people bustling through the streets. Meanwhile, on the other side of Soto City, Ning Rongrong, clad in a cerulean princess gown, raised her hand to wipe away the sweat and exclaimed, "It's so hot. This Shrek Academy is exceedingly difficult to find." Qian Yueyue stepped forward, delicately gathering Ning Rongrong's cascading locks and skillfully arranging them into a regal princess hairstyle. After a moment of contemplation, she selected a crystal hair accessory from her soul tool bracelet and adorned it upon the beautiful Ning Rongrong's head. Nodding in satisfaction at the pleasing result, Yu Tianheng and De Guyan extended invitations for us to join them at the Royal Academy of Tiando, which boasts an exceptional simulated training environment and soul tools that maintain a constant temperature. Yet, despite such splendid prospects laid before us, one is inclined to pursue the Shrek Academy merely mentioned in passing by Teacher Qin Ming. Dear sister, I have inquired further. Teacher Qin Ming, despite being a commoner, garners immense respect in a prestigious institution like the Royal Academy of Tiando primarily because he achieved the rank of Soul Emperor at such a young age, a rarity across the continent. In his youth, he was a student of Shrek Academy, which naturally piques my curiosity about such an institution. Furthermore, at a noble academy like Tiando, aside from Yu Tianheng and his royal fighting team, the rest are rather mediocre, and I have no desire to engage with those aristocrats who lack genuine scholarly pursuits. Qian Yueyue pondered for a moment and replied, "You make a valid point. But why must we sneak out? Our teachers and masters would be worried about us." Ning Rongrong, playfully clutching Qian Yueyue's arm, said, "Sister Yu, let us merely take a secretive look. If Shrek Academy is truly as wonderful as Teacher Qin Ming describes, we can enroll quietly and astonish everyone upon our return. If it turns out to be less than expected, we shall simply dismiss it as a harmless outing. Aside from the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, the only other option is the Spirit Hall Academy. Do you aspire to be a junior under the manipulative fox spirit?" Ning Rongrong had known Qian Yueyue for 6 years. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she sensed Qian Yueyue's aversion towards that particular fox spirit. At the mention of the fox spirit, Qian Yueyue clenched her fists and declared, "Let us go to Shrek Academy at once. When the time comes for the Senior Soul Master Academy competition, I shall not hesitate to pluck every feather from that fox spirit." The two decided to first indulge in a meal and then find a place to rest for the night, planning to report to Shrek Academy the following day. Although Soto City was bustling, there were not many luxurious hotels, and those that existed were quite distant from one another. After a brief search, Ning Rongrong discovered a uniquely charming hotel. The hotel stood 3 stories high. While it was not particularly large, its exterior was adorned in a vibrant rose red, resembling a magnificent rose in bloom, instantly captivating the eye. Ning Rongrong pointed to the sign and exclaimed, "Sister, let us stay at the Rose Hotel tonight." Qian Yueyue nodded. Naturally, girls are fond of flowers, and she was no exception. She recalled the days of her childhood spent with her 5th grandfather, Guangling Douluo, as they wreaked havoc in the flower beds of Ju Douluo. Besides lilies and roses, which are vibrant and alluring, she held a deep affection for various blossoms. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, she was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating scent of roses, a fragrant aroma that was both refreshing and imbued with a hint of flirtation, uplifting her spirits. The hotel's interior was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, distinctive, and elegant atmosphere that easily won one's favor. Chapter 23. The first encounter. As Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong completed their check-in, a pair of individuals, a young man and woman of similar age to them, approached the entrance. The newcomers were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just as Qian Yueyue was about to return to their room with Ning Rongrong, she felt an inexplicable urge to glance back at Tang San. Upon realizing he was not the blue-haired figure from her dreams, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, an inner voice whispered that it was indeed him. At that moment, Qian Yueyue hesitated, contemplating whether she should inform the branch chief of the Soul Hall in Sutoa City to investigate this young man. Tang San approached the front desk, requesting 2 rooms. The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing between Tang San and Xiao Wu, a glimmer of envy evident in his eyes. Sir, are you truly certain you wish to reserve 2 rooms? Tang San nodded, puzzled. Is there something wrong? The attendant's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. I'm afraid we only have 1 room available. 1? Tang San frowned. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu when they were younger without any feelings, but now, as they both matured, the notion of propriety weighed heavily on his mind. The attendant reiterated, indeed, just 1 room. But rest assured, our accommodations are quite spacious and fully equipped. It would comfortably accommodate 2 guests. He cast a suggestive glance at Tang San, which, of course, went unnoticed by him. Xiao Wu, unabashed, chimed in, then let us take the 1 room. We've always shared a dormant, nodding. What is the difference? We could save some money for beautiful clothes. Ning Rongrong, observing the candidness of the 2, couldn't he help but feel a pang of nostalgia. How is it that everywhere one turns, there are young couples? Just when I thought I had escaped the daily display of affection from Yu Tianheng and Sister Yan Yan, here I am, encountering youngsters seeking a room together. Quite remarkable. Tang San shook his head in resignation, oblivious to Ning Rongrong's remarks, merely contemplating that he could always sleep on the floor, as he intended to practice in the evening anyway, which constituted his best form of rest. Very well, then please reserve that room for me, he said. Just as the attendant was preparing to finalize the arrangements, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings. I believe that room rightfully belongs to me. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned simultaneously to see 3 figures approaching from behind, making their way toward the counter. Among them, a young man and 2 young women. Both resplendent in their attire, appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. They were tall, slightly taller than Xiao Wu. And the most astonishing aspect was their identical features, revealing them to be twins. At that moment, Qian Yueyue, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Tang San's attention was not drawn to the enchanting twins, but rather to the young man striding at the center, standing at approximately 1.8 meters tall. He was half a head taller than Tang San, looking youthful, perhaps even younger than the 2 young women behind him. He possessed broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome face marked with a hint of ruggedness. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist, straight and uncurled. The most captivating feature was his eyes, peculiar and mesmerizing, each possessing a dual pupil. His deep blue irises held a chilling gaze, emanating an icy demeanor that seemed to cut through anyone who met his glance. Such exceptional handsomeness combined with those eyes made him a focal point wherever he appeared. Ning Rongrong gasped in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, how thrilling!" She then clutched Qian Yueyue's arm, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if eager to witness a spectacle. The twin girls each linked an arm with the young man, who disregarded Tang San entirely. As his gaze flicked over Xiao Wu, a fleeting, strange light glimmered in his eyes before vanishing. Upon reaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "You must be new here. Are you not aware that a room should always be reserved for me?" The attendant hesitated, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" The young man, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "Have your manager come out." Feeling a chill at his piercing gaze, the attendant hurriedly retreated to summon her superior. Tang San remarked calmly, "It seems we arrived first, my friend." The young man did not even turn his head, coldly responding, "And what of it?" He had no habit of justifying himself to anyone. While Tang San maintained a temperate demeanor, Xiao was far less docile. With a swift movement, she stood beside Tang San, asserting, "How about you leave?" At last, the young man turned to face her, his cold, otherworldly gaze meeting Xiao Wu's. He nodded slightly. "Very well. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You possess a fluctuation of soul power. You must be soul masters, yes? Then, let us see what you can do. If you can defeat me, I shall leave immediately." Otherwise, I invite you to demonstrate what it means to roll. Listening to the words of the man with dual pupils, the twin maidens by his side could not help but smile dreamily, showing no sign of concern as they gracefully released their hold on him and stepped aside. At that moment, the previous waiter emerged from behind, accompanied by a middle-aged man. It was evident that he had overheard the conversation between the man with dual pupils, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, as anxiety painted his features. Let us discuss this calmly. Please do not resort to violence. The man with dual pupils cast a sidelong glance at him. Manager Wang, it seems your business acumen has sharpened lately? Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a forced smile, Young Master Dai, please do not say that. It is entirely my subordinate's fault. This boy just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. I sincerely apologize. I will arrange a room for you immediately. He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, his face filled with remorse. I am truly sorry, esteemed guests. That room has been reserved by young Master Dai. So I kindly ask you to choose another establishment. If it were Tang San's nature, he would have readily acquiesced. There were numerous hotels to choose from. However, Xiao Wu's temperament was one of defiance. She would not easily concede. We refuse to leave. How about that? Do not underestimate us just because we are young. Young Master Dai snorted coldly. Even if you wish to leave, it won't be that simple. After insulting me, you think you can walk away? Young Master Dai, please. Manager Wang exclaimed, desperation evident on his face. A sharp glimmer flashed in young Master Dai's eyes. Let's talk. All losses will be on my account. Xiao Wu could not tolerate the arrogance in his gaze and prepared to confront him. Tang San grasped her shoulder firmly. Let me handle this. Xiao Wu protested. Why? I can take care of myself. He wouldn't even be recognized by his own mother. Tang San frowned slightly and said, as a young lady, you should choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten what I once told you? I will always protect you. This is a matter between men. He refrained from allowing Xiao Wu to engage, partly due to his awareness of the opponent's formidable strength and his fear of her getting harmed, and partly because, if defeat were inevitable, he preferred to endure the humiliation rather than allow Xiao Wu to be insulted. Hearing his declaration of protection, Xiao Wu's furious expression softened. She glanced at Tang San and said, just be careful. There is no need for contention. I've said it before, you can both come at me together. Young Master Dai said impatiently. Tang San stepped forward calmly. Please, I welcome your guidance. A sinister gleam flickered in young Master Dai's eyes as his right fist suddenly shot up, launching forward with a direct strike aimed at Tang San's chest. His movement was straightforward, devoid of any flamboyance, yet Tang San's expression shifted. The momentum of the punch, propelled by sheer force and speed, reached its zenith in an instant. How could one achieve such prowess without ample combat experience? At this moment, Tang San knew he could not retreat. Doing so would only amplify the opponent's momentum, enhancing the power of the blow. Therefore, instead of withdrawing, he advanced to meet it head-on. In an instant, his right foot surged forward, covering a distance of 3 meters, thus narrowing the gap between him and his opponent. Tang San's intention was straightforward, to disrupt his adversary's rhythm of attack. As he swung his right fist, it transformed into a lustrous, pearlescent hue. With a dull thud, Dai Xiao's advancing body came to an abrupt halt, while Tang San was propelled backward, staggering 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. A flicker of astonishment flickered in Dai Xiao's eyes. He clearly did not anticipate that this youth, who appeared to be several years his junior, could withstand his punch. Most astonishing to Dai Xiao was the resilience of Tang San's fist. Despite having the advantage in offensive power, he now felt an excruciating pain in his right hand, as if Tang San's fist were forged from solid bronze and iron. As Qian Yueyue observed Tang San's hands transforming during the battle, she realized that mere soul power enveloping them could not possibly achieve such an effect. What could it be? She had never encountered a soul bone that could be affixed to one's hands, nor did she witness any soul skills being unleashed. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Yet, it felt different. Her curiosity was piqued. The power of the man with was formidable, but not in a brute force manner. Rather, it was a concentrated strength. As if all his power coalesced into a fist-sized essence, unleashing a shockwave that caused Tang San's internal energy to surge tumultuously. Very well. If you can withstand a punch from me, you have earned the right to be my opponent, Dai Xiao declared coldly, his form once again in motion. This time, his assault was far from simple. He leaped from the ground, soaring above Tang San in an instant. His limbs spread in an unusual manner, appearing to be riddled with openings, yet they were subtly shifting, suggesting a myriad of follow-up attacks. Tang San's expression turned grave, his knees slightly bent, toes inward. His calves surged with power. He positioned his left arm from the outside inward and his right arm from the inside outward, adopting an extraordinary stance. Dai Xiao's strike was renowned, capable of adapting to any opponent's defense or counterattack. Despite appearing filled with vulnerabilities, his movements held profound and intricate offensive techniques, with all limbs serving as weapons. However, just as his attack was set to unfold, an invisible force surged from below. This power felt thick and lacked overwhelming impact. Yet it possessed incredible resilience. Dai Xiao found himself unable to leverage his position in midair, feeling his body being unnaturally diverted from its original trajectory, causing him to veer aside and lose the target of his assault. What kind of power is this? A feeling of astonishment flickered through Dai Xiao's mind. Yet, his extensive combat experience kicked in. He twisted his torso midair, completing a full rotation and landing steadily on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San launched his counterattack. He had chosen the opportune moment, striking just as Dai Xiao's feet touched down, the moment least conducive for exerting force. With the technique of ghostly shadow steps, appearing as 3 delicate footfalls, Tang San swiftly positioned himself beside Dai Xiao, simultaneously striking out with both palms aimed at Dai Xiao's shoulders. Qian Yueyue's eyes lit up at this sight, her heart echoing admiration. What a peculiar and exquisite step. There is no fluctuation of soul power. It must not be a soul bone, but purely a matter of footwork technique. Should one master such steps, auxiliary spirit masters would significantly enhance their survival chances in battle. No longer left defenseless against enemy attacks. Witnessing Tang San's remarkable footwork, Qian Yueyue's eyes sparkled with a desire to learn. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow resonating with intensity. Xiao Wu watched with deep concern for Tang San's safety, while Ning Rongrong appeared thoroughly exhilarated, nearly reaching for a handful of seeds in excitement. White Tiger, manifest. A blindingly intense pale light erupted from Dai Xiao as he extended his arms outward, puffing out his chest. The sound of cracking bones resonated as his muscles swelled, stretching his garments. Every muscle beneath his clothing became strikingly apparent, and even the air around him seemed to have transformed into a tempestuous entity. His golden hair instantaneously morphed into a striking blend of black and white, with white predominating, while a few strands of black stood out conspicuously. For faint lines emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. Beneath his feet, 3 radiant rings of light ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The swirling soul rings unleashed a tidal wave of soul power that washed over him with overwhelming pressure. Dai Mubai, with the martial soul of the White Tiger, stood as a level 37 soul master. Please enlighten me. Amidst the imposing aura of dominance, Dai revealed his martial soul and rank, signaling a formal challenge. Heterochromatic eyes. White Tiger martial soul, could he be from? Qian Yueyue murmured softly. Sister, what did you say? Nothing, just keep watching. Confronted by the immense pressure, Tang San began to transform as well. The latent violent impulses within him surfaced gradually, his eyes shrouded in a faint hue of purple. He slowly raised his right hand. A surge of deep blue radiance erupted, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted suddenly from his palm. Each blade appeared slender yet bore intricate serpent-like patterns. The grass no longer retained its previous flatness, but had morphed into a cylindrical form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the fine barbs adorning each blade. A milky white luminosity emanated from Tang San, causing the deep blue grass to expand dramatically as if invigorated, swiftly thickening to the girth of a human arm. Resembling a vine, the black serpentine pattern shimmered with a gentle glow, moving with the fluidity of dozens of great serpents coiling around Tang San's body. 2 circles of yellow soul rings simultaneously rose from his feet, swirling above him. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 29 weapon master. Please enlighten me. Blue silvergrass? That cannot be right. The blue-haired man from my dreams was far more handsome. Besides, his most distinguishing feature, aside from wielding the golden trident, was that he was a disciple of the Haotian sect. The scene of him shattering my sister's angelic domain with the Haotian hammer remains vividly etched in my memory. Subsequently, Qian Yueyue's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu. Though she appeared much younger, the girl felt remarkably familiar. Dai Mubai's eyebrows, now the same color as his hair, arched slightly. Is your martial soul merely blue silvergrass? Tang San echoed the words of the master. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Upon hearing this, Qian Yueyue's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that this Tang San was a supporter of that so-called useless master? Well said, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Allow me to witness just what peculiarities your blue silver grass martial soul possesses. Dai Mubai moved, and after the manifestation of his martial spirit, he seemed to transform into an entirely different entity. As his white hair began to flutter, his body, infused with explosive power, swiftly approached Tang San. His hands, adorned with sharp claws, lunged towards Tang San's form. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San retreated rapidly, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps to narrowly evade Dai Mubai's assault. Simultaneously, his blue-silver grass martial spirit sprang into action, sending forth spirals of dark blue vines that surged from all directions toward Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Tang San himself appeared to meld into the vines, disappearing without a trace. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze flickered with intensity, his entire being enveloped in a surge of soul power. With a flourish of his hands, he swatted aside the encroaching vines. Initially, he intended to sever the thick blue-silver grass directly, but to his astonishment, he discovered the vines to be remarkably resilient. Despite his tiger claw infused with the power of 37 soul rings, he could only penetrate halfway through the vines, unable to sever them completely. Once the vines escaped the reach of his claws, they rapidly healed themselves. A faintly sweet aroma of tea wafted through the air among the vines, which seemed to be inexhaustible, continuously flooding in from every direction. Even though Dai Mubai's strength and speed were significantly enhanced by his martial spirit, he found it impossible to break free from the confines of the vines. This is blue-silver grass? Dai Mubai was greatly astonished. He had never anticipated that the blue-silver grass could be so formidable. His opponent, possessing one less soul ring, managed to temporarily ensnare him, leading him to ponder the dire implications had they been evenly matched in soul rings. Dai Mubai had never been a patient individual, yet his competitive spirit burned fiercely. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, transforming his sinister eyes into a piercing white. The first of his 3 soul rings blazed forth, creating a radiant white barrier that repelled the surrounding vines. Following this, the second soul ring ignited, coalescing a massive sphere of white light, which he unleashed with a mighty roar. The skills associated with his first 2 soul rings, White Tiger Barrier and White Tiger Light Wave, activated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force. From an external perspective, Dai Mubai appeared ensnared by the overwhelming vines. Just as Xiaowu exhaled in relief, a multitude of white beams shot through the gaps in the vines, followed by a thunderous explosion. The blue-silver grass vines shattered and scattered, while a powerful shockwave wreaked havoc throughout the Rose Hotel's grand hall. The bond between a martial spirit and its host was profound, and Tang San's complexion turned pale as he staggered back to regain his footing. As the white light gradually receded, it revealed Dai Mubai's formidable figure. While the fragmented blue-silver grass began to reconstitute around Tang San, albeit in diminished numbers, Tang San understood that the offensive capacity of beast martial spirits would always surpass that of weapon martial spirits. Although the power of your blue-silver grass has taken me by surprise, it ultimately cannot restrain me. Tang San replied with a calm smile. That may not be the case. Suddenly, the second soul ring on Tang San's body flared to life, and Dai Mubai's body stiffened momentarily as a dense layer of vines had appeared around him without his notice. As the brilliance of Tang San's second soul ring intensified, the vines grew instantaneously, binding Dai Mubai firmly within their grasp, although the thorns on the vines were only about an inch long. Their continuous tightening inflicted excruciating pain upon Dai Mubai, who soon realized that his body was beginning to numb. Observing the astonished gleam in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San stated, "My blue-silver grass is toxic. You must have inhaled some earlier, when you exerted your soul power to break free from my blue-silver grass. You accelerated the flow of your blood, thereby hastening the effects of the toxin. Consequently, although you may not feel it, your skin has begun to numb, rendering you unable to detect the parasitic seeds of the blue-silver grass. Thus, you have lost." Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San, now completely ensnared by the blue-silver grass except for his head. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. What an impressive blue-silver grass. If I were like you, possessing only 2 rings, I would indeed have lost. My body is paralyzed, making it difficult to escape the grasp of the blue-silver grass. However, I possess 1 more ring than you. It is time for you to witness the skills of my 3rd soul ring. The violet ring shone brightly, warping the air around Dai Mubai. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and the blue-silver grass entwined around him suddenly swelled, erupting with a resounding blast, reducing all the vines, including the parasitic seeds, to mere dust. Dai Mubai's body underwent a second metamorphosis. Tang San inhaled sharply. Was this the skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? While Tang San's blue-silver grass had ensnared Dai Mubai with its second skill, Dai Mubai had finally unleashed the power of his 3rd soul ring. Before Tang San and Xiaowu, Dai Mubai had transformed once more. His already formidable physique, augmented by the white tiger martial spirit, expanded further, his muscles bulging grotesquely, tearing his upper garments apart and revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. Most peculiarly, black stripes emerged across his skin, resembling tiger stripes, and had it not been for the absence of fur, he could easily be mistaken for a tiger. His paws grew larger, with gleaming silver blades protruding from them, and an intense golden radiance enveloped his entire form, as if he were gilded in gold. The blood-red eyes emanated a fierce, bloodthirsty glow, exuding the dominant aura of a king among beasts. However, Tang San was oblivious to the implications of the transformation before him. Since this was the third spirit ring, a millennium spirit ring bestowing extraordinary abilities, its effects were bound to be remarkable. Sensing the imminent threat, Xiao Wu almost instantaneously unleashed her spirit rings, mirroring Tang San, with two circles of yellow light appearing around her. Her adorable white ears perked up, and the already beautiful contours of her figure appeared even softer and more graceful. Blue silver grass surged forth from Tang San's body. For his martial spirit was not confined to emanating solely from his palms. The barbed vines shot through the air with great speed, obstructing Dai Mubai's line of sight while simultaneously coiling around his limbs and neck. With the activation of Tang San's soul power, the binding ability of his first spirit ring was pushed to its limits. In the midst of launching his attack, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu, who was eager to charge forward, and shook his head. He understood that battles between men should remain unimpeded by others, for interference would only invite disdain from opponents. Though his outward appearance suggested a mere 12 years of age, his mental maturity was far beyond that. Furthermore, while he sensed Dai Mubai's cold and domineering presence, there was no hostility emanating from him. At the moment Tang San restrained Xiao Wu, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a low grunt escaped his lips. 10 silver flashes intertwined in the air, and the rapidly entangling blue-silver grass abruptly froze mid-flight. Soon after, these remarkably resilient vines disintegrated into fine powder, dissipating in the air as Dai Mubai's formidable figure approached Tang San step by step, his tiger claws exuding glimmering silver blades that released an overwhelming pressure. Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, far more resilient than I anticipated. Even my normal soul power cannot sever them in a single strike. However, what I am currently employing is the skill from my third spirit ring, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. To acquire this spirit ring, I endured numerous trials and ultimately hunted a millennium-level Diamond Tiger Spirit Beast. It significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, while also granting me the skill of White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai halted his advance 10 meters away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, refraining from launching another assault. My White Tiger Diamond Transformation can maintain its form for half an hour. During this time, my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack power, defense, and strength, will all double. With my 37th level of soul power, under such augmentation, your toxins will not suffice to harm me. Even if your soul skills are exquisite and your control-type martial spirit exhibits commendable effects, ultimately, you remain at a disadvantage. This is the absolute disparity of power. The red light in Dai Mubai's sinister eyes flickered as his robust muscles gradually relaxed, and the crimson glow within his gaze quietly faded. The effects of the White Tiger martial soul gradually receded, leaving Dai Mubai in a somewhat comical state. His attire was in tatters, his shirt had completely burst, and his trousers were severely damaged, torn in several places by the spiny blue-silver grass that had ensnared him earlier. With his sinister gaze restored to normal, Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, remarking, "I believe we shall meet again soon. Upon reaching Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the white tiger with a sinister gaze." With that, he waved goodbye to the pair of twin beauties and strode out of the hotel. Xiao Wu could not help but call out to Dai Mubai's retreating figure. "How did you know we were heading to Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai halted his steps and replied coldly, "You must be around 12 years old. At such an age, possessing soul power exceeding level 20. What else could you possibly be doing at this time but enrolling in Shrek Academy? 12 years old. Ha, 12 years old, and I am already 15. Tang San, I await you at Shrek Academy." As the last word faded, Dai Mubai had already exited the hotel. Watching him leave, Xiao Wu huffed in defiance. What a perplexing individual. He certainly does not seem like a good person. Tang San, even when we reach Shrek Academy, let us avoid any dealings with him. Xiao Wu retracted her martial soul transformation and suddenly whispered, "Brother, if he had truly defeated you earlier, would we have been forced to leave?" She recalled Dai Mubai's earlier boastful words. Tang San responded nonchalantly, "Even if we had to leave, it would have been only me. This is precisely why I did not allow you to intervene. He speaks the truth. The disparity in strength due to a single soul ring is immense. Whether in soul power, the attributes conferred by soul rings, or the skills of his 1,000-year soul ring, they far surpass ours. After employing the white tiger's transformation, even if we combined our strength, we might still not be his match. Would I truly allow you to be cast out? If he insisted on such a course, I would have to fight to the death. Although he was inferior in strength, he was confident that in a desperate struggle, he held a 70% chance of bringing him down alongside himself. Xiao watched as Tang Sen approached the counter, lowering her head and murmuring his earlier words. To fight to the death, for the sake of dignity. Chapter 25. An encounter for the sake of dignity. Ning Rongrong echoed Tang San's words and turned to Qian Yueyue, saying, Sister, this Tang San seems to possess quite a talent, with a blue-silver grass martial soul, reaching such a level at 12 years old. He even speaks such profound words. He is also heading to Shrek Academy. Perhaps we may become classmates in the future. To stand up for his girlfriend and utter such sentiments of fighting to the death for dignity certainly marks him as a remarkable individual. It seems Shrek Academy is indeed commendable. Qian Yueyue nodded in agreement. Sister, what do you think of that scoundrel Daimubai with the white tiger martial soul? Due to a dispute over a room, he instigated trouble, yet displayed the courage to face the consequences. Acknowledging Tang San's age, he willingly conceded, which reflects a commendable character. Though it is difficult to form a judgment based on a mere acquaintance, at such a young age, he frequents hotels, suggesting he is a habitual visitor, indicating a lack of moral integrity. With a premier martial soul and being a soul master at the age of 15, his potential is notable. However, should he continue to indulge in carnal desires, he becomes negligible. Can his sister defeat him? Qian Yueyue gazed at Ning Rongrong with a look of astonishment, ultimately unable to restrain herself from playfully flicking her forehead. After all, if she could not even best Yu Tianheng, what could be said about him? Surely, you underestimate your elder sister far too much. Oh, no, not at all. From the looks of it, we are destined to be classmates. I cannot abide his despicable behavior. And what if one day I inadvertently provoke him? What would happen to me, a fragile support type? Then we shall simply eliminate him. I knew that my sister would always take care of me. Having enjoyed the lively scene, they decided to return to their room and rest early. On the following day, Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong initially planned to report to Shrek Academy. However, upon preparing to leave, they discovered that Ning Rongrong had no idea of the academy's location. Ultimately, they decided to wait at the hotel for Tang San and the others to return, so they could inquire for directions or go together to report. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated through the entire Rose Hotel. Sister, is there an earthquake? Or have our father and grandfathers arrived? Ning Rongrong was jolted awake from her slumber by the cacophony. It's nothing to worry about. It should be man-made. You rest here. I will go take a look. Wait for me. I want to go too. Ning Rongrong hastily donned her little leather shoes and followed closely behind Qian Yueyue. Esteemed guests, we apologize for the disturbance. When Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong arrived, the hotel staff had already begun knocking on Tang San and his companion's door. The attendant, dispatched by Manager Wang, was inquiring due to the extraordinary commotion that had just occurred, which could hardly be attributed to ordinary individuals. The staff member outside inquired, Dear guests, did you hear that strange noise earlier? Tang San replied nonchalantly, We heard it, but we are unaware of its origin. To safeguard their treasures, he found it necessary to utter this slight falsehood. The attendant refrained from probing further, as he could not enter without permission. Tang San continued, It's nothing. I will return now. The attendant had no choice but to turn and leave. Wait a moment, Qian Yueyue called out to Tang San, who was about to head back to his room. Upon hearing her voice, Tang San turned, puzzled as to why such a beautiful girl would suddenly call out to him. Hello, is there something you need? Tang San inquired politely. Brother, who is it? What is the matter? Xiao called out, momentarily neglecting the golden particles scattered around her. Greetings. I was nearby when you fought downstairs yesterday, Qian Yueyue said with a courteous smile, exuding elegance. Oh, I remember. There were two young ladies watching. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiao responded after a moment's thought. Actually, I happened to overhear that you are heading to Shrek Academy. We have heard our friend's teacher mention the academy and are quite intrigued. However, my sister was in a hurry and forgot to ask for the address. Would you kindly share it with us? You are also going to Shrek Academy? In that case, since we met, why not set off together tomorrow? Xiao inquired cheerfully. Thank you very much then. I want to take up more of your time. See you tomorrow, Qian Yueyue replied. All right, see you tomorrow. Xiaowu echoed. After bidding farewell, Xiaowu and Tang San immediately returned to their room to gather their dragonbeard needles, while Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong went back to continue their training. After all, with the impending enrollment, only by enhancing their own strength could they earn respect within the academy, even as support-type practitioners. The next morning, the four departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had lodged for 2 days, exiting Soto City through the South City Gate, heading toward their destination. In truth, our knowledge of Shrek Academy was rather limited. My teacher simply instructed me to come here to continue my studies, offering no further explanation. Tang San briefly conveyed the situation to Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, he recalled the expression on Master S' face when he had been sent to Shrek Academy, sensing that there was something extraordinary about the connection between the academy and his mentor. By the way, I haven't yet asked for your names. Would you mind sharing them? Tang San inquired politely. I am Ning Yueyue, and this is my sister, Ning Rongrong. Qian Yueyue grasped Ning Rongrong, who was about to speak, and introduced herself to Tang San. Ning Rongrong, quick-witted and still uncertain of the situation, noted that Shrek Academy had never registered with the Spirit Hall. The surname Qian, coupled with the unique angel spirit, easily evoked thoughts of a connection to Qian Douluo. Cleverly, Ning Rongrong refrained from asking anything and simply held Qian Yueyue's hand as they continued on their way. Brother, look over there, a small village. Despite the presence of outsiders, Xiaowu respectfully addressed Tang San as brother instead of San. Following Xiaowu's gesture, Tang San gazed in the indicated direction and spotted a small village about a mile ahead. With the clarity provided by his purple extreme magic eye, he discerned that the village contained roughly 100 households, smaller than the scale of Holy Soul Village. The village was surrounded by a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a defense against wild beasts. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, and it was unclear what was happening. Tang San smiled and suggested, "Let us go and inquire. Perhaps the villagers know where Shrek Academy is located. It should be quite renowned." Finally seeing a destination, the trio quickened their pace towards the village. As they approached, they sensed something amiss. Indeed, a considerable number of people had congregated at the entrance, mostly youths of similar age, many accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To the astonishment of the four, a somewhat dilapidated sign hung from a wooden archway at the entrance, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Above these characters was a green emblem that resembled a humanoid creature's head, green and somewhat endearing. The elderly man at the table wore a similar green circular badge on his chest, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Chapter 26. Arrival at the Academy. Observing the dilapidated village and the worn sign, Qian Yueyue's lips twitched slightly. She exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong, as if silently questioning whether they should flee. Brother, is it possible the master made a mistake? This hardly resembles an academy. Could it be a deception? Tang San chuckled wryly. Now that we are here, let us see for ourselves. Xiaowu, could you elaborate on the master you mentioned earlier? Qian Yueyue, having keenly sensed Xiaowu's reference to a master, promptly inquired. He is my brother's teacher, whom we met at Ning Academy. Everyone calls him master. Indeed, the master is my mentor. Although his spirit power level is not high, he possesses remarkable theoretical knowledge, which I deeply respect. Oh, is that so? I would truly like to meet him. The gentle smile of Qian Yueyue belied her inner frustration. It was quite unfortunate to have finally met someone, only to discover he was a disciple of that hypocrite. It appeared the Shrek Academy had significant ties to him, and she was determined to uncover the true nature of this institution. Tang San was right. Since they were already here, it was best to observe first before making any judgments. Upon hearing Qian Yueyue's words, Ning Rongrong, who had initially felt regret, regained her composure and decided to wait and see. If the situation became intolerable, she could always leave. After all, could the teachers here truly detain her? At that moment, a young boy stood in front of Tang San and Xiaowu, flanked by his parents. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Is this truly the so-called Soul Master Academy? The one that claims graduates can become barons of the empire?" The boy's father, somewhat uncertain, replied, "This is what the Spirit Hall representative said. It should be accurate, shouldn't it? But this academy does appear rather shabby." The boy lamented, "Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I would rather attend the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius in the primary academy." The father furrowed his brow and said, "Since we have come this far, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps this is a test. The true academy may not be located here." Qian Yueyue was somewhat perplexed upon hearing about the Spirit Hall. As the second young lady of the Spirit Hall, How could she be unaware that one could become a viscount of the empire merely by graduating from such an academy? Even their own Spirit Hall Academy lacked such an ability. Qian Yueyue stepped forward, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, sir. Is it true that the people from the Spirit Hall mentioned that graduating from this academy would grant a title of viscount in the empire? Did you hear this from an elder or bishop of the Spirit Hall?" Observing Qian Yueyue's appropriately elegant attire, which unmistakably indicated her noble lineage, the young man immediately responded with a fawning smile. "Oh, miss, you flatter me." This statement did not originate from the Spirit Hall. Common folk like us do not possess the means to meet the esteemed elders and bishops of the Spirit Hall. Rather, it was the academy that claimed its distinguished graduates have now become elders of the Spirit Hall. "Thank you." Qian Yueyue smiled back at the young man's father, though her heart was ablaze with indignation. What kind of academy dared to brazenly exploit the Spirit Hall's name in such a deceitful manner? "No. I must write a letter to inform my grandfather and mother of this matter. The reputation of our Spirit Hall is tarnished by such charlatans." The elderly man seated behind the registration desk appeared lethargic. His attire, if one were to be generous, could be described as simple. But he resembled more of a village elder, lacking even the vitality of those in the countryside. At that moment, a young boy approached the desk to register. The elder, in a languid tone, said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The boy's father hastily produced 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into a makeshift box crafted from wooden planks. Extending his hand, the boy followed suit. But the elder pinched his hand lightly, shaking his head. "Your age does not meet the requirement. You may leave." The boy paused, glancing back at his father, who quickly added with a smile, "Teacher, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Could you perhaps make an exception?" The elder, growing impatient, replied, "Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you not aware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over that age is not allowed. You may leave." "But what about our registration fee?" the boy's father protested. The elder, showing no mercy, retorted, "Once registered, the fee is non-refundable." Even the most patient of individuals has their limits. The boy's father could no longer restrain his anger, exclaiming, "This is clearly a scam. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not depart." Had we known this so-called Shrek Academy was so disreputable, we would not have come. The elder cast him a sidelong glance and coolly remarked, "Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground. "If you wish to reclaim your fee, you must first defeat me," Dai Mubai declared, summoning his soul power and manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 of a century and 1 of a millennium. The potent soul energy generated an invisible pressure in the air, and his piercing gaze fell upon the father and son. Qian Yueyue furrowed her brows as she surveyed her surroundings. The practices of this academy were no different from those of bandits. 10 gold soul coins could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. For commoners with soul masters and their families, the majority of their income relied on the subsidies from the Spirit Hall. It was merely a registration fee. Yet they withheld it without any return if one failed to pass. This bore a striking resemblance to the robbery of their Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, too powerful to confront directly, now resorts to bullying the common folk in this remote village. Qian Yueyue's impression of Shrek Academy continued to deteriorate, and she regretted wasting her cultivation time in such a place. As she observed Dai Mubai, adorned with 3 soul rings, including a millennium soul ring, the expression of the boy's father shifted dramatically. He muttered that they were unfortunate and hurriedly took his son away. Dai Mubai then returned to his seat, casting a cold, menacing glance at the remaining candidates and their parents, the threat evident in his demeanor. The pressure emanating from the 3 soul rings was not something ordinary individuals could endure. At that moment, he no longer resembled a spoiled young master, but rather appeared as a formidable enforcer. As this scene unfolded, the queue diminished by a third. No one wished to squander their money, especially considering the unremarkable exterior of Shrek Academy. The elderly man grew somewhat impatient, rising from behind the desk to address the remaining candidates. "If you wish to register at Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Coming here without comprehension merely results in a wasted registration fee. It is not too late to reconsider. Do you know the significance of the name Shrek in Shrek Academy?" Most of the registrants looked bewildered at the elder's words. He continued coldly, "Shrek refers to a peculiar creature, an extraordinarily bizarre existence even among soul beasts. The essence of Shrek Academy is that it is a school for monsters, meaning we only accept those who are exceptional, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or with a soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here." "Sister, No wonder such a mediocre place as Shrek Academy can produce talents like Teacher Qian. The selection criteria are so stringent. However, who would come to such a place for education when they could be the prized possessions of a sect or academy if they are wealthy and gifted? Should we leave? Ning Rongrong expressed her regret, as everything here surpassed her expectations. Let us not rush, Rongrong. Since Shrek Academy dares to flaunt the name of the Spirit Hall, I must see for myself, replied Tang San, who initially shared Qian Yueyue's disappointment in Shrek Academy. However, upon hearing the elder's words, his interest was piqued. A school that only accepts monsters? The term monsters could also imply geniuses, could it not? As the old man spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him, causing even Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble uncontrollably. A brilliant crimson light burst forth from his figure, and a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns materialized in his right hand. Most astonishingly, 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, their dazzling radiance instantly captivating the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, representing a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and a 10,000-year soul ring. This seemingly ordinary farmer was, in fact, a formidable soul emperor, boasting a level exceeding 60. As the staff struck the ground, a deep, resonant sound reverberated throughout the area, causing nearly everyone to stagger momentarily. Qian Yueyue exhibited no particular reaction. After all, instructors of such caliber were capable of teaching introductory classes at their Spirit Hall Academy. A soul emperor of his standing, lacking even the most optimal spirit ring, did not possess the authority to conduct formal lectures. Ning Rongrong, with 2 grandfathers of title Douluo rank, was particularly indifferent to the situation. However, the others were not so resolute. Faced with a soul emperor wielding a 10,000-year spirit ring, they could only concede defeat and quietly escort their children away. The line, which had originally boasted over 100 participants, dwindled to a mere dozen in the blink of an eye. The elder seemed unfazed by the number of students, continuing his enrollment duties. Those who remained evidently possessed the confidence to surpass the elder's initial hurdle. The subsequent candidates exhibited spirit power exceeding level 20 and possessed 2 spirit rings. After paying the enrollment fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second stage. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. Chapter 27. Initial examination passed. As she observed the applicants ahead, Xiao Wu's spirits soared with excitement. She whispered to Tang San, "This academy appears quite intriguing, especially that remark from the instructor about only accepting monsters and not ordinary individuals. It was truly impressive." Tang San smiled in response. "I trust you no longer doubt the instructor's words. This Shrek Academy is anything but ordinary." Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong exchanged a brief glance and smiled without uttering a word. As they had already moved to the front of the line, they were naturally able to observe Dai Mubai, who sat behind the elder. Dai Mubai was not only responsible for overseeing the venue, but also for guiding the newly qualified candidates into the academy. At that moment, he finally spotted Tang San and his companion, a hint of a smile breaking through his cold faade as he nodded in their direction. He then gestured towards the elder, spreading his hands in a display of helplessness, evidently conveying that their admission relied solely on their own efforts and that he could offer no assistance. While Tang San and his companion were engaged in this silent communication with Dai Mubai, Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong had already summoned their martial spirits. "May we inquire if we have passed the preliminary examination?" Ning Rongrong's voice was melodious and sweet as she posed her question to the elder responsible for the evaluations. The elder gazed in astonishment at the 2 young individuals who had released their martial spirits. It was remarkable that one of them was already a soul master, while the other had achieved the rank of soul ancestor. The elder had never encountered such prodigious talent in youth before and was momentarily rendered speechless by his surprise. Indeed, following his battle with Yu Tianheng a month prior, Qian Yueyue's soul power had finally surged beyond level 40, elevating him to the rank of soul ancestor. The reason for his delayed arrival at Shrek Academy was that he had returned to the Spirit Hall, accompanied by the Light-Winged Douluo, to the Star Doe Forest to hunt a luminous soul beast aged over 50,000 years for his 4th soul ring. At present, Qian Yueyue's soul power was stable at level 43. As Qian Yueyue ascended to the rank of soul ancestor, his training alongside Ning Rongrong inadvertently accelerated her soul power absorption rate, and she too had reached the rank of soul master at level 34. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked on in astonishment. seemingly unprepared for the revelation that their newfound companions were such extraordinary talents. A sense of urgency stirred within Tang San. It appeared he needed to intensify his own training, for this world was indeed brimming with prodigies. Dai Mubai's gaze towards the two was no longer frigid. Instead, it resembled that of a wolf spotting its prey, radiating an intense, predatory light akin to that of a ravenous wolf, albeit one of a more colorful variety. Qian Yueyue felt a twinge of discomfort, however. Considering her lack of intention to pursue studies at this academy and her desire to conceal her true abilities, she merely positioned herself in front of Ning Rongrong. Disregarding Dai Mubai's gaze, "Esteemed teacher, may I inquire if we have both passed the preliminary examination?" Qian Yueyue inquired, raising an eyebrow at the astonished elder before her. The elder's surprise gradually subsided as he furrowed his brow and questioned Ning Rongrong. "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" Ning Rongrong did not directly respond to his query. Instead, she smiled and replied, "It is said that education knows no boundaries, as long as I meet the academy's requirements. You have no reason to deny my admission." The elder seemed to hesitate momentarily before gesturing to Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." The predatory gleam in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly vanished, returning to his usual cold demeanor as he led the young girl into the academy. The remaining candidates quickly passed the elder's first round of testing, and it was finally time for Tang San and Xiao Wu. At this moment, after escorting several applicants, Dai Mubai had returned to the elder's side. Tang San suddenly noticed a change in Dai Mubai's expression. He was fixated on something behind them, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Instinctively, Tang San and the others turned to look, and though they did not react as overtly as Dai Mubai, they too felt a jolt of surprise. Behind Tang San and Xiao Wu stood the last remaining candidate, seemingly new to the scene. This was another girl, appearing slightly younger than both Tang San and Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was slightly lowered, and she was of comparable height to Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue, with similarly fair skin. However, this young girl exuded an aura of distinctiveness. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, yet her expression was notably aloof, contrasting sharply with Qian Yueyue's prideful indifference. It radiated an inherent chill, a pure coldness. With her dark eyes devoid of even a hint of warmth, clashing with her otherwise exquisite features. "Are you registering or not? If not, please do not obstruct the way." The elder's voice pulled everyone back to reality. "We shall register together," Tang San declared, placing the 20 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. The elder first pinched Xiao Wu's hand, nodding in approval. "Your age is appropriate." When his hand shifted to Tang San's, a soft gasp escaped his lips once more. The elder, seemingly disbelieving, pinched Tang San's hand several times, his expression turning peculiar. Lifting his gaze to Tang San, he asked, "Have you practiced any soul techniques?" The elder's intention in pinching the hands of the applicants was to discern their true age through the structure of their palms, a method that could not be fabricated. However, Tang San's hand felt extraordinarily flexible, making it impossible to ascertain its skeletal condition. Tang San felt a chill in his heart and nodded, replying, "Indeed." Qian Yueyue furrowed her brows. Increasingly intrigued by the techniques employed by Tang San and Dai Mubai during their confrontation, she was aware that those methods were neither soul skills nor abilities derived from soul bones. Curiosity gnawed at her. Could such skills be cultivated by ordinary individuals? Were they accessible to all soul masters, including auxiliary system soul masters? Her fascination with Tang San deepened. The elder frowned slightly and instructed, "Lift your calf." Following his command, Tang San elevated his calf and placed it upon the table. The elder, through the fabric of his trousers, pinched Tang San's calf a few times before nodding approvingly, commenting, "Your muscle development is commendable. Bone age is appropriate. Now, release your martial souls." The elder cast a cursory glance at Xiao Wu before his gaze settled upon Tang San, who possessed the blue silver grass. Can blue silver grass be cultivated so swiftly? Tang San smiled gently and remarked, "Teacher, isn't this place meant for collecting monsters? Would I qualify as one?" A rare smile appeared on the elder's face, confirming, "Indeed, you are a little monster. Mubai, escort them inside." "Understood," Dai Mubai responded, approaching with a smile for Tang San, though his eyes remained fixed on the coldly indifferent woman in black behind him. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Tang San and Xiao Wu followed him into Shrek Academy, located within that very village. Chapter 28, The Sausage Specialty Shop. Upon entering the village, one could see an array of wooden structures, aptly described by the words simple and unadorned. After walking a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses, approximately 500 square meters in size, situated at the heart of Shrek Academy. I knew you would pass smoothly, Dai Mubai remarked. The subsequent examinations should pose no problem. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back toward the entrance of the academy. Xiaowu, somewhat irked, retorted, "What are you staring at? Planning to cause trouble for the girls again?" Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, replying, "What do you understand? I sense that the aura of that girl is remarkably similar to mine, not only akin but also possessing a complementary essence. In the realm of martial souls, encountering a complementary martial soul is exceedingly rare. However, if such a pairing occurs, the potency of one's own martial soul can multiply. This phenomenon is known as the martial soul fusion technique." Xiaowu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Then, does that imply that the girl's martial soul is a mother tiger?" Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Qian Yueyue became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. The prince of the Douluo Empire and a noble lady from the duke's household attending school in such a small village was indeed quite intriguing. Qian Yueyue decided that once she had witnessed the girl's martial soul and confirmed her thoughts, she would write a letter to her handsome grandfather. Dai Mubai gestured towards the candidates lined up ahead and said, "You will conduct the second examination here. The teachers will instruct you on what to do. I must step out for a moment. If that girl's martial soul truly resonates with mine, I will do everything in my power to win her over." With that, Dai Mubai hurriedly departed, while Tang San and Xiaowu followed his instructions and joined the queue behind the other candidates. At that moment, a soft voice called out, "Sausages for sale. Come and take a look, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages are delicious and sweet, reasonably priced and generously portioned. Only 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar's sausages guarantees you a better chance of passing the entrance exam." The crowd turned to see a vendor not far away, pushing a cart and calling out enticingly. A delicious aroma wafted from the cart, and some students in line had already approached to make a purchase. Standing behind the cart was a man dressed in simple gray clothing, sporting neat short hair and a full beard, yet possessing a pair of large, charming peach blossom eyes that roamed curiously over the girls in the candidate queue. It was hard to believe that such a soft voice could come from a man with such a robust appearance. Tang San turned to Xiaowu and said, "There are still a few people ahead. You didn't eat much for breakfast. Would you like to try a sausage? It smells quite good. Let us give it a go then. Ning Yueyue, how about you two? It's still early, and since we're all hungry, let us go together," Ning Rongrong replied. Tang San nodded, and the 4 of them walked towards the cart. As they drew closer, they could see that the vendor was of similar height to Tang San. And on the cart was a wooden sign engraved with the words "Sausage Specialty Shop." Seeing customers approaching, Oscar immediately greeted them enthusiastically. "Would you like a sausage? Oscar's sausages are honest and reliable, with guaranteed flavor." Tang San smiled and said, "Sir, could I trouble you to give each of us a sausage?" Oscar's expression suddenly froze. You call me what?" Tang San was taken aback. "I called you sir. Is that a problem?" Oscar sighed with a wry smile. "Of course it's a problem, a significant one at that. Brother, I am only 14 years old, and you dare call me sir? Ha ha, you're only 14? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Oscar, captivated by Ning Rongrong's radiant smile, was momentarily lost for words, finally stammering, "Indeed. My name is Oscar, I am 14 years old, a first-year student at Shrek Academy, and my martial soul is sausages. I am currently single. My hair is merely a bit lush." Ning Rongrong inquired with a smile, "Are you truly 14 years of age?" Oscar nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Of course. I am a student of the academy. Anyone you asked would confirm my age." She continued, "You mentioned that your spirit is a sausage. Are you a food-type soul master?" "Indeed," Oscar replied as he retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, skewering 2 10-centimeter-long sausages that had been roasting over the charcoal, exuding a delightful aroma. Ning Rongrong produced a gold coin and handed it to him, asking, "Is this sausage a manifestation of your soul spirit?" Oscar responded softly, "Yes. I hope to count on your support. You can refer to me as the sausage specialist." Tang San readily agreed, "No problem." At that moment, Dai Mubai approached, accompanied by the last enrolled student, the cold girl whom he had been observing intently. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar's expression turned sour. "Boss Dai, would you care for a sausage?" "Go to hell," Dai Mubai retorted, glaring at him. "You truly bring shame to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once against selling sausages here. Do you wish to make everyone rich?" Tang San, perplexed, asked, "Why not?" Daimobai's expression morphed into one of bemusement. Little Oscar, produce a new sausage. Oscar's demeanor shifted to one of embarrassment. Boss Dai, isn't that unnecessary? We've been classmates for several years. Your actions may lead the new junior to harbor resentment towards me. Dai Mubai scoffed. I'm merely providing a warning for Tang-san. He is my brother, and I cannot allow him to be deceived by you. Hurry up, or I shall take action. Clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand, somewhat awkwardly uttering in his soft voice, I possess a large sausage. A yellow light suddenly coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet, culminating in the appearance of a sausage identical to the one in Tang-san's hand. When Tang-san heard Oscar's declaration of I possess a large sausage, he froze momentarily, overwhelmed by the ambiguity of the phrase. Setting aside the quality of the sausage or its edibility, he was deterred from consuming it, especially since it was being offered to the 3 ladies present. Sensing Tang-san's growing ire, Oscar hastily clarified, I have no alternative. When using a food-type soul spirit, one must invoke different soul spells to alter the food. That was merely the incantation, not my intention to exclaim. Moreover, the quality of my sausage is beyond reproach. Tang-san swiftly placed the sausage back on the charcoal grill, stating, You may keep your sausage for yourself. Thank you for the warning, Brother Dai. Tang-san turned his gaze towards Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong, only to find that the two had already begun to eat. Ning Yueyue, did you not hear Oscar's words just now? This sausage is not safe for consumption. Qian Yueyue couldn't help but laugh as she observed Tang-san and Dai Mubai, who were staring at her and Rongrong with expressions of sheer terror. What is there that cannot be consumed? It is merely a soul skill, is it not? He mentioned that what transpired earlier was simply an unavoidable soul curse. We are merely 12 or 13 years old. Perhaps we are overthinking this a tad. Qian Yueyue took another bite of the sausage, savoring the transformation of her soul power after consumption. She turned to Ning Rongrong and inquired, Rongrong, how do you feel? Then she addressed Oscar. You must be on the verge of breaking through to soul Douluo, am I right? Although Ning Rongrong posed it as a question, her gaze bore an unwavering certainty towards Oscar. Oscar stood momentarily in astonishment. It was the first time someone had unreservedly consumed his soul food after hearing his soul chant. And it was from such a kind-hearted and beautiful young lady that he felt deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. Indeed, I am currently at level 29. Just a step away from soul Douluo, he admitted. Would you mind sharing your innate soul power level? Qian Yueyue inquired. I possess innate full soul power. Oscar replied with a hint of pride. A food system soul master with innate full soul power. With your talents, you could easily gain admission to a prestigious academy like the Spirit Hall. Have they not extended an invitation to you? Qian Yueyue asked casually. I am an orphan, taken in by the esteemed dean. The dean prohibits graduates of Shrek Academy from joining the Spirit Hall and even refuses to register them there. Otherwise, Shrek Academy would not be confined to such a humble village, Oscar explained. Humph, that is for the best. I harbor a strong aversion to the Spirit Hall as well. It's better not to join. Your dean possesses remarkable insight. I find myself growing fonder of this place, Xiao Wu interjected eagerly. Qian Yueyue, upon hearing Xiao Wu's interruption, decided to refrain from further inquiry, opting to seek an opportunity to ask later. However, she was taken aback by the Academy's audacity. While prohibiting the students from joining the Spirit Hall, it simultaneously accepted subsidies from them, using the Spirit Hall as a guise to deceive and extort. A flicker of anger surged within Qian Yueyue. Noticing the shift in Qian Yueyue's emotions, Ning Rongrong promptly turned to Oscar and inquired, with such remarkable talent, have you considered joining our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Is it the one I am thinking of? Oscar asked, his excitement palpable. Is there any other sect bold enough to bear that name aside from the prestigious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong replied, her chest puffed with pride. I am still quite young. I must seek my teacher's opinion on this matter, as it is my mentor who has nurtured me, Oscar said, feeling a mix of enthusiasm and bashfulness, scratching his head. After all, a stunning beauty personally invited him, and yet he responded in such a manner, perhaps a bit ungratefully. At that moment, the others did not take Ning Rongrong's words too seriously, as they hardly believed that a young girl could directly recruit individuals into such a grand sect as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, unaffected by their skepticism, noticed that everyone's attention had shifted to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, leaving the Spirit Hall unattended. She took Qian Yueyue's hand and playfully winked. Qian Yueyue chuckled softly, gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's little head. Chapter 29, The second round of testing as the awkward incident caused by Oscar's sausages was swiftly brushed aside. Oscar received an invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dai Mubai felt elated for his good friend and refrained from casting lingering glances at Ning Rongrong, for he had now set his sights on a goal he deemed essential. He was also reluctant to offend the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dai Mubai remarked, "This is indeed a monster academy, where martial souls are as diverse as can be. Yet, Oscar stands out even among us. His martial soul possesses no offensive power, but among food-type martial souls, it is truly exceptional, as it provides meat. However, the incantations he utters when summoning his martial soul can be rather off-putting. Anyone familiar with him would certainly hesitate to consume the sausages he produces. Perhaps due to his food martial soul, his hair is much denser than average, and if he neglects shaving for just a day, he ends up looking like this. Consequently, he has earned the nickname Sausage Uncle within the academy, while he refers to himself as the sausage specialist." Dai Mubai gave Tang Sen a pat on the shoulder and said, "Come. I shall lead you through the examination. There's no need to queue." Tang Sen replied, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Dai Mubai reassured him, "Rest assured, I am not showing favoritism. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve." As he spoke, he guided the two of them towards the front of the line. The instructor responsible for the second round of testing was an elderly teacher, since Tang San had been preoccupied with purchasing sausages earlier. He had yet to familiarize himself with the examination's details. Dai Mubai approached the teacher, whispered a few words into his ear, and gestured towards the individuals behind him. The teacher nodded and replied, "Very well, you may lead them directly to the fourth stage. If they succeed, they will be admitted." Upon returning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai was about to escort them deeper into the academy when the waiting candidates protested. One male candidate exclaimed, "Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why are they allowed to bypass the tests and proceed to the fourth stage while we must pass each round?" The elderly teacher responded calmly, "If your soul power exceeds level 25, you too may proceed directly to the fourth stage without wasting time here. However, your current soul power is only at level 21, thus you must pass each stage one by one." The male candidate, perplexed, questioned, "Their soul power is above 25? That's impossible. We are only 12 years old. How could anyone possess such high soul power?" All candidates present had soul powers exceeding level 21 and were no older than 13. In their original primary academy, individuals like them were undoubtedly the stars of the institution. Yet, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they faced repeated setbacks, inevitably altering their mood. Dai Mubai snorted disdainfully, thinking to himself that just because he struggled did not mean others should too. "When I entered the academy, my soul power was already at level 25. Tang San, show them your soul power." As he spoke, he picked up a white crystal from the table and tossed it to Tang San. The testing crystals varied in color according to their rank. This particular white crystal was designated for testing soul power below level 30. Should one's soul power exceed this threshold, the crystal would shatter explosively. Tang San then comprehended why Dai Mubai had asserted that passing this stage was their rightful reward. Evidently, this phase was responsible for accurately assessing the candidate's soul power. Without uttering a word, he accepted the white crystal and infused it with the energy of his Shantian art. In an instant, a brilliant white light emanated from Tang San's hand, transforming the crystal into a dazzling spectacle akin to a diamond. With radiant brilliance illuminating every facet of the crystal, an unmistakable sign of nearing level 30. The teacher overseeing the test wore a faintly amused smile, suggesting that Shrek Academy was about to welcome another remarkable talent this year. With a smile on his face, Tang San handed the crystal to Xiao Wu. Not wishing to entertain any gossip about her, he held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Once again, the same radiant light burst forth, silencing the murmurs of the other candidates, whose gazes toward Tang San and Xiao Wu shifted to one of astonishment. Level 29 at the tender age of 12. Was this truly an attainable level for a human? Given that the crystal could only test soul powers below level 30, the crowd overlooked Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue, who naturally disregarded the matter as well. A male candidate pointed at Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong, questioning, "What about these two? Why are they not being tested?" Dai Mubai looked at the trouble-seeking male candidate in silence. Even he dared not offend these two individuals, especially Qian Yueyue, who, despite being 2 or 3 years his junior, had already attained the rank of Soul Master. Qian Yueyue immediately unleashed her martial soul, causing 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings to shimmer, captivating everyone present except for a few who were in the know. The male candidate, who had just been questioning her, fell silent in an instant, covering his mouth. wishing he could vanish into thin air. Qian Yueyue cast a cold glance at him and asked, "Do you have any further questions?" The male candidate swiftly shook his head and turned to flee, daunted by the prospect of questioning Ning Rongrong, who had yet to unleash her martial soul. As the crowd marveled at Qian Yueyue's formidable soul power, a shadowy figure darted past. Xiao Wu realized that the crystal ball she had been holding had vanished. The figure stood beside her, clutching the very crystal ball that had just been in her possession. At that moment, the orb emitted a glow that was somewhat dimmer than those of Tang San and Xiao Wu, indicating a soul power level of 27. The shadowy figure was none other than the icy girl who had arrived last, following Dai Mubai. The testing instructor could not conceal his astonishment. Such prodigies appeared annually. Yet this year was exceptional, boasting 5 in total. Well, it seems I may have a chance at a raise, he mused. Mubai, please take these 4 to the 4th round. Understood, Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complicated glance at the cold girl before turning to lead the way into the academy. This time, no other candidates voiced objections. Their prowess had spoken for itself. Among the 5 candidates, only Tang San maintained a relatively amicable rapport with Dai Mubai. As they walked together, he inquired, "Big brother Dai, are there only 4 rounds in the entrance examination?" Dai Mubai nodded, explaining, "Indeed, there are 4 rounds in total. You have already experienced the first, which eliminates candidates with soul power below level 21 or those older than 13. This round typically sees the highest number of eliminations. The second round involves soul power assessment and martial soul appraisal. Possessing formidable soul power alone does not guarantee future potential. This round primarily evaluates the martial soul. Only those whose martial souls demonstrate ample developmental potential and a correct cultivation direction in prior training may advance to the 3rd round. Of course, exceptionally unique martial souls can also qualify, like Xiao Ao did. Tang San readily grasped Dai Mubai's words, having absorbed much knowledge from the master on this subject. The same martial soul can yield different achievements based on the chosen developmental path. The second round is fundamentally about filtering the candidates based on the strength of their martial souls and the compatibility of their first 2 soul rings, which may affect future cultivation. Big brother Dai, but my martial soul is blue silver grass, which is considered to have minimal potential for development. What? Dai Mubai chuckled heartily and replied, "You need not be so modest. Am I unaware of your strength? The Academy stipulates that if a candidate's soul power exceeds level 25, they may bypass the 2nd and 3rd rounds, regardless of their martial soul. It's akin to a single force overcoming numerous obstacles. Even if the quality of your martial soul is somewhat lacking, possessing substantial soul power can still render you a formidable soul master." Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu asked, "What does the 3rd round entail?" Dai Mubai elaborated. The 3rd round assesses the candidate's application of their martial souls. Mere soul power and potential are insufficient. One must also possess mastery over their martial soul. The higher the rank of the martial soul, the more challenging it becomes to control, often leading to complications. If one cannot attain a certain level of mastery over their martial soul, it indicates a lack of diligence on the part of the soul master. Consequently, we do not accept such students. Qian Yueyue perceived that although this academy lacks certain abilities, its method of selecting exceptional students is commendable. The Martial Soul Palace Academy could take a cue from this stringent selection process to identify truly promising talents, thereby facilitating the cultivation of elites. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Dai Mubai directly explained the 4th trial, which assesses practical combat experience. Some students possess remarkable martial souls and demonstrate adeptness in controlling them. However, having grown up in noble families, they have been sheltered from the realities of the outside world, rendering them utterly unacquainted with the concept of combat. Such candidates are not welcomed by the Academy. The esteemed dean has stated that pampered individuals will not be accepted. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, the 4 companions fell silent for a moment, until Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Are you selecting students or prospective wives? This is exceedingly stringent." No wonder the teacher at the entrance remarked that only monsters are admitted here. It seems that only extraordinary individuals can pass these 4 examinations. May I inquire how many students currently attend Shrek Academy? How many can be enrolled each year? This time, a wry smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Since its inception, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 42 students over the past 20 years. That averages out to just over 2 students annually. If all 5 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not enrolled any students for 2 consecutive years. Currently, including myself, There are only 3 students studying here. 3? Exclaimed Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong almost in unison, aside from the cold girl. Dai Mubai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Throughout the entire Douluo continent, we might be the only academy where the number of teachers surpasses that of students. Even if we admit you, the number of students in our academy will never exceed that of the teachers. Tang San remarked, if that is the case, how can the academy sustain itself? Without a student body, there should be no income. Dai Mubai replied, do you think that is why the academy is located in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funding. If my family had not provided some support, the academy might have closed its doors last year. If we fail to enroll students again this year, then the 3 of us will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy. Then why doesn't the academy relax some of the entrance examination requirements? It seems there are quite a few applicants, Ning Rongrong questioned, perplexed. A hint of respect crossed Dai Mubai's face as he said, the dean has stated that it is better to have none than to have inferior candidates. Regardless of the circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close, we shall never accept waste, only monsters. Do you know what the graduation requirements are? We are neither a mid-level Soul Master Academy nor a high-level one, for our criteria differ. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess extraordinary talent. Furthermore, the graduation requirement is to surpass level 40 before the age of 20. Achieving the rank of Soul Master to be eligible for graduation. The Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Upon leaving the Academy, each of these 14 individuals has become a figure of global renown. Among them, one stands out as the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, holding authority second only to the Pope. The others who did not graduate were unable to attain level 40 before the age of 20, and some tragically perished while hunting soul beasts. The esteemed dean once remarked that anyone who has not reached level 40 should refrain from embarrassing him by venturing outside. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's emotions evidently intensified, reflecting his profound respect for the dean of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled and said to Dai Mubai, I am truly grateful to have come here. Qian Yueyue let out a scoff. Do you know what the primary requirement for an elder of the Spirit Hall is? Dai Mubai was taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a question from Qian Yueyue at that moment. A title Douluo. Qian Yueyue fell silent, yet at that instant, everyone present comprehended the unspoken truth. If a graduate were to attain the esteemed rank of title Douluo, no matter how much they faced ostracism from the nobility, Shrek Academy could never descend to such a state. Moreover, considering how recently Shrek Academy was established, it was inconceivable that they could possess a graduate of title Douluo caliber. At this moment, Qian Yueyue's once burgeoning affection for Shrek Academy plummeted to an all-time low. She found the Spirit Hall intolerable, yet she shamelessly clung to its prestige. Dai Mubai, feeling insulted, confronted Qian Yueyue with indignation. Since just now, you have been defending the Spirit Hall. Are you perhaps one of them? Xiao Wu cast a wary glance at Qian Yueyue. Your assumption is not unfounded, Qian Yueyue retorted sharply. Since becoming a Soul Master, I have received support from the Spirit Hall, and it was they who assisted in my martial spirit awakening. Who knows, I might join the Spirit Hall in the future. You keep raising issues related to them. Am I not allowed to inquire? Her tone was laced with irritation. You. Dai Mubai seethed with anger, ready to retaliate. But upon recalling Qian Yueyue's soul sect rank, he hesitated. Just then, a deep masculine voice resounded. The 4th challenge has arrived again. And there are still 5 of you. Dai Mubai turned away from Qian Yueyue, respectfully addressing the man. Teacher Zhao, I have brought my team for the 4th challenge. These 5 have been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd tests. Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened as he rose from his seat. Though not tall, and possessing an ordinary appearance, he exuded a solid presence. His height, slightly less than that of 12-year-old Tang San, somehow conveyed a sense of robustness. All 5 exceed level 25. Very good. It appears there are many little monsters this year. This is the final challenge, and upon passing, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is essential for every Soul Master. My assessment will focus on your abilities in that regard. With a warm gaze sweeping over Tang San and the others, he continued, I am Zhao Wuji. Since you 4 have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd tests, I shall personally engage with you. You now have the time of an incense stick to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. After that, the test begins. The task is for the 4 of you to withstand my attacks for the duration of an incense stick. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. Understand this. Do not attempt to take shortcuts. No one can escape this range through speed. Moreover, Relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my attacks. Coordinated teamwork is your only path to success. Having said this, he produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere, ignited it with a flick of his fingers, and planted it firmly in the ground without a tremor. After completing these actions, Zhao Wuji returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. Tang San and the others felt no particular trepidation regarding Teacher Zhao's test. Rather, it was Dai Mubai who wore a serious expression, urging the others to gather closer. "I cannot assist you this time," he said gravely. To everyone's surprise, Teacher Zhao was actually going to take matters into his own hands. Xiaowu chuckled. Could it be that Teacher Zhao is a formidable soul emperor like the one at the entrance? Dai Mubai shook his head, replying, "Not at all." Xiaowu smiled. "Then there's nothing to fear. After all, the 5 of us are nearly at level 30. In a 5-on-1 scenario, as long as our strengths are not vastly disproportionate, we should be able to withstand his attack for at least the duration of an incense stick, right?" Dai Mubai cast her a glance, his expression akin to that of someone regarding a fool. "If you believe that Teacher Zhao's attacks are so easily countered, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao may not be a soul emperor of the 60th level. He is a soul sage of 76, with a beast martial soul and a battle soul. He serves as the vice principal of our academy, his overall strength second only to that of the principal." Xiaowu gasped in disbelief. "He is at level 76? But he appears much younger than the teacher at the entrance." Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. "Age has never been an indicator of one's capabilities. Time is of the essence. I will briefly inform you of Teacher Zhao's specialized abilities, and you must swiftly devise a strategy against him. Otherwise, you may not even withstand the initial wave of his attack, let alone the duration of an incense stick." He then sighed. "Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely overseeing the 4th round. Your opponent should have been me. As long as you could endure my attacks for an incense stick's time, you would have passed. But who could have predicted that today he would take it upon himself to intervene? Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the formidable great strength diamond bear, a powerful beast martial soul. His defenses are virtually impenetrable. Even soul masters of the same level struggle to inflict damage upon him. Though speed is not Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power renders it impossible for you to outpace him. His greatest strengths lie in his offensive power and defensive capabilities, earning him the monarch removable king within the academy. Not just the 4 of you, even with my support, we might not withstand his attacks for an incense stick's duration. Now, I can only hope that when Teacher Zhao attacks you, he does not take it too seriously." The atmosphere grew tense as Qian Yueyue spoke in a cool tone, while Ning Rongrong gently tugged at her skirt, displaying her concern. Qian Yueyue gently patted Ning Rongrong's hand and then remarked, "I never anticipated that although the dean of your Shrek Academy is being hunted by the Spirit Hall, he is still committed to cultivating elders for them. Quite impressive." Though Qian Yueyue spoke with a smile, the sarcasm in her tone was palpable to all present. Tang San and the others were acutely aware that, after all, it was Shrek's deceitful recruitment that had lured a pampered young lady to this humble village, rendering them hesitant to voice their thoughts. They promptly stepped forward to ease the tension. "Let us introduce ourselves and our abilities," one suggested, "so that we may become acquainted and determine how best to collaborate in order to withstand Teacher Zhao's examination." Chapter 31. The battle begins. Tang San took the initiative to introduce himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am Tang San, a control-type soul master with the blue-silver grass as my martial soul, currently at level 29. Hello, I am Xiaowu, a fierce attack-type soul master wielding the soft bone rabbit as my martial soul, also at level 29. I am Xu Zhiqing with the nether cat as my martial soul, a swift attack-type soul master at level 27. In the depths of her heart, Qian Yueyue mused, "The nether spirit cat? Indeed. It appears to be the prince and princess of the Star Luo Empire. How intriguing." Ning Rongrong, possessing the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tile, stands as a 34th level auxiliary soul master. Upon the completion of Ning Rongrong's introduction, the gazes of all present converged upon her. Tang San, astonished, inquired, "Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile. Does this mean you were truly born into the 7 treasure sect, or are you a direct descendant? What other possibility could there be? Surely, you do not think I was jesting when I sought to recruit Oscar, do you?" "Humph." The crowd chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. Ning Yueyue, wielding the martial soul of the healing angel, is a 35th level healing soul master. Upon hearing Qian Yueyue's self-introduction, Dai Mubai exhaled in relief, followed by a cold laugh, remarking on the arrogance of a mere auxiliary soul master who who can only hide behind others. At this moment, Qian Yueyue was unaware of Dai Mubai's thoughts, focusing her attention entirely on Zhao Wujing. Tang San inquired with curiosity, "Are you also a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" "Indeed, she is my sister," Ning Rongrong replied, blinking her eyes. "Well, we are not much different from ordinary people. Both my sister and I secretly ran away from home. My martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, and my 3 soul rings can enhance speed, strength, and soul power by approximately 40%. A 40% increase is already quite remarkable." Yet Tang San understood that the reason the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile was regarded by the master as the most formidable among auxiliary martial souls was due to its unique ability. With each additional soul ring, not only could it augment an attribute, but also amplify the effects of all previously enhanced attributes by an additional 10%. This means that if Ning Rongrong's soul power reached level 40 or above, she could not only enhance another attribute, but also elevate all attribute enhancements to 50%. This pattern continues, so by level 70, she could instantly augment 7 attributes by 80%. Such an effect is truly terrifying. If there were a soul master with a 7 treasure glazed tile assisting, it would nearly double their strength in an instant. The stronger the soul master, the more significant the enhancement effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile. However, the greatest drawback of the 7 treasure glazed tile is that its enhancement effects cannot stack. In other words, if there are 2 soul masters with the 7 treasure glazed tile present, only the one with higher soul power will have their effects apply. Its most significant weakness lies in its lack of offensive power, necessitating protection from battle soul masters. Nonetheless, many willingly take on the role of protectors of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters, titled Douluo, throughout the continent. The 7 treasure glazed tile school ranks second among the top 3 sections. Ning Yueyue, could you please introduce your soul abilities? It would be convenient for our subsequent battle plan. Tang San turned to Qian Yueyue, who stood beside Ning Rongrong. With 2 powerful support types, their chances of passing the exam would substantially increase. My martial soul is Healing Angel, and I possess only one ability, Healing. It can mend external injuries, internal wounds, and mental fatigue, depending on the soul ring's level and attributes. Additionally, my second soul ability can restore 40% of consumed soul power. That is all. Tang San contemplated for a moment. During the upcoming battle, Ning Rongrong will support us, and Ning Yueyue, please prioritize your safety. If anyone is injured, you must heal them immediately. Xiao Wu will handle the offensive, while I will focus on controlling Zhao Laoshi, attempting to restrain him as much as possible while assisting Xiao Wu in her frontal attacks. Zhu Qing, I ask you to restrain from the flank. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing both nodded in agreement, while Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Qian Yueyue. Qian Yueyue furrowed her brows and questioned Tang San. Are you certain about taking the initiative? Tang San was taken aback, asking, is there something amiss? Taking the initiative. I do not believe it is a wise strategy. I think you are underestimating the Soul Sage. A soul master of that level is not as simple as you envision. You, a support type, should merely hide behind the battle masters. Do you even know how to fight? Dai Mubai scoffed at Qian Yueyue's inquiry. What do you know? Do you have any idea about my sister? Ning Rongrong glared at Dai Mubai with fury, vexed by his despicable demeanor. Yet, before she could complete her thought, Qian Yueyue interrupted her. You are correct. I am indeed a support type. Qian Yueyue cast a glance at Dai Mubai, choosing not to elaborate further. Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he pressed on, knowing they were on the brink of battle. Time is short, and this is the only strategy one can devise at present. The effectiveness remains to be seen in actual combat. Ning Yueyue is right. I have never encountered a Soul Sage level opponent, so I cannot ascertain their strength. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. Have you reached a consensus? Zhao Wujing's resonant voice echoed, prompting the 4 to turn. The incense on the ground had burned down to its end. Teacher, we are ready to commence. Dai Mubai nodded to Zhao Wujing and stepped aside to observe. Despite the unequal nature of the duel, as a power-oriented soul master himself, he could not forego the opportunity to learn from Zhao Wujing's prowess. Zhao Wujing rose anew, clasping his hands together and flexing his wrists. The sound of cracking bones resonating ominously, amplifying the invisible pressure in the atmosphere. He conjured another stick of incense, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already sprung into action. 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Her body twirled gracefully in place, and brilliant hues erupted from her being. At the point where the colorful radiance converged, a 7-colored tower of over a foot in height materialized in her right palm. 7 treasures. First, strength. As the second soul ring ascended, enveloping the 7 treasures tower, Ning Rongrong pointed with her left hand, releasing 3 beams of colorful light that simultaneously enveloped Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, a wave of warm energy surged through their limbs, and all 3 felt invigorated, as if their very soul power was boiling over with newfound vitality. Zhao Wujin regarded Ning Rongrong with astonishment. Remarkable. Among this year's candidates, one hails from the 7 treasures Glazed tile clan. Indeed, old Flander will be thrilled by this. As he spoke, the incense in his hand was ignited and casually tossed to the ground. 7 treasures. Second, speed. Another 3 beams of colorful light gracefully emerged, and Ning Rongrong's first soul ring activated. The newfound lightness of Tang San's body felt as if he had shed a great weight, and he silently marveled at the renowned 7 treasures Glazed tower, truly deserving of its reputation as the foremost support-type martial soul. With both speed and strength augmented by 40%, he felt a significant surge in his capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Wujin made his move, not charging towards Tang San and the others, but instead crouching slightly, his fist crashing down towards the ground. Chapter 32. The Failure of the Assessment. Not good. Tang San let out a low exclamation. The moment Zhao Wujia launched his attack, he immediately understood his opponent's intentions. The master had once advised that if one were to encounter an opponent possessing a spirit master from the 7 treasure Glazed tile school, the foremost priority should be to eliminate the 7 treasure Glazed tile master without delay. Zhao Wujia's assault was evidently not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. His apparent intention to unleash a wide-range attack was clearly aimed at interrupting Ning Rongrong's supportive effect from the 7 treasure Glazed tower. Without hesitation, Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass, intending to rescue Ning Rongrong first. A thunderous crash echoed as the earth trembled violently. A wave of earthy yellow ripples surged towards Tang San and his companions. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leaped forward while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the side, skillfully evading the shockwave. Tang San jumped almost simultaneously with Xiao Wu, their heights mirroring one another. To the astonishment of all present, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared nothing but air. By the time his blue-silver grass reached its destination, Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue had already vacated Zhao Wujia's attack range, standing in a place of safety. He could not afford to dwell on them. His thoughts swiftly returned to the battle. Xiao Wu, go. Xiao Wu didn't even need to see. She instinctively knew where Tang San's hand was positioned. After 6 years of being together, they had achieved an unparalleled synergy. With the tips of her toes pressing against Tang San's palm, she propelled herself towards Zhao Wujia like an arrow. Offense is the best form of defense. Passively enduring Zhao Wujia's full strength would leave them no chance. It was far better to attack in lieu of defense, perhaps buying them a bit more time. Seeing that his powerful strikes against the ground had yielded no results, a smile crept onto Zhao Wujia's face. As Xiao Wu lunged towards him, he did not flinch. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, feigning an attitude of allowing her to attack. Xiao Wu, naturally, would not squander such an opportunity. As she dove, her body curled in mid-air, rolling forward. Just as she neared Zhao Wujia, she unfurled her form, having completed the martial soul possession process in an instant, her feet aimed at either side of Zhao Wujia's neck. Simultaneously, 2 muffled thuds resounded as Xiao Wu's feet landed squarely on Zhao Wujia's shoulders. Yet, to her surprise, Zhao Wujia did not budge an inch, grinning as if unfazed by her attack. Little girl, is that all you've got? Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully. If he thought her weak, she would soon demonstrate her true strength. Her feet seemed to be affixed to Zhao Wujia's shoulders, with her toes suddenly curling inward, delicately pressing against the carotid arteries on either side of his neck. With a powerful twist of her slender body, she began to rotate in midair. It appeared that the strength of Xiao Wu alone was insufficient to propel Zhao Wujia's form. But in this moment, she was not alone in her endeavor. Ning Rongrong had bestowed a 40% enhancement of power upon both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia suddenly felt an intense constriction enveloping his entire body, as thorny vines ferociously wrapped around him, ensnaring his arms and legs in a firm embrace. The tendrils tightened drastically, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines surging from the ground lifted his body, causing his feet to leave the earth. No matter how great a man's strength, without a solid foundation beneath him, he could not stabilize his form. Zhao Wujia's body began to spin in the air, propelled by Xiao Wu's feet. At that moment, He was also entangled in Tang San's blue-silver grass, resembling a large blue-black zongzi. With the aid of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures Glazed Tower, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were now channeling soul power that surpassed level 30. As Xiao Wu's body spun rapidly, she suddenly performed a backflip, forcibly lifting Zhao Wujia's body along with her. With her hands planted firmly on the ground, she executed a scissor kick. Had this been a common person, their neck would have been snapped by Xiao Wu's feet, followed by a devastating impact to the head. With a significant backward flip, Xiao Wu exerted her full strength in this maneuver. Spinning around was quite exhilarating. Zhao Wujia's voice echoed in the air, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly rotating body stiffen. Her feet could no longer propel her opponent beneath her. A tremendous force surged forth, yanking her backward, disrupting her intended backflip. The vines encasing Zhao Wujia's body shattered simultaneously, scattering in all directions, as his feet firmly regained their stance on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted slightly. He let out a low growl as his body abruptly expanded. His already formidable muscles swelled nearly twice their size, and his height surged by a meter in an instant, rendering him extraordinarily imposing. 7 radiant soul rings ascended around him, just as Dai Mubai had described. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings adorned him. A series of sharp cracks emanated from behind Zhao Wujie. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on Zhao Wujie's shoulder, her supple form gliding down his back. Her scorpion tail descended, coiling around his left ankle like a serpent, as she exerted all her strength. The rapid succession of cracks was the result of Zhu Zhuqing's attack. As she dashed forth, her speed was fully unveiled, a testament to her prowess as a swift attack battle spirit master, astonishing even Dai Mubai with her remarkable velocity. The most terrifying aspect was that Zhu Zhuqing's every movement was utterly silent. She darted forth and struck with stealth, devoid of any energy release or the sound of soul power piercing the air. Upon her possession, her eyes transformed simultaneously, her left eye a deep emerald and her right a clear azure. Her long hair flowed naturally down her back, and as she moved, a faint series of phantoms trailed her, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her attacks were exceptionally precise, targeting vital points with her claws, compelling Zhao Wujie to unleash his martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing's timing was impeccable, striking precisely when Zhao Wujie exerted force to shatter Tang San's blue-silver grass, exploiting the fleeting moment of his momentary lapse in power. Otherwise, her offensive capabilities would not have sufficed to breach Zhao Wujie's defenses. However, once Zhao Wujie completed his martial spirit possession, Zhu Zhuqing's assaults became significantly less effective. His body resembled that of forged steel, and even her full-force strikes with her claws merely tore through his garments. For the first time, Xiao Wu's agile techniques faltered. No matter how she exerted herself, she could not budge Zhao Wujie an inch. Even when she executed a backward flip and struck at his knee joint, it bore no fruit. In a state of urgency, Xiao Wu found herself at a loss against her opponent. As the blue-silver grass was severed, Tang San's complexion turned pale. Without hesitation, he surged forward, causing thick vines to reappear around Zhao Wujie's form, briefly hindering his impending strike. This was the effect of the second soul ring skill, birth. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San approached Zhao Wujie, while Zhu Zhuqing silently materialized behind him, her claws poised to seize his throat and ears, targeting the body's most vulnerable areas. Just as Zhao Wujie had yet to free himself from the blue-silver grass, Tang San swiftly launched a punch toward his chest. Abruptly, Tang San's right fist transformed into an open palm, employing the technique Control Crane, Catch Dragon. At the very instant Zhao Wujie miscalculated his strength, causing him to stagger forward. Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot, striking Zhao Wujie's toes. Despite Zhao Wujie's formidable soul power, he lost his balance under such circumstances. With a mighty shout, Tang San exerted his strength, lifting Zhao Wujie's massive body off the ground entirely for the first time, granting Xiao Wu the opportunity to unleash her skills. Her long legs swiftly coiled around Zhao Wujie's waist, while her hands grasped his ankles. The brilliance of her first soul ring erupted, and she spun Zhao Wujie's body violently in the air for 3 complete rotations, directing his head downward for a heavy impact against the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's earlier attacks had not caused destruction, they inadvertently disrupted Zhao Wujie's reactions. Together, the trio finally executed their combined assault, and Zhao Wujie's massive form crashed heavily onto the ground. The entire head was utterly buried in the soil. Xiao Wu gracefully descended, landing precisely on Tang San's shoulder. Balancing on one foot upon his right shoulder, her arms extended to maintain equilibrium as she gasped for breath. She had exerted all her strength in the previous assault. Had it not been for Tang San's deft control, she would not have been able to execute her lethal move, which combined the skills of 2 soul rings. Tang San, did we strike too hard? Xiao Wu inquired nervously. Tang San shook his head. Teacher Zhao has yet to employ his soul skills. He cast a glance at the incense burning on the ground, which had only consumed a third of its length thus far. However, in their earlier coordinated attack, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had indeed poured forth their utmost effort, utilizing all their abilities. Zhao Wujie dusted off the soil from his head and remarked irritably, "It truly feels like I've toppled an 80-year-old lady. It seems I must take you children more seriously. Come, children, let us continue," Zhao Wujie declared. Striding towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, having been deeply impressed by their previous synergy. As Zhao Wujie charged towards them, he was momentarily taken aback by a kick from Xiao Wu, his brownish-yellow eyes finally revealing a hint of seriousness. These children were destined to be his students. Should he allow them to perform unchecked, he would lose face, and how could he guide them thereafter? Zhu Zhuqing was not idle. Noticing Zhao Wujie advancing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, she activated her 2 yellow soul rings simultaneously. Her blue and green eyes narrowed as she silently accelerated forward. Her body lifting off the ground, enveloped in soul power, spinning rapidly as she charged towards Zhao Wujie. Her second soul skill, Phantom Claws, manifested as her form coiled into a ball, unleashing a flurry of claw strikes. With her rapid rotation and the piercing power of her claws, she delivered 100 attacks to the same point in an exceedingly brief period, showcasing formidable might. Just as Zhao Wujie was struck by Xiao Wu's kick, Zhu Zhuqing's phantom claws collided with his back. The phantom claws resembled a swiftly rotating serrated gear, slicing through Zhao Wujie's back with astonishing speed. A furious roar erupted, and Zhao Wujie's eyes glinted coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. Among his 7 soul rings, the first yellow ring ignited instantly. A brilliant golden light erupted almost instantaneously, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had unleashed phantom claws, was sent flying, letting out a muffled groan in midair. His first soul skill, Angel's Blessing, was activated. As Qian Yueyue beheld the injured Zhu Zhuqing, she unleashed her first soul skill. A radiant golden light enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, and in an instant, all her wounds were fully healed. Zhu Zhuqing, whose body had been propelled backward, executed a somersault in midair and landed gracefully on the ground. Astonished as she gazed at Qian Yueyue, although teacher Zhao had shown restraint, she was acutely aware of her own injuries. The fact that her wounds had been completely mended by merely a first soul skill was nothing short of miraculous. Simultaneously, the unfortunate Xiao Wu found herself affected by the overwhelming golden light, which rendered all efforts futile. The violent shockwave forced her to spit blood midair, her entire body succumbing to a wave of numbness as she was unceremoniously brought down into Tang San's embrace by the blue-silver grass. Though Tang San had sustained the least damage, being merely scorched by the shockwave, Xiao Wu's condition shattered his composure. At that moment, 2 beams of golden light enveloped them, instantly restoring their injuries to their former state. Zhao Wujie suddenly accelerated, seemingly appearing before Tang San in a single step. His colossal hand rose, his second soul ring illuminating simultaneously. With a hearty laugh, his palm transformed into a golden hue, doubling in size. And he aimed a powerful strike at Tang San. With Xiao Wu still in his arms, Tang San could not allow her to bear the brunt of the attack. He hastily pulled her away, but this simple action cost him the chance to evade. In that critical instant, Xiao Wu's second soul ring flared to life, her eyes turning a vivid crimson as they fixated on Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Startled, his impending strike slowed, and his soul power diminished significantly. The brilliance of gold in his eyes flared as he realized, to his astonishment, the presence of a soul skill capable of bewilderment. The red light in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden light in Zhao Wujie's, and before a sound could escape his lips, he collapsed into Tang San's arms, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Tang San instinctively seized this moment of reprieve, executing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade Zhao Wujie's attack range. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. He called out anxiously, hastily channeling his internal energy into her. Yet, Xiao Wu remained unresponsive. Zhao Wujie, choosing not to pursue further, stood still and remarked, "She is fine. Although the effects of bewilderment are potent, Her soul power is vastly inferior to mine, resulting in a backlash. Just as the toxicity of your blue-silver grass is ineffective against me, she will merely need to rest. Tomorrow, she shall awaken renewed. Ning Yueyue, could you assist in treating Xiaowu? Tang San looked at Qian Yueyue with hope gleaming in his eyes. I'm sorry, but at present, my martial soul can only mend physical injuries, not mental ones. I can alleviate her suffering, yet her mental strength must recuperate gradually, she replied. With his head bowed and voice hoarse, Tang San expressed, thank you for your trouble. Qian Yueyue nodded slightly and unleashed her first soul skill, Angel's Blessing. Zhao Wujie turned to Ning Rongrong with a smile and said, I suppose I need not intervene any further, do I? Little girl from the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. You have lost. You and your companions are simply too inadequate, unable to withstand even a mere incense stick's duration. This is the disparity of strength. Chapter 33. Tang San vs. Zhao Wujie. Ning Rongrong glanced at Qian Yueyue, her eyes inquiring whether they should seize this opportunity to spar with a Soul Sage-level opponent. Qian Yueyue hesitated. She did not intend to linger at Shrek Academy. However, the opportunity to spar with a Soul Sage, particularly one as unique as the Unmoving King, could yield considerable insights. Just as Qian Yueyue wavered, Tang San, gently cradling the soft and delicate Xiaowu, slowly lifted his gaze. His black eyes, devoid of any visible emotion, held a profound depth. He turned gradually, carrying Xiaowu to Ning Rongrong, asking, could you please take care of Xiaowu for a moment? Ning Rongrong paused, retracting her 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile martial soul, and received Xiaowu into her embrace. Although her martial soul was auxiliary, as a soul master, her physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary individual, making it manageable to hold Xiaowu, a girl. After entrusting Xiaowu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San approached Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. What? Do you wish to continue? I fear you may not withstand even a single strike from me. My second soul ring technique, the mighty diamond palm, is not easily countered. Zhao Wujie certainly would not deny the 5 children before him from joining Shrek Academy merely because the incense had yet to burn out. In fact, he was quite astonished by their displayed abilities. Each child possessed unique strengths, and astonishingly, they managed to coordinate seamlessly despite not having practiced together. Their future prospects were boundless. And compared to the Academy's 3 existing students, they were certainly superior. His somewhat harsh final remarks were intended to prevent these children from developing an inflated sense of pride due to their talents. Shrek Academy had previously witnessed stagnation in progress due to arrogance, and Zhao Wujie hoped to steer these promising youths away from such a path. However, he did not anticipate Tang San's return. This display of courage greatly impressed Zhao Wujie. Tang San shook his head, saying, I do not wish to continue the current examination. Zhao Wujie, somewhat disappointed, replied, So, you concede? Tang San shook his head again. No, I wish to engage you in a serious match. Let us start anew. Please ignite another stick of incense. If I can endure for the duration of the incense, then I ask that you permit the 4 of us to enter Shrek Academy simultaneously. Zhao Wujie regarded Tang San with an amused expression. And what if you fail to endure? Do not forget, the 5 of you fought together previously and still lost. Tang San could make decisions for himself, and even for Xiaowu, but he could not speak for the other 2. He turned to Qian Yueyue, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong smiled gently at Tang San, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Tang San, we are comrades. My father taught me from a young age never to abandon a fellow fighter. If it comes to it, we can leave together. After all, we have already lost the test. The academies in the imperial capital will surely not refuse us. You can trust me. I have acquaintances at the Tiando Royal Academy. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded at Tang San, indicating her willingness to support him. Qian Yueyue pondered for a moment before addressing Zhao Wujie, saying, Teacher Zhao, if possible, after Tang San's competition concludes, regardless of the outcome, may I also seek your guidance? Oh, you, a pure healing support? Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, came the reply. Zhao Wujie burst into hearty laughter. Very well. Let us see what surprises you 2 young ones can bring me. The 3rd incense stick was lit once more and placed on the ground beside them. Subsequently, Tang San resolved to unleash all of his abilities, those not of this world, but belonging to the era of the Tang sect. Qian Yueyue Hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Hidden Weapons, and Ghost Shadow Displacement, among others. In the end, with all his might, Tang San managed to endure for the duration of an incense stick against Zhao Wujie. He also inflicted serious injuries upon Zhao Wujie with his hidden weapons. Supported by Dai Mubai, Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qian Yueyue retracted the soul guiding device used in the recent contest and unleashed her martial soul, the third soul skill, angel star formation. A golden magical array materialized upon the ground, visibly accelerating the recovery of Tang San and Zhao Wujie's injuries. Qian Yueyue approached Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Rongrong, did you notice the small hammer that Tang San used in his final attack against Teacher Zhao?" Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, I saw it." "What about it, sister?" Qian Yueyue continued. "Do you remember the appearance of the hammer?" Ning Rongrong affirmed, "I do remember." Qian Yueyue then asked, "Did you sense that the hammer was distinct from the other weapons Tang San employs? Although it was small, it seemed to emanate fluctuations of soul power when he wielded it." Ning Rongrong's sister implied, "Are you suggesting that Tang San, like you, possesses?" However, she left her thought unspoken. Qian Yueyue nodded, contemplating the soul guide that recorded everything moments ago, realizing it necessary to return it to the elders for their perusal. Daimu Bai, witnessing Zhao Wujie's injuries had fully healed but the toxins remained, urgently called out, Oscar, come here quickly. You have business. Where's the business? Where's the business?" Oscar's distinctively soft voice, tinged with excitement, echoed as he approached. "Oscar, come here, I need a sausage and a cured sausage." Oscar, still somewhat intimidated by Zhao Wujie, hastily uttered a soul charm that left everyone present in amused disbelief. Although Oscar's soul charm was amusing, its efficacy was undeniable. After consuming Oscar's sausage, coupled with Qian Yueyue's healing, Zhao Wujie's injuries and toxins were completely resolved, restoring him to a near-full state of health. After a brief respite, Tang San's mental strength had partially returned, and his injuries healed, allowing him to struggle to his feet. "Little hedgehog, do you have any further matters?" "You have passed my test," Zhao Wujie remarked, his heart a mixture of love and resentment towards the youth before him. Despite the embarrassment he felt from being so severely injured, the combat potential and determination displayed by this child were undoubtedly remarkable. Tang San responded, "Teacher Zhao, I apologize. I was overly impulsive earlier. However, your power is so formidable that I had no choice but to exert my utmost effort. Allow me to extract the hidden weapons from your body, otherwise, they may adversely affect your health." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujie's expression softened somewhat, his cheeks flushing slightly. After all, he was a soul sage. It was indeed a display of might over youth to utilize a fifth soul ring against a child yet to reach level 30. Nevertheless, this little hedgehog was truly impressive, his myriad of unique attacks opening Zhao Wujie's eyes to new possibilities. Approaching Zhao Wujie, Tang San first confirmed the location of the dragon whisker needle embedded within him. His right hand transformed to a lustrous white jade hue, his fingers deftly tapping on one of Zhao Wujie's wounds. With a flick of his wrist, a golden needle tip emerged from beneath the skin. Grasping the needle tip firmly, Tang San pulled with force, extracting a dragon whisker needle from Zhao Wujie's body. The formidable martial soul of Qian Yueyue had yet to be retracted, and the celestial star formation beneath her feet had not entirely dissipated. The residual healing power would completely mend the last remnants of Zhao Wujie's injuries. Although Tang San's wounds had been wholly healed, he had exhausted the little inner strength he had just regained, rendering him unable to utter a word before he collapsed. Fortunately, Oscar was by his side and quickly caught him. Observing Tang San fainted in Oscar's embrace, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brows and instructed, "Mu Bai, you are responsible for accommodating these 4 newcomers. Classes commence tomorrow. No one is to touch the weapons scattered about by Tang San. Some are poisonous. He will tidy them up himself once he regains consciousness." With that, Zhao Wujie turned and departed. Chapter 34. Reporting a grievance. Teacher Zhao, you have yet to fulfill your promise of a duel with me. Qian Yueyue hastily called out to Zhao Wujie. Having suffered considerable embarrassment today, Zhao Wujie, despite his desire to regain his honor, could not bring himself to trouble a support-type student and simply wished to return at once. "You all have passed the entrance examination. Return and rest well to prepare for tomorrow's enrollment. As a support type, why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you?" Zhao Wujie stated. Leaving without a backward glance, Qian Yueyue clenched her fist and turned to Daimu Bai, saying, "Senior, I need to make a trip to Soto City and will return early tomorrow morning. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave now." Upon finishing her words, Qian Yueyue set off in the direction of Soto City. Ning Rongrong waved at Zhu Shiqing and Oscar before chasing after Qian Yueyue. Daimu Bai scoffed, disapproving of both Qian Yueyue and the arrogant demeanor of this so-called support type, which lacked any semblance of true assistance. He believed that a support type should embody the demeanor exhibited by Oscar, pleasing, flattering, and cautious, rather than being haughty, arrogant, and sardonic. Within the confines of Sodo City, Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong once again checked into the Rose Hotel. "Rongrong, please wait for me here. I shall make a trip to the Spirit Hall branch in Sodo City." "All right, sister. The sooner you return, the better." Qian Yueyue changed into a new outfit, utilizing her soul bone skill to alter her appearance, and quietly made her way to the Spirit Hall branch in Sodo City. Inside the Sodo branch, the bishop was approached by a soul master bearing an elder's token, requesting to see her. "Me?" The bishop, busy with official duties, wore a puzzled expression. He had received no news of an elder's arrival in Sodo City. "Quickly, please invite the elder in." "Esteemed lady, may I inquire how you came by your elder's token?" The bishop regarded Qian Yueyue with utmost respect. "Do not ask what you should not. You need only to know that I hail from the offering hall." Ignoring the bishop, Qian Yueyue proceeded to take her seat at the central dais. "The Platinum Bishop of the Sodo branch, may I know your name?" "I am Sarah." "Bishop Sarah. Are you aware of the Shrek Academy not far outside the city?" Qian Yueyue propped her head on one hand while lightly tapping the table with the other. "I have heard a little. It is merely a mediocre academy, hardly worthy of note. But do you know that this so-called mediocre academy has been enrolling students under the auspices of our Spirit Hall?" Qian Yueyue continued, "It is not merely that. They have even deceived people using the name of the Spirit Hall, charging an application fee of 10 gold soul coins, and later imposing strict enrollment criteria under the pretense of rejecting the incompetent, with no refunds for those who do not meet the requirements. How is this not akin to extortion? They tarnish the reputation of our Spirit Hall, and yet, Bishop Sarah, you seem completely unaware of this matter occurring right here in Sodo City." "I admit my oversight. I initially thought it was merely an inconsequential academy. I did not anticipate their audacity to deceive under the banner of our Spirit Hall. Rest assured, I shall immediately dispatch personnel to investigate and ensure that the funds extorted from those deceived commoners are returned." Bishop Sarah quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Let us address this matter at a later time. I do not wish to raise suspicion regarding my affiliation with the Spirit Hall." Qian Yueyue retrieved the soul guide device that recorded the duel between Tang San and Zhao Wujie from her bracelet and tossed it to Bishop Sarah. "What is your rank?" "I am at the 78th level soul sage." Bishop Sarah caught the soul guide thrown by Qian Yueyue, somewhat perplexed by its significance. "This is a record of a duel between a student and a teacher during the entrance examination. Investigate thoroughly this soul master named Tang San. Delve into the peculiarities of his blue-silver grass martial spirit, his weaponry, and the strange techniques he employed during the duel. Duplicate this document and send it, along with this letter, to Spirit City, delivering it to either the Grand Priest or the Pope. Under no circumstances should it be handed to anyone else, except for the priest of the Hall of Offerings. Find a trustworthy individual, or you may deliver it personally." Qian Yueyue then produced another letter, which she had just pinned to her esteemed grandfather at the Rose Hotel. Initially, she had set aside her interest in Tang San due to his blue-silver grass martial spirit. However, his duel with Zhao Wujie, the weapon he referred to as an assassin's tool, and his rapid movements had led her to suspect that this Tang San might indeed be her long-anticipated rival, the very one responsible for the demise of her mother and grandfather in her nightmares. Thus, she meticulously documented this matter, seeking to inquire with her grandfather or beautiful mother about the possibility of Tang San possessing twin martial spirits or being the child of Tang Hao. "Bishop Sarah, remember, this letter must not be seen by anyone else, nor should it be misplaced. It must reach the Grand Priest or the Pope. If you handle this matter well, I shall overlook the oversight regarding Shrek Academy and may even propose that you venture to other cities or Spirit City, freeing you from the confines of this small Sodo City." "Yes, thank you, miss. I shall personally ensure that this letter reaches the hands of the Grand Priest or His Holiness the Pope. By the way, is your branch the one with the highest soul power rank?" "Indeed. May I inquire if there is anything you wish for me to attend to?" "Never mind. When you deliver the letter, regardless of whether you encounter the Grand Priest or the Pope, convey this message for me. The Vice Dean of Shrek Academy is Zhao Wujie, the unmoved king, who was pursued by the Spirit Hall. He has vexed me today, so please find a soul Douluo or a title Douluo to give him a sound thrashing. Just don't kill him." Qian Yueyue clenched her small fist in anger. Today, she had selflessly used her third soul skill, depleting her soul power to heal Zhao Wujie, and yet he showed no gratitude, even disregarding their arrangement. She felt slighted, as if he had belittled her. Qian Yueyue, a tempestuous spirit raised in luxury, had never endured such indignities. After all, she was not alone. She had her backing. If anyone dared to look down upon her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. "Yes, miss, do you have any further commands?" Bishop Sarah mused inwardly, wondering where this little princess had come from, instructing to summon someone for a beating if she was displeased, and calling upon a soul Douluo or title Da no less. Such individuals were esteemed elders, not to be summoned casually. Curiosity about Qian Yueyue's identity continued to grow. Prepare some food, and do ensure there is plenty. The quaint village of Shrek Academy is devoid of amenities, and I certainly do not wish to find myself without sustenance. Indeed, I shall promptly instruct someone to make the necessary preparations. Please hurry, as I must return to my studies. Time is rather pressing. Certainly. I shall attend to it at once. Dear lady, do take a moment to rest while you await. Qian Yueyue waved her hand languidly, reclining in her chair as she began to close her eyes and rest. Chapter 35. The Malevolent Fire Phoenix. Early the next morning, Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong jogged back to the village where Shrek Academy was located. Noticing that everyone was still asleep, they decided to freshen up together. Having worked up quite a sweat during their run, while the two were busy washing up, Tang San had also risen to begin his training in the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. After a night of rest, Tang San's soul power and mental energy had nearly fully recovered. Upon completing his training, he swiftly made his way to the open space where Zhao Wujin had assessed them the previous day, ready to collect his hidden weapons. These weapons were not easy to forge, and he was reluctant to part with them easily. If they could still be used, that would be ideal. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Yueyue had already copied these weapons and sent them to the spirit hall while Tang San was still unconscious. After retrieving all of his weapons, Tang San leapt onto the roof of a nearby building and began his training. Pressure can serve as motivation. After yesterday's battle, he had begun to sense an impending breakthrough from level 29 to level 30. Once he reached level 30 and trained diligently to fully harness that power, he could hunt the third soul beast and acquire an additional soul ring. At that point, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. When the sun rose, Tang San returned to the dormitory. At that moment, Oscar was still cocooned in his blanket, soundly asleep. In fact, he had been so deeply slumbering that he had drooled when Tang San woke him up to inquire about his poor performance in the exam the previous day. Tang San roused Oscar, asking, "Oscar, the morning is the foundation of the day. Aren't you going to train?" Oscar rubbed his eyes and replied with resignation, "I am different from you all. You are battle spirit masters, while I am a tool spirit master, specifically of the food type. I don't need to undergo such complicated training like you. Brother, please don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer." Tang San sighed. "Then please tell me where Xiao Wu is staying. I would like to check on her." Oscar replied, "Exit our dormitory and turn left, about 30 meters away. There is a wooden house. That is where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong reside. Shrek Academy occupies 1/3 of this village, while the other side is where the villagers live. It is best to avoid that area when possible." Indeed, Shrek Academy was not affluent. The entire institution merely leased 1/3 of the village and constructed rudimentary buildings. The so-called school facilities were nothing more than the former wooden houses of the villagers. Fortunately, the academy was close to Soto City, making shopping relatively convenient. Before long, Tang San arrived outside the girls' dormitory and softly called out, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu." It was not long before Qian Yueyue, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu emerged together. "Apologies if I disturbed you," Tang San said, unaware that the two had returned from Soto City the previous day, assuming he had awakened them. "No. We returned early this morning," Qian Yueyue replied. The three had already freshened up, though Xiao Wu's complexion still appeared somewhat pale. "Xiao Wu, are you feeling any better?" Tang San inquired. Tang San and Qian Yueyue nodded slightly, anxiously inquiring about Xiao Wu's condition. Xiao Wu gestured for silence, assuring Tang San, "I am much better, brother. Do not worry. Zhu Qing is still in meditation. Let us not disturb her. We should find a place to eat." The four of them, being newcomers and still disoriented from yesterday's battle-induced unconsciousness, knew little about Shrek Academy. With no other options, they decided to follow the rising smoke in search of food. The village was not large, and as they wandered, they unknowingly stepped beyond the bounds of Shrek Academy, uncertain where the academy's dining hall might be. Tang San resolved to procure some food in the village to satiate both himself and Xiao Wu. Qian Yueyue suggested that since they couldn't find a cafeteria, they might as well consume some provisions she had prepared the day before. Thus, the four of them turned back to find a place to eat. Just as they noticed a young couple nearby engaged in a heated argument, the youthful pair appeared quite young. The girl, casting a fearful glance at the chubby boy, declared, "Ma Hongjun, do not seek me out again. I will not be with you any longer." The chubby boy, with an odd tone, protested, Suehua. Have I not treated you well? Why do you want to break up? Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Qian Yueyue couldn't help but comment on the premature maturity of the youth. Why is everyone so grown up? Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin are understandable at 18. But these kids can't be more than 13 or 14, yet they are already involved in relationships. Suehua's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. You have indeed been good to me, but I simply cannot endure you. We are not suited for one another. You should seek someone else. Besides, I am several years your senior. Please, do not pursue me any further. Ma Hongjun, now incensed, retorted, What do you mean you can't endure me? I truly do not understand what you women are thinking. If breaking up is what you desire, fine, but if you come back to me, I will end things for good. Otherwise, no way. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Suehua's hand. Like a startled rabbit, she instinctively recoiled. Yet his swift movements allowed him to seize her wrist regardless. Suehua pleaded, No, please don't. Just let me go. Are you even human? Unable to bear the scene any longer, Xiaowu leaped forward, commanding, Stop. Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua turned in surprise to face her. The chubby boy blinked, his eyes sparkling as he observed her beauty. What? Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend? Fine, I accept. Preposterous. Xiaowu fumed, delivering a swift kick to his hand, forcing him to release Suehua. You little rogue. At such a young age, you have no shame. In broad daylight, do you still intend to forcefully seize a maiden? At her words, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. This is our affair. Mind your own business. If you do not wish to be my woman, then be gone. Impudent fool. Xiaowu retorted, her anger flaring. Dare you speak to me, your elder sister Xiaowu, in such a manner? You must be weary of living. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As Xiaowu's temper flared, she immediately launched a flying kick towards Ma Hongjun, with the spirit of the phoenix manifesting. Ma Hongjun distinctly felt the considerable force behind Xiaowu's leg and instinctively chose to summon his martial spirit. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Xiaowu retracted her leg and leaped back to Tang San's side. The phoenix martial spirit was indeed a formidable one, not to be trifled with. Radiating a resplendent purple light, Ma Hongjun's body was enveloped in a vibrant glow, although the anticipated wings did not appear. The purple-red radiance emanating from him unleashed an intense heat. 2 rings of yellow soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath his feet, and long, feather-like plumes extended from his robust arms, while his hands transformed into claw-like appendages. Xiaowu couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance, remarking, Is there really such a plump phoenix? To me, he looks more like a country chicken. This jibe ignited a fierce anger in Ma Hongjun, as if she had struck a sensitive chord. Who are you calling a country chicken? He retorted, raising his hands as his first soul ring suddenly blazed to life. With a fierce opening of his mouth, a stream of fine purple-red flames erupted toward Xiaowu. Be careful, Tang Sen commanded, waving his right hand. A blue vine gracefully coiled around Xiaowu's slender waist, swiftly pulling her to safety beside him, evading the flames spewed by Ma Hongjun. Yet, Ma Hongjun was far from finished. The flames he conjured maintained a 5-meter reach, pursuing Xiaowu relentlessly like a fiery weapon. Tang Sen grasped Xiaowu's hand and retreated swiftly, while several strands of blue-silver grass rapidly extended along the ground. After a brief observation, he discerned that the temperature of Ma Hongjun's flames was exceedingly high, but they possessed a distinct drawback. Their range was limited to 5 meters. As long as he could restrict Ma Hongjun's movement, dealing with him would not prove too challenging. Just as Ma Hongjun prepared to pursue, he felt a sudden stiffness in his legs. The blue-silver grass had ensnared him tightly, sending a sharp pain surging through his skin, followed by a wave of numbness. Startled, Ma Hongjun looked down to see the encroaching blue-silver grass and immediately activated his second soul ring ability. Violent purple flames erupted from his body, causing his corpulent form to burst outward instantaneously. Upon contact with the blue-silver grass, the flames ignited ferociously, turning the plant to ash in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Tang San felt a sense of exhaustion. His fiery adversary was the natural nemesis of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Although the blue-silver grass had gained considerable resilience under the influence of his soul rings, it remained a plant-based spirit, inherently vulnerable to fire. With only one opponent, and that opponent merely a great soul master, neither Qian Yueyue nor Ning Rongrong could assist Tang San and Xiaowu. They could only wait for the battle to conclude, ready to provide healing should anyone sustain injuries. I will take over. Upon witnessing Tang San, who was momentarily restrained, Xiaowu resolutely summoned her martial spirit, and charged towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, seeing her advance, seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of flames, which formed a circular barrier in the air, obstructing all paths forward for Xiaowu. Inwardly, he mused, that insolent girl dares to call me a mere chicken. If I don't show her my true colors, I shall not be known as the evil fire phoenix. However, he noted her beauty and thought it best not to scorch her. As he contemplated, the intensity of his flames diminished slightly. They would inflict harm but not lethality. Feeling the decrease in temperature, Xiaowu resolved to temper her own attack. Just as Ma Hongjun believed Xiaowu was destined to be ensnared by his first soul skill. The phoenix fire line, she suddenly curled her body midair, gracefully twisting as if transcending the limits of human flexibility, deftly slipping through the narrow gap between his flames. When her form unfurled once more, she was already beside Ma Hongjun. Utilizing her first soul skill, the waist bow, Xiaowu perched upon Ma Hongjun's shoulder, wrapping her legs around his neck and hurled him away. Stop. Please, cease this fighting. Suddenly implored the maiden Suihua, hastening towards Ma Hongjun. The flames engulfing him seemed to extinguish upon impact, leaving him dazed as he struggled to rise from the ground. Suihua brushed off the dust from his attire and inquired, "How are you faring?" Ma Hongjun grunted, "I'm not dead yet. Little rabbit, come at me again." Suihua, concerned, looked at Xiaowu and questioned, "What is this all about?" Xiaowu, taken aback by Suihua's evident concern for Ma Hongjun, felt perplexed. Suihua beseeched, "Please, do not continue fighting. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. It's just that we are not suited for one another. I must end this relationship, but I can handle it. You all may leave." Enraged, Ma Hongjun retorted, "Don't meddle in my affairs. Step aside." With that, he pushed Suihua aside and aimed to charge at Xiaowu once more. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise rang out. "Tang-san, fatty, what on earth are you doing?" Both Tang-san and Ma Hongjun turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Dai Mubai, clad in white and impeccably groomed, striding towards them. Xiaowu huffed, "What is happening? Ask him. This glutton is bullying a girl in broad daylight, and we cannot stand idly by. He needs a lesson." Dai Mubai's stern face broke into a smile. "Xiaowu, I believe you're mistaken. Suihua, have you also reached your limit with him?" In less than 10 minutes, their adversaries had remarkably identified their target, the Shadow Killer. "All right. If there is nothing further, let us depart. It is best not to cause any more trouble." Jia Qing waved his hand dismissively. These words stirred intense emotion within Quan Ziao, and he could not help but smile. "Forgive me for not daring to boldly declare those 4 words in person. I chose instead to express my feelings through this ancient, albeit cliché, manner. I ponder that if I miss this long-awaited opportunity to muster my courage, I may never know when I shall successfully gather the audacity again. It is likely that by then it would be too late, and I wish to leave no regrets in my life." This man, who initially exuded an air of aloofness, has now transformed into someone so immature and domineering. "Let me handle this," Xiaoyun exclaimed as she opened her meticulously organized suitcase, in stark contrast to Qiao Yinran's chaotic belongings. In truth, although he aided Elxia, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep since that incident. He felt an unsettling turmoil within him, coupled with profound guilt towards Gu Chuqing. "Damn Chen Fei. May he perish," Luther shouted in a fit of rage, brandishing a handgun and aiming it directly at Chen Fei and the Aston Martin, pulling the trigger and unleashing a barrage of bullets upon him. "Do you wish to die? I have told you, fighting is prohibited beneath the arena," the royal uncle coldly remarked, then delivered a powerful punch to the large man's abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground like a shrimp. "Then I shall prepare garlic paste. I cannot allow her mother to harbor regrets." After devouring a substantial piece of potato cake to satiate his hunger, Jiangmi ventured to the eaves to pluck some garlic, commencing to peel it. If one were to inquire why he recognized that Su Imo would be his future support, it was solely due to his unique ability to evade numerous calamities. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. As for Wang Tian, upon receiving this news, his expression momentarily froze, for he was unaware of the current circumstances surrounding the court. The funeral expenses for Gao Jia were entirely covered by Wu Ling, who also retrieved the funds Gao Jia had left behind. Thus, it seems that in this competition, aside from the top 100 who can enter the Qingxin Hall to seek enlightenment, those under 30 ranked in the top 5 also have the opportunity to enter the Lingshao Academy of Cultivation. Wu Fan was taken aback upon hearing this insider information for the first time. In Qin Yuan's view, their current strength was still insufficient, especially as they were soon to venture into the realm of the great demon. Lacking power would be tantamount to seeking death. The wings of these creatures glimmered with a metallic sheen, appearing exceedingly robust. The fangs in their mouths seemed to warn everyone that they were not to be trifled with. Zhu Shi, being astute, discerned from the subtle cues that Ming Jie was reluctant to discuss the matter further. She then gestured towards Zhu Shibin's table. In that moment, Tai Yin did not envelop herself in the aura of Dan Qi, revealing her true appearance, a breathtaking beauty that left Wu Fan utterly mesmerized. The piercing screams filled the entire training hall in an instant, as Wu Tian rolled frantically in the flames, wailing in despair. Yun Yao, seated at the farthest end, came from a humble background, far from qualified to participate in such high-profile gatherings. Although her engagement to the Duanmu family had brought her some elevated social interactions, most of these required her mother's presence, leaving her largely in the shadows. Chapter 37. Dean Flander arrived to find Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun collapsed and unconscious on the ground. Flander, his eyes ablaze with fury, demanded to know who was responsible. No one believed that Qian Yueyue, a pure healing-type soul master, could have achieved this. It was I, Qian Yueyue replied coldly, regarding the approaching Flander and Zhao Wujie with indifference. Ning Rongrong did not retract her martial soul, standing behind Qian Yueyue with a similarly icy demeanor. You, a support type, could inflict such harm? In the bustling Tianing city, lanterns illuminated the streets as if it were daylight. Yet, in the depths of night, there were still corners untouched by their glow. Moreover, with the status of the Liu family, Liu Baier lacked for nothing. It was more accurate to say that those who were involved with her were essentially supported by her. It turned out that Tian Qiyuan had previously visited the Bull Demon King's camp, observing the victorious soldiers before him. He was acutely aware of the promising prospects that lay ahead. However, at that moment, Tian Qiyuan was pulled aside by Chun Yang, finally realizing the significant issues unfolding on the battlefield. As it was still early, I sent a WeChat message to Li Xiaoyu, inquiring whether she and her companions had eaten breakfast and if I should bring them something. Li Xiaoyu replied that she and Su Ran were at the market buying groceries, which allowed me to hurry home and change my pants without worry. Though my perception of Chu Jianjia remained somewhat nebulous, it was no longer as aimless as before. The two were taken aback by Ji Ruajia's formality, momentarily stunned. Ji Ruamin's lips moved slightly as she gazed at her sister, unable to articulate her thoughts. Su Xiao instinctively turned to look at Ji Ruajia. As Robert had mentioned, Dongfang Yunxing showed no signs of awakening from his brief unconsciousness. Hong Xingtang was Xie Shujun's personal bodyguard, rarely leaving his side except during the latter's restroom breaks or while indulging in less savory activities. Thus, Xie Shujun often compared him to my father. However, upon hearing that his boss had become a mere errand runner, Qinli could not help but be taken aback. The sensation was rather unremarkable. The man in the sleek black attire, upon noticing the ghostly infant fixating intently on Cheng Xin and the others, first let out a loud shout. Then, with a subtle stomp of his foot, formidable earthen walls abruptly materialized before them, interlocking to form a solid barrier that enveloped Cheng Xin and his companions. Only after Lu Yuan and the others exited the confines of the teleportation array did they truly perceive the grandeur of Songhong City. The leader suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past him, followed by a sharp line of blood appearing on his cheek, accompanied by the anguished cries of despair from behind. Zhao San, still unable to exert himself, was supported by Lu Zi as they entered the protective chamber, while Song Qi, having arrived earlier, had already opened a box of medicinal pills, the rich aroma instantly filling the entire room. Following this, the ritual proceeded without further issues. Aside from Zhao Anlin appearing somewhat bewildered, the others were in high spirits. Tongqi felt a tinge of reluctance, as she had finally found a man with whom she could connect, and she was loath to let him go so easily. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a patrol team rounded the corner, promptly spotting Lu Yuan and Zhou Tiancheng. She then followed Hui into the dining hall, while Lu Yuan trailed behind Kai Bai, staying close to Wenwan. He then lay on Ling Zixiang's fragrant bed, daydreaming of sharing a pillow with her, before succumbing to a blissful slumber. When Baki utilized the powers of the Shatterfruit, he had to keep his feet on the ground, and his control was limited to a 200-meter radius centered around his feet. Inside the carriage, Qingyu, upon hearing this, refrained from disembarking immediately, choosing instead to observe and ascertain the situation. Although Dongfang Ling successfully blocked the attack from the Demon Lord, his complexion was far from favorable, having lost the previous calm demeanor, now appearing unnaturally pale. He recalled an occasion when he had followed a mercenary group named Skull to execute a guarding mission. Chapter 38. Academy Conflict 1. Flinder approached the gathered students and halted, His voice, tinged with a unique, gravelly magnetism, rang out. This year has been quite remarkable. We have welcomed 5 more little monsters. I, Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to you all. Shortly, each of you will need to pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who oversees finances. Principal, Oscar stepped forward, appearing to hold a deep respect for Flinder, even displaying a hint of admiration. Speaking of which, the new blood from the Southern District still fails to comprehend why there is such an emphasis on sorcery in combat. Previously injured, Lin Hongkou, with only 600 realms of strength remaining from his once formidable Dezhou Wang, still exuded an air of ferocity akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, his palm striking with the force of the world as he countered Mu Xiao's elemental punches. Do not evade me, I have already investigated. And you have had no contact with these individuals recently. How could you suddenly produce this? From the very beginning, there was an air of peculiarity. Xia Zhangping had never instructed him to act in such a manner, especially considering his professional background, which had always held disdain for such conduct. The peace between Qiaogu and Shiqi lasted a mere 5 centuries. After this period, Shiqi suddenly mobilized its forces, launching an assault against the northern Beaumarchais. Consequently, the irascible old Murphy, unable to contain his discontent, surprisingly procured for Link a vehicle of the 3 rings witchcraft caliber. Upon reading this line, the crowd instinctively fell silent, their attention irresistibly drawn to the brevity of the words. Come and claim your death. Such a phrase exuded an air of calm, arrogance, and an undeniable sense of invincibility. Adorned in a daring sleeveless top with dual shoulder cutouts, it liberated her delicate, fair shoulder, with strands of ebony hair playfully cascading around it. With no turning back, the stance of the Wuxing sect suggested a relentless pursuit into the very heart of the human realm, showing no signs of relent. It was conceivable that the Wuxing sect might even crown a new emperor to dominate the human world. Due to the angle at which the other party presented their face, Fang Yi momentarily struggled to discern clearly, yet a sense of familiarity washed over him. Lin Fengquan visited Qi Huiyan in the Reform City prison. Naturally, Qi Huiyan directed all her animosity towards Changsun Yaiyao, neglecting Lin Fengquan entirely. Feng Ling had experienced this sensation numerous times. It was akin to the moment she plunged a dagger into a rat's abdomen or when she faced off against assassins on multiple occasions. Desiring to open her eyes and gain a clear view of who it was, she found herself unable to do so. However, Xiao Anming merely cast her a peculiar glance without elaboration before starting the vehicle and merging onto the main thoroughfare. Soon, a foul stench began to permeate the air, prompting the nearest priest to furrow his brow while the flower girls hastily discarded their baskets and fled. The surrounding guests craned their necks in curiosity, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. These bodyguards had been by Sealand's side since she was a child, having witnessed her growth over the years. They had all observed the transformation she underwent. Linny suddenly recalled Li Changle from the 5th Special Bureau, realizing that only Li Changle truly understood the circumstances at hand. Misaka Makoto was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated on the figure upon the stage, increasingly familiar. She felt an uncanny resemblance between that rebellious silhouette and the image etched in her memory. Though lacking the beauty of Yi Qingcheng, her demeanor was gentle and gracious, a quality that even Yu Qiqing, with wings, could not rival. Su Fan uttered a soft command, and the Qi-gang technique seemed to meld with his being, executing various sword moves in accordance with his thoughts. At that moment, Su Fan was struck by an idea. What would happen if he were to integrate the techniques of the Eternal Life technique into his own? Gulialu, the girl mused. It felt as though her abilities were fully awakened, a feat typically reserved for deities. Being able to sense imminent danger at the first moment was a challenge for ordinary masters like herself. The overwhelming realization of her powers could be disorienting, and the cold might even diminish her HP. The Patriarch of Spicy Strips patiently explained to Gulu Gulu. Chapter 39, Academy Conflict 2. Flander turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Tang San, questioning whether they understood his motives for allowing him to continue running. A disconcerting smile lingered on Flander's face, for he was deceiving them. Although his lies stemmed from camaraderie or other noble intentions, they remained lies nonetheless. You are all still children. Deceit is the most reprehensible of qualities. I hope you come to understand this. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized, and as that thought blossomed, I felt my body lifted by an invisible force, gently drifting in one direction. As soon as the bathroom door closed, a loud bang echoed, and the frosted glass door began to flow with streams of yellow water. I touched it lightly, feeling nothing. Hidajuan had already reached the bank's entrance. with the old man trailing behind him, chattering incessantly. From the very beginning, I sensed something sinister about this old man, especially with his soul fragment, Fan Zi, mysteriously vanishing. Though it was said to be a return to his essence, it seemed far more complicated. Longfei slowly began to speak, standing at the door and watching Han Wu. His aura rivaling Han Wu's in intensity. Lin Shi was on the verge of anger, but upon seeing the rows of soldiers behind Hua Rong, words escaped her. Even more unsettling was the sight of the skin along the red line, which had developed numerous blisters reminiscent of burns. Clusters of blisters appeared at intervals along the line, inducing a sense of dread in me that left my skin crawling after just a fleeting glance. He could feel the power of the long knife. Yet it was too late to respond. As the county magistrate, he still held some authority. But he overlooked one crucial detail. The fact that those who dared to openly take Lu Zhang hostage were undoubtedly well prepared and were certainly no ordinary assassins. The world around him was enveloped in darkness until Tsang Sheng blinked, and gradually, the darkness receded, revealing clarity. Help me fend off the enemies. Xie Tong steadied himself behind him, fingers poised at his forehead, gathering intense golden light at his fingertips. The so-called Death Gate refers to the arduous tasks one must complete with their own hands, embodying the notion of surviving after facing death. And you have already experienced the essence of that death. For the disciples of the Death Gate, the most vital corpse is one that can be utilized by the Divine Fox sect. Luo, what are you doing? Make it quick. Duan Xiong bellowed. Silver spiritual energy infused the sword's body, causing the blade to tremble and emit a series of melodious chimes. The initially faint silver sword light suddenly flared, unleashing a sharp aura that forced Xie Tong to retreat several steps. Moments later, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, clad in a flowing white robe, entered the scene. His presence was ethereal, seemingly standing there yet entirely imperceptible, while simultaneously exuding an omnipresence that enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Han, seated at the center of the Gu formation, lifted his gaze to the towering trees around him, sensing an alteration in the forest essence, a subtle, chilling energy spread through the woods, gradually crystallizing into frost upon the ground, tree trunks, and branches alike. This is dire. The Ling Yi sword must not escape. Yi Xiaoyan's expression shifted, for the Ling Yi sword was nicknamed Soul-Consuming Flash, renowned for its unparalleled speed. If a distance were created, capturing it would become an arduous task. In an instant, the location that once housed the assembly hall was engulfed in a cloud of dust, causing the esteemed elders, accustomed to comfort and privilege, to weep helplessly. Their disheveled appearance a sight unseen in years. Logically, Longyang's body and will have been forged through countless trials. Such a trivial pressure should not evoke this sensation within him. Longyang realized that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Chapter 40, Confrontation 3. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and wandering the streets, the two returned to the academy with Ning Rongrong. Along the way, they encountered Bishop Sarah, who was on her way to deliver a message to Qian Yueyue. Bishop Sarah inquired if Qian Yueyue needed anything else before her departure and arranged for a Soul King to provide covert protection, hoping that during her absence, Qian Yueyue would not face any undue hardships. Qian Yueyue contemplated for a moment before allowing Ning Rongrong to depart, while she herself penned another letter to Grandpa Shuai, hoping that the guardian crane would sense the imminent danger to my AI Luo and, taking advantage of his unconscious state, forcefully initiate the tail beast transformation. How? When Jean fastened her seatbelt, casting a gentle glance at Yin Huan, inquiring softly. Upon his arrival, Qin Debao was in the courtyard, drooling over the chickens. Having not savored meat or eggs for several days, one must hold a reverence for science. Even if souls truly exist, once thoroughly examined, they become merely another phenomenon to understand. There is nothing that physics cannot elucidate. Everyone disperse, do not disturb the patient within, declared Elder Xing, stepping outside to bask in the sun's brilliance, squinting against its glare. Nearby, Qin Ziqiang poured himself a glass of wine, sighed in satisfaction, utterly disinterested in their conversation. The most absurd of all was Qin Debao, who, witnessing his father strike his mother, did not intervene, merely shouting about murder. The fabric was slightly thinner and softer than denim, yet undoubtedly more structured and resilient than ordinary cloth. It's nothing, Pei Yin's deep voice resonated in her ears, instantly soothing the turmoil and anger within her. Resolutely focused, Yin Huan picked up her phone, descended the stairs, and upon opening the door, was greeted by the sound of the elevator doors chiming nearby. Even in her dazed state, Wan Ning clearly heard this proclamation, with no time for further contemplation. As several thugs approached, she instinctively clutched her clothes, resisting while pleading, "Master Chun, please let me explain." At this moment, Yueyue was equally tormented, desperately tugging at his own garments. Even without the four joining forces, confronting him alone would render an easy victory unattainable. To this, Li Mingqiu expressed no dissent. As his sole purpose for coming was to have a serious discussion with Jin Tian, everything else was of little consequence. Subsequently, Lin Yuna requested Li Mingqiu to wait a moment before ascending the stairs alone, reaching the door of Jin Tian's residence, where she rang the doorbell. However, to state this now was merely to alleviate the student council members' hostility towards Li Mingqiu. After all, the kick he had just received was hardly significant, especially since he had instigated it. Upon hearing Li Qingqiu's words, Jin Tian felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, sensing an ominous premonition. She was certain that Li Qingqiu had just gone upstairs to call Li Mingqiu. "Suruogu, are you truly prepared to act? Do you understand the consequences of attempting to eliminate me?" Qin Xin spoke coldly, her demeanor still as frosty as that of a celestial being, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. Yet, at this juncture, regardless of his reluctance, he understood that to truly merge with Su Ronyang, it was imperative. Only through such unity could their souls intertwine, enabling the manifestation of his most formidable powers. The mere intimacy of skin against skin was no longer sufficient to thwart the invasion of demonic forces. Thus, without excessive contemplation, his body instinctively reacted. He refrained from amplifying his physical form with dragon soul energy, for he could not reveal his true strength before her. Night God, he sprinted at the utmost speed, reaching the feathered serpent deity and positioning himself protectively before it. A massive black head emerged from Lu Shiba's left shoulder, also casting a gaze upon the map in Lu Shiba's hands. Chapter 41. Journey to the Star Doe Forest. On the following dawn, Tang San awakened from his meditation. The daily practice of the purple-level demon I had instilled in him a habitual biological clock. He glanced at Oscar, who was still engrossed in his training, and quietly exited the room, leaping onto the rooftop to continue his practice of the purple extreme demon eye. At that moment, he noticed Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong laughing and chatting as they entered the village, slightly breathless. The two engaged in deep breaths and stretching exercises on the playground, while the few individuals escorting Qin Tianxing, aside from Jiuzhen, were overwhelmed with joy, feeling fortunate about their choices. Yunhie's expression hardened as he set down Suzhu, drawing forth his flash soul sword to shield both Du Boming and Suzhu behind him. Then approached Jin Wang with determination. Outside, the Wan family was bustling with activity, each descendant preparing for the upcoming succession battle. Regrettably, no one was privy to the specifics of the competition. Traditionally, it was settled through a contest on the arena. However, this occasion was unique, prompting the intervention of the Emperor of Tianlei Kingdom. Since he and Yilang began their commercial endeavors, he felt an uncanny synergy between them, constantly drawing inspiration and mutual recognition from one another, which was a vital cornerstone for success in their ventures, instilling him with greater confidence for future developments. Subsequently, Yilang discovered a method to unlock the prison. He utilized explosives to blast open the cell door. Fortunate that the interior was spacious enough that the captives huddled in the far corner, thus avoiding any casualties from the blast. "What's the matter? Did you skip breakfast?" Qin Mu Yang's voice was not loud, yet it bore a chilling edge that sent a shiver through those who heard it. "Ah, I was unaware that the fourth young master was present. I beg your pardon for the disrespect. I shall take my leave immediately and not disturb you," said the subordinate, tightening his grip as he pulled young Jinhuan into his embrace. "Speak your mind, and let it be done." The officer shivered, stamping his feet in futile frustration. However, she believed her scheme to be quite ingenious. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes quietly fixated on her as she contemplatively glanced back at the royal residence, before resolutely turning away, her determined silhouette fading beyond its gates. Qin Tian found himself in a quandary. In such an unusual circumstance, one would expect feelings of embarrassment and anger to be directed towards himself, yet they were not. The disciplined Jiang Rui had arisen at 5 in the morning to jog, perplexed by his lack of fatigue despite having only fallen asleep around 3. Shui Mingqing's anger intensified with every thought, culminating in a furious shout as a fierce surge of sword energy erupted from her being, enveloping her in an ethereal, translucent giant sword. Jiang Fan felt a jolt of panic, the image of her sudden departure from that morning flashing in his mind, conjuring a foreboding thought. He had identified a legal loophole exploited by the Wei family, and while he could not yet bring them all to justice, Wei Pu had certainly irked him. Yui Xian discerned Yu Yuan's intentions and abruptly reached out to halt him, shaking his head in a gesture that implored caution. Ao Qing harbored great affection for Princess Tianwei, who, for reasons unknown, was completely obedient to her. If Ao Qing were to supervise her, the princess would undoubtedly refrain from attempting to escape. However, recently, Ao Qing had returned to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea and needed to quickly send a message to summon her back. This treasure was of exceedingly high grade, far surpassing the longevity staff. Based on its design and Tianzhong's insights, he reached such a conclusion. The four bold characters that suddenly caught his eye rendered him momentarily speechless as he pondered the prospect of finally mastering the art of magic. Zhuyu was exceedingly busy. A line had formed in the provincial capital for his massage and bone-setting services, and he was taken aback to learn that Zhuyu intended to bring friends to see him, considering that Zhuyu was also skilled in bone-setting, and his techniques were comparable. Zhuyu allowed him to take the lead. However, if there were any informational assistance available, given their understanding of the music industry, there was still a possibility of success. Chapter 42. Songhui Academy. The following morning, everyone gathered on the playground after finishing breakfast, and upon arrival, they found Zhao Wujie already waiting. Zhao Wujie disregarded the curious gazes directed at his disheveled appearance, instructing Dai Mubai, "Mubai, you are the captain and will lead the team. Remember, I will not intervene unless the situation becomes dire." Dai Mubai stepped forward, his expression serious, responding, "Yes, Teacher Zhao." He then addressed the other students. Stardow Forest. Grandpa Yintai greeted everyone with enthusiasm, while those whose names were not called appeared somewhat disheartened. Could this be the place where one's martial prowess would flourish? Was his earlier failure in the handstand merely a matter of technique? Xinyume was blissfully flying a kite, entirely unprepared for the eventuality that her brother Shin Chongqing's illness would force her to kneel under the scorching sun for an entire day. Having a younger sister was akin to possessing the most exquisite lover in the world. In this lifetime, to be able to marry Chen Lingsu would surely bring comfort to his parents in the afterlife, Hu Dao and Madame Hu. Since Chen Yong has taken Hu Fei's place for these past few years, it is only natural that he should undertake certain responsibilities on Hu Fei's behalf. Ding Chunqiu, spewing blood profusely, collapsed to the ground and could not rise again. It turned out he had already suffered numerous strikes from He Qijing's finger technique, leaving his chest riddled with 10 gaping wounds. With his breath fading, he appeared to be on the brink of death. Observing the impatient Ibai, Yan Shaoqin and Qi, he retrieved fire symbols with precision, igniting them to disperse the mist once more before hastily following suit. As they proceeded, a youthful figure emerged from within, prompting Fuyao to smirk slightly, her arms crossed in intrigue as she watched the individual approach her. The trio arrived at the chamber where a medicinal bathtub was prepared, the fire already kindled beneath it. Feng Yuqiu stood nearby, awaiting Lin Pingzhi's entry into the tub. Within this intricate web of countless souls, darker entities undoubtedly lurked. Even in the absence of racial distinctions, an insurmountable class divide persisted among them, marking the chasm between life and death at this moment. Before long, the sky descended into complete darkness, and the wild boar forest, 10 miles outside Hasha town, lay eerily silent, occasionally illuminated by the fleeting glow of a firefly darting through the shadowy woods. Rongqing reported that Watanabe had fallen ill that very morning, requesting him to escort the laborers in his stead while he took a rest. Bai Yuanxuan, naturally eager to oblige, smiled broadly in response, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. Oren, with a dark expression, warned Hua Lu on the phone, threatening to extinguish him if more idle chatter ensued, before abruptly hanging up. Reflecting on the situation, if Chang Jiao were truly to wed Xiao Lai, the prince would undoubtedly relinquish his ambitions and hopefully reconsider his intentions. Yet, she felt no trace of joy from this prospect. Instead, jealousy ignited within her, leaving her restless. In truth, nightfall presented the prime opportunity for hunting the elusive shadow-eyed demon beast. See Jojo. Would you care to consult with the Dragon Emperor about venturing out this evening for a stroke of luck? Kuan Jie took the initiative to propose that the martial arts convention would pass through the market area. Yu, cradling a peculiar-looking creature, walked through the streets, drawing considerable attention, especially with his delicate features, strikingly beautiful eyes, and an intriguing blend of innocence and calmness. Although his son had called to announce he was bringing someone home, she, in her excitement, had not noticed the presence of a young lady until now. However, Nan Ning did not feel joy at Mu Baobao's triumph over Bai Ling or to claim the title of angel. Such accolades appeared to her as mere illusions devoid of practical utility, only serving to amplify the pressure on Mu Baobao. Lu Shixian was equally unwilling to let Tingzi risk her life for her sake. After a heated argument, Lu Shirskin ultimately could not prevail against Tingzi, who struck her sharply and threatened that Lu Shirstin had severely jeopardized her irreplaceable status in Yamada's eyes. If she were to pursue Yamada again, she would no longer recognize her as a friend. Chapter 43. Resurgence of conflict. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, forcefully suppressing the aura of Tang San, Daimubai, and the chubby one. His limbs contracted by 1/3, while a massive carapace began to rise from his back. His entire body shimmered with dark light as 5 soul rings ascended from his feet, spiraling around him. The soul rings comprised 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, revealing that the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy was, in fact, an adept of the Soul King level, exceeding level 50. Ning Rongrong was an enigmatic figure, and since he dared to reveal this secret before her, it was evident he possessed complete confidence. Any further disguise was futile. GMO now needed to discern his true intentions. The summer night, devoid of the day's sweltering heat, welcomed a gentle breeze, rendering the outdoors more refreshing than the confines of the house. Wu Zhen, having been born and raised in the south, had indeed made this observation. Yi Mingxian, after spending 7 years in the Southern Army, harbored doubts and turned to Wu Zhen, a fellow Southerner, for answers. As for Antimo, despite her many years in the manor, she had never faced punishment until now, suffering humiliation as she was assisted back to her courtyard, weeping profusely. Of course, after entering the deep-sea fortress, Su Junyan sensed once again the long-broken connection of souls. Bu Fan stood, stating, "You put on your clothes first. I will fetch some water to wash up." With that, he prepared to leave. Yuhua could now also present her with the red pill. Emma Wei, immersed in the joy of having her toxins purged, heard the faint voice of Yu Qi-Ching. Yet, in this world, aside from Taiyu and the ancient god, who else knew the relationship between the ancient and Gu Chongqing? Why don't you try to see if you can walk out through this door? Bu Fan remarked with a cold smile. However, in today's federal system, the former abodes of emperors had long been sealed away. Behind him, the archers on the city walls leaned against the parapets, shooting arrows into the surging tide below. Arrows fell like rain, yet the tide remained tumultuous. The heavenly emperor, noticing her fondness, slowed his pace. Meyer gracefully slipped from his embrace, reaching out to tease the surrounding, cotton-like flowing clouds. The sound of their interaction was loud enough to attract the attention of those nearby, but from the gazes of others, it was evident that they were mere spectators. I certainly did not anticipate encountering her ex-boyfriend during this outing. To Luo Tianya, this was an act of defiance, yet in Luo Chinzi's eyes, it possessed a unique charm. At that moment, some beastmen sensed something amiss and attempted to escape to seek help from Lan Ruoxin and the others, but alas, it was too late. He Lianxing was even more anxious than I. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his palms onto his clothes before pulling open the door. After dealing with the trivial matters, my second brother called aside Qin Jioshan and the others, deliberately avoiding the foul-mouthed Gue Rong, who was currently arguing with several police officers. I initially thought Qian Yueyue would be utterly astonished, but upon hearing my words, she remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of surprise whatsoever. What has happened? In moments like this, I found myself increasingly calm, my tone betraying not a hint of panic. The worst outcome would be that all the clients vanished. Observing Yubai in front, striding elegantly with her distinctive gait, Cuckoo suddenly leaned closer to Lan Ruoxin, whispering softly. Qin Yang and he Xian exchanged glances, genuinely perplexed as to who would be willing to come forward to assist them. The Grand Master's nose twitched at the fragrant aroma, his gaze irresistibly drawn toward the table, barely restraining himself from drooling. Night had fallen, yet Su Yan's figure was still absent. Su Fei's heart raced anxiously. Although Du Shi felt puzzled, she paid little heed, as it was not her child. As long as nothing happened at home, and no one spoke ill of them, she remained unconcerned. Chapter 44. The Legendary Dragon and Serpent. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, Zhao Wuji's resounding voice summoned everyone from their slumber. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wuji regarded the group with a serious demeanor. You must heed my words. The soul beasts within the Stardow Forest are exceedingly perilous. At any moment, you may encounter soul beasts that are a millennium or even 10 millennia old. Thus, once we enter the forest, none of you are to stray far from me, especially you 3 support-type members, Oscar, Ning Yueyue, and Ning Rongrong. Outside the room, Nieyue Tian, his wife, their adopted son Xiang Zhua, and the elder Zhou waited anxiously. I'm so hungry. Moreover, madam, the shumai you make is simply delectable. Yihao realized he had become a bit too unrestrained, apologizing bashfully. What a disaster. As Zheng He found himself entangled with Do Quan, he suddenly caught sight of Do Shuai gazing at Qian Yueyue, prompting an involuntary reaction within him. He promptly abandoned Do Quan and began soaring towards Do Shuai. Unbeknownst to him, someone had alerted the psychiatric hospital, and soon after, an ambulance arrived at the lobby, from which several nurses emerged to escort the gaunt man away. Were it not for the presence of the true master at the Black Cat's location, he would have long since summoned the true master. However, this man's mental prowess was formidable, even if his physical abilities were somewhat lacking. It is worth noting that the streets in the northern region were rife with chaos, with factions either being obliterated or emerging anew on a daily basis, only to be supplanted by other forces within mere days. There's no need for gratitude. As long as the princess is content, I find joy in that, Aika remarked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Jiaodu, pay attention below. A volcanic eruption is imminent. Yin, having warned Jiaodu, activated the divine might and departed from the area. The January wind was piercingly cold, howling fiercely as though it were a ferocious beast, consuming everything in its path. Witnessing the two assassins who had just risen, now lying on the ground again, left Yi Hao utterly astonished. Is the elder truly this formidable? As time passed, an endless sea of blood suddenly surged, unleashing towering waves that crashed violently against the land's edge. Zheng Xian, who had not previously scrutinized the room, now hoped to uncover some clues. Moments felt like an eternity, and in a moment of reflection, it was as if a fleeting white steed had galloped by. A millennium had elapsed, and all that had transpired had transformed into the tides of time. I am aware this is Shanghai. Would you dare come if it were Chengdu? Zhao Chushi stated with an aura of authority, his words resonating with forcefulness. What is the Tang clan up to? They intend to besiege the city. Yet this is the formation they present? Not a single siege ladder in sight, and tens of thousands of cavalry lined up at the city's base. Are they merely posturing? Xiang Yilu questioned, furrowing his brow. Tang Ziqiang glanced at Tang Hao, wishing to speak but refraining upon recalling old Master Hua, who stood behind Tang Hao, thus swallowing his words and nodding instead. As for Jiangling Prefecture in Jing'an, the designated meeting place, the king of Han was even less inclined to engage. With the Yangtze River at their back, Jingzhou remained unafraid of the king of Shu. Should the Yangtze cease to flow, the Shu army's might would prove insurmountable for both the king of Han and the king of Luoyang. What you say holds merit. This has been a topic of ongoing discussion between the general and myself. However, the Tatars are predominantly cavalry, possessing great mobility. Without a suitable opportunity, even if our forces were to mobilize, it would be challenging to achieve a decisive victory. Li Yuanqing surveyed the crowd. No worries, this is Tang's domain. Tan Hongru chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I, Tan Hongru, have always been bold. Why fear a trifling storm? At that moment, the spirit of the purple cloud Fintry appeared, though it seemed to bear an air of fatigue. Kino? Chidi's face contorted in pain, his expression darkening as he covered his mouth and turned away from Yuleti, coughing softly. However, the cough showed no signs of improvement. After a fit of coughing, he knelt halfway, breathing heavily. Chapter 45. Refusing Oscar. Zhao Wuji observed Tang since stepping forward, a glimmer of approval shining in his eyes. He addressed the snake lady, esteemed elder, what is your opinion? My disciple here is a battle soul master and is capable of meeting the challenge. If he represents Oscar in battle and is defeated, this millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake shall belong to you. Conversely, I trust you will understand. Oscar discreetly gave Tang San a thumbs up, whispering, good brother. Tang San smiled gently, replying, we are roommates. Clearing her throat, Shenanha suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit. She stepped forward, standing before the table in front of Jiang Qiyuan, and then took out a box from her hand. Li Shou produced his mobile phone, remarking, Abing and the others, including that friend of yours, are quite worried about you. Would you like to make a call? He emphasized the words that friend. Zhang Yutian and Yin Lu were both taken aback. Zhang Yutian was astonished that, despite knowing Chu Zhangshu for quite some time, he had never witnessed such a gesture towards a young person, especially one that involved a formal salute. All right, enough said. Let us sit in the room upstairs for a while. I'll wash my hands and come right over. Xiaomei directed me to the northern room before heading off to wash her hands. Su Weiguo and Su Zhang exchanged glances, understanding that Su Yunbo was certainly no match for Yin Lu, as Yin Lu refrained from retaliating. They assumed it was a gesture of humility towards Su Yunbo and sought to intervene to preserve Su Yunbo's dignity. After a moment of hesitation, Lin's gaze drifted among the other doors for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to leave. Luo Zhibin emerged from his shower, still not fully awakened from Yin Li's earlier words. He found it hard to believe, yet he understood that if Yin Li spoke the truth, he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity that would greatly benefit both himself and the Luo family, rendering him even more restless. Fresh blood swirled through the air. Remnants of the corpses left behind. A multitude of lifeless bodies lay piled high, each one a testament to those who had fallen. At this moment, Wang Kai, frustrated by the inability to subdue the fierce ghost, summoned the black dog blood and hurled it towards the specter. The ghost writhed as if doused in sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing sound and bubbling grotesquely. Yet she let out a couple of shrieks, swaying her form before reverting to her original state. Just as he was about to enter the central military tent, General Xiahou Jie lifted the tent flap and stepped out. The two exchanged laughter, and as they boarded the carriage, the other deliberately shielded her head with his hand to prevent any bumps. It was nothing but the extraordinary power that Wang Xiu displayed that day, far surpassing the level of a martial saint, which revealed to them just how formidable this young man, who had once been a hostage in a foreign land, truly was. For reasons unknown, he seemed to perceive a semblance of desolation and sorrow in her. Kong Wang scrutinized her for a considerable time, feeling reassured, and subsequently sent a message to her elder brother Yin Su, who was still abroad. The list of exchangeable items indicated that a wealth of goods could be acquired for 20,000 merit points, with an array of spiritual fruits and elixirs on display, each accompanied by illustrations and descriptions of their effects. Suddenly, a surge of colossal waves erupted, revealing massive creatures that encircled the remains of the old Dragon King, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they fixated on the dragon's corpse. He held skepticism towards such claims, believing them to be mere exaggerations propagated by those in power. Above the sea of clouds, an endless mass of vapor surged forth, transforming into a colossal cloud hand that reached towards Wang Xiu. In the morning, Ningtong Corporation's stock plummeted, prompting many to buy the dip, particularly as it opened high but fell low. How many had heeded his advice to buy more as the price continued to drop? To flaunt one's prowess in front of the battle-hardened general was akin to brandishing a sword before Guangdong or wielding an axe in front of Liu Ban. Gulp. He truly wondered how those behind him fared. Helis glanced back and could not help but speak. That demon surprisingly spoke human words, given its appearance. Few would expect it to possess the ability to articulate human language, let alone have a name. Chapter 46. The Speculations of the Offerers in the Spirit Soul City. Within the offering hall, Great Offerer, a bishop from the Soto City branch wishes to see you. A knight from the Spirit Soul Hall respectfully bowed to the Great Offerer. Qian Douluo, what business does the bishop from Soto City have with me? Initially, he had proceeded to the papal hall, but upon finding that His Holiness was absent, he had come to the offering hall, claiming to bear a letter from the elders. It was specified that only the Great Offerer or the Pope could personally receive it. Lu Qi moved slowly towards Lu Hua, his body already overwhelmed with fatigue. As he reached Lu Hua's side, he collapsed. Lu Hua picked up his son and returned home with the clan members, retrieving a healing elixir for him to swallow, and then laid Lu Qi upon the bed to rest. Before he could finish speaking, several temple knights and shield bearers approached, among them a cursed knight. In the subsequent days, Su Jiao mostly remained in the mansion, spending his time in the company of Yunyu. As for the academy, it was unnecessary for him to go there since his doppelganger was already present. Wu Enki learned all 5 types of spells in just half a day, not because he was a prodigy in witchcraft, but due to the simplicity of the Meyer witchcraft. This left them somewhat incredulous, utterly baffled as to why this was the case. They hurriedly began to investigate, eager to uncover what lay ahead. Otherwise, how could such phenomena appear before them? After some contemplation, Iace nodded. It seemed that aside from fried rice, nothing else could be prepared, and the supermarket for ingredients was rather distant. What news of the moon beast, sea tingling? Fengye Forest inquired while handling other reports, turning to his companion. In apparent response to the man's speculation, Yang Hao and Qin Shubao slowly walked towards the woods beside the street. Shen Guang's lips twitched as he looked at one soldier with a slightly swollen face and spoke. At that moment, he genuinely could not fathom what the other was thinking. Perhaps it was best to reveal the information he had. Yet thinking of the presence of others nearby made him hesitate, casting a glance at the furrowed fields, torn between words unspoken. After washing his hands and cleansing his face, they set 2 tables. Once everyone was seated, their attention was immediately captured by the array of dishes before them. The people of Mu family village had only recently begun to prosper, and most were still occupied with harvesting the cultivated dendrobium. So improving their meals had yet to be prioritized. Thus, when they suddenly beheld such a lavish spread, they were momentarily taken aback. Chui paused while twirling his jade ring, lifting his gaze towards Luoli, who, upon hearing those words, remained composed, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. However, even with the divine car still in his possession, he could not secure first place, for even if he surpassed Luo Jiaoyang on that turn, the straight path ahead would allow Luo Jiaoyang to overtake him once more. After all, it was merely a bend in the road. Yuan Hua could not possibly create a distance exceeding the length of a car. Lanya's figure did not emerge from the shadows encircled by the demon hounds. Rather, she inexplicably passed through the body of the wood demon elder and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside a particularly stout ironwood tree. Each time, his gentle demeanor and words pierced her heart, as if only in his fury could she find a moment's ease. Every commander understood that the deployment of the fleet for repairs signified a dire situation on the battlefield. The individuals on the 5th level sighed softly, realizing that Lin Yichen's emanation of elemental power was significantly stronger now than it had been days prior when he faced the impossible. I apologize. I must have knocked on the wrong door. I am searching for my friend. That Lu was indeed Qian Yin's target, and this mission involved theft, specifically seizing the ring from his grasp. Fortunately, Goeli was also a sensible individual, proceeding without any underhanded maneuvers, merely remaining steadfast in his position. Chapter 47. The Titan Giant Ape Within the Starry Forest. The Titan Giant Ape offered no response to Zhao Wuji's words. It took a step forward, and an ominous feeling enveloped everyone present. Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen. He had no confidence in his ability to escape the Titan's grasp, let alone protect the group of children behind him. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wuji declared, I will hold him off to buy you time. You must consume Xiao Ao's flying mushroom sausages and flee as far as possible. Cousin, during the matchmaking event, Ming Ming mentioned that she is now married with children. Surely that cannot be true. He Qianqian mused, for she had not heard such news while abroad. Shinchichi could not help but speculate, recalling that Xiao Qiao had also expressed concern about the consequences of making a mistake. As you said, it is merely atonement, the creator god replied, a trace of shame flickering in his eyes. The silver flying artifact resembled a beautiful carpet gliding through the night sky, with one figure clad in fiery red and another in pure white, both equally captivating and extraordinary. Alas, it seems she has become quite muddled. Lu Chen remarked to Su Yanma, for Su Yinmian's persistent high fever had prompted Su Yanma to call Lu Chen for assistance. Indeed, they struggled to secure even the most basic survival, thus, other worries paled in comparison to the value of life itself. The sudden passing of her mother and elder sister had left an undeniable impact on Zhen Yao, particularly as she found herself at the lowest point in her life. Compounded by such tragedies, a veritable layering of grief. Perhaps we could prepare a grand fish feast upon our return. I wonder how many we might catch. It is the grandson's unfiliality that has failed to protect Xingyun, causing grandmother concern and bringing shame upon our ancestors. Before the Empress Dowager, Qian Yuan, he found himself unable to restrain his voice, which trembled with emotion. Following the holiday, Lan Fei found little of particular interest to occupy her time, spending her days adorning herself beautifully to rendezvous with Jinping, and during her leisure hours tending to flowers and crafting herbal teas. Yet, the thought of the empire's reliance on the Genoese left them with no choice but to endure in silence until the emperor's return, striving to maintain a placid demeanor in the presence of these foreign Italians. A crucial reason for this was that the professor had not vacated the academy. Rather, he conducted his work within a secluded conference room at the university, where a camera was also present. Ma Huqing, having risen from humble beginnings and spent 2 years in Lantian County, knew well that disputes over water occurred nearly every year, with the only variation being the village in question. The disciples of the sacred sect exchanged glances, remaining motionless, while the elder figures of the sect kept silent, their expressions grim. However, one must question the feasibility of easily summoning a being 2 ranks above oneself. Merely managing to summon a Douluo was already commendable. At this moment, the young duke scoffed inwardly, fully aware of the noble's character. Yet, this was hardly surprising, as they were all engaged in mutual exploitation, which was to be expected. Nevertheless, the superstars ultimately lost the initiative. The battleship's energy shield was rapidly breached under the nearly saturated assault from the Invincible, plunging it into crisis. For others, a single visualization was sufficient. Having more would neither aid one's cultivation. However, Rod possessed M187, enabling him to merge according to the compatibility of the visualization. Throughout, Xue Yueqing remained seated upon his dragon steed, seemingly in deep contemplation, as if awaiting something. Optimus Prime. Upon witnessing Optimus Prime being grasped by the fallen, all Autobots changed countenance, exclaiming in shock. This scene inflicted a profound psychological blow, causing Bumblebee and Jazz to be swiftly felled by their adversaries due to momentary distraction. In Chapter 48, External Soul Bones, Tang San, having reached the end of his flying mushroom period, could only rely on the purple extreme demon eye to dart through the forest, already breathless from exhaustion. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound. Cautiously, he turned to investigate, only to see an ugly black spider raising its front legs and lunging directly at him. This repugnant black spider was none other than the human-faced demon spider. To continue his search for Xiaowu, Tang San had no choice but to confront this creature head-on. Upon hearing the sound, the people in the meditation hall instinctively turned their gazes toward the door, especially the more boisterous pairs, who appeared invigorated. Wuchi produced a yellowed talisman and loudly announced the name of the equipment. Prior to this, the disciples of Wudong had already reached a consensus regarding the matter, with the quantity and ownership of the equipment duly reported. Thus, the process was rather straightforward, and the equipment was essentially returned to its rightful owners. Upon hearing this, I broke into a cold sweat. The previous day's encounter with the spectral soldiers had left us in dire straits, and the sight of those 100 ghostly warriors was already terrifying enough. Furthermore, there was a general in the venerable Changxian, and the ferocity of Husan was indeed formidable. In the rocking chair, Beiji gazed into the profound night sky, his eyes fixed on the twinkling stars, momentarily at a loss for clarity, especially since this involved the Dongfang family. I cursed inwardly, my complexion pale, not because of anything else, but due to a month's diet of radishes here. That infernal vegetable had nearly made me retch, yet every day, the temptation of a chicken leg dangled before me. Though I berated Chui's Wufei in my mind, I still had to eat. Moreover, should Wuhu join us, the combat prowess of the Yin-Huang alliance would be significantly enhanced, for Jiangnan did not believe that Wuhu lacked extraordinary capabilities. Indeed, traversing alone rendered one vulnerable to assaults from the soul-cutting blade. After all, those traitorous soul-cutting blades had not vacated, they had merely retreated temporarily. Another case of mutated spiritual roots. The young man with the surname Gu gritted his teeth, exclaiming that mutated spiritual roots were supposed to be exceedingly rare. How had he struck such fortuitous luck to encounter two consecutively? Yet, how could he know that it was Dongfang Pengfei who had slain Xu Lingwei? Lei countered with a question. Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder the implications of this matter. At that moment, a brother from the Death Warriors walked in, announcing that Lei Ying's ruthless subordinate was seeking an audience outside. Venture capital firms rely heavily on discernment, as selecting the most promising company from a vast array poses a significant test of an investor's insight. There were no apologies, no pleas for forgiveness. It was merely me seated in the office while he snapped photos of me, each expression distinct. In truth, I held a profound understanding of Chu Chu. For had it not been for her, Hanzei would certainly not have devolved into an inconspicuous, ordinary person. Before him, as if conjured from thin air, stood a tall and strikingly handsome young man, clad in black, accentuating his perfect physique. Under the neon lights, the man appeared even more upright and dashing. The crowd was somewhat bewildered, increasingly perplexed as they gazed at the old Master Wu. Han Ti previously asserted the need for vigorous development, stating that he intended to firmly establish roots in Renjie City. My tone was imbued with stubborn resolution, and Zhang Minglang appeared startled, yet he did not release my hand. Kong Xizhen had initially hoped to forget each other after parting, but to his dismay, the longer their separation lasted, the deeper his yearning became. Had the esteemed prince truly uncovered the identity of those who conspired against the princess and found a way to eliminate the residual poison? The thrush inquired softly of the lark. Those sanctimonious temple ministers, who outwardly appeared immaculate and pure, yet concealed behind masks and cloaks, dared not reveal their true selves. He let out a cold snort. Having slipped away from Granny Du, Xizhen was not clad in riding attire, but her flag costume bore its own subtleties. By unfastening the ornamental buttons on the sides of her skirt, it split into two high slits, and by tucking her trousers into her boots, she found no hindrance in riding. He was acutely aware that, were it anyone else in Yi Tianxin's current predicament, they would undoubtedly resort to every conceivable means to manipulate him. Chapter 49, Parting. The following day, early in the morning, Qian Yueyue instructed the hotel staff to prepare an abundance of fine wine and exquisite dishes. Subsequently, he informed the members of Shrek that he intended to treat them to a meal, expressing his hope that they would not decline. The young and straightforward fatty bluntly inquired. What has inspired your sudden generosity today? Is there something we should be concerned about? Upon uttering these words, he sensed an immediate shift in atmosphere as everyone turned to look at him, secretly giving him a thumbs up in admiration. When Ding Hua mentioned his desire for a celestial instrument, Su Fu momentarily faltered, and then, appearing somewhat overwhelmed, the air in the venue thickened with an oppressive tension, causing many ordinary citizens to feel as though they could scarcely breathe. Gradually, the fervor and romance began to fade into the distance. Upon reflection, the once fervent devotion and love had dissipated. Khaled placed thin slices of tangy cucumber into a transparent glass bowl, spreading a layer of sheep's cheese and mixing it gently. Amidst the storm, there loomed the formidable figure of the King of Ruptures, Douluo, who opened his mouth, unleashing a sudden column of flame that erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging forth in the wake of the tempestuous winds towards Lu Hu. In a moment of silence, a powerful aura surged from outside, its presence commanding the attention of all before the figure even arrived. Li Ziyuan had always believed that the battlefield was the true test of a military force. The unit he commanded had been formed from the core troops, restructured by the military district in response to the dynamics of warfare, rather than being relegated to local forces due to a lack of combat effectiveness. The identity of a warrior was a representation of honor and power, sufficient to elevate one to the status of a military leader or lord of a city. Having encountered the Xiangyue concubine, Li Xia observed Ruo Wan and, adhering to the customary etiquette, offered her a respectful greeting. Regardless of Ruo Wan's current status, Li Xia acknowledged her actions with respect. Beyond the 16th floor lay a complete forbidden zone. Aside from a few initial members, no one else was permitted to tread there, as it was a realm that must not be exposed to ordinary individuals. As for my cousin, please refrain from addressing me as cousin repeatedly. It feels rather awkward. You may simply call me by my name, Wan Yoshua, she pouted. When did I say the masters could not be seen? When Renya expressed her exasperation at Chang Rui's incessant chatter. What? The strategist's beard bristled in astonishment. Is His Highness truly serious about this matter? This indeed is a significant matter. Beside him, Jing Xiang quickly interjected. Please forgive Li Dianjuan. I, Wang Gu, extend my apologies to him. Night Shadow's feigned anger sufficiently satisfied Lin Ling's sense of gratification and vanity, causing her previous displeasure to dissipate in an instant. El Fongjun held a photograph of Bai Ju in his hand, gently caressing her face. The icy touch did not evoke any discomfort in him, but rather made him feel as though he truly touched Bai Ju's visage. Once he regained his composure, he pondered briefly before advancing deeper. For while the outside world was perilous, the uncertainties within beckoned the wise to delve further. Zhu Jia's words served as a reminder to Wang Xiao. However, just as Zhu Jia was about to take action, the LGD team had already initiated their move. As a seasoned team, having faced countless situations over numerous matches, their keen instincts prompted them to act decisively. Thank you, Eunuch Xie, for your hard work. When Renya was unaware, but Xin Shao understood well. After the departure of his mother, he was fortunate to have this eunuch's support, or else he would have faced dire circumstances before achieving any semblance of strength. Thus, Tang Xuanzang set forth on his journey. Along the way, he pondered just how beautiful the Empress Dowager truly was. At long last, he arrived at the foot of Wuzishan. Chapter 50, Tang Hao's Pursuit. Just as Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong were bidding farewell to the Shrek group, departing in a carriage from the small town towards Tendo City, the winds shifted violently. Second Miss Ning. Danger approaches. The adversary is formidable. We will hold them off as long as possible. You must flee swiftly and without looking back, a Soul Emperor declared as he activated his martial soul. Second Miss, we are entrusted by the Grand Offering to protect you. And the other is indeed a prince. The war on Bitstar is on the verge of eruption. It is imperative to gather the 5 crystal stones as soon as possible. Understood, my lord. After careful consideration, the pillar acquiesced, valuing his life far more than the whims of this insufferable leader. Meanwhile, others in the inner hall, sensing the commotion, cast silent glances in their direction. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed ominously in the skies, exuding a pressure that weighed heavily upon the heart and rendered one breathless. One of your ancestors. A spiritual imprint resonated through the void, leaving Tian Xian and Di Zhe momentarily stunned. Could this mysterious figure truly be their ancestor? Such a notion was unfathomable. Had they not heard of their ancestors being in eternal slumber or self-imposed exile? This revelation was utterly bewildering, though Ding Dan remained relatively composed. She could not fathom why these individuals were going to such lengths to seek her out, nor could she comprehend the identity of the elusive figure they referred to as their mastermind. A cloud of confusion enveloped her mind. At that moment, Qian, a rather ineffectual character, shouted from the sidelines, stirring up Ding Dan's frustration towards his brother. In a fit of anger, she executed a swift kick to Meng Qi. Bypassing his defenses, eager for an opportunity to shine, Jiang Ro was filled with confidence, believing victory was assured, and indeed, her expectations were fulfilled. Without dissent, Chu Yuan acquiesced to Jiang Ro's self-nomination. The instant the head of the Tianzhong family, Tianzhong Chunping, departed, the room descended into chaos. With numerous high-ranking members of the Tianzhong clan engaged in hushed discussions, this situation resembled a water pipe under excessive pressure, should it exceed its limits. The inevitable outcome would be a catastrophic rupture. The practitioner, instead of enhancing their cultivation, would risk severe injury, potentially leading to the severing of their meridians or even death. Rise, the Empress said, sensing the unwillingness in her heart. I promise you, should anyone in the residence conceive, they shall be entrusted to your care. As for your mother, I shall bestow upon her the title of noble consort, ensuring she is not subjected to the disdain of others within the household. Yun Xianfei idly toyed with her armor, casting a nonchalant glance at Wang Hua. In stark contrast to her bright and charming visage, Lin Swan felt utterly obliterated, left with nothing but a cruel and tragic reality. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Park Haizhou pouted, appearing both adorable and stubborn. If I run away with you, you must take responsibility. Just as Zhou Wan, who had curiously opened the car door and stepped out, overheard Park Haizhou's words. He was taken aback and quickly retreated, thinking it best to avoid entanglement in his employer's romantic affairs. Faced with a peak saint of the sixth realm, even Lei Dao found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of peril. A dull thud resounded as the rock cleaver pierced deeply into the blood-red scales of the Serpent King, embedding itself into the earth, sending several crimson scales flying into the air. Though Chun Langia remained silent, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. This opportunity presented itself as a pivotal moment. If he could leverage these individuals to infiltrate the internal factions of the school, it would be an unparalleled chance. The timely silence ignited a flicker of hope in Ye Peixiao. Observing that Su Xiu was no longer vehemently resistant, he felt a surge of anxiety, yearning for a response. A conclusion. Chapter 51. Rescued in the Hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was in the midst of conveying crucial matters when a sudden pain gripped her heart, as if she were on the verge of losing something of great importance. Tears began to spill uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Hulaina, standing below, was taken aback, her voice tinged with concern. Teacher, what is wrong with you? What is happening to me? Bibi Dong found herself at a loss, suddenly overwhelmed by an unbearable pain in her heart. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears cascading down her face. Aside from the primitive beings from the Forbidden Land, all other monsters had been eradicated by Shan, their very corpses vanishing without a trace amidst this calamity. Lu Yi finally recalled the tracker hidden within her body and resolved to extract it. If she sought liberation, it must be absolute. Upon returning to Fenghuan Palace, she discovered that Pan'er and Ping'er were being well cared for by Bai Wei and Zhu Yu. The palace exhibited no signs of abnormality, and Su Muqing's taut nerves finally began to relax. After a hard-fought charade, Yulei naturally would not let the forthcoming opportunities for pretense slip by. However, what Yaden did not anticipate was that the connection binding them, the lingering power, would surge forth at the moment the demons were vanquished. The Celestial Eye was no mere idle institution. Any noble family with a retinue of over 100 in vast fields would have left their mark within its records. These records detailed not only ancestral lineages, but also familial ties and misdeeds committed. Mr. Su, is our meeting regarding official or personal matters? If it's official, let us discuss it tomorrow. If it's personal, I am in a foul mood today and will not see anyone. On the other end, Shui's tone was far from courteous. Li Yunxing received news of Xiao Zhenyuan's capture 2 days later, a pace significantly slower than that of the underground party, which was quite normal given his recent arrival and lack of reliable informants. Acquiring critical information was inherently slow. What of the cosmic cube? Yaden inquired. Following Eric into the deepest recesses of the base, a vast space bustling with numerous researchers engaged in their studies, Eric approached a scientist to pose his question. Wu Yuqiu took a delicate sip of tea, savoring its lingering fragrance, then glanced at Ning Yuan, who refused the tea. with an expression as cold as autumn frost. She returned Wu Yuchio's gaze, unyielding. Before Su Wu could utter her refusal, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before her, raising a hand to obstruct Yin Xiao. The chilling demise of the two was instantaneous, shrouded in an eerie terror that left one trembling with dread. Ming Xiaoli then declared, "I shall give you a choice. Either face death or accept the title of nobility." With that, he withdrew a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Gu Yuyu was perplexed, having erred yet receiving no punishment, instead being awarded a position. She could not fathom Meng Xiaoli's intent and hesitated to respond. Consequently, the members of the anti-Satan organization in the Sixth World held the utmost reverence for Su Yang, the captain of the transport fleet, regardless of their indifference towards worldly affairs. The four elders of Longhushan could not stand idly by and witness the suffering of the common folk. Yang Mimi observed the returning guards, drenched and despondent, and understood that having slain merely 3 or 5 disciples of the Red Robe sect, the remainder likely swam back to the island, escaping from them. The pain of betrayal, compounded by the torment of a 30-million-year seal, had not extinguished the love that resided in her heart. Hua Luo Shui recounted the events that transpired during the Lantern Festival in the 6th year of the Yuanjia era at Xuanda Hall to Princess Lu Yiting. Aware of the discord between Wang Qian and Mu Yi, they emphasized the close relationship between Mu Yi and Yu Zhao. The archery field, unable to decipher the emperor's thoughts, she was inevitably astonished. Although she knew that the emperor rode there every afternoon during the Shen hour to bolster his health, that place was a realm reserved for men, where no concubines were permitted. Why had the emperor summoned her today? Chapter 52, Memories of a Past Life. Yeah. It's time to rise. You'll be late for class. A girl adorned in a floral dress stood at the bedside, shaking the slumbering girl awake. Yeah. Today's class is taught by our advisor. He can tell at a glance who is absent. You cannot skip. Let us head to the cafeteria to fetch you some food. Hurry. The girl pushed the sleepyhead a few more times before hastily departing with her textbook. The system remarked, "So, master, you are seeking revenge for the original owner, aren't you? I believe she must be at peace now." She clasped Zhou Yan's hand. Their fingers entwined, and slowly spoke amidst his incredulous gaze. Chun Feng picked a fruit to taste. It was similar to the grapes of his past life, yet larger and sweeter. Consuming it replenished his spiritual energy, likely a grade of spiritual fruit. In that place, Su Qinshuan opened her eyes, a smile forming within. She gazed at the sky and waved at the tail of the heavenly lightning. The old house, aged through the years, was constructed of wood, tiles, and bricks, bearing the marks of time. Gu Kuangyan wished to alter it as little as possible, hoping Sun Guangye would bring in professionals to renovate it while preserving its original architectural style. Let us go, for today is the day of the class division competition. Mu Huijin gazed at Lin Fengtian and extended his hand voluntarily. Fortunately, the opponent's red sickle was of quasi-holy artifact grade. Had it been a holy artifact, their battle would have been unequivocally concluded. The black-green venomous serpent incessantly assaulted the white wind dragon with its toxic miasma. Yet the latter's wind-based principles were countered by a unique law of nature. Salt, a natural boon of the earth, is an essential commodity for the common folk. Akin to iron, it is a state monopoly and serves as a vital pillar of the southern Yang's economy. It dawned on Dongru that they were not a married couple. Initially, she had presumed they were wed. Sharing the same surname, they must be siblings, she mused. This could not stand. Today, Guan Yu must provide an explanation. You shall accompany me to the ancestral hall, where the matter will be clarified before our forebears. As Guanchang spoke, he reached out to seize Guan Yu. She then unleashed a palm strike, transforming it into a resplendent divine tower, which obliterated an ancestral-level celestial emperor. Su Luyan regarded Shen Qishu with astonishment as the two basked in their mutual affection, completely overlooking Lin Zhaojiao. She touched her waist and confirmed the absence of the jade pendant. Indeed, the one in Shen Qingshu's possession belonged to Sheng Baimei. Once in the vehicle, Qin Zhaojiao gazed at her slumbering brother beside her, struggling to believe the reality of the situation. Alas, aside from Nanju's own garments, it would be challenging for anyone else to lend him attire befitting his stature. The cloak fit rather well. Generally, when deities transcend the celestial realm, they do so through the passage of time, refining their spiritual resolve and mindset, which is crucial for such a breakthrough. My heart raced in quiet alarm. Hao Tai did not act impulsively in seeking confrontation. He was indeed intent on causing harm, having thoroughly considered the consequences. A barrage of questions erupted, their volume increasing, drawing the attention of those nearby. Ultimately, the village's name change was intended to commemorate the young soldiers, including Yang Kuei, who had joined the Beiyang Navy. Coughing. That prodigy is none other than the young master of the Zhouhu family, the very one you injured earlier. Judging by his condition, he may take several months to recover. A wry smile graced Feng Li's face. Who could be blamed for this? Wang Xuanlao and Zhang Dashan approached, both covered in mud, feeling quite out of place. Zhang Dashan fared somewhat better, having established familiarity with Zhou Bo through the self-defense forces, yet Wang Xuanlao, being an exceedingly honest man, felt particularly ill at ease. Hey, you rascal, how many people have you angered? It seems there is no escape from the curses directed at you. Su Han turned to Junlin, exasperated, though irate. Her nature was not one to confront others directly in heated disputes. Chapter 53, The God of Destruction. Qian Yueyue opened her eyes, greeted only by an expanse of darkness, devoid of any sight. In this abyss, she walked on, unaware of how far she would travel or where she was headed. Suddenly, 3 beams of light emerged before her, 1 green, 1 purple, and 1 white. Gradually, within the white light, images began to materialize, depicting Qian Yueyue's university life as Qian Yueyue, filled with memories of her close dormitory friends. As the celebration unfolded, while Mo Yin remained purely festive, the others gazed at Yi Qingli with expressions of wonder, as if beholding a rare treasure hitherto unseen. Han Xinglan had once informed her that the position of the imperial concubine would no longer be appointed, as she had ascended from that very role, thus ensuring it would always be reserved for her. Since she claimed that this matter was unrelated to her, there was no cause for concern in merely asking questions. It was not the taste that posed a problem, but rather her keen palate, capable of discerning the ingredients infused within the pastry. The second piece she consumed bore an additional component compared to the first. Yet, the exquisite wine in his possession had never been mentioned before, leaving Shuer puzzled. Indeed, those demons that had previously entered the underground palace met their demise before reaching this final chamber. A monstrous figure unleashed a sinister laugh towards the crowd, its dark mist transforming into meteoric streaks that scattered in all directions. It emitted a heart-wrenching wail, and Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow, despite being merely a distant cousin. One could not embrace too tightly, could they? Lan Buyuan gazed at his feigned calm and breathtaking profile, feeling a bittersweet ache within. With a gentle sigh, she pressed her face against his collarbone. The transport vehicle was initially scheduled to arrive in the afternoon to unload its cargo. They had departed from Nanshur around 4 o'clock. The ground was a grayish-black, resembling accumulated volcanic ash, barren of any flora. The air was laced with a faint scent of sulfur, and the dry wind stung against their faces. The sky was a blood-red hue, devoid of sun or moon, as crimson light bathed the dark plains. To avoid losing track, Xiao Feng released his divine consciousness, stealthily locking onto the location of the Fire Lin sacred beast. His intentions were clear. He indeed wished for Mei Shuling to enter the palace and attend to the Empress's ailments, providing intricate details about the Empress's daily meals as if he had meticulously noted them. Whenever Mei Shuling inquired, he answered each question attentively, showcasing his earnestness. This was compounded by her current lack of quality medicinal herbs. Otherwise, this minor injury would have healed in 3 to 5 days. However, fasting and bathing required only 3 days. There were still 5 days remaining. Nicole exclaimed in surprise. Feng Chang began to serve tea. In truth, no one was particularly thirsty. This act merely served to calm everyone down and restore rationality. Xiao Feng, who had long since comprehended the shamelessness of Chang Tianlin, offered no response. The two then strolled toward the streets of the city. However, dear Lancelot, your incessant and meticulous teaching style truly rivals that of my high school English teacher. Under the gentle cadence of Lancelot's voice, the eyelids of a certain individual began to succumb to the irresistible urge to unite. The burden on the back of Huan Luo grew heavier. Attempts to struggle were thwarted by an insubstantial, yet immobilizing breeze akin to cotton, rendering movement impossible. I ventured to the backyard, a veritable stronghold of mechanisms, housing not only a forge but also a workshop for contraptions and an alchemical chamber. Whether it be Master Ji, Song Yufeng, or Shui Renju, each was a consummate talent in their respective fields. I felt assured in trusting them with the tasks at hand, as my role was merely to orchestrate the arrangements. The entirety of the yellow sand desert remained shrouded in unchanging crimson hues. The towering temple still stood, visible from 2 miles away, whether viewed from atop the dunes or from below. Chapter 54. The God of Life. Since Tang San can simultaneously possess the divine ranks of both the Sea God and the Shura God, why can't I? Qian Yueyue pondered. Subsequently, she once again bowed before the god of life, expressing her willingness to undergo the deity's trial. Excellent, the goddess of life remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Yet, with a note of concern, she inquired, however, life and destruction are intertwined. You must simultaneously face the trials of both deities. Should one overpower the other, it could spell disaster. The trio arrived after a brief respite, and vast fields of medicinal herbs unfolded before their eyes. Even though Ning she had previously encountered the unparalleled beauty of her master Qian Valley, she was nonetheless awestruck by the sheer opulence before her. Previously, the land deed bestowed by Rongrong, combined with the parcel she acquired from Qian Bumor, encompassed 5 villages representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The second prince suddenly rose, colliding with grandfather Zhao, who was knocked to the ground. The tray in his hands clattered to the floor, shattering the dish containing pastries, which scattered about. Where do you plan to begin? After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury resumed speaking. Long Yuchen regarded her with a look of bewilderment as she delicately produced a transparent bag containing the band that had fallen from Ling Shaoan at the Cold family's villa. Qin Shao responded with an air of indifference, expressing discontent over Dongfang Wu's invitation to Rongrong for a meal. Once the group of young women had each taken hold of their untacked warhorses and galloped away, Xian departed the palace with the remaining Xiaomei and Xiaolan. Inside the carriage, Yu Xiaojun closed his eyes, his spirit delving into the chaos pearl, preparing to summon an ancient celestial being. The serpent moved and attacked in utter silence, only emitting a faint hissing sound as it flicked its tongue, an ominous presence that instilled profound fear. Zhang Xinro had been manipulated by Baijiu. If the old man were to discover this, Zhang Xinro would undoubtedly suffer in prison. He had promised Xian Qing to look after her, which he considered his final act of assistance. Why did the man before her appear so pleased? Did he truly remain oblivious to the fact that she sought him out today because of Li Er's predicament? Yet, before his hand could descend, those blood spirit roots had already burrowed into the valley's earth, vanishing in an instant. Ma Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly shook his head. However, the overarching structure confirmed the scheming of the vile individual, and restrictions could not contain her. The wretch herself was a product of the system. Suirong felt her body stiffen as the ominous words "it's all over" flashed before her eyes. She slowly turned around, and the room was illuminated by a faint light, revealing Lang Yinshi lounging against a soft couch. His gaze seemed unchanged, calm as a tranquil lake, yet his eyes were unfathomably deep. The peach blossom spring. Despite contemplating countless conditions, Zhao Gan never anticipated that matters would involve the peach blossom spring. The Constantine family was the largest noble family in the Skansen kingdom, certainly beyond the reach of the Starshine mercenary corps. However, the mercenary group also possessed its own advantages, which had yet to be revealed. Although she loved Jun Wuxia deeply, the sentiments of the past 3 years had not waned in the slightest. Rather, they had only intensified. Yet when she looked at him, she felt compelled to feign a heart of stone. Was this truly in his best interest? She found it peculiar that no one should know of her presence here. Why had she suddenly been knocked unconscious and subjected to unprovoked torment? Seeing him in such a state, the other outer disciples retreated, reveling in his misfortune. They were well aware that the trio's strength ranked among the top 5 out of nearly 18,000. She suddenly realized why others were so intent on scheming against her. Such a strikingly handsome man was undoubtedly their ideal partner. Why should his heart always be set upon her? If she were in their position, she would likely harbor jealousy as well. Chapter 55. Discussing the plan just as everyone was engulfed in sorrow, believing that Qian Yueyue would never awaken again. A radiant golden light emanated from her being. At this moment, Qian Yueyue was absorbing the powers bestowed upon her by the dual deities, while simultaneously recalling the narratives from her previous life and strategizing her forthcoming actions. As the onlookers witnessed the glow surrounding Qian Yueyue gradually fading, they noted the profound transformation that overtook her once the light completely dissipated. Standing upon the ground, Qian Yueyue revealed a sweet smile. Wu Yang waved his right hand, causing the earth spirit pearl to soar above Gao Yang, unleashing streams of spiritual energy that entered Gao Yang's body. In a mountainous region, Wu Yang and Wang Chang instantaneously materialized, with Wu Yang carelessly tossing Wang Chang to the ground as one might discard a pet. This was an immense honor, an unprecedented power. How could he not feel overwhelmed and devoted, knowing how highly the sage regarded him? Oh, so that is how it should be written next. Shen Jiai mused, a hint of frustration glimmering in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Qi Tang's spirit soared, eagerly watching how Ryo Yamamoto would decide. Sasha gazed at Robert with admiration, feeling proud of the man she cherished. This was the essence of a true stronghold. USI was not worthy of battling her Robert until he proved his own strength. Though the rate of condensation in this subspace was relatively slow, it was sufficient to weaken your attacks, Lita remarked, reaching out for the slowed golden dragon spear. Brother Batian, where are we headed? Shenlinger inquired. Her large eyes fixed curiously on Meng Batian. In the Infinite Realms, most remote-class players focus predominantly on the support and damage-dealing categories, with classes such as support sorcerers and archers being particularly common in the national server. After the spirit avatars forced the Sky City, they flew into it, commencing the meticulous crafting of various components. The design of the other sections adhered to a modular framework based on the grand structure of the Sky City. The cultivator of the initial stage of transformation, who commanded the tiger chariot, bellowed loudly, his expression betraying his impatience. Hiss. The water demon exhaled a stream of mist, a glimmer of cold light flashing in its eyes. However, Gonggong sensed it. He swiftly extended his hand, causing a torrent of liquid to pour forth from the water demon's body, coalescing in his grasp. In a moment of inspiration, Hassler conceived a rather peculiar idea, unable to contain his excitement as he sketched fervently on the tactical board to distract Mika and the others. Yi Ming transcribed some martial arts principles and classic lines that his elder brother, Qian Yueyue, had memorized from films and dramas. It seemed that the monk was excessively fatigued, as he was seeing illusions in broad daylight, a troubling sign indeed. He rubbed his eyes, determined to observe more clearly, uncertain whether this expedition to protect the archaeological team in the desolate ruins of Lulan might enable him to glimpse the mysteries of fate in a state of oblivion. He pondered the possibility of regaining control over destiny, or perhaps allowing Qinting to directly enter the realm of the White Tiger while retaining his full strength. Omu entertained several thoughts. Now that we have witnessed the creature's forms, let us return. We can gather some honey on our way back to the tribe, thus concluding our journey satisfactorily, suggested Shen Nong as he began to pack his belongings. Despite the abyss of debt and her husband's resolute abandonment, Su Mushue's last flicker of hope shattered into fragments, leading her to make the tragic decision to end her own life. As the two engaged in combat, the surrounding air trembled, causing Yun Zhonghe and Yi Ernyang to pale in shock. A baby's cry echoed, prompting Yi Ernyang to rush to offer comfort. Chapter 56. The Method of Poison Pills. Yin Yin, how do you feel? Qian Renwei asked anxiously, inquiring of the recently awakened De Guyen. I feel much lighter. Most of the toxins within me have coalesced into poison pills, resulting in an elevation of nearly 2 levels in my soul power. I am now at level 40. And with one more soul ring, I shall step into the realm of the soul sect. It is unfortunate, however, that I cannot participate in the soul fighting competition alongside Tianheng and the others. Du Guyan excitedly kissed Qian Yueyue, her joy palpable. The lake's surface was shrouded in mist, obscuring any visibility. Chen Jifan looked towards the worried tree, seeking information. She showed no concern, pushing Bai Yao to direct hostility towards Yifan, thereby initiating a new round of verbal sparring. As a mere observer, it was quite entertaining to witness Yifan's discomposure under Bai Yao's onslaught. Responding casually to the door, Song Tianqi and Song Cheng Yuan entered the room. Peony remained expressionless as she listened to him finish, then remarked, It seems you have succumbed to the path of darkness. There is no saving you now. With that, she waved her hand, and dozens of red-clad disciples drew their blades, advancing toward Hanmura and the others. Should they flee, they would be like frightened strays, unable to escape. In light of this, there was no choice but to embrace the inevitable. Let us, brothers, engage in one final battle. The hippocampus cast aside all reservations, brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Long Linger awkwardly smiled at Sister Lu, then lowered her head in silence. Luo Habin feigned ignorance, gazing into the distance, unwilling to entangle himself in the affairs of others. After crossing the finish line, Zhang Yiming did not indulge in exuberant celebrations. Instead, he grinned while circling the playground, grateful that the fiery spirit within him had elevated his body temperature, melting away the ice, leaving no trace of evidence. If you knew your thoughts, he would undoubtedly be elated. However, this matter must remain undisclosed to others. It suffices that you are aware of it, understood? Kakashi chuckled. Since you have posed 2 questions, may I inquire something in return? Zhou Yin called out from behind. Mastery gazed at the smiling Yuan as she exited the kitchen, his heart likely comprehending the situation. It appeared that the rumors from that day's dinner had not been forgotten. and he wished he could find a crevice to hide in. Days passed. Yet the events of the Qi family's birthday banquet continued to be the focal point of discussion among the residents of Kyoto. However, with the two involved confined, many topics had diminished. Before nightfall, Dong Zhanyun returned home. As night fell, he approached the dormitory where Lu Stin was held, knocking on the door. His words rendered Xing Silo and Taranzo speechless. They could not help but admire the insight of Master Lan Wang. Freshly awakened from the rejuvenation pod, he articulated the trajectory of the entire war as if he had been a detached observer of the bloody conflict. Master Yi, this is your grandfather. Sit down and let your grandfather have a good look at you. It has been so many years since your last visit. You ought to allow your grandfather a proper view. Sun Changjiang patted the stone bench beside him, urging Master Yi to take a seat. Due to her restricted status, she was initially ineligible to attend the palace banquet, hence the original choice to accompany the Dong family into the palace was her maid, Shui Yan. It was she who orchestrated Shui Yan's sudden illness, allowing her to fulfill her desire to enter the palace, albeit still under the guise of a maidservant. The loopholes in the restrictions gradually eroded, ultimately amplifying into an opening for entry and exit. Thus, this individual recited incantations while preventing the expansion of the restrictions. Before losing consciousness, the colossal sky-swallowing python instinctively exhaled, yet that strike, comparable to the pinnacle of the golden core, was frozen into shards of ice. The sky-swallowing python had not yet truly fallen. Rather, it was ensnared within the realm of death and life in the chilling domain of Pluto. Chapter 57. The Eye of Ice and Fire empowered by divine inheritance. Qian Yueyue traversed fearlessly around the Eye of Ice and Fire, gathering medicinal herbs. Is this the octagonal profound ice herb? I wonder if it can be given to Grandfather Wu. I shall inquire with Elder Ju shortly. The fire apricot blossom can be offered to Grandfather C. Alternatively, it could be utilized to win over Tianshui and Chihua. Though it seems somewhat unbalanced to use both celestial herbs, I shall consider further. Is this the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? The martial spirit of my great-uncle, the azure phoenix. Indeed belongs to the family of phoenixes, though I wonder if it can be consumed. Yet, despite employing such tactics, Song Zheng remains unwilling. He naturally desires that each of his creations achieve success, but not through such means. He aspires for recognition based solely on the intrinsic quality of his work. However, in terms of might, the rare and superior lightning attribute inherently surpasses both the fire and metal attributes, coupled with the characteristics of lightning itself, which embodies dominance and ferocity. When it comes to imposing aura and offensive strength, neither fire nor metal can rival the prowess of lightning. No one understands his true capabilities better than I do. The azure spirit exclaimed, feeling a mix of indignation and anger at the wounds inflicted by Qing He. Yet, the situation has changed. Song Zheng now garners accolades and followers. Having already established his own presence, albeit still reliant on the channels of Huai Brothers. Nevertheless, in the domestic entertainment industry, companies like Huai Brothers are far from singular. SC Television has evidently invested significantly. Merely gathering the original production team of the Brotherhood incurs considerable expenses. It seems they genuinely aim to create a peak in viewership this time. Under this inexplicable spirit of self-deception, those initially resentful have come to realize their own cleverness in comparison to those within the fray, giving rise to an unexplainable sense of superiority. It is not merely that the holy tower shifts with the winds. The world operates thus. Those with strength naturally attract allegiance. And the holy tower holds no goodwill towards aiding the Mingyu Empire against the Zaiwanyu Divine Kingdom. The dichotomy of good and evil, black and white, left and right, pertains to the traditional 5 factions of the martial world. Anyone outside these conventional 5 is largely considered a heretic, due to the peculiar nature of the Wanling realm. Wu Feng refrained from elaborating, instead describing it as a rustic village where he had inadvertently lost his way, ultimately becoming ensnared in the village due to trivial matters. At this moment, upon witnessing such a colossal fist, even Shui Yin felt a shiver of trepidation. The terrifying pressure was utterly astounding. Master, you have returned? The sycophantic deity Li Feng scampered to Shui Rong's side, bowing and scraping. Meanwhile, on another front, Shi Yu's celestial staff, under the cataclysmic explosive force, transformed into a streak of light that soared across the East Sea, reaching the human realm of the southern Jianbu continent. To prevent the bandits from unleashing further artillery upon the valley, several captains promptly dispatched individuals to negotiate terms of surrender. Though there was little to discuss, merely reiterating Feng Hua's guarantees for the safety of all. Returning to the crux of the matter, Sun Wukong's tumultuous escapade in the heavenly palace is widely lauded, but does that render the celestial beings and Buddhas incorrect? Is he the embodiment of justice? Matters of affection arrive and depart with little warning. Who in this world can truly comprehend them? And who can articulate their intricacies with clarity? At that moment, the steward Wang unexpectedly uttered a phrase of remarkable profundity. The previous Buddha, whose fingers were as colossal as mountains, was decisively overshadowed by Ji Ming, who expanded the entire Tianyin temple into a subspace. Consequently, Chen Hao, who had intended to carefully examine this treasure, had no choice but to hastily close the jade box and secure it within his embrace. Qingge, what a coincidence! You are here too, Chen Hao called out from a distance, revealing a bashful smile. Luo Han and Lin Chen exchanged knowing glances. Despite exuding an air of pride from head to toe, he feigned humility, making him quite the amusing character. Chapter 58. The enigmatic tulip at this moment, Qian Yueyue, submerged within the eye of ice and fire, experienced a complete disconnection from the external world, leaving only the acute sensation of pain. Her limbs and bones felt as though they were engulfed in searing flames, yet there was an icy chill emanating from her very soul. Qian Yueyue gritted his teeth, convinced that if Tang San could endure, there was no reason he could not. Holding on to this belief, Qian Yueyue forced himself to awaken from the pain, feeling the rampant energy of the celestial herb within him, and began to neutralize the medicinal power using the eyes of ice and fire. The bald man, while making a phone call, kept his gaze firmly fixed on Duan Hui, who remained blissfully unaware. My lady, why must you display such anger? The queen, so dismissive, relied solely on the king's favor. Apart from that, she was rendered powerless. All you need to do is strip her of the king's affection, and then defeating her will be an effortless task, suggested the bold maid, noticing her mistress's distress. The fated twin souls, the supreme of the Mo family, Tianyin, and the supreme of Tianyue. It is said that their destinies are intertwined. As long as one survives, the other shall not perish. The palace lord, Zhao Yongtian, spoke in a low tone, filled with trepidation. Does it matter whether his reputation is good or bad? I remarked, sensing a hidden meaning in Su Feng's words. I simply wish to be a white-collar worker in a foreign enterprise, earning my own living and traveling when time permits. If the right person comes along, I would like to engage in a passionate romance, followed by marriage and children, Ruo Meng stated softly. The butterflies gazed on, utterly enchanted, captivated by this ethereal being. Especially when he smiled, it seemed capable of melting everything. Shou Qiguang nodded in agreement, lifting his teacup to obscure his gaunt face. Zhao Jijun could not discern his expression at that moment, yet he keenly observed that the left hand resting on his knee gradually formed a fist. You will call Hodali now, instructing him to bring 100,000, that is the minimum, not a penny less, to personally retrieve his son. If anyone else goes, it will cost 150,000, I said to Lu Rue with a stone-cold expression. Fu Kue, with tears in her eyes and her cheeks flushed, looked apologetically at Yang Jinxin and slowly nodded. Upon hearing He Lang's words, Zhang Zhaoa raised an eyebrow in delight, saying, Is this true? Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will stand up for you. While speaking, I gently ruffled He Lang's hair. I dashed onto the bustling street, hailed a distinctive Thai tuk-tuk, and after shoving Lu Chang'e into the vehicle, I was about to board myself when the tuk-tuk driver leaped out, shouting at me in a torrent of words, gesturing towards the reclining Buddha temple behind him, likely mistaking me for a nefarious character. Mo Li, somewhat vexed, remarked that he had originally intended to seize the Yin family's palace, but it seemed he had been overly ambitious. The sword before me radiated a divine light, intertwining with the malevolent aura of the spear of the underworld, crackling with electric arcs. The four individuals in front of me might merely be cannon fodder. The true adversaries lurked in the shadows, poised to strike when the moment was right. As you lay, and the others scrutinized the elderly man, he too assessed them, his uncertainty prompting him to inquire. I beheld his ethereal form swirling gracefully through the air, his sword glimmering like moonlight, enveloping his body with an impenetrable shroud. Let us have the frogs escort us away from Yamu Mountain to a safer place and discard it, proposed Jiawei. This was indeed Vegeta's aspiration, should he attain immortality. He would possess the means to contend with Frisia. They must be the true forms of some powerful being from the ancient three realms. If we could gather their fragmented souls, the strength of these disciples would ascend to a terrifying height. May I pose you a question? Just how formidable is the true Master's power? Yuan suddenly asked Qian Huan, who stood beside him. Chapter 59. Participation in the examination. Ning Rongrong, are you ready? Qian Yueyue regarded Ning Rongrong with a serious expression. Ning Rongrong nodded, saying, Sister, I am prepared. Let us begin. Qian Yueyue summoned the Staff of Life, a 9-pointed star shining upon her forehead. She gently placed the staff against Ning Rongrong's brow, from which emanated a dazzling red light. Ning Rongrong, with her martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, had reached the 8th rank of the red level. The first test of the 8th rank, soul power. Those from the military, at the very least, held the rank of general. Otherwise, they could not possibly lead a legion of soldiers. How amusing it is to think I would fear you. Once I have properly recuperated, you shall witness my might. After the 3 guild leaders had spoken, the remaining time was for those in high positions to exert their influence. Lu Tian and his companions established the overall direction, while these individuals focused on specific tasks. Yang Ziyuan, feeling unwell, soon departed, leaving only Jin Qiude and Li Yunrui in the room. Since becoming in-laws with Jin Qiude, the Duke of Zhendong had paid even less attention to the affairs of the new army, as Jin Qiude's opinions were always met with approval. After the report concluded, it was already noon. The inspection team had a simple meal and then rested at the hotel. This group belonged to the Renmin faction, and the man in his 50s was the leader, Master Xiaohua. Is there something you need? Yi Yuxuan's heart was apprehensive, though his face displayed a look of confusion. You all, it's nothing. A cold remark revealed the speaker's lack of warmth. Indeed, the pirate flag only bore a pool of blood, eerily reminiscent of the flag of the Demon King's pirate ship. The last words from Xia Chaochen were filled with murderous intent, his teeth clattering ominously. It appeared he harbored an even greater hatred for Gao Lin than for Qin Ming. However, Yuan Xingfeng found some solace in the fact that his cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, merely a step away from the ultimate perfection of the 10th level. Gazing into Hua Mengdie's pure and loving eyes, Mingma was momentarily taken aback, then his heart warmed. He offered her a gentle smile, feeling increasingly tender within. Old Master Xiao's words caused Xiao Iran's lips to twitch. His father's intentions were rather transparent. Strangely, Lin Qin had vanished without a trace beneath the watchful eyes of 2 formidable experts and 4 mediocre warriors in the 9 Nether region, with no news forthcoming. Of course, had it not been for the overwhelming numbers making resolution cumbersome, Yuan Qifeng would have acted himself. Little did anyone know that the one destined to incite turmoil across the continent would be such a young individual. Some matters are fated to fade into the boundless darkness with the night wind. It is only such an exceptional mother who could raise such an extraordinary son. Yuan Qingfeng truly admired this. Zhan Biding needed to hand over his phone to the host, who would then casually press a name to connect the call, allowing Zhan Biding to converse in an ordinary tone. After waiting a few moments, Wei Qi Jia could no longer contain himself. He picked up a large meat bun, blew on it for a moment, then took a hearty bite of the golden, roasted bun, enduring the heat as he exhaled before finally daring to swallow. Ah, delicious. With a single bite, Wei Qi Jia felt an immediate sense of relief. Yi Mingming, carrying a wooden bucket, entered behind the screen. The room was filled with steam, and as Yi Mingming was still clad in a down jacket, the heat made her uncomfortable. She quickly stepped outside to remove her jacket, re-entering in just a shirt to fetch hot water for Zhan Biding. Yi Chuan's eyes sparkled with joy as she cheerfully called out Andy, to which Wang Yihui responded, her eyes shimmering with deeper delight. On the same night that Beijing spoke with Jiangxin, Wang Yi accepted invitations from a few old friends to attend a banquet. As expected, he was intercepted on the way by the Zhuge family's 3rd member. Chapter 60. Yanheng's separation. Tiando City. Sister Yan Yan. Did Grandpa say you came to the shrine to look for me? Qian Yueyue arrived in Tiando City and immediately sought out Du Guyan, accompanied by Zhu Douluo, who had been assigned by Bibi Dong to protect her, clearly still shaken by previous events. Sister Yu, Du Guyan, who appeared somewhat unwell, could hardly contain her emotions upon seeing Qian Yueyue, her voice catching in her throat. Sister Yan Yan and the imperial concubine Shui already had enmity with the princess of the Dai Kingdom, with both Wang Wei and Wang Zhao eyeing the Eastern Palace as the birth mother of the crown prince. How could she dare to offend the princess of Jin Kingdom any further? Shen Xia was startled by her own speculation. As the car steadily made its way towards the new district, her suspicions intensified. Seizing a moment when Lu Yunting was distracted, Xia Qingqing removed the scarf from around his neck, only to discover it was not merely a scarf, but an intricately concealed piece of clothing, with the remaining fluff tucked into his sweater. In that moment, Yi Yun transformed into an immensely towering figure. as if he were far more formidable than a genuine Yuanying period expert. I could only smile wryly at Luo Yiming. Here was a person who spoke incessantly of going public, yet they lacked even the most basic organizational structure. To think that these three stores could aspire to an IPO was nothing short of a pipe dream. The newly favored Yufei had received the Emperor's affection since her entry into the palace. Whatever she desired was granted. And it was unclear why she contemplated constructing another palace, as Ji Yaodao remarked. I know you're afraid of being ridiculed at kindergarten for not having a father. It's all your mother's fault for being so selfish, Shenxia expressed with remorse. What is going on? My eyes darted around as I struggled to comprehend. Recalling Yin Wushuang as parents, when suddenly a thought struck me, could it be? Luo Jun and Qin Lin subsequently took their leave. After exiting the shattered Jade Pavilion, Qin Lin did not inquire about Luo Jun's earlier question, for he was not the type to indulge in gossip. Brother Ji, have you planned how to infiltrate the core system? The raspy voice of the public duck seemed to divert from proper planning, bringing up this subject unexpectedly. Chunfeng suddenly appeared alert and quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Then she lowered the curtain and retreated into the carriage. Yin Lu approached the two individuals, casting a glance at the Taoist priest. His features were clear and bright, embodying an aura of righteousness, and she held the utmost admiration for such a person. As members of the Long family, they bore the duty to exorcise demons, while he acted without any constraints, guided solely by his heart, truly deserving of respect. Since the girl could walk on her own now, it would be prudent for him to refrain from constantly holding her, given that they currently shared no significant relationship. And such behavior might invite gossip. Jun Shernua washed his face and changed into fresh attire, feeling much more invigorated. In just a short while, Qi Feng was already waiting outside. In the following 2 days, Huang Xianling and Feng Jianfeng refrained from venturing out, choosing instead to remain in their guest room, diligently cultivating in anticipation of the upcoming auction. Bali Lan picked up a sturdy branch and fashioned it into a torch, searching throughout the woods. With the beheading of Lai Junshan for treason, the oppressive era of tyrants that had lasted 14 long years finally drew to a close. Ling Yue could not help but feel a sense of reflection. As an emperor surrounded by 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, how difficult it must be to win his singular affection. Yet, it appeared that the emperor harbored deep feelings for the empress. How could it be otherwise? It was merely a casual reunion among old friends. Haihei chuckled, acknowledging that his words indeed carried a hint of menace. The stars gradually emerged, embellishing the night sky, while the bright moon quietly ascended, diligently illuminating the earth below. Mai Zi's face flushed crimson, the confined space of the kitchen brimming with an air of unspoken intimacy. Chapter 61, The Humiliation of Shrek 1. Meng Xinji stepped forward, declaring, "This is our Tiando Royal Academy. Has the Spirit Hall sought permission to take someone from here? Is this not a case of sheer overreach?" Qian Renwei replied nonchalantly, questioning whether the Spirit Hall was protecting the 3 members of the Tiando Royal Academy who opposed them. Dealing with fraudsters? Shrek Academy has long exploited the name of the Spirit Hall to deceive the public, engaging in false advertising and malicious scams, which severely impacts our spirit. Meanwhile, Alan remained unaware that Aegon, seated opposite him, was already contemplating various thoughts, inching closer to the truth he yearned to express. The adage birds die for food, and men perish for wealth resonated deeply. Regardless of the peril, they were resolute in entering the Lost Lands to seize the opportunity for redemption. Ichu Fan and others were equally anxious, yet they understood that this task was more daunting than scaling the heavens. Subsequently, the Black Emperor recited incantations, igniting the reincarnation array, which enveloped him and Yi Haoshuan in a radiant glow. However, Han Chi opted for a different path. He chose not to become embroiled in regional disputes, but instead ventured to the Dinghai army, intending to serve as the ambassador for the Northern Song dynasty, overseeing diplomatic affairs. Just as despair began to take hold, a well-equipped Norman knight force, numbering 1,800, thundered onto the battlefield amidst the clamor of galloping hoofs. Simultaneously, Cardinal Hildebrand, standing beside the trio, eavesdropped on their conversation, his eyes darting with intrigue. "I banana you, Barala," with a furious roar from Zhang Wuji. The lid atop his head sprang open, propelling him into the air. If they were truly pushed to desperation and defected to the Southern Gene, the consequences would be dire. The concept of homeland among the trial takers was nebulous, compounded by a Jew's long-standing enmity with his own lord, making treason a plausible option when cornered. Nevertheless, these were merely Yan Yunxing's speculations. The actual circumstances remained a mystery, and he refrained from further inquiries, respecting the private matters of the two families. "What is happening?" exclaimed the elderly Lu, momentarily lost for words. At that moment, the two factions had dispelled their fusion transformation, as such a state consumed elemental energy, and the combined transformation consumed even more. Thus, they typically reverted to their original forms when not engaged in battle. He stretched languidly, relishing the release. My lord, I believe approving this memorial poses no detriment to the court and may even align with the suggestions from Germany's Sazenbing, he advised. Your Honor. The defendant intentionally disrupted court proceedings. How should we proceed? Pan Hong remarked coldly, his face devoid of expression as he addressed the presiding judge. I can't believe it. I actually got drunk yesterday. Xiao Menglu shook his head in disbelief. Accepting the coffee handed to him by Yi Liaosha with a sense of trepidation, he brought it to his lips, gently blowing on it before eagerly taking a large sip. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the inn, abruptly silencing the previously boisterous guards. Thank you, Brother Wang. With Mr. Wei and his companions on our side, the establishment of our shipyard will become significantly easier. Chen Ning expressed his gratitude. Cui Feng cast a calm gaze at the stone tablets on either side before stepping onto the stone steps. The stone monkey observed this and silently muttered a warning of impending doom. Corpsine Mountain, an ancient hidden mountain, rumored to be formed from the bones of emperors during a great war. The atmosphere here is heavy with malevolence. Even those of imperial strength cannot linger for long. Unless you relinquish your position as the governor of the Southwest and return to the capital to dutifully serve as the Minister of Navy, Zai Tao stated plainly. Let your country arrange a standard visitation itinerary, ensuring the safety of Prince Zai Sun, Chen Ning suggested. He was determined to prevent Zai Sun from experiencing another assassination attempt like in his previous life, which would disrupt his long-term aspirations. Chapter 62, The Humiliation of Shrek. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the golden mystical mushroom in Yu Guan's hand blossomed. With just a casual soul skill, he could take Tang San's life. Elder Chrysanthemum. There's no need to concern yourself. Qian Yueyue raised her hand to halt Yu Guan, turning to Tang San and saying, You should realize that we all possess the means to bring about death. Once you have grown stronger, you will undoubtedly obliterate the spirit hall. Am I correct? Qian Yueyue. Recognizing that under the protection of the sea god, she could not contend with Tang San, chose instead to advise those nearby to seek medical attention for him, lest he bleed out and suffer irreversible consequences. We recently apprehended several traitors, who are currently being interrogated, Zhu stated first. An aged voice, reminiscent of a frail beggar. Questioned Chengshi, what do you mean by giving up? I have never worried about third brother. He is the prince nurtured by the royal family. His previous defeat was simply due to excessive trust in fifth brother. Now that he is cautious, fifth brother's attempts to exploit him are mere fantasies. I simply dislike the idea of you being coveted by others. You are mine. Zhu pouted awkwardly. Yang Kai maintained an unwavering clarity, constantly reminding himself not to be easily swayed by Lin Feng's extravagant claims. Aside from receiving familiar visitors in his private residence, he largely entrusted unfamiliar guests to the elder of the Ming family, thereby building a network of resources for the new Ming residents. In the moment before falling into a black hole, he too contemplated pulling him out. What if it was dangerous inside? What if he could never return? What if he could never see him again? At that moment, her head collided with my chest, producing a dull thud that sent a twinge of pain through my torso. Simultaneously, her hat was knocked askew, causing her hair to cascade down, obscuring her eyes. The sudden appearance of this figure, who evoked such emotions in a mid-level celestial sovereign, was unmistakably Xiao Yuanshan. Judging by the force accompanying the arrow he had just unleashed, it was evident that he had ascended to a genuine high-level celestial sovereign. Yun Xiu, accompanied by others, was behind the screen, washing her face and hands with a copper basin and cloth, the sounds of water occasionally drifting through. By 8:30, the training grounds of TG Fortress were teeming with people. 16 chairs were occupied by the leaders of various sects, each flanked by formidable experts. The artificial island had summoned a scapegoat to orchestrate an explosive attack, while the true mastermind hiding at Jiga Temple was the Eskimo Song Jianan. Gu Sheng had initially intended to seize an opportunity tonight to expel Gu Renhai and Pastor Yue, or perhaps even capture them outright. None of them felt inclined to eat. Especially Yang Xiumin, who was particularly distressed, while Lin Kai remained bewildered. He had never met his mother, and learning that she might be in the hospital left him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Ling Feng's nearly 200 kin, primarily practitioners among his friends, easily coalesced their energies into a massive sphere, enveloping everyone within. In that case, I shall meet you, he declared, and with that, Ashelong stepped forward, moving like a wraith, and stood before Taiching Mountain, delivering a powerful punch. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, growing ever clearer, resonating in his ears and heart. What on earth does she intend to accomplish? Such meticulous design must harbor some sinister plot. This hidden passage could very well be a conduit for secret meetings involving Sheng Quan. Being a concealed path, it undoubtedly has an exit. I have already considered this matter for you. When the time comes, we shall establish a public security detachment in both the Lianghe community and Lichuan village. At the vice section level, under your disciplinary commission for your command, we will also replace the director of the town. By then, you will wield power, Lu Yun remarked. Chapter 63. The 6th level examination. Sister Yin, do you have any thoughts? Qian Yueyue inquired with concern, observing the somewhat despondent Douluo Yin. Rest assured, Sister Yu. I am fine. It's just that I'm finding it hard to let go for the moment, but in time, it will pass. I plan to retreat to Sunset Forest with my grandfather. Only formidable strength will not betray or abandon me. I must grow stronger and defeat him in the high-level Academy's Soul Master competition, making him regret it. Douluo Yin resolutely made her decision. For some inexplicable reason, Wei Lu's felt a persistent unease today, unable to find tranquility. Suddenly, he beheld Rui Lin, her face awash with tears and her body marred by blood, collapsing before him. Song Tianji exchanged polite remarks and invited them to sit on the sofa to engage in trivial conversations. Subsequently, Bai Fu settled the remaining expenses, and Song Tianji did not decline. After all, he had exerted considerable effort, and it was only fitting that a wealthy family would contribute a few million if he were to take action. The Dragon King has arrived. Before him, Daoist Bai Long trembled violently, blood ceaselessly trickling from the corners of his mouth. It was then that I realized, unbeknownst to me, I had been enveloped in a radiant glow, golden red light swirling around me in a magnificent display. Zhounan, hold on tight. We are about to take flight, Wu Tian declared, producing a teleportation array before addressing Zhounan. Upon entering Lulan and encountering these puppets, it was not the puppets themselves that captivated Zhang Ye's attention, but rather the puppet strings connecting them. The master must have been concerned for us, hence his decision. I sighed deeply. However, Luo Fong had never contemplated such a notion. Relying on the severance of the 3 corpses to achieve sanctification would ultimately transform one into a heartless sage, a mere puppet of the heavenly Tao. Yet, due to the fact that the primary adversary of tadpoles is fish in the water, this posed a significant dilemma. Lin Mu contemplated bringing the whale-headed stork family to assist in their guardianship. In the next moment, numerous unidentified long swords and spears erupted from the ground. Some members of the Navy, unable to react swiftly enough, were pierced by these weapons. Shenwei nodded, uttering no further words, yet her mind wandered. She realized that not only was the princess missing, but her esteemed young master had also vanished. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer in sight. Was it mere coincidence, or had something truly transpired? Throughout their journey, the 2 maidens were filled with anxiety. Hihua fared somewhat better, while Chahua was so frightened she could hardly walk, only finding solace through Yihua's continual reassurances. In Zhao Heng's subconscious, he harbored the belief that his imperial throne had fallen from the heavens. His only task was to preserve the ancestral legacy. Whether there existed individuals like Zhao Ling who could pose a threat to his throne was not a matter of concern for Zhao Hong. Clearly, Brother Yang was superior. In Brother Yang's presence, I could do anything I wished. The middle envoy always presented an air of aloofness, rejecting any requests made of him. Lingo harbored grievances in her heart. Upon listening to Fang Jin's explanation, Luan, Wang Guan, and other senior officials accompanying him comprehended Fang Jin's intentions. Ao Lai surmised that Ao Shun would inevitably follow the sound, so he positioned himself in ambush ahead of his father, sensing a slight disturbance in the water flow. And without hesitation, he struck forward. It was only then that Linger realized Qi Yang had awakened. She set the herbs aside and approached the bedside to assist him in sitting up and donning his garments. The 2 recited incantations in unison, and indeed, their bodies began to undergo transformations, becoming increasingly corpulent, with Beng Ba even sprouting a pair of large ears, though this was transient, as the ears vanished shortly thereafter. In the subsequent 2 days, the Western Liang army refrained from assaulting the city. Instead, the defenses of the border city of Daong were not only maintained but fortified further. Fang Dezhu, Shen Xian, and others patrolled day and night in shifts, fully aware that when the Western Liang forces resumed their siege, it would be ferocious. The elder, who had been reclining on the bed, slowly rose and approached the table. Chen Ao once again noticed a coarse rope binding his wrists, restricting his movements. Chapter 64. Completion of the examination in the secret realm, where the only activity was cultivation. Qian Yueyue accompanied Du Guyan on a fervent shopping spree in Tiando City. As soul guide devices could preserve freshness and store goods, they amassed a considerable supply of delectable food, with only a few fresh animals among the rest being ready to eat. As the saying goes, shopping serves as the best catharsis for women after a heartbreak. After 3 days of extensive shopping, their soul guide devices were brimming to the brim. Despite previously being somewhat benevolent and questioning his son, Pei Bai now found himself reflecting due to their oversight that had led to their child's injury. He plopped onto the sofa and gestured towards an empty seat beside him, his gaze inviting the boy to join him. As Jiao Tian took a few steps forward, he spotted an elderly gentleman lounging in the shade of a tree and approached him. Since the advanced forces of the Sword Heart sect and the Xian Yin Cave entered the East Sea, several other factions from the eastern continent had also begun to send their contingents to investigate the vicinity of Mount Lankai. If it could indeed be confirmed that an ancient sect's ruins lay buried beneath Mount Lankai, it would represent the most significant discovery in the cultivation world in a century. Alongside him on medical leave were dozens of high-ranking officials who had come to the morning court session, leaving fewer than 20 in attendance. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's aura diminished to an extreme, rendering him less formidable than an ordinary mortal, shrouded in gloom. To speak frankly, Su Zijin intensified his tone and sternly interrogated Yan Ying'ao, who eventually confessed. Ji Chan stared blankly at Bao Wan, yearning for something similar. However, this Qing Mei was astute, never revealing her shortcomings in front of Hao Ning, presenting herself as a paragon of virtue before outsiders. Is there something of utmost urgency? Madame Pei felt a sense of suspicion. The demeanor of the old tune seemed off. Hong Tianping's expression shifted, his face displaying disbelief as he gazed at Chu Yan. He never anticipated that this Chu Yan, who was under a bounty from the Black Blood Temple across the continent, would dare to appear publicly, especially in the city of Xuanhua. Observing this, Minggu, who had been prepared for a long time, though startled, remained composed. With both hands, he struck out simultaneously, causing the spatial turbulence to intensify. Ultimately, it could not withstand his onslaught and was utterly obliterated. However, it appears you have come at an inopportune moment. It seems Cui Jing has already been taken away by her father. Gazing at Song Ming's concerned expression, Qin Ouyang sighed inwardly and suddenly spoke. Thus, it implies that mere fear and tension are insufficient. One must also grasp Wu Sanyang by the throat? Chu Yan stood with his sword, stepping forth slowly, each stride amplifying the intensity of his aura. Ah, Li Changlin. Upon reaching Xianshan, Li Changlin found himself speechless when a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. Brother Xiang, is there truly a formidable expert from the Li family at the entrance? Qian Yueyue felt extremely reluctant. It was this very concern that had held him back from taking action earlier. At that time, it had sparked an unprecedented vitality within the heavenly court, resolving a dilemma that had plagued it for millennia, since he claimed to know Xiu's father. I leaned closer to his ear and recounted verbatim the conversation Xiu had with Jiazi, sharing my speculations as well. For I now believed that the side of Fa Qiuji was the safest. I see now. Zhang Xiong nodded, acknowledging that he was not well versed in Wei Jie's past among the Northern Army. The so-called transformation of fury into strength resulted in overwhelming combat prowess. Upon engagement, neither side seemed to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, after taking screenshots, proceeded to form teams for leveling up. Yu Yin paired 2 Wudong accounts together, swapping their festive attire for the sect's uniform, then maneuvered both accounts to the Yu Lao Temple to undertake the couple's quest. Is that so? I leaned down to gaze at the child before me. If you do not sleep soon, Mama may just have to slip her cold hands into your quilt for warmth. As I spoke, I pretended to reach inside, causing Leonard to scream in alarm. Chapter 65, The 100,000-Year Soul Ring. As Qian Douluo observed his beloved granddaughter finally emerging from her retreat, he was poised to approach her with inquiries. However, before he could do so, Qian Yueyue gracefully soared towards him, enveloping him in an embrace and bestowing a gentle kiss upon his cheek, before swiftly retreating to the statue of the angel to commence her meditation. In that moment, Qian Yueyue produced a radiant golden orb, unleashing the domain of life. With a deep breath, she began to absorb the divine soul rings. The golden orb transformed into threads of gold, encircling her form. If the authority to excavate the canal were to be entrusted to the French, then all preparations made by the Americans would be rendered futile, a notion that was utterly unacceptable to anyone involved. Yet, Li Mu remained unfazed. What could the Boston Consortium or the members of Congress possibly do to alter his resolve? Within the confines of the tent, the absence of illumination did not obscure the figure seated beside the bed. His presence was unmistakably familiar. The colossal bird tilted its head, observing Qin Yueyue and then by Feng, displaying an unexpectedly human-like confusion as it nuzzled against Qin Yueyue's arm in a manner that was almost endearing. It was no wonder he stated that Robao had already discerned his identity. For atop the trending topics on Weibo, the second spot was occupied by a post from Yuqing, clarifying that Robao was the son of a friend. While it may be understandable not to know, once aware, one must certainly take heed. Setting aside the camaraderie between Sherman and Li Mu, the mere fact that Sherman would be joining the Jianma group post-resignation necessitated that he foster a positive relationship. The future remained uncertain, and even if Sherman were to enter Jianma group, his days there might not be particularly comfortable. Although she possessed a method to suppress the inner strength of Liang Marin, it would inevitably deplete part of the internal energy of her master, the third sage. She had already incurred too many losses regarding Zhang Liang, and she could not allow her own actions to jeopardize Liang Marin's well-being any further. Upon hearing the sound of a door being struck, she stirred slightly. Before she could fully open her eyes, she felt Si Juanhao gently patting her. Already fatigued, she lazily refrained from opening her eyes and allowed him to proceed. What could have prompted a bus to suddenly burst forth at this moment? This left Lei Long and Yu Yi utterly perplexed. They felt compelled to disembark and investigate the matter. As Mo Yuqilan was preparing to transform into Tianming's likeness to stab Gainye from behind, a singular phrase whispered in his ear sent a chilling tremor through him. I surmised that when the fire blazed, they must have taken refuge here. Listening to Yamamoto Kazuo's words, Sada, surveying the surroundings, pointed to a gaping void in the ground. Indeed, Niotu proved to be an exceptional expert, managing to inflict a light wound on Lu Shamong despite the circumstances. Before her floated a piece of multicolored jade, radiating a spectrum of hues that cascaded outward in mesmerizing waves. One can only imagine the scene where Lu Shamong might further unleash her powers, leading to Sun Tingting's merciless retaliation against her. At that moment, Ma Dachang was traversing the grounds outside Feng Xiaoming's mother's residence, intent on eliminating her. Liao Shi was taken aback. Could there be danger lurking within the Seven Stars North Dipper Formation? Her gaze grew anxious as it swept over the formation. Luo, she savored the last morsel of osmanthus cake, feeling a deep bond with her brother. His injury weighed heavily on her heart, though she hoped for his complete safety. Having finally completed the fusion of the ultimate water element, alleviating a significant concern, Luo, she felt an immediate lightness of spirit. Huangshang, if you follow my instructions, how many days will it take to resolve the matter? Feng Xiaoming inquired of Zhang Ming, seeking a definitive timeline. Shui Ringgui and others hastily remarked, what a remarkable individual. Li Shizhen commented, a gifted man from Yangzhou, Yuji. Shui Ringgui and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of who Yuji was. Chapter 66, The Power of Creation, the Second Trial of Life. Assemble your own battle team, which must withstand the onslaught of a tidal Douluo for the duration of an incense stick burn, without utilizing the second martial soul. Time limit, 1 year. The second trial of destruction, form your own battle team, which must endure the assault of a tidal Douluo for the duration of an incense stick burn, without employing the first martial soul. Time limit, 1 year. Two voices echoed once more, heralding that Qian Yueyue was about to face her second trial. Nearly minutes later, a practitioner from the Tiani tribe soared into the sky above the muddy pond, squinting as if trying to discern something. In the ceremonial courtyard, it was late. The hour of the dog had passed. Cheng Yinzhong and Cheng Yinyuan stood vigil in the main room, where a coffin held the lifeless body of the 14-year-old Cheng Jingyan. Let us go. I shall take you. As she spoke, she firmly grasped Ling Kerson's wrist and dragged him towards the front. This inexplicable altercation seemed to release the toxic emotions harbored within their hearts, leaving them both feeling rather at ease. The others nodded in agreement. Their earlier decision to embark on the challenging journey of the Great Sword was indeed somewhat impulsive, especially considering that countless predecessors had proven that very few returned alive from such an endeavor. Not only did the girls laugh, but even Yi Qingjue, who was seated in the outer hall sipping tea, found amusement in the situation, shaking his head gently. With a formidable and intimidating presence, they relentlessly devastated the land, offering no respite. Upon witnessing this, Nan Chongqing chuckled softly and approached Qin Yue, sitting beside her on the couch. He naturally lifted her face and rested it on his lap. Meanwhile, Xu Xiao and Hu Yulan had also begun their preparations early. Having awaited this day for far too long, it was only natural that they felt excited. Did you bring your ID? Hu Yulan reminded once more. Fortunately, the close relationship between Li Qingqian and Du He, coupled with his fondness for her, meant that if it were anyone else, such incessant questioning would have resulted in Li Qingqian throwing them out long ago. Seriously, can you think before you speak? If I were one of those people, given my current skills, I would have demolished the entire restaurant, Xiao Yao retorted angrily, feeling insulted by the implication of her being from a brothel and selling herself to the Xiao family. Just then, as he momentarily lost focus, a pitch-black Hummer careened into the left-side Mercedes, causing it to veer off its intended path and tumble into a concealed ditch nearby. It's fine. We have nothing left to sell anyway. I'll gather some more from the mountains tomorrow. Let us consider it a little vacation, Xiao said, releasing his grip on the man's neck and rearranging the disheveled clothing while simultaneously attempting to influence his thoughts. Xin Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the sinister glint that flashed in Li Cheng's eyes as she linked arms with her fiancé, radiating a sense of pride, her disdainful gaze flitting between Xiao Xian and Xin Yuchan. However, at that moment, he dared not act recklessly. After all, national strength equated to power. And with their weakened state, there was little room for bravado. Zhang Jiwenhao, while somewhat prepared, was still immensely shocked. Although he was aware that Lu Yashi was of elven descent, he surmised that she must have originated from some deep mountain or vast marsh, a notion he had never truly entertained until now. Additionally, at each interface of the apparatus, one could observe automated transport devices resembling a staircase. I was wrong, Xiao Daya. I promise I won't dare again. Xiao Hongwan, unable to rise after being thrown to the ground, could only speak while lying down. She furrowed her brow, perhaps surprised that Gu Lu had been subdued. As expected, by controlling this man, Ren was able to manipulate Su Qian as well. Lister reached into the flames of hell and retrieved the ultimate battle instrument, casually tossing it into the weak spot of the inferno. Chapter 67. Emperor Tian and Gu Yuna as the core area of the Stardow Forest is a forbidden zone for humans. Qian Renyu did not intend to bring the elders of the Spirit Hall along, fearing it would diminish any chance for negotiation. Pretending to head towards the Spirit Hall Academy, Qian Renyu stealthily made her way to the Stardow Forest alone. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, a Titan giant ape suddenly let out a tremendous roar towards the direction where Qian Renyu was hiding. Discovered, Qian Renyu thought. The owner of the cardboard factory, despite appearing quite rough around the edges, had proven to be quite agreeable after some time spent together, though she initially felt it wise to keep a distance. Surrounded by so many loyal friends willing to protect the Tang family, Tang Dihua could not allow them to be put in danger. Yet Yu Xiaoyan remarked, Your Majesty is seated here. We shall retreat to the back to play chess and cards. After so many years, she had come to understand Wang Chen's intentions. The emperor desired to observe their actions along this journey. They might as well attend to their own affairs. Shilling Chen reached out, grasping the air, and with a forceful pull, he tore the entire door from its hinges, demonstrating his spatial powers. Enough. I will not allow you to act so brazenly. Master Kanwu shouted furiously. He had already accepted his defeat, recognizing his inferiority. Yet, faced with such provocation against the Shaolin, he could not remain passive. Thus, Ling Hao's earlier plan to transfer his merit points to his identity token fell through. After watching Wang Chen for a while, he returned, for even as emperor, he could not indulge in frivolity outside. The life of Empress Zhou remained unchanged. For Wang Chen, marrying Zhu Mieshu was merely a matter of course. Back in her room, Yi Xiaoyan prepared for bed, everything set for the next day. Song Ziwu immediately closed his mouth after receiving a light reprimand from his elder brother. Lu Kaiqing observed this and thought, he is still just a child. However, Song Ziyu had truly raised his two younger brothers well, and she felt a deep sense of comfort in joining this warm Song family. Sun Chung poured himself a cup from the wine jug. As the wine filled the white jade cup, it sparkled brilliantly, resembling amber. Simultaneously, an intense aroma of wine wafted through the air. Having broken through to the 5th level of the Yuanwu realm, the power of his strongest technique finally reached the level of the 9th level of Yuanwu. Due to a lack of sustained strength, there remains uncertainty in confronting a true master of the 9th layer of the Yuan martial realm. If Yang Tian were aware of Teacher Ji's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly be in tears. Fortunately, he does not possess the ability to delve into the minds of others. Instead, he sits calmly in his seat, focusing on the examination questions. Sister Xuer, blushing with indignation, seized Yang Tian's ear and twisted it sharply, causing him to grimace in pain. It matters not, for it is merely the two of us. And the location is secluded and desolate, unlikely to draw attention. Wang Long exuded confidence, as if he could still feel the remnants of that day's encounters. Casting his gaze across the landscape, whether by the lakeside or above the water, he found no signs of life. The lake appeared lifeless, devoid of vitality. In terms of combat, the two combined were no match for Yang Tian. Their previous encounter had left them thoroughly subdued, and thus they felt a twinge of trepidation at his approach. Clearly, the captain had discerned that this was a carefully orchestrated plot. The 3 granaries within the inner city served as the annual supply for the 3 major armies. Should these granaries be destroyed, while it would not result in widespread starvation, it would certainly necessitate a tightening of belts, making it difficult for soldiers to maintain their strength, let alone conduct searches beyond the city walls. The demon Lord Poxin could not have anticipated the extent of its own power. Though it did not strike him directly, he felt the repercussions, his vital energy churning within, revealing that he had sustained internal injuries. Chapter 68, The Blade of the Empire. Should the Blue-Silver Emperor, upon rebirth, remain obstinately ignorant, then death shall be the consequence. I harbor no need for traitors. Gyuna hesitated not for a moment, as a soul beast sacrificing for humanity. This was a disgrace. As for the soft-boned rabbit, consider it a token of our sincerity and collaboration. The Titan Great Ape and the heavenly Azure Bull Python, having protected the Lake of Life, shall be spared, provided they remain loyal. Then I extend my gratitude. May our cooperation be fruitful. Qian Yueyue pondered how close she was to becoming a soul Douluo. How long must this endure? I feel as though I have drifted for centuries. Phil's voice echoed, now distant, now near. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances was indeed a wise choice. As Wang Ge finished speaking, he glimpsed the Grim Reaper holding a long-handled umbrella in the rearview mirror. Though the sight was fleeting, Wang Ge immediately recognized the face of the Reaper. The relevant authorities in the town offered no cooperation. Their reasoning was entirely valid. Chen Xiaoshan found himself at a loss and could only venture into the village to conduct inquiries, which ultimately opened the situation up. Wu Shichen felt a pang of sympathy. Having spent over a year in Baidu, he believed himself well-versed in the search business. As he excavated the soil, the roar of the machinery was far beyond what could be achieved by idling in a passage. Luca retrieved a torn handkerchief from his pocket, the one used the day prior, and stuffed it into his ears before flipping the switch and pushing the handle forward. The world of the wealthy is utterly insane. 2 tiger cubs delivered directly to one's doorstep, an unthinkable notion. This desolate island bears no trees. From whence did you procure this branch? Luca inquired again. Since he was certain he would not suffer any losses, there was no need for him to continue feigning sleep. Dashisen's eyes sparkled with golden light. His body ached immensely, his head spun, and he nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Fine, I shall take my leave. You and that person surnamed Xie can wait for me. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words and noticing the bone jade scepter in her hand, Feng Kong expressed his resentment before storming out, racing towards Lu Chuefeng's residence with fervent urgency. He mused silently about a somewhat primitive scanning ability, likely a remnant of early tower spirit technology. The suddenness of the situation left me unprepared. Gazing at these items, I was momentarily at a loss for words. No sooner had I spoken than the white jade wall behind me projected an image of Shenfei Hong and Li Wanqing engaged in a fierce battle within a blood circle during the day. Lu Ranwei rested her chin on her hands, pouting adorably. However, as soon as she spoke, she shattered that charm, leaving a somewhat eerie undertone. All right. If I say I no longer fancy Yin Ruajun and have taken a liking to someone else, why does it still provoke her ire? It turned out that this place was not Earth in the future, but a distant planet known as Alpha. Her tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy and regret, as if mourning a love that had slipped away, prompting Su Xia to inquire, did the teacher ever like anyone else? This someone else naturally referred to anyone other than Mr. Robin. Upon seeing Gu Shishi's beaming face as she embraced a large box of dumplings, exclaiming that she would take them home, Chen Ji Ran felt a pang in his heart, as if someone had inadvertently touched the softest part of his being, causing a delightful yet painful ache. Compliments such as these followed her wherever she went, and Su Xia reciprocated with a smile, returning the praise in kind. Just moments ago, the Grand Hall had been as bustling as a marketplace, but at Yin Tian Chi's sharp command, it fell into an immediate silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The tale of how she and her son had become separated from their remaining guards, escaping to the Yuan kingdom, and the subsequent passing of her mother and nurse was narrated with a light touch. As they traveled, Wu Ling occasionally paused, finding nothing peculiar until they entered Chang'an City, where the crowds thickened, allowing the two to finally alight and change into ordinary clothing. Trailing behind Wu Ling. Chapter 69, The Silver Dragon Lance Nair. Hulai Na. You are tasked with investigating the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the Houghton sect. Gather all pertinent information about both sections. All personnel within the Martial Soul Hall, including the elders, are at your disposal. Xiaoyu, you will oversee the 4 lower sects. If possible, win them over, and if not, ascertain all their information. Yan, you are responsible for Gung, Qian City. Investigate thoroughly the single attribute 4 great families abandoned by the Houghton sect. The Li family does not require recruitment, just a thorough investigation. Rongrong and Yin meticulously compiled a comprehensive overview of all sects and factions across the continent. Simultaneously, in every ancestral city of each clan, several figures surged skyward, exuding a terrifying aura, approaching the vibrant whirlpool of colors. It is no jest. Chun Fan's interest in Shi Qian stemmed from recognizing him as the reincarnation of Shi Qian. His greatest asset lay in his innate mastery of the thieving techniques inherited from Shi Qian. In an instant, Long Hao, fully prepared, felt the world spin and dizziness overwhelm him, leading him into unconsciousness. The heavenly seal was forged by this celestial sage of flowing clouds from the chaotic spiritual stones found in the forbidden realms of the universe, infused with a trace of spiritual power before his demise. Through this experience, Chun Fan gained a comprehensive understanding of the lives of ordinary mortals in the divine realm. The judge stepped forward, checking for breath in Qian Yueyue. There was still a pulse, merely unconscious. The officer then rose, wincing as he wiped the blood from his forehead, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Qin, silently leading her towards the palace gates. Upon overhearing their inquiries, Chun Fan first inquired about the whereabouts of the Dragon King. Upon learning that he was in a conference room, he strode confidently inside. The 3 disciples hastily restrained the master, aware that with the old demon watching, such reckless actions would lead to needless demise without any effect. Indeed, if this matter were to be thoroughly investigated, it would be clear that someone had conspired against the crown prince. Faced with the dire situation, Zhang Hua and Pei Wei could only accept reality. Ensuring the crown prince's safety was paramount, and they could later seek to clear his name. Lin Yuan felt his heart racing, bouncing on the spot twice and patting his chest to regain composure. As he steadied his emotions and noticed passers-by regarding him with bewildered expressions, he scratched his head and steadied himself. Gu Fian then chanted an incantation that bore similarities to the spell used by Kong Yu to perform the divine footwork. Although Zhang Aianian wore a grim expression, burdened with the knowledge that he must confront the specter of Jian Ai's imminent demise, he understood that Hao Xingxin had taken a liking to Lu Ziwen and wished to prevent her from falling into his hands. Yet, he was determined to uncover why Lu Ziwen claimed he had forced Lu Mingxin to withdraw from school, a perplexity that eluded him. The idle cloud Taoist cried out as he was rebuffed by his accompanying spirit weapon, instantly seeing stars and experiencing dizziness. In essence, Lin Yuan needed no practice for this song. He could perform it flawlessly with his eyes closed. At the moment of the explosive flames, had it not been for the overwhelming force of heaven and earth suppressing him and the consumption of a protective talisman, his physical form would have been reduced to ashes in the inferno. At midnight, she donned a black outfit topped with a black baseball cap to evade surveillance in the Villa district before stepping out. Thus, I am no longer here to assist them. Nangong Machuan naturally continued Water Yingying's statement. It had been a long time since we last met. I have come to see you. Gu Yufei spoke in a low voice, a sound that reached Lu Jieyue's ears like a celestial melody. Since the principal figure had emerged, it was certain that there would be a resolution to the uproar caused by the scandalous photographs that had shaken the entertainment industry the day before. The pivotal question remained: who would be the first to articulate and convey Yueyue's words, transforming them into the latest news? Apologies, but you are not yet my match. Even with the addition of that descendant from the Hidden Leaf village beside you, it would still be the same. Of course, the same applies to those beam weapons as well. Chapter 70, Preparation for the Assessment. After arranging everything for everyone, Qian Yueyue set off alone towards the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Upon seeing Ning Fengji and Chun Xian enjoying tea and conversation in the garden, Qian Yueyue quickly retracted her wings and descended. Master, teacher. Qian Yueyue greeted the two with a respectful bow. Oh, child, we are all family. Such formalities are unnecessary. Ning Fengji replied with a hint of exasperation, pouring a cup of tea for Qian Yueyue. Noticing she was alone, he inquired with curiosity. Why is Yin Zixuan still perplexed about how Jiuer's martial prowess soared after mastering the hard intent sword? She is beginning to doubt the truth of her father's words. As Brentford's team entered the arena, the fans erupted into a thunderous roar, followed by the singing of the team anthem. Even he himself could not ascertain whether he would maintain his faith in his understanding of the game if they were to lose this match. Perhaps he would endure a prolonged period of self-doubt, although such an injury could be healed in a matter of days, given Ren's current physical condition. It also served as a testament that his body was still not sufficiently robust. This man had left her deeply disappointed. She could never forgive him and would no longer utter a single word to him. However, you should not indulge her in such slander against me. Harming my father and the entire marquisate. You wish to depose the empress? Very well. If it means ousting me, non-Yuer, I harbor no grievances. A man like you is not worthy of my non-Yuer. She shook her head, tears cascading down like rain. Before he could utter another word, two numbers resembling dancing flame spirits quietly ascended above his head. In merely a few minutes, the emotional roller coaster that Ling Xian had experienced transformed her into an unprecedented state of ease. It turned out that a person's resignation brought such refreshing relief. Why had she previously stubbornly rejected all news from the Jiang family? In this world, one may lack wealth, yet one must possess at least power or strength. If one lacks both, in the eyes of some, one may as well be considered less than a dog. Had she employed this tactic against herself at that time, as long as she struck her target, the rest of the match would have been of no concern to her. At this juncture, Xie Jin naturally would no longer conceal anything from Long Fei, revealing the hiding place of Xie Mingyu to him. Long Fei adjusted his flight path, hastily heading towards the destination. Shortly after hanging up the phone, the dormitory doors swung open, revealing Fang Yi ascending with a bag in hand. Observing Fry in a state of panic, with a mouthful of pizza that he could neither spit out nor swallow, was quite the sight. There was no need to finish the last quarter. Coach Yang intended to withdraw the main players entirely for a proper debriefing. Meanwhile, Wuxin had engaged in battle with the malevolent general numerous times, leaving chaos in their wake as rocks and trees were scattered all around, carving out a clear pathway hundreds of meters long through the forest. Seizing the opportunity, Dragon Huiyun leaped into the crimson waters as the attacks of the Rome clan halted. That is good. That is good. This martial art is of great significance. You must never pass it on to anyone in the future. Otherwise, neither I nor your mother-in-law will be able to protect you. Zhang Tingbing's expression was exceedingly grave. However, one cannot act recklessly. Li Er glanced at the numerous morning dawn-level heart tribulation demons surrounding them, contemplating that his mere appearance would likely result in a brutal beating to the death. Upon learning of this, Meng Tian and his companions did not express dissent. Rather, they wholeheartedly endorsed the decision. In this moment, Yang Feng harbored an overwhelming loathing for his uncle and aunt, who bore no blood relation to his wife, Chao Shimei, feeling nothing but disdain and revulsion. Since the Eastern Jin period, they had been incessantly probing, and now it seemed they could no longer contain their intentions to strike. This was also one of the reasons why my Ling Long and Zhao Gao had gone to such lengths to take a detour. After Zhao Gao unlocked the true vision of understanding things, these individuals could no longer conceal their forms. Chapter 71. Fusion. The following morning. Too slow. Chen Xian's solemn voice echoed. Accompanying Chen Xian's words was the sight of Qian Yueyue being sent flying by the sword energy once more. It was uncertain how many times this had occurred. Qian Yueyue now appeared disheveled, her clothing torn by the sword's force, dirt, sweat, and blood adorning her body. Qian Yueyue rose, utilizing her angelic martial spirit to heal her wounds. Once her injuries were completely mended, she leapt upon Kyle, gently touching his nostrils. Finding only a cold, lifeless body where he once lay, her heart plummeted from her chest to her very toes. Her bloodshot eyes, ablaze with fury, fixed upon Han Fengxue, filled with a desire to flay him alive. Fan City and Lang City are the two closest cities within the southern region of the Jiangbu continent. Yet they remain a staggering distance of 1,000,000 miles apart. For mortals, such a span is insurmountable. However, for cultivators, it is merely a commonplace distance. Shilin Garden. One of the royal hunting grounds, boasts sparse trees but abundant grass, making it a haven for hares, a prime locale for horseback riding and falconry. Within its bounds, Officials are designated to rear rabbits for the royal hunts. As four fists collided, a wave of black energy radiated outward. Fortunately, the area was deserted, otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. The dark wave struck the protective barrier of the ancient city of Hongwang, producing a surge of golden energy. Upon further reflection, it seemed improbable. If Fat Hai were to lie, he would not have accompanied her into Champa town. Beside her, Hua Haiyuan shared a semblance of surprise. He had speculated that the Prano Free Army had intentionally revealed their position, presumably with two countermeasures in mind, yet he never anticipated their preparations would be so thorough. Elsewhere, the battle had already commenced. As Elder Chai advanced, he unleashed a fierce assault upon Haoshuan, unleashing the tempestuous fire element to its fullest extent. In that moment, the entire elevated arena resembled a steamy cauldron, the sudden surge in temperature igniting a palpable heat within the hearts of those present. No faction could withstand the onslaught of the ancient city of Hongwang's myriad ancient physiques. Typically, these ancient physiques operate independently, but should you threaten their homes, you may as well prepare for death. If it were a governing district seeking a trade, there might be some credibility. Yet, Yuanyi commanded a mere force of over 1,000. How could they possess sufficient wealth for such transactions? The Li family returned to the capital shortly after Li Cixin's rewards, settling into Anping, a place that seemed to facilitate the convenient gathering of the Li clan. With a mere gesture, Xingshuan conjured 5 sword pellets from the void, which instantaneously erupted into 360 streams of golden sword energy. However, Qian Yueyue did not collapse to the ground. She was caught by the arriving Li Shishue. Yet, upon falling, Qian Yueyue violently coughed up blood, staining the jade pendant that had already begun to show through her tattered garments. Perhaps this matter was known solely to the Gu family's third branch, while everyone else was acutely aware of the truth. Previously, Gu Genshin's feigned ignorance likely stemmed from a desire to shirk responsibility, to deduce the future of the myriad realms. What divine prowess this entails, surpassing even the cunning machinations of Jamozi. In matters of marriage, dictated by parental authority and matchmaking, the Chun family has already taken the lead. No one can alter this situation. Though old Lady Qin has long resided in the Buddhist hall, delegating household affairs to the Rong family, the true authority still rests with her. Send for my disciple, Li Xiaoyao. It is certainly permissible, Yuei replied. As for accepting Li Xiaoyao as a disciple, it was an inevitable circumstance. After all, Li Xiaoyao had risked his life to assist Yuei in confronting the moon cult leader by sacrificing himself with a decisive blow. To deny that now would be exceedingly unreasonable. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly lively. Even the Emperor Jin was caught up in the revelry, indulging in a few cups. Chapter 72. The Duel with Jian Dao Qinxin. The following morning, Ning Fengji had already retreated into seclusion with the medicinal herbs brought by Qian Yueyue. The bored bone Douluo could only venture alone to the back mountain to observe how Qinxin trained his young disciple. Upon reaching the back mountain, he was surprised to find only Sword Douluo sitting quietly in a chair, eyes closed in meditation. Ah, old swordsman, why are you alone? Has your disciple run away from your harsh training? Bone Douluo approached and playfully patted Sword Douluo on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Ling Feng shook his head. Since this rugged man had no intention of taking his life, Ling Feng too would not pursue his demise, content instead with merely acquiring some mysterious stones. Though the audience could not comprehend the professor's profound remarks, they discerned that he was praising Hu Cheng. With this realization, they fell silent, acknowledging that the professor, at his age, held his reputation in higher regard than his own life, making it implausible for him to unfairly favor Hu Cheng. They had no choice but to accept the reality of his advancement. Wang Yin soon realized that any response she provided to this question would be flawed. Thus, she refrained from continuing the discussion. Wei Changfeng, observing that Mo Wu'er was pressing hard and the Han army infantry was steadily retreating, understood that holding out like this would not last long. He swiftly pulled on the reins, urging his horse to retreat rapidly, simultaneously raising his longsword and shaking it vigorously. Perhaps this time, escape was truly impossible. Gazing at Hu Cheng's handsome visage, Li Shiueqian bit her lip. Yu Li's hands were already drenched in sweat. He longed to depart immediately. Although Tuoba Shao had not taken any action against him nor questioned him, the innate aura of a king made him feel that his deception was an egregious sin. Yu Li promptly bowed to express his departure, then retreated quietly. As Jiang Yi spoke, the white fox took the snow fox from its embrace, revealing a trace of crimson on its claws. Upon hearing Yang Changfa's voice, Xiao Yu wept even harder, clutching his clothing tightly as she sobbed, genuinely terrified of death, fearing she would never see her beloved again. The meal was sparse, consisting of a bowl of tomato meatball soup, shredded potatoes, a plate of tofu, and a basin of cabbage, but the portions were substantial, akin to 2 servings from before the apocalypse. She did not serve them rice, only ladling out several bowls of soup. Zexi was also aware that this journey would not be easy. One must never let their guard down when venturing into the outside world. Although indulging in libations, his mind remained exceptionally clear to guard against any adverse occurrences. Thus, he nonchalantly acquiesced to Li Shu's request to examine the palace up close. However, the affairs of the world are hardly subject to complete control. Not even a martial emperor, let alone a martial immortal, possesses such power. According to Wu Zhuoluan, he initially gathered nearly 30 like-minded individuals, yet due to their impatience for immediate success, over a dozen perished. Upon reaching a certain level of breakthrough, they were beset by inner demons, resulting in further casualties, leaving only 9 survivors. Here, there exists a vast pool filled with an intricate web of electrical and optical cables, at the center of which lies the essence of Eve, a supercomputer coupled with a formidable server. As the remaining 2 serpents sensed impending doom and contemplated flight, Zhang Qing had already unleashed his full might. After Jin Mingho departed, the executives began to murmur amongst themselves, yet there was little they could do. Not being demoted was already a minor blessing. Your Highness, what have I done to warrant this? Why am I suddenly to be apprehended? Mu Yunma boldly questioned the prince, unafraid of the guards. The cloaked figure, Leopard, felt turmoil within, while Gu Cheng merely narrowed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him was the other's inner collapse. Had he known, he would have disdainfully remarked that in extraordinary times, one must act accordingly. And it is normal to conduct unusual affairs. Chapter 73, Confrontation with the Sword Dao's Dust of the Heart to calm down, Qian Yueyue. There must be a way. Qian Yueyue encouraged herself. With newfound composure, she gripped her long sword, her gaze resolute. As the 7-kill sword advanced towards her, she raised her hand, twisting her wrist, channeling energy from her waist, and stepped back, an unceasing flow of soul power emanating from her. The Dragon Roar Divine Sword guided the 7-kill sword. Employing softness to overcome hardness, leveraging power against power, this embodies the essence of Tai Chi sword. Qian Yueyue utilized this principle to effortlessly neutralize the threat posed by the 7-kill sword. Investor? Am I mistaken? How could she possibly come here? Luo Ming murmured to herself. Once satiated, Chaji reclined in the warm and comfortable embrace of Zhongyu, lazily perusing the records inscribed in the scroll. Of course, for Penguin Music, what truly matters is not the song's streaming statistics, but rather the number of new users it can attract. Although she professed otherwise, had her own child engaged in such dubious practices, she would have intervened without hesitation, refusing to tolerate their bullying of others. Wang Pengzi could not suppress his laughter upon hearing his affected voice, while Li Zhu in the distance felt utterly bewildered. If one were to choose the latter, would that not benefit this factory? This contradicts the initial intention behind their suppression of the factory. As they approached the divorce residence, the vehicle came to a halt. Lin Shuan delicately held a fan, which had been intricately embroidered by Sister Shan herself. Zhang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, as he did not anticipate that Li Jihan's inquiry would pertain to this matter. He had presumed that Li Jihan would have forgotten about it. Caught off guard, he averted his gaze from Li Jihan's eyes. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yueyue and Bai Lin startled both of them, nearly rendering them speechless. Have you ever considered that if I had exposed myself back then, it would not merely alter the world, but I too would be irrevocably changed? Zhang Yan paused, casting a sidelong glance at him, her tone calm yet pointed. That night's escape had afforded her a clearer understanding of Chu Haoyuan's ruthless nature. She was no masochist, and thus would not develop feelings for him. The others present regarded the peculiar creature with a mix of astonishment, yet regardless of its form. It was evident that they stood in opposition. The other brothers, filled with jealousy, insisted on taking their sister for a few rounds on their bicycles. Poor Guyi found himself seated on the rigid rear of a bicycle, circling the uneven training ground. Chu Qingran abruptly pulled a low stool from the side of the room and sat down without ceremony, although her smile was radiant. The tone of her words was unmistakably disparaging. Sir, we must leave this place at once. The iron-armored guards clashed with the assassins, forming an impregnable barrier that temporarily trapped the assassins within. Zhao Lingxi, however, remained steadfast with his sword, convinced that Wei Qingqing had concocted this nonsense to prevent him from taking his own life. Bloodied yet resolute, he stood in his crimson robe, gun in hand. As the onlookers regarded him with wary eyes, trembling in fear. Prior to this, we had shared a lengthy friendship. I was aware of your many good relationships with boys. Hence my feelings were lacking in security. The situation is now vastly different, with Liu, Guan, and Zhang holding L Wanko firmly in place. He would soon face dire consequences should another general of Guan's caliber join the fray. Xia Fan contemplated whether to remove the Eye of the Underworld, reconsidering the notion of inheriting the underworld. In the dim light, Lin Feng's legs shimmered with a hint of golden radiance, appearing remarkably striking. She devoted herself entirely to serving Zhang Taibai, motivated by a desire to see the news agency thrive, as well as to seek Zhang Taibai's mentorship, hoping to advance and uncover the truth behind the events. I apologize, Master. There was an unforeseen incident, Gong Qinjuan said, feeling flustered and unsure of how to explain. Chapter 74. Confrontation with Jian Daoqianxin. Indeed, both offense and defense are well balanced. You have effectively harnessed the advantages of your martial spirit. Splendid. Next, it is a matter of practice makes perfect. Upon hearing the introduction of Qian Yueyue, Qinxin nodded in satisfaction. However, if you can infuse the power of destruction into the 10,000 swords unite to enhance its offensive capabilities, why not incorporate the force of annihilation into other attacks as well? Qian Yueyue replied somewhat shyly. The Lord of Destruction has mentioned this issue as well, but at present, I find it easier to speak openly about it now. I have plenty of strategies reserved for Tung Sun. We all ride the donkey while reading the script. Beneath the Hong Kong landmark hotel lies Pacific Place, situated on the bustling Queens Road, a veritable shopping paradise and one of the top 10 shopping destinations worldwide. Teeming with luxury brands, naturally accompanied by rather staggering prices. Sister Chiao sighed, well aware of Long Yue's temper. Being a person born in the year of the ox, she was not easily swayed. Regarding this matter, Wang Gu intended to seek out Gu Shuerua again tomorrow to clarify the situation thoroughly. Nangong Yuchen spent the entire weekend at home, accompanying Nangong Curson in battles. Though termed battles, he was entirely on the receiving end of the blows. The only solace for him was that due to the Special Student S Advancement Assessment, Curson had temporarily ceased to chase him away. After such extensive promotion and a grand spectacle, the potency of Singles Day finally manifested. In just 1 minute, the transaction volume surpassed 1 billion. Consequently, this scene transformed into a privilege reserved for those laboring tirelessly on the front lines, who had to rise early to enjoy such special treatment. Indeed, the heavens are always fair. While they may have lost certain things, they would also gain others in return. From afar, a heavy aura of malice approached, and Feng's blood wheel eyes spun at an astonishing speed of 1,200 revolutions, revealing a panoramic view of 360 degrees within his mind. The imagery behind him materialized in his consciousness, revealing 3 zombies, their bodies clad in copper and iron, radiating an endless aura of malevolence. Harry and his companions seemed to sense something as well. Instead of complaining about their increased academic burdens, they became even more diligent. Each night, Zhang Qin could feel the 32 swirling vortexes of energy within Hogwarts, each one intact. Really? Then why is there no news about it online? When Happy Farm was launched, it received extensive promotion, asked Xiangxi Nenhongdo. Qiren seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. What qualification did Tana have to say such things? Was it merely because her current identity was that of Song Yi's fiancé? How could a murderer so shamelessly appear before her? Wang Huixue and Zhou Lan strolled through the store and settled on a sapphire necklace adorned with diamonds. At this thought, Han Shan no longer hesitated. As he withdrew his gaze, a series of peculiar patterns began to spread from deep within his pupils, ultimately converging into a spiritual mark in each eye. The child of concubine Shui must be preserved. As for her future grandson, hope must naturally be bestowed upon him. With a slight furrow of his brow, Hui spoke with a hint of complaint. No need. I feel quite well. As he spoke, he pushed himself up and was about to leap off the bed. Superheroes are indeed human, and many possess moral qualities that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, they would not have attained the status of superheroes. It is precisely for this reason that, when faced with a dilemma, these heroes make a variety of decisions. Song Yi hesitated, observing the tear-streaked face of Qi Ran, whose eyes were filled with boundless guilt. Their gazes met, reflecting a mutual trust that, whether 10 years ago or a decade hence, only deepens. Dong Shui suddenly knelt down, the cold, hard ground of winter biting into her as she wore thin clothing. The sound of her kneeling elicited a moment of inner turmoil on Liao Chunyu's face. Chapter 75. The Journey of Mastery Following the Intense Battle of the Previous Day. Qian Yueyue awoke languidly by midday. Feeling the ease of her unburdened body, she couldn't help but wonder, did Master prepare a medicinal bath for me? Hearing a noise, a maid knocked and entered respectfully, bowing to Qian Yueyue. Your Highness has awakened. Would you care for a meal? Did you assist me with the medicinal bath last night? Qian Yueyue inquired. The maid replied with deference, affirming her assistance. Over the past month, Zhu Tianpeng had painstakingly honed his mastery of the void unlimited palm, gaining profound understanding and command of sorcery, and had now reached the pinnacle of earth sorcery. Zhu Xing stood rigidly in place, resembling a statue, rendered speechless by Gao Yu's words. Even he could not comprehend why he had uttered such sentiments. Should Yudakian be willing to make sacrifices, it would not be difficult to request a favor from Qin Qingshuan. The Tomorrow Kingdom lacked means for superluminal detection. They could only dispatch a superluminal spacecraft to traverse faster than light and return with intelligence from enemy planets, completing a superluminal reconnaissance mission. Everyone pause. Form a line to exit the cave for treatment. The cat-eared beast-man shouted, his voice echoing within the cavern. Upon returning to the Xingye residence, Gao Yu collapsed onto the bed, extracting her phone from her skirt pocket and holding it aloft. This mirrored the effect achieved by a master of the gunway, who harmonized with their weapon using a unique essence. In the hearts of the people, all thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of personal gain as they advanced with fervor, their entire faction mobilizing, even though those of lesser status were oblivious to the true reason behind their actions. A warrant for capture is not issued lightly. Even the head of the Six Doors approaches the matter with great caution. Without substantial evidence, such a warrant would not be issued indiscriminately. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the weather and last night's meal, Windsor grew somewhat impatient, prompting Alan to delve into the core matter. After a prolonged moment, overwhelmed by a crimson glow, he regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time Dian Wei donned a complete set of armor. Han Wei had always wished for Dian Wei to present himself more flamboyantly, yet Dian Wei, with his unkempt appearance and simplicity, had kept the entire set of gear gifted by Han Wei tucked away, intending to pass it down as a family heirloom to his son Dian Man. The four prominent families of Tianhe City undoubtedly reign supreme, their profound heritage giving rise to exceptional talents, yet the Feng family has fallen into decline, leaving only Lei Bo, Bing Wuhan, and Duan Mu Bai to vie for supremacy in this tripartite contest. He cast a glance at everyone present, and in an instant, the souls of the assembly nearly fled in terror, plunging into the abyss. I shall become a formidable force, strong enough to stand beside you. She gazed at the horizon, her eyes brimming with longing. People gasped, fully aware of the terror of such a beast. The legendary adult devourer could consume even the sun and moon. Filong remarked, Master, I will defer to your judgment. Please make the decision for us. Huiyan nodded in agreement. If Dream Building TV fails to fulfill the promise made by Lord Chu, could this situation not suggest a case of deceit? Thus, Xuanya bore Wu Hao upon his back, traversing aimlessly yet resolutely forward, seemingly drawing closer to the Yuanqi sect. As if a mountain loomed ahead, and she ascended it. After hearing the old woman's words, Lily and the others were so frightened that they hastily shook their heads. The male ghost, upon hearing the old woman, burst into laughter, soaring to Lily and her companions, scrutinizing them from head to toe. The Dark Cult is one of the superpowers in the universe, aligned with Thanos and comprising numerous skilled individuals. Upon reaching London, Andy and Denise returned home, enjoying a day of rest following their business trip. Millwall had become accustomed to being on the defensive. Faced with the formidable Chelsea, they were mentally prepared, and their lead only intensified their desire for victory. Each player maintained a composed mentality, displaying remarkable steadiness, which rendered Chelsea's attempts against Millwall's defense futile. Chapter 76. Formation of the Team. In the Hall of the Saintess of Soul Spirit City, upon receiving news of Qian Yueyue's return, members of the Blade of the Empire gathered at the Hall of the Saintess. How have all your tasks progressed? Qian Yueyue inquired first. Allow me to begin, she continued. Your Highness, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had spies placed by our Spirit Hall, thus information was collected swiftly. We have now completed the gathering. Within their sect, there are 2 titled Douluo and 7 soul Douluo. Looking at Di Jioyin, she slightly leaned forward, planting a gentle kiss on his collarbone, soft yet searing, infused with an agonizing intensity. Susu, it's no trouble. You can apologize when Long Xian arrives. Mu smiled and gently patted her friend's shoulder. Just as she had mentioned to Ayu earlier, Xiao Xian chose to reside here because it was a secluded area seeking tranquility. Thus, how could the porters from outside possibly pass through this place? Were they lost? Cough, cough. Why did it feel as though his gaze upon her was tinged with curiosity and a hint of fervor? Zhe was contemplating other places. And Qian Yueyue shared the same sentiment, both wishing to leave the CAF. What could this mean? Jin Lan could not help but inquire, glancing at Xiafeng and then at Shang Shi. Upon hearing this, the young man nodded lightly, his previously resonant voice now imbued with a touch of gravity. Chang Lan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, while Hao Ning merely offered a slight smile, remaining silent. Hao Ning, upon hearing, furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily taken aback. Could this grave disrespect truly indicate a lack of personal affection? Gu Xiangbei's face flushed crimson, and a low, irresistibly sensual sound escaped his throat, leaving one feeling as if their ears were on the verge of becoming enamored. In the past, Lin Jian might have endured in silence, akin to being bullied, which only exacerbated the situation. The current predicament was a consequence of his previous forbearance. With a couple of soft beeps, the window above gradually opened, light streaming in, prompting Chu Yinshan to close her eyes uncomfortably, a flicker of joy rising within her. Outside the hall, thousands of spirit foxes had begun to murmur among themselves. Such a delay in the arrival of the sacred fire was unprecedented, and they anxiously discussed the matter, each time hearing a sound from within the hall. They instinctively turned their heads to look. Oh, the dog tumbled to the ground, awkwardly yet seamlessly merging into the shadows of the corner. Alas indeed, one must not possess excessive charm, for it can lead friends to become overly concerned. After several confirmations of his painful areas, they finally allowed him to get into the car, astonished at the child's apparent lack of pain sensation. Nevertheless, the driver did not stop, gripping the steering wheel tightly, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Turning around, he used his foot to close the car door, maintaining a calm demeanor as he carried Jiang Lanzhao into the house. That night, Jiang Lanzhao's sketchbook gained another page depicting her asleep on Odu's lap. To his astonishment, this world operated under a polyandrous system, which seemed utterly absurd and chaotic. The entity was quite large, approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, bursting forth like a massive stone. I see they are starting to form teams. Why don't the three of us form one as well? Perhaps we could achieve unexpected results. Ming Ruoyan suggested with a smile. 008 had tightly bound Yang Rue with an electronic wristband, casting him aside, and sent a foreigner to stand guard. But who could have known that upon turning around, he would find the boss standing right behind him? He immediately understood, hurriedly apologizing, and without further ado, switched off the television, showering Jiang Chun with flattery, which left him staring in disbelief. Are you a regular here? He seemed rather familiar with you, didn't he? After the chef departed, someone remarked. When did this occur? Mr. Mu inquired coldly, his question causing several employees to exchange glances, hesitating to meet his eagle-like, piercing gaze. Chapter 77. The formation of the battle team. Have you already consumed it? Pray tell, what was the effect? Qian Yueyue inquired with curiosity, while Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan beside her also gazed at Hulaina and the others with intrigue. I ingested the jade fox charm fruit. My fox martial soul has evolved into a 9-tailed fox, elevating my soul power by 6 levels, now reaching level 57 as a soul king. With each additional soul ring, another tail appears. Currently, I possess 5 tails. Simultaneously, my charming technique has grown stronger. Even those with superior spiritual power will still be somewhat affected. As the white light dissipated, Meng Xingchen's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her clothing was slightly tattered, yet her skin remained intact, even glowing with a radiant sheen. Although the armor forged from her body as essence might be of uncertain rank, its full resistance against the myriad bolts of lightning from Zhentiandu was indeed gratifying. Despite Zhu Ziyu being worthy of association, one cannot guarantee the integrity of the group behind him. 11 Yang remained deeply troubled. A certain lady seemed to recall a particular night when a divine being had requested her to use this title, causing her to blush with embarrassment. However, Feng Boizhong did not engage in a dispute with Wei Yuanping. He merely offered a flattering remark out of respect for the Duke of Ronghua, without any intention of offending Wei Yuanping. Moreover, given that the Bai and Yu families were still affiliated with the Shui family, antagonizing Shui Qian, who had promoted him into the political hall, would be unwise. Upon entering, Han Xiu felt a sudden chill sweep over him, as if an ominous wind had engulfed him. Looking up, he met Xiao Mukin's fathomless gaze, which was narrowed as he regarded her, his deep eyes brimming with intense desire. causing her delicate earlobes to flush and tremble. Thus, having lost both the lady and the soldiers, what should be done? Should they demand the return of the body? This posed a dilemma for Duji. Yet, they clung to a flicker of hope that the ancestor had not perished, but was still alive. On the way back, he once again contacted the safety officer, inquiring about the arrangements mentioned earlier regarding personnel being sent to the Xuanwu military district. Both sides opted for the most formidable close combatants, entangled in a fierce struggle akin to beasts in battle. Meng Xingqian observed their relentless fight from a safe distance. This was not a battlefield he could tread, only able to watch the fierce contest from afar. This sensation was not unfamiliar whenever the dragon vein consciousness drifted, wandering through the skies. It manifested in this surreal yet vivid manner. Ding dong. The sound of spent shells landing on the ground went unnoticed amidst the echoes of gunfire. Only Zhang Xianqing's ears twitched. In a moment of distraction, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. He first visited Milan to deliver some valuables, then sought assistance from several individuals at Wang Yuany's residence for sending messages. Subsequently, when Maching departed from Anzhou, accompanied only by a horse and a sword, heading straight towards the Hasti Empire. Yin Zhouchong was initially unaware of the matters concerning Chu Ci and Yin Liu's journey to the southern desert. Similar to Wen Mo's he only began to harbor suspicions upon noticing the peculiar demeanor of Chuanxiu. On this day, after circling around and extracting confirmed information from Chuanxiu alongside Wen Mo's Yun Zhouchong finally recognized the gravity of the situation. The events that transpired in the restaurant had already become history. Yet Qin Shun's expressed dissatisfaction had transformed into a reality for Du Qingfeng's people. Currently, Zhang Xianqing was honing a unique set of street fighting techniques he had devised. Each move appeared deceptively simple, with minimal repetitive actions, yet proved remarkably effective in practical applications. Qin Yuan hesitated, his instincts warning him that it was still not the right moment for these two individuals to meet. Moreover, if truth be told, he held a greater belief in Master Lu Quanfeng over Master Zheng Shuai. The partition walls of the psychological therapy room were composed of special materials, providing excellent soundproofing. A suitable musical ambience often aided patients in maintaining a calm state of mind. Not only did the pale Afram Ali elicit tears from Sang Rua's disappearance, but the cluster of bewildered youths nearby also cried out when the demon King Sang suddenly vanished before their very eyes. Chapter 78, Butterfly Battle Luobina. The battle team had been established, and the next step was practical training. Striving to pass the second examination before the commencement of the Soul Master competition at the prestigious academies across the continent. This left a mere 10 months to prepare. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were participating in the first examination, while Qian Yueyue, Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yin, and Naur were not idle either. The four of them arrived at the papal hall to receive guidance from Bibi Dong. Upon their arrival, aside from the Pope Bibi Dong seated at the highest position, Jiang Zhongwei seemed to recall that terrifying individual, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Haha, I apologize for the disturbance, Your Highness," Li Ku said with a shy smile after leading Li Ji away. "The inheritance of Taoism has become an inseparable part of my life. How could I lose it? How could I?" Wang Yu murmured about Lian Xinyan, who was currently en route to welcome new students at the School of Economics. Du Lin felt as though he were walking on clouds, his head spinning and heavy, his feet light as if he might take flight. "After I lead the army into battle, the defense of Chang'an and various regions will rely on the three generals." Indeed. Suddenly, a wind wolf stealthily launched an ambush from behind Han Feng, springing forth with its jaws agape, revealing gleaming white fangs that shone with a chilling light. Aiming for Han Feng's nape, I stroked my chin, contemplating the implications of his words. It seemed I would need to ponder them further. As Lin Jiangwo did not intend to speak in riddles, but merely possessed limited knowledge. Upon hearing the figures, Xie Kuan-yu also felt relieved, for these numbers fell within an acceptable range. When the group arrived at the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin and the assembled ministers were already seated. In one of the long corridors of the garden, dozens of tables were set up, with officials of the Tang dynasty from Chang'an of 5th rank and above all invited to partake. One individual could not possibly thwart Zhang Yang. We would act simultaneously. Since he dared to emerge and attempt to eliminate us, it indicated he would not retreat. Given Zhang Yang's audacious disposition, he would likely strike again. Thus, we would counter his assault and eliminate him, ensuring he would not return. "Stand firm," said Ling Ying resolutely. "Let us first observe the outcome." The pangolin Caxia halted the bone demon Caxia, as the mage Caxia had asserted, The research value of this liquid far exceeded its practical utility. The vast quantity of liquid had not elevated him in rank. Further usage would be sheer waste. Li Mu returned to the previous establishment, Eternal Light, intending to sell the cards to Han Yu. However, the spirit amplification tower would not be operational until the following day, and he could not afford to wait. Thus, he sold the one-star golden card he had crafted expressly for sale to the merchant. Early the next morning, General Ming would commence the siege. Xiao Yan gazed at the slowly illuminating homes of the populace beyond the city walls, his own eyes seemingly tinted with warmth from the lights. Quickly, see where we are. You appear to be daydreaming, Ling Feng urged, maintaining a stance of readiness on the ground. Zhang Su, initially formidable, was taken aback when Yi Feng effortlessly broke free from the bindings at such a close distance. She could not react in time and found herself momentarily flustered as he restrained her. Xiang Xuehai had begun to realize she had been manipulated by Jiang Yi. She was quite tempted to deliver a thorough beating to him before gracefully departing, vowing never to concern herself with him again. However, bound by her master's orders, she found it impossible to act upon that impulse. This hidden truth was unknown to most cultivators. At that time, Tianya Haijiao had maintained a favorable relationship with Meihua Villa, thus concealing the information. Furthermore, Xiang Xuehai, hailing from the Snowy Valley, had no intention of widely disseminating it. As a result, very few cultivators were aware of this matter to this day. Does Dr. Yu have any viable solutions? Although he harbored disdain for the person before him, Tuoba Xiao merely frowned, refraining from uttering further words, considering the possibility that he might indeed cure Princess Chu Zhao. Chapter 79. Battle against Bibi Dong. The following morning, Hulaina and her companions emerged from the assessment secret realm, reuniting with the others. How do you feel? Qian Yueyue inquired of the three. As expected of the divine assessment, it is no easy feat. We can only advance gradually towards the core area, incrementally increasing our time. Nevertheless, I am confident in completing the assessment on schedule. Hulaina remarked. I am also confident in my ability to complete the task on time. Truly deserving of the divine examination, she could sense the transformation of her body and soul power within less than a day. This marked her first official assignment from the formidable boss, and she encouraged herself internally, vowing to perform at her utmost. However, the rotund fellow was struck heavily by the tail of the blackback serpent, sending him soaring in a distant direction, where he made an unceremonious acquaintance with Motherland. Although reluctant to share the same space with her, he felt compelled to remain, fearing that the events of the night would repeat. A sense of inferiority welled up within her as she clenched the filthy handkerchief tightly, edging closer to the officers handling the situation. Yet, the members of the Ida clan were naturally beset by poor eyesight. Lin Tao and his companion noticed him, yet he remained oblivious to Lin Tao and Jiang Wubian's presence. They could not approach him either, for in their minds, this individual exuded an aura of peculiarity. He Luyang gazed at the closed door, lowered his head to scrutinize the lock, a smile creeping into his eyes. Such a lock was, to him, exceedingly trivial. If Zhou Guangtao were aware that he had encountered Lian, the blissful new life they had just embarked upon would once again be shrouded in the shadows brought by Lian, leaving them to live in perpetual unease. Observing Li Shaoyi's treatment of He Luyang, the old steward hastily moved to intervene, only to be halted by He Luyang. Nevertheless, Tang Xiwan expressed satisfaction at her willingness to heed his words, considering a delay of several minutes harmless. Uncle, you must not bully my mother again. Witnessing Su Yingyu in tears, the child in her arms, Wu Yuxuan, began to protest. After all these years, those luminous stones still retained their potency. Who could fathom how many times more effective they were compared to the spirit stones of today's cultivation realm in terms of energy storage? Amidst a heart-wrenching roar, a formidable 9 tribulation celestial was obliterated at a height of 800 zhang upon the mountain, his flesh and blood transforming into a crimson light that soared towards the mountain's peak, merging with the colossal 7 zhang blood-red sword. Although it was summer, the sudden splash of the lake's water sent a chilling shiver through me. The massive, green giant-like arm swept through with a gust of wind, leaving chaos in its wake at the staircase's turn, compelling Steel Fong and his companions to evade. Fire Lin was utterly unprepared for an ambush in this locale, and his self-assured, striking pose hindered his ability to react. In the realm of the sacred divine, Nangong Ruoli's prowess was undeniably top tier, aside from you. The so-called first of the sacred divine realm, it was unlikely that any other sacred divine powerhouses, including the foremost leaders of the 6 major factions, could rival him. Following a promising beginning, subsequent events unfolded smoothly, with 10 auction items successfully sold. Chu Wuli purchased an exquisite spiritual treasure sword for 470,000 return essence pills, while 6 of the remaining 9 items fell into the coffers of the illusionary sect, showcasing their financial might to others. At this moment, Chu Linfeng felt overwhelmed. The comprehension of spatial mysteries and the mastery of teleportation were concepts he had never encountered before. Now, devoid of any clues, he felt as though he was adrift in an unending ocean, utterly lost as to which direction would lead him back to shore. A wrong turn could mean drifting further away. What is the matter? Naruto inquired, glancing back, only to witness a striking red-haired young man approaching Liu Si. His movements elegant and his features bearing a remarkable resemblance to hers. Chapter 80. Battle against Bibi Dong 2. The 6th soul skill, Angel's Protection, Grace of Nourishment, Soul Purification, and Blessing of Holy Light. As the incantation concluded, a fist-sized angel materialized before Qian Yueyue, twirling gracefully in the air. The radiant light cascaded down upon Nar and Hulayina, significantly enhancing their mental fortitude. The 6th soul ring of Qian Yueyue is a divinely bestowed soul ring, boasting an astonishing age of 100,000 years. It possesses 2 soul skills. One is Soul Blessing, which doubles mental strength and reduces consumption by half. His words were subtly articulated. Earlier, he mentioned the absence of rewards and penalties, yet later insinuated that those who lose must withdraw from the network. Qinyi ceased his operations, while Shinqiu meticulously observed the mysterious mark, MX-125, beneath the edge of the creature's head. At that moment, Lin Erju, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Guiyin, understanding the implication, immediately widened his eyes and commanded, "Escort the 2 ladies out of the hall." Soldiers surged forward from both sides, intent on apprehending the 2 ladies. Although Bibi Dong placed great importance on the training of the battle team, she did not intervene excessively in the selection of coaches, allowing him to decide on the coach for the first team, provided he could adequately explain the situation to Bibi Dong afterward. She recalled the words spoken by Shilong. Feeling hesitant to look but, against her will, her fingers inexplicably clicked open that email. Firstly, Li would never surrender, nor would he wait passively, which would only intensify the confrontation and competition. She was unaware that Muja had acquired knowledge of spatial concepts from the authority of the Shura god, and did not know when he had developed such a remarkable ability for long-range teleportation. His voice was devoid of warmth, complemented by a cold expression that exuded an aura of detachment. The idea of the 6 heavens caring for the 8 heavens might stem from Lin Tianxuan's demeanor and Zhou Ying's fervent recommendation, leading Lu Yun to perceive Lin Tianxian as extraordinary. It was likely that before long, he would traverse all the perilous areas of the Dead Rain Kingdom. Li Yunqing could only manage a wry smile, choosing not to dwell on it, perhaps truly believing in his own fortune. The title of Killer God had been indelibly imprinted upon him the moment Mo Lu stepped into the territory of Tianshui City. Whether something is good or not is not for you to decide. I ask you, who exactly are you? Are you mercenaries summoned by the Troll Clan? The Red Army boldly inquired. Nagong Baidu's fist emitted a crisp sound, as the chill of the Flying Frost sword seemed to seep into his very soul. Meanwhile, Meng Kuei's face was shrouded in a gloomy expression as he unleashed a myriad of techniques, which would typically resolve conflict swiftly, yet now he found himself in dire straits. Should this continue, if the opponent were to truly transcend the Thunder Tribulation, the situation would turn significantly unfavorable for him. Shui Wuhan, employing some unknown method, managed to elude the attention of all surrounding onlookers, removing his storage belt and fastening it to Xiao Nu's waist without disturbing his moment of enlightenment. Li Yunqing was acutely aware that with Fu Yuexia's strength, she was no match for the 2-headed serpent demon, as he had anticipated, soon thereafter. A heart-wrenching cry from Fu Yuexia resonated from outside the palanquin. Upon the appearance of Apophis, the 3 individuals claiming to have come from the holy capital emerged from the shadows, revealing their true forms. He disregarded all other matters, delegating them entirely to his trusted confidants, becoming a detached manager. This allowed him ample time to dedicate himself to his cultivation. Lan Fei and Old Zhou shared no deep ties, yet he recalled how warmly Old Zhou had welcomed him upon moving in, and how their encounters were typically filled with cordiality. However, it now seemed that perhaps this was merely a facade, as beneath the surface, he remained a demon. Meanwhile, Yuan Li led the human soldiers to the coastline, only to suffer an unprecedented blow before they could even disembark. The distinctions between the divine and human realms were indeed vast. Observing the ethereal landscape below, enveloped in mist, Mu Yunqing suddenly felt a pang of pity for humanity. Chapter 81. The arrival of the goddess. As the fragrant incense dwindled to its last remnants, Qian Yueyue and her companions were unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away. It was precisely because of the element of surprise that they had a chance. Seizing every opportunity was essential for passing the assessment. The alluring beings fought desperately. While Nar and Yin launched their assaults, yet all were effortlessly neutralized by Bibidong, just as the abyssal slash was poised to shatter the crescent moon. And it seemed that no one could withstand it. The elder nearby would intervene to save them, which would signify defeat. At that moment, as everyone assumed that due to Dilly Hong's early closure, the streets would be devoid of people, they encountered Chen Lin, who was burdened with a large bag of security duties. However, a mere glance from Chen Lin made him fade into oblivion. Qiao disregarded and ran, turning over and closing his eyes, prepared for a nap. This was undeniably a reckless and irresponsible act of a scoundrel, at least from Enrant's perspective. Yet Qiao remained blissfully unaware. These past few days, Lu Dingtian's heart had been restless, and he could not discern the reason. Aside from when he practiced the nameless mantra, moments of calm eluded him, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Ha ha ha, upon finishing his words. The elder of the heavenly blade could not help but join in hearty laughter, prompting those behind him to do the same. Evidently, in their minds, Yunqin stood no chance against the elder of the heavenly blade. Rao Xiangfeng felt a chill. The martial prowess of Feng Goen was unexpectedly formidable. Despite his own rigorous training under a distinguished master, particularly his remarkable strength, which allowed him to cleave through foes with a single axe stroke, he found himself repelled by a mere punch from Feng Goen. Furthermore, it appeared that the individual before him was none other than Yun Jiuquan, the leader of Yunlan's sect, reputed as the foremost person in Qilan continent. Not to mention that he was his own younger brother. But even if he were a stranger, Long Linfei, who epitomized righteousness, would never permit such a self to exist. This was a matter of virtue. If my father were to learn of the incident involving me at your night family, he would undoubtedly not spare you. Binding you, seething with rage, glared at Easy Han, her chest heaving violently. To her astonishment, she noticed a medicinal herb just a few steps away, and that very herb happened to be the sought-after healing grass. A crowd thronged before the granary door, their arguments audible from a distance. The bureaucrat, who had demanded 500 stones of benefits from Fengdingzhong, was embroiled in a dispute with a military man. Jiang Ani listened intently for a moment and discovered that the grain delivery was from the Anbei Protectorate Station troops. The bureaucrat claimed that the grain was rife with sand and weeds and insisted on a downgrade. However, I have come to realize that my previous actions were indeed excessive. This life-or-death approach is not as entertaining as it seems. He pressed his foot against the ground, creating a distinct footprint in the fine dust. Then glanced at Shou Yun with a smirk playing on his lips. But how can we ascertain that we cannot stop them based solely on this? Shouka spoke urgently, clearly skeptical. When Zhao Wuji and his companions had arrived, they had taken down one individual outright, while the others had fled to hide. Now I understand. I have no issues then. Upon discovering that Yin Xin was, in fact, the wife of Si Kongju, Lin Hai had already formed some conjectures. Moreover, the gentle elder brother not only possessed striking looks but also spoke in a melodious manner. Should they fail to comprehend, the elder brother would patiently explain further. Displaying remarkable patience, she was taken aback, while Si Kongju appeared at ease, leisurely sitting by the bedside, barefoot on the cheaply carpeted floor. Su Zhizhu, witnessing this, contemplated approaching her for conversation several times, yet hesitated, thinking it would be better for her to remain quiet. Why should he press on and seek discomfort? However, seeing her lack of enthusiasm made him feel uneasy. The monkey-esque expression was somewhat complex. He furrowed his brow, observing Li Fan's newfound strength without a hint of joy. Chapter 82. The first examination concludes. Time invariably flies in the blink of an eye. 10 months had elapsed since the first practical training session with Bibidong. After consuming the celestial herbs, their soul powers had ascended to levels 57 and 58. And following 10 months of rigorous trials, all three had transcended to the Soul Emperor tier. The first examination was successfully completed. Hulaina, having achieved the pinnacle of the Red Rank 7 examination, elevated her soul power to that of a Soul Emperor, diligently honing her skills in the core area of the destruction domain for an uninterrupted 110 sessions. Such a demeanor provided ample opportunity for advancement. Yet the current spectacle conveyed a significant truth. Should an actual confrontation ensue, as Bark had suggested, what purpose would it serve? Jiang Yuanchan, cocooned in her blankets like a pupa, curled up in solitude, pondering. Did Ali also fall into the hands of that individual? The fifth young lady, Jiang Ro, who accompanied Miss Ian as a dowry to the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, had been diagnosed 2 months ago with a male fetus. Last night, her abdomen suddenly convulsed with pain. Bark had imparted this regimen to Nan Nan, a simple principle of daily perseverance. Now, Xiangwan was also practicing. And Bark's extraordinary combat prowess surpassed that of mere muscle-bound brutes through such dedication. Upon hearing Wang Ning's remarks, Yueyang promptly responded. The significance of the old commander to them, particularly to Wang Ning, was self-evident. Now, apart from these young ladies, including some of the old commander's former confidants, Wang Ning chose not to place his trust in anyone. Knowing a person's exterior does not reveal their heart, Wang Ning was unwilling to be betrayed by his own. Reflecting on the reason behind Madame Yu's reprimand of Qian Yueyue, Madame Yu felt a wave of helplessness. Aware that this matter could not be concealed from the inquiries of the discerning, and thus had no intention of hiding it, she had already informed the Empress. And now it was necessary to clarify the situation to concubine Wei as well. Within 2 years, 3 esteemed disciples of the Grand Commandant had been executed in succession, and the decree had been issued without a trace of awareness, leaving no means to unearth the incriminating evidence, predominantly executed under the principle of first strike, then report. When the lord of the court inquired, Guzhua Jian's retort was that the culprit had brought this upon himself by resisting arrest, transforming the white into black, with irrefutable evidence to support his claims. As soon as he touched those 3 characters, he could inherit the legacy of the senior master, thus achieving longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. He was already quite close to Guoming, and after traversing a short distance, the gap had narrowed even further. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Is it forbidden to speak? Li Tong said sullenly, indicating that although he was greedy, he had not yet reached a blind state. Recognizing the need to analyze the strengths of both friend and foe, after Li Shishir finished speaking, she connected her phone via Bluetooth to the car's external speakers, from which Li Yan's voice resonated. This time, the monkey had overstepped, and he could not recklessly overturn the pot of oil under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It seemed his fate was dire, yet he remained oblivious. However, wasn't he the other party supposed to be imprisoned by the newly appointed Baron of Honggu? How did he end up here? Such a gaze left the primordial celestial master incredulous, his mind suddenly filled with questions. The Liao army was preparing to commence the 3rd round of stone-throwing when, unexpectedly, a massive arrow struck, hitting the catapult. The colossal wooden apparatus shattered instantly, collapsing into a heap. The Liao soldiers, caught off guard, were knocked down in droves. Lingo observed for a while, astonished to discover that Qi Yang's swordsmanship had been practiced in a series without repetition. How many sword techniques had he truly memorized? Linger mused. Just yesterday, he remarked that Xiao Xiaoxia's swordplay was eclectic yet lacked refinement. Was his own repertoire not even more varied? Upon contemplating this, Lingo let out a light chuckle. Ao Shan was thoroughly disappointed, realizing that his efforts had come to naught. Meanwhile, Ao Shan was filled with unbridled joy, for the riches of the West Sea were unparalleled. And now that he had ascended to the position of the Dragon King of the West Sea, how could he possibly contain his elation? Ao Run, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why he was being reassigned to the North Sea. At first, the truck drove steadily, but gradually it began to sway. As the shattered tires lost their rubber coating, leaving only the steel axles, it spiraled into complete chaos, skidding along the road and sparking like a serpent. Chapter 83. The second examination commences after Yan introduced his new soul skill. Hulaina stood up and declared, "My 6th soul skill is the enigmatic soul realm, which creates an illusionary domain that continuously absorbs soul and mental energy. Within this realm, there is a degree of mental assault, and when cultivated to its zenith, it can envelop a vast area, layering with ultra-low temperatures to diminish the vitality of foes." Qian pondered for a moment before addressing Hulaina, stating that most of her soul skills were of a mental nature, which demanded a high degree of mental fortitude. Subsequently, Wei Shuo persistently elaborated on the concept of the Fu Bing system, and indeed, upon concluding, the crowd regarded him with expressions akin to that of Song Yao. Their gazes filled with admiration and reverence. Chief Steward Xie's remarks were both logical and well-founded, leading those present to believe that perhaps Xie Mama was innocent. Initially, hearing about her saving Shen Boling's life did not evoke much sentiment. After all, if she merely rescued him during his time of injury, it was nothing grand, merely warranting gratitude. However, his assertion of having dealt with the pursuers was taken as mere politeness. Despite the intricate details provided by the old man Mehdi and the confidential information gathered by the Intelligence Bureau, the changes in the God Emperor's Fortress Bay area were substantial. In summary, amidst the intertwining of life and soul, giving rise to various bizarre phenomena. Self-will, an entity born from the soul yet intimately connected to the body, would also manifest in peculiar transformations. I am merely feeling a bit unwell. That fellow seems to possess an inexhaustible strength, leaving my chest aching, Gasol remarked, shaking his head. If conscription were to occur, training would inevitably follow. Military training is a grueling endeavor, devoid of profits and military authority, and more critically, it requires arduous conditions, necessitating a vast plain far from the capital to accommodate a sizable troop for collective training. Censorship? Even a mere vacation notice from the Ming family can make headlines. And one might wonder if that is not overwhelming. Were it not for the early divine scriptures, which held some credibility, becoming the so-called original divine texts would have made it difficult for him to rally hundreds of divergent, holy warriors on the divine fallen plateau. The majority of the refugees trembled in fear, some stood frozen in shock, while others knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Would you two care to sample the local cuisine? Just as Xiaoying and Tiffany hesitated, Siyu appeared like an angel, rescuing them from their tangled emotions. The current dilemma lies in the necessity of employing the combat technique just demonstrated by Qiyu to expel the inner fox spirit from Naruto, yet Qiyu is now deceased. The girl, often directionally challenged, could be quite exasperating when she took matters seriously, never content to be outdone, and possessed an intense competitive spirit. Over time, the disparity between both sides fluctuated, even if they abandoned the quest for the Nine Infants Resurgence Grass to escape the cursed Nine Infants Palace. Even the peaked great sage would have to confront the three souls head-on. This issue is quite grave. If the fetus absorbs too much, it spells trouble for both the mother and child, potentially resulting in a tragic dual demise. Is that tall, slender man truly Tion's new assistant? A curious fan inquired upon witnessing the excitement of the two. If such a situation arises, our underworld celestial court will certainly apprehend Ji Yueying, and explanations will follow in due course. Jin Cheng's expression was not particularly pleasant as he stood beside Wan Qitian. In the vast expanse of the grassland, Qin Zhong lay in ambush within a patch of grass about 1 meter high. Today marked the 20th day since his birth. Yet he already bore the age of 18 years and 20 days. What are you doing? Feng Shichen turned her head. Noting that the madwoman had charged forward on her own accord, he had not coerced her, and if she were to embarrass herself, that was solely her concern. Today, she had gathered quite a substantial amount of herbs. Those collected yesterday were nearly dried and had been set aside. Chapter 84. The second examination concludes. The fifth soul skill. Moonblade, kill. Xiaoyu commenced with his fourth soul skill to enhance himself, seizing the opportunity during 7 days to unleash his most formidable single-target attack. Hulaina, as a spirit control soul master, continued to employ her soul skills for mental interference. The sixth soul skill, enigmatic realm. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong and Qian Yueyue, Hulaina activated her sixth soul skill, enigmatic realm. The demon capturing Douluo stood firm at the designated spot. This matter had been arranged, and both individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, diligently focused on it, gathering considerable information and uncovering numerous clues. Zhao Xiao is utterly oblivious to the fact that Li Lin and others were observing her and Bai Qi from a distance. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Bai Qi to overpower her so. Though she felt disdain and embarrassment regarding her current state, she found herself helplessly acquiescing, somewhat entranced. After all, it was her first experience of such nature, leaving her both flustered and somewhat lost in the moment. When he realized that the mental fluctuations were expanding, his willpower continued to surge outward. Had it been before, his willpower would have reached its limit at this juncture. Little did she expect that her mission would falter at the outset, having just managed to win back Han Shua's heart with her words. She was caught red-handed before she could complete her task. Upon leaving the police station, it was already nearing 8 o'clock in the evening, and he had unknowingly spent a considerable amount of time there. If he couldn't handle this mere SS-level opponent, what right did he have to contend with Du Hong? Nothing was immutable. The present was different from the past, and you were no longer of any use to me, the shaman declared. Despite the grim circumstances that resulted in significant casualties, they tenaciously defended the urban settlement. Not only did they halt the advance of the monstrous sea creatures, but they also enhanced their own combat prowess through life and death struggles. The mare, though not particularly striking in appearance, was equally determined, swiftly keeping pace. Her strides, though not as grand as the others, exhibited a graceful lightness, embodying a dynamic beauty in her movement. The color at the entrance of the ruins signified the level of the ruins or, perhaps, the status of their builders. Han Yang had reached the 9th level of Qi training, and Han Su intended to search for foundational spiritual items in Tian Kuei Fong Market to aid Han Yang in his cultivation. Yet the reality was evident. Qi Tsongping simply could not fathom why Lu Shiqi would resort to deceit. Could it be that the skills of the beggar's sect truly possessed such flaws? Certainly. As the mastery of victory is proclaimed, the appropriate elevation of both race and strength levels becomes feasible. However, Xiaolin feels that maintaining the status quo is preferable. During the confrontation, Bao Yuanxian sensed something amiss, pondering that Zhu Gaoxu's attacks were somewhat peculiar, seemingly lacking in full force. Observing Zhu Gaoxu's ease and unwavering demeanor, he realized that this individual was not exerting himself entirely, but rather testing him. Upon her arrival before Lin Feng, Bai Bidong cast her gaze upon the puppet Yao Yao. This type of formation was a unique new product that Yiming had only recently decided to unveil. It involved the crafting methods of the intricate formations he had acquired. Yin Chuan's expression gradually returned to calm as he slowly remarked that this person was most likely Yiming, the proprietor of Zhenxian. However, his understanding of incantations was only superficial, leaving him feeling that his learning achievements might not serve any practical purpose. He had thought Su Jiming was boasting. Yet upon descending the stairs, he found no trace of Su Jiming. Very well, if you lose, I shall take all your points, Lin Hao stated calmly. Do not be upset, he added, though his words belied the truth, as he was clearly unyielding, still observing Gu Yinqing. Ling Han did not extend pleasantries to the court officials, declaring, those whom I can entrust with my life are none other than you, Gu Qing. Thereby dismissing the court officials. This was hardly superfluous. After all, the minister of the imperial clan managed a portion of the palace affairs. Without trust and proximity, how could one assume such a role? Chapter 85. Reward Jiang Mo paused for a moment, but quickly understood, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. What a splendid display of feigned weakness, a brilliant blend of reality and illusion, a commendable embodiment of the Empire's blade. You truly live up to your team's name. Surrounding them erupted in thunderous applause. The team members exchanged glances, collectively extending their right hands, stacking them together, and vociferously proclaiming, the Empire's blade, invincible in all directions. With that, they raised their hands high, welcoming their victory. As the ethereal figure of Di Ting materialized in midair, it astonishingly revealed itself to be a white-furred beast. Not only did Zhang Qingyu marvel, but even King Qin Guang was left in awe. Zhang Qingyu, having searched the legends of Di Ting through the Tai Chi diagram, was instantly astounded. Yunzi and the others hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the inner pill, consuming it gratefully while the Fish King sat cross-legged, healing and absorbing energy. In the faintly visible green mountains, cradling the last hues of the sunset at the horizon, an infinite beauty of dusk radiated. Majestically standing amidst the swirling clouds. I not only know your true name, but also that we once encountered each other in the Fourth Illusion Realm's Peach Blossom Village. Is that not so? Bai Shui gazed at him intensely. Within the five elements cauldron, thunderous flames surged, and amidst the blaze, two fragments of bronze floated, swirling in a chaotic dance. The son of the Sun Flame clan entered seclusion on the very day Ouyang Qing returned to the country, leaving Su Xinyuan with ample potent elixirs and all but the final volume of the Nine Suns Heart method. Think. Zhang Jiuli responded immediately, his voice tinged with an unusual excitement. An undeniable yearning gleamed in his eyes, a profound desire for cultivation and an ideal for life. In the East, practitioners of the mystical arts are referred to as cultivators, while in the West, they are known as mages. The nomenclature varies between the two. Fortunately, he revealed his prowess at this moment. Otherwise, had I rashly engaged him, I would have been unaware of my own demise. Ant's culinary skills are unparalleled. I believe no chef in the premier hotels of Spring City could replicate her exquisite fish, Jiang Qingyan praised. Is that so? I used to quite like you. I suppose I must now shift my focus. Fong Yuan chuckled heartily, leaving one uncertain whether he jested or spoke earnestly. The entire base trembled as a series of thunderous explosions resonated, transforming the previously tranquil underground facility into a boiling cauldron of chaos. Black smoke thickened, swiftly coalescing into a shadowy figure, exuding an overwhelming aura accompanied by a resounding laughter. Du inhaled deeply. The connection between ancient Shu and the demon emperor seemed undeniable. The plaza's design and structure reaffirmed his suspicions. It was a staggering figure indeed. Dragon blood grass had appeared in such abundance. Should this news spread, the entire underworld would be stirred into a frenzy. Chow Chow's words stirred Su Huang's already tumultuous emotions. Tears, long suppressed in his fierce gaze, began to flow. Hot and relentless, trickling down his cheeks. We only know you took a ship to America, then you healed your ailment, followed by a journey to Europe. What transpired in the subsequent year? Why did Long Aoni return a year before you? Wu Sharing inquired. At that moment, neither could discern whether she was laying a trap or genuinely sought divine guidance through the Copper House. What is so amusing? Aren't the lyrics rather sentimental? Jiang Mingzhi remarked, nonchalantly scanning the lyrics. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself chuckling after merely 3 lines. In simpler terms, during the spring, she is the deity governing this world. Acquiring her authority would transform this phone into a miraculous device capable of connecting to dark messages from other realms. Tang Yujie, does it contain a convenience bag? Dongfeng asked, as he continued to tend to Shangguan. Since administering the antidote, Shangguan has significantly improved, and the injured arm is gradually regaining functionality. The last meeting occurred several years ago when Vlad returned to the New World and visited the United Nations. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the elusive Beely hiding within a mirror, leading to an encounter with Charlotte Lingling that was far from pleasant. Chapter 86. Daily life within the bustling Tiando city. The Imperial Blade team indulged in a lavish feast at the largest restaurant. Regardless of whether they had been partaking in meat buns for the past 6 months, like Qian Yueyue, or subsisting on rations in the secret realm, like Hulaina. The past half-year had been arduous for the group. Following their camaraderie during the second examination, the bonds among the team members deepened. In addition to relishing the exquisite cuisine, they ordered a selection of fine wines to commemorate their achievements. Chui Feng squinted against the wind, gazing down the cliff. In mere moments, the figure of the stone monkey vanished into the tempest. Upon descending to the lower floor, Shuri found the hall eerily empty. That untrustworthy fellow, Fei Liangyan, had abandoned him and fled. Just wait until I see you next time. Shuri resignedly returned to his battle location, lamenting the absence of assistance. He would have to rely solely on himself. Ding Guangye listened intently, his heart racing as he cast a sidelong glance at the guard and the knife in his hand. His smile faltering. Within the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was notably peculiar, with the talents of the 6 districts gathered together, while the genius from Yi Guqing awkwardly lingered on the sidelines, causing the prideful Yi Guiyou considerable distress. These insufferable individuals. Wang Sulong felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, absolutely. Xiaoling is the best. As he spoke, one leg was already raised, his right hand resting in Lu Xiaoling's outstretched palm. I have been contemplating this issue, Chen Ning stated. I will present the design blueprints for discussion shortly. Shuri, burdened with a collection of odds and ends, prepared to rise, only to be unexpectedly struck by a hard object against his chin, causing him to tumble to the ground, scattering his belongings once more and leaving his chin throbbing in pain. The court was rife with both overt and covert strife, and Lin Jingye found himself consistently overlooked despite his talents, leading Lu Daowei to harbor a grudge against him for millennia. The Special Operations Team's fleet was increasingly slender and frail, barely managing to align into a single line amidst the starry expanse. With numbers dwindling to fewer than 300 aircraft, the thousands of warplanes initially engaged in battle had now mostly been reduced to dust in the skies. The recent agreement between Li Shimin and Yang Guang stipulated that 10% of 5,000 world coins equated to 500 coins. Although the formidable Lu Bu managed to unleash a powerful strike and escape, Yang Jian met his demise beneath the overwhelming force of Chun Shun's renowned attack. Are you contemplating matters regarding the Lingao Tower? At that moment, the voice of Lang Qiuyue resonated behind Chu Tian. Luo Hao noticed that the responses from various families were almost identical, particularly from the prominent figures who seemed to be enveloped in silence. Was there something in that perilous place that compelled them to remain mute? At this juncture, he handed the long rod, tucked under his elbow, to 2 nearby guards, who grasped its ends and gradually unfurled it. Patriarch, what shall we do? Inquired several members of the Song family nearby. By now, their pockets were already brimming with gold bricks, yet no matter how they stuffed them, they could not contain the entirety of the city's golden mountain. Gu Qingyang's eyelids twitched as he mused, how could I possibly compare to your herbal wonderland? However, if he were to learn of the transformation that ensued after Fengchen planted a Tao enlightenment tree in his herbal wonderland, he would likely be consumed by even greater envy. With such meager skills, dare you challenge me? One wonders where you draw your confidence from, Li Xiaofan retorted coldly. Time and again, fierce assaults erupted, and he could vaguely sense the suppressed power within him beginning to tremble, revealing minute fractures. As he spoke, Yang Tao's vital energy surged from beneath his feet, permeating the earth and spreading outward. The first to feel its arrival was none other than Duanhua. A crisp crack echoed throughout the vicinity as young Master Qian and young Master Jin lamented in unison. Luo Mu and others fervently absorbed spirit stones, breaking through to the 9th level of martial god, and relying on their comprehension, ascended to the pinnacle of martial god. Chapter 87. Blue Tyrant Academy. The following noon, the members of the Empire's Blade team awoke from their hangovers and, at the invitation of Qian Yueyue, arrived at an opposite Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? The institution established by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? Yin inquired curiously. Isn't the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus secretly supporting Thunder Academy? Xiaoyu also expressed intrigue. Little 9. It's entrusted to you. Qian Yueyue promptly beckoned to Hulaina, recalling that even a single specimen had reached the level of a perfected quasi-saint. The one that struck earlier posed a challenge for Ling Yun even in the Holy Dragon transformation, let alone Babu Hida, who was ambushed and met an unjust demise. These inexplicable revelations suggested that the universe, like all things, is not singular, but rather contains countless universes of similar nature. Akin to the stars in the sky, they classified the universe into pre-universe and post-universe based on its formation timeline, indicating that the earlier beings preceded the later ones. As for the hidden king Abusi, he was a disciple taken in by the hidden ancestor afterward, who, upon awakening, secretly controlled the Chaos Clan. Han Mimi possessed a remarkably fresh appearance, sporting a ponytail that radiated clarity, qualifying her as a class beauty. Usually reserved, she found herself utterly unable to restrain her impulses. Yearning to strike up a conversation with Jiang Chen, the elder scrutinized Zhang Ruyun up and down for a long while before finally asking, "Who are you? How did you sneak into my courtyard? Begone, do not linger here. Do you intend to pilfer the meager possessions of my humble abode?" With that, he pushed open the wooden gate, retrieved a carrying pole and a chopping knife, and disregarded Zhang Ruyun as he turned to leave. However, considering the preciousness of the cold Dudan, of which only 2 remained, Zhang Ruyun dared not use them frivolously. This envoy Yang, capable of wielding poison needles, must surely possess an antidote. Thus, upon witnessing his demise, Zhang Ruyun steeled himself and began to search the body. The leader of the Silver Wolf regarded Feng Wucheng with a scornful gaze. A beast, after all, remains a beast. When the frenzy of its wild nature is provoked, reason becomes a rather absurd concept. While the elixir that could directly elevate one to the status of a divine sovereign is beyond Huatang's alchemical capabilities, he can still concoct potions that enhance the chances of peak divine emperors and half-step divine sovereigns in their ascension. Moreover, some potions yield commendable effects even for divine sovereigns. After hastily ensuring that Qin Yibai and the others were settled, Gu Ji departed eagerly, clutching 4 strands of wisteria. Jing Shuyue furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes slightly widened, exuding an alluring charm in her drowsy state. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Jun Yin found himself doubting his choices. Could such perilous actions truly be his doing? When had he undergone such a transformation without awareness? As he stepped onto the riverbank and retracted his sickle, Ji Lingsheng lay prostrate on the ground, utterly exhausted from his struggles. The black wind approached, licking Ji Lingsheng's cheek, prompting him to smile faintly before losing consciousness. After a day's inspection of the branch office in the Devil City, Yun Feng's company was established on Sun Island. One group opted to stay at an inn, preparing for leisure activities the following day. Shen Hao remained composed, extending his hand as the image of the emperor appeared, instantly enveloping the area in divine radiance, illuminating the world around. The words of old Master Wu completely dismissed Yun Xiu's arguments. For the sake of this marriage, Yun Xiu had spun several tales. The slender, 1-meter-long weapon appeared anything but fragile, its cylindrical body adorned with intricate patterns of deep azure intertwining to form a faint golden dragon silhouette. On one side, where the dragon's head resided, a remarkably sharp golden tip was evident, resembling a short-handled spear. Liamo, having discovered a storage bag amidst the scattered belongings, found the owner's consciousness had dissipated, allowing him to effortlessly access the bag and replace it with his own awareness. Chapter 88. Spectating the battle. As the battle between Tang San and the Titan commenced, the conversations of Qian Yueyue and others gradually faded, their focus shifting entirely to the wager between Tang San and Douluo. The Titan unleashed an unrelenting pressure, distorting the very air between them. The tumultuous force of oppression surged through every part of Tang San's being, and he could immediately hear the faint creaking of his bones under the strain. Counting the days. In 2 months I shall turn 19. With just over a year remaining, I wonder if I can surmount this hurdle. In a hushed murmur, the group found themselves engulfed in a palpable atmosphere of tension, each of the 8 individuals possessing profound cultivation, emanating their respective auras. What else could it be but Qian Wei? Qin, with a dismissive roll of his eyes, retorted towards Qin Tian. Li Zhao Yuan struck the cave wall, producing a resounding clang. It appeared the ancient cave walls, having endured countless millennia of erosion, had become remarkably resilient, impervious to mere brute force. A robust youth from the stone domain bellowed, his imposing stature exuding a raw vigor, moving with the weight of a mountain. What do you mean by that? Wang Xing inquired, discerning the underlying implications in Chao Ke's words. Let anyone who believes they can defeat him step forward, commanded the elder, pointing directly at the venomous scoundrel. Despite his penchant for violence, he maintained a favorable rapport with the sword sect, navigating the martial world through connections. Such an assault, albeit far from reaching its full potential, was sufficient to evoke fragmented memories from a bygone era, reminiscent of familiar faces and places. Qin rose, offering a respectful gesture towards Zhou Qingyu and Mu Rongwei, intending to depart, only to be obstructed by Mu Rongwei's swift movement at the courtyard entrance. 4 stone-like entities, resembling neither man nor beast, donned armor akin to rock. Their eyes aglow with a crimson light, each possessing late-stage foundational cultivation. Should the company fulfill its wager, the invested capital would convert into corresponding shares, granting the investors the right to priority additional investment. The Ninjiang cyclone, unparalleled in history, had shattered the rigid conventions of the cultivation realm. Prior to the formal announcement of the list, all harbored a glimmer of hope, believing perhaps they would not face dismissal due to their diligent efforts. Mother Jiang was acutely aware of her son's ineptitude, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Feng before turning to inquire of his father. Particularly, the familiar classmates from Class 3 of the senior year, well-versed in his ineptitude, would surely be astounded to witness the once aimless Jigu unexpectedly take the stage. Jaws dropping in disbelief. The low wall had collapsed, debris scattered about as they searched diligently, ultimately discovering a charred weasel within the stone mortar. During his university years, he had accompanied his teacher to the Provincial Chemical Group's ammonia synthesis facility for professional training, thus becoming relatively acquainted with the layout of the factory. Heading directly towards the entrance after disembarking from the bus. During World War II, this necklace had surfaced in Britain, purchased by an anonymous buyer. Later, it appeared at the domestic Sotheby's auction house. Due to the necklace's elusive nature, industry insiders aptly named it the Missing Gabriel. Presently, within the alliance, an all-star account bundled with players is valued at approximately 10 million. If Jiang Feng were to confront this issue, she would find herself at a loss. Perhaps even persuaded to believe that being caught by the toes and having one's soles tickled is entirely normal. Chapter 89. The third assessment begins at this moment. Titan's gaze sharpened, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within. The air around him began to ripple once more. Tang San retracted his right hand, and the surrounding blue-silver grass gradually dissipated. With slow yet resolute movements, he raised his left hand, fingers splayed, focusing all his attention on it. A rich darkness emanated from his palm, gradually taking shape. A small black hammer silently materialized in Tang San's grasp. Though diminutive, its presence was formidable. Let me discuss this matter with the others upon my return. The specifics must await their decision, Wu Hua remarked politely. Hongjun turned to face Jinhua Luo. As music still resonated through the courtyard, Li Gue Nian remained, not yet departed. Without waiting for a formal announcement, Hongjun stepped inside. When others inquired about the authenticity of the painting featuring an ox, Professor Chao was left with no choice but to practice silent meditation, ultimately excusing himself to the restroom to evade the questions. What? Your target is Yan Yan? Who on earth are you? Li Yuhan demanded loudly. If he could not eliminate Lang Yu, and they succeeded in restoring their nation, the century-long efforts of the Wei family ancestors would be rendered futile, potentially leading to their utter annihilation. As the young master of the Qi Feng sect, he would never allow such a calamity to transpire. Li Jinglong made his way towards the eastern city, presenting his badge and using the soul-departing flower powder to induce a sneeze from the city guards, thus gaining entry and exiting the city alongside Hongjun. Once they reached the wilderness, they gradually slowed their pace. Hongjun led, with Li Jinglong following closely behind. The sight of her in a stunning canary yellow feathered skirt was breathtaking, rendering Lin Shuihan spellbound. The Prime Minister of Didian Guo momentarily choked up before striding towards a carriage parked outside. Mr. Chuemo, may I address you directly as Chuemo? As I am your elder by a few years? Huang inquired. Huang Qing spoke, his gradually blushing cheeks turning pale. I gazed into his exquisite eyes, his dark pupils captivating. As he drew closer to me, I was utterly unaware of what might transpire next, nor could I fathom his intentions. Li Mao hastily interjected, "Brother Huang, please relay to the guarding lord that I shall not leave until the city gates open next year. Therefore, this winter, should the military require my service, I shall not decline." The rustling of wings as the birds descended stirred the grass beneath, causing it to sway chaotically. The wind generated by their flapping was akin to a force of 5 or 6 on the Beaufort scale. Here, Dufeng had no need for advertisement or shouting. Life was considerably more relaxed than within the inner gate, and he was busily occupied. The outer gate was inherently a place yearning for resources, and when supplies were brought in, word would spread naturally. Many disciples traveled from afar to procure elixirs. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a massive log tumbled down the mountainside, rolling with an unstoppable force. Pei's aspirations were grand, yet the harshness of reality is that it is the mediocre who cling to idyllic dreams, while the foolish remain blind to the essence of reality. Eye-catching headlines, astonishing prices, and enticing packages tugged at the nerves of Jinling's citizens, leading their purses to disobey their owners as they rushed towards Yuhua Alley with fervor, determined not to return home empty-handed. However, during this time, Lin Feng had not visited Ji Yunxian, primarily due to the troubles he faced and the formidable opponents he encountered. Yi donned a pale red long gown, barefoot as she emerged from her chamber, having exchanged pleasantries with Deng Zhao. The head of the department frowned upon hearing Wang Guohui's words, disapproving of his demeanor, as Wang often flaunted his seniority and disregarded the teaching tasks assigned to him. Chapter 90. Inward Reflection. When Qian Yueyue awoke once more, she found herself seated in a swaying carriage. Qian Yueyue was bewildered. Where was she? Hadn't she been participating in the divine examination? Qian Yueyue extended her hands, gazing at them. Although she had practiced swordsmanship for many years, her hands remained tender and delicate due to her martial soul and the care her beloved sister provided with herbs and skincare products. Yet now, those hands were rough and calloused. In the center of the space lay a black platform, surrounded by piles of black square stones, inscribed with a certain array. Although Shayuxin and the others could not comprehend its meaning, they recognized it as a teleportation array. I glanced back at the mist-shrouded willow tree village, the place of my upbringing. If I cannot return here, where else could I go? I had placed all my hopes on Lining, but with such a vast world, where should I begin my search for him? The matter would not conclude so simply. The debt owed by that father and son duo to my siblings was not something that could be easily settled. The Wu family, once the foremost clan in Qingqiu, had fallen from grace due to a grievous mistake, stripped of their surname by the 4 prominent families. The diverse surnames in Qingqiu were, in fact, direct descendants of the Wu clan. I failed to find the demon wolf, and my last glimmer of hope slipped away. I returned to Da He and the others, instructing them to remain here safely while I followed the map indicated on the note into the red leaf forest. When the aroma intensified to a certain extent, it would signal the descent of heavenly retribution to obliterate Yi Qingfeng, prompting many to advise him to act with more caution. At that moment, my face was shrouded in a layer of frost, appearing ghastly pale, as if I had lost an excessive amount of blood. The frost continued to accumulate, gradually enveloping my body. I had lost focus. I replied with ease, fearing that upon meeting, I might falter, losing my confidence, rendering any words too late. "Thank you, Saming." Her gentle breath brushed against my chest, enveloping me in an unprecedented sense of happiness, and I felt an unparalleled lightness. I urgently advised the ice fairy to retreat and seek a safe place while I charged forward to confront the cactus. Just then, Dianwei's expression darkened as he threw a punch, but Lu Chan remained unfazed, blocking his attack with one hand. The American forces also suffered greatly. 1 aircraft carrier and 8 warships were sunk by the Japanese military's numerous Flying Eagle fighter jets and rocket artillery, leaving many ships in ruins. Over 350 aircraft were shot down, resulting in the loss of hundreds of pilots and approximately 4,000 soldiers who perished, alongside countless munitions expended. "Are you tired? Are you not exhausted when dealing with other men?" Tang Hanfeng exclaimed in agitation. Fu Qingjue ultimately departed from the Fu family. He had intended to drive away, but forgot the car key. Furthermore, during his departure, Han Yunlin's words implied that everything belonging to the Fu family, including money and possessions, no longer belonged to him. Qin Fengzhan appeared to be enveloped in boundless anguish, gradually bending down, burying his hands in his hair, presenting a desolate demeanor. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Yamamoto Isoroku's subsequent battle plans. In this manner, from the emperor to every commoner in the land of the rising sun, all eyes were riveted on the combined fleet, eagerly awaiting news of victory. It was as if a resounding slap had struck, leaving Shiru in a stunned collapse. The proud official rushed forward, embracing Lin Shiru, exclaiming in fervor. Yet, on the eve of the new year, as Mao Qing languidly succumbed to slumber, the incessant murmurs of Dong Per reached his ears. Upon hearing this, the officers under his command grew increasingly apprehensive. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Jiang Guokto's furious demeanor, they hastily set about their preparations. No, I wish to return home to watch the match, to support the unparalleled enchantress and the blazing flames, and to see them claim victory. The young in turn, courageously embodying the spirit of Guan Yu, declared. Chapter 91. Inquiry of the Heart 2. As Qian Yueyue approached, numerous palace maids were already tidying the dining table. A woman clad in a deep purple royal gown sat regally at the center, her head adorned with golden jewels, exuding an air of opulence. Gazing at this woman, Qian Yueyue silently critiqued. Mother is still the fairest, yet was compelled to ponder, but who is this beautiful mother? This thought was swiftly eclipsed when the woman at the center spoke. Since you have returned, it is imperative to earnestly study the court's etiquette, she mused. However, he lacked confidence in his selection. After all, he had navigated this circle for many years and had amassed a modicum of connections. At this moment, Yang Mi also came to a realization regarding her and Gu Qing's current appearances. Your Highness is magnanimous, yet there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Your Highness, Xiao Qishu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Nevertheless, she understood that Xiao Ling had been caught in the crossfire between her and her mother-in-law for years, enduring considerable hardship. Such circumstances would undoubtedly facilitate Qin Wu's aspirations to ascend to the esteemed rank of a grandmaster in the future. Behind him, countless cavalry from Guangling surged forth, their blades gleaming with menace. Wang Su, filled with doubt, hesitated, on the verge of kneeling, when he heard a light chuckle from the figure seated at the head of the hall. Though this individual had sincerely aided her, she felt a twinge of guilt for secretly engaging in such actions behind Gu Shi's back. While her trust in Qin Wu was unwavering, she recognized that there were times when one must weigh their choices carefully. Xiao Qingshan exhaled in relief. Uncertain of the origins of the man who had come to her rescue, yet she vowed to remember this favor, pledging to repay it should the opportunity arise. This morning, she had unexpectedly appeared in the garden, aiding me in navigating the abandoned building and shielding me from Ji Manru's suspicions. She had even volunteered to reveal the secrets of the general's residence. With such assistance, why would she still resort to deceit? Her earlier refusal of the position was to devote herself to research. Accepting a role within the pharmaceutical union would undoubtedly drain her energy, for the affairs therein were numerous and burdensome, requiring considerable mental exertion. While uncertain for the moment, a plan had begun to take shape, and I yearned to explore it. Zhao Guohua felt a surge of anticipation for the forthcoming dialogue with Wang Nuo, which might serve as a source of assistance, yet could also harbor an undercurrent of competition. Could it be that she truly possessed extraordinary abilities? Not only adept at charming both men and women, but also skilled in fishing, hunting, and culinary arts. A new talent has emerged. With his long, warm hands repeatedly caressing his lips, Yi Hua's voice bore a hint of displeasure. At that moment, Yi Mo-Xing finally spoke. A red bill fluttering in her hand, her lips curving into a slight, mischievous smile that hinted at mischief from a certain angle. A common tactic in the industry. If an analyst cannot secure a leading position, they select a contender from those ranked higher, defeating the champion to become the uncrowned king, thereby demonstrating their prowess. As long as there is sufficient volume and space for major institutions to enter, the yin may experience an ascent. Green and others recalled Wang Nuo's analysis from earlier. Upon witnessing her actions, Anton Wang felt a sudden jolt in his mind, realizing what she intended to do. But it was already too late. Ascending the staircase under the dim light of the porch, he intended to push open the door to check if he was sleeping comfortably. Nearly tripping over the sofa in the corridor on the second floor, leaning down to look, he discovered that he had fallen asleep there, his legs dangling off the short couch. Lin Yu paused momentarily, gazing at him as he illuminated his own face with the flashlight from his phone. Apologies, Yuzi. I've been quite occupied today, and it took me a little longer to bring you food. You must be hungry, Wang Lin quickly stated as he opened the door. Xiao He was equally delighted upon hearing this, not expecting that nearly 20 days of arduous training would not be in vain. And she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 92. Inward Reflection. Your Majesty, during my last visit, I believe I made myself quite clear. There is no need to seek discomfort for oneself, Qian Yueyue remarked impatiently towards the queen, her tone exuding irritation. Sister, both our mother and father have always indulged you. Considering your recent return, they are reluctant to be overly harsh. How can you speak to them in such a manner? Causing them distress? Qian Yueyue interjected, her voice laden with grievance as tears streamed down her face, reaching for a handkerchief to dab her eyes. Mo Qingchun was taken aback. Were such words spoken by any other man, she would undoubtedly perceive him as a lewd individual. Yet, gazing at Li Zhiyuan's countenance filled with yearning and apprehension, she found it difficult to harbor such feelings. However, upon reflection, such regulations did hold merit. Designed to prevent individuals from orchestrating a fad of suffering to harm others. At that moment, a tremendous crash reverberated, and Hui felt as though struck by a heavy blow. After releasing his final arrow, he coughed blood and was sent flying. Ba Xia, one of the ancient dragons, had appeared. It was indeed true that the hardest paths often lead directly to where one seeks, without much effort. In a few days, October would arrive. The evening air no longer carried the usual oppressive heat. Shan linked her arm with mine as we strolled leisurely through the city streets. King Qin Zhao nodded slightly. Though he remained silent, his intent was unmistakable, clearly aligning with Bai Qi and his companion's sentiments. At this juncture, Shi Juming opened his garment, astonishingly producing a talisman from within. I was instantly dumbfounded. Such a thing was inconceivable. My body began to tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that Shi Juming has? Why? Commander Gung was momentarily taken aback, as were the other generals. Since there was discord among the enemy ranks, was it not a wise strategy to send Lu Jia to persuade them? What issue could there be? The more passionately Long Ci performed, the more exhilarated Tommy became. The Bear City Special Forces would serve as a stepping stone for him, a launchpad to success. Ouyang Sha coldly laughed as she gathered her hair, which had formed into large waves, and secured it into a spherical shape with a rubber band. Day after day, year after year, until Lu Jinshin was reduced to ashes, never to appear before him again, he remained unaware of whether he had ever felt regret. Why not indulge in the pleasures of the East? He Shua was a straightforward businessman, yet he had mysteriously vanished just 10 days prior. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao was astounded, sensing that the Ya tomb was far more intricate than he had previously imagined. A valuable asset. Could it withstand the surveillance equipment of the Kamikaze Squadron? The Kamikaze Squadron possessed weaponry far superior to that of the Bear City Special Forces. Long Ci feared losing the initiative the most. Ricky glanced around, only to find that nearly everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, their expressions seemingly questioning the unfolding events. Alongside their skepticism, distrust also emerged. It was over. This single thought consumed Ricky's mind. Just as Mokalubin was becoming increasingly troubled, a dark dot suddenly flew into the tent. Mokalubin reacted swiftly, seizing the dark object as it entered, then turning to look outside the tent. The two bald men also recognized the situation. Capturing Bong without resistance was nearly impossible, so they ceased their persuasion and lunged at him once more without allowing him a moment to catch his breath. A stirring oration immediately elevated the crowd's emotions to a peak. Many who once sought to capture the beautiful princess for bounty and titles could only depart in silence. Su Qiong inadvertently acquired an additional, special identity, solidifying his alliance with Emerald Mountain. The gaze of the white deer fairy towards him had long transcended its initial intentions. It seemed that there was little blood left. After such torment, only a small amount had trickled out, leaving Wei Lan feeling somewhat dejected. As if his mood had been affected, he gently exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opening his eyes, the glimmer within them sharper than before. Chapter 93, Inward Reflection. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon the day of the wedding arrived, just 7 days hence. As the dawn broke, Qian Yueyue was roused from her slumber by a throng of palace maids and matrons, who adorned her like a marionette being prepared for marriage. In the midst of this bustling assembly, she once again entered the imperial palace, her gaze falling upon the myriad officials and the sovereign couple positioned high above. At that moment, her heart remained devoid of any tumult. It was as if she had only just grasped that her beloved daughter was to be sent away in a matrimonial alliance. A separation that would likely linger painfully through the night. Meanwhile, Ji Lingxing awoke in the enveloping darkness of his chamber, his eyes shimmering like stars against the night sky. He diverted his gaze from the full moon, a faint smile curling his lips as he silently recited a few names. With a forceful swipe of his hand across his eyes, he stepped out into the open air, standing upon the precipice that seemed to promise enlightenment for all. Before leaping into the abyss, initially he had no intention of lingering here to sleep. He had merely engaged in conversation with Xia Shiguang on the sofa for a brief moment, but the relentless throbbing in his head compelled him to seek repose. Unexpectedly, he succumbed to slumber. I did not mean that. I seek knowledge from my past life. What means might aid me? Tang Fan lamented. With a heavy heart, he looked down, only to discover a vibrant green willow branch piercing through his heart, aglow with vitality. With his hands clasped behind him, Lu Wuchen turned to confront Jian Yueyue, who bore a countenance of bitter sorrow. As his gaze shifted to Yu Tian and Jing Ming, astonishment was etched upon each of their faces. The illumination within the stone chamber revealed a horrifying sight. Numerous desiccated corpses knelt upon the ground, sending shrieks of terror from the onlookers. Had she possessed the strength to resist, she would not have been so easily ensnared. Alas, 9 silver needles had been thrust into her, each one embedded in a vital acupuncture point. Thus, despite her return from a state of reversal, she had lost the formidable regenerative power bestowed by her elven form and the eligibility of being a vessel. Upon sensing an approaching presence, Jiangqi lifted his gaze and smiled upon recognizing Xia Shiguang. She opened the car door and settled into the back seat. As for Sun Kaiying, she appeared momentarily dazed, perhaps contemplating something, before falling into a contemplative silence. A call had reached Director Guo Baofeng, who, unwilling to delay, hastily extricated himself from his warm cocoon and made his way to the office. Upon hearing Alan's words, the three exchanged glances, followed by a displeased scoff. Their mutual defiance necessitated compliance with Alan's directives for the time being. I am aware you have signed a confidentiality agreement with the Enterprise, yet we have ventured abroad. The laws of Huaxia hold no sway over us, rendering it nothing more than a mere scrap of paper. After all, for third-rate maids like them, the time spent in the presence of their master was scant, let alone the opportunity to converse with them. Struggling to communicate with the master, one can scarcely hope to leave a lasting impression, let alone ascend to the rank of first-class maid. The fiery toad descended upon Longhu City, its raging flames soaring into the heavens, as if intent on engulfing the entire city. What do you desire? If you reside in the North District, you ought to be aware of the influence of the Qinghu gang. Killing me would bring you no advantage. Do not presume you can act unnoticed, believe me. They will trace it back to you. The ruffian leader took an awkward step back yet maintained his defiant stance. This is a limitation of the materials involved. It is not sufficient to merely achieve theoretical breakthroughs to realize this project. The following day, several vehicles arrived at the Wen family residence, claiming to be sent by Lord Luo of the South Gate, seeking to discuss matters with Mr. Jiang. Alas, I have been selling supplies for 2 years now, and I can barely name the flavors of these pastries when customers inquire. Zhou Hong lamented while munching on a cornmeal bun. That esteemed gentleman even casually silenced Lian Wen with a mere gesture, rendering her unable to act. Chapter 94. Inquiring within a month later. The once desolate Su Yunzhu had been revitalized. Through the tireless efforts of Qian Yueyue, the plague in Su Yunzhu was swiftly brought under control, saving the citizens who had been resigned to despair. Qian Yueyue single-handedly salvaged countless families on the brink of collapse. With the plague contained, the populace brimmed with hope for survival. Healthy individuals soon immersed themselves in the reconstruction of Su Yunzhu. This time, their dedication surpassed all expectations, resulting in a transformation beyond compare. The unfortunate A Fei and Shangguan Wan'er were not mere wooden figures. How could they be so easily overtaken by Pang Ban? The Qing forces, having pillaged Yong'an, departed reluctantly under Ulan Tai's urging. In an instant, cries of battle, gunfire, and the sounds of galloping horses filled the air, as a contingent of the Taiping army maneuvered to encircle the Qing troops, preparing to cut off their retreat. After viewing the performance, my emotions remained tumultuous, for I sensed that they were not merely dancing with their bodies but were expressing their very souls through their movements. After completing some formalities with the college staff, did this imply that he had now become a professor? Shall we discuss this further? Li Xuxing glanced at the song machine, his mind already surmising that if they did not discuss matters, this Lanxiang might concoct some mischief in the future. Beside him, his aunt quickly supported Jin Wei, gazing at her with concern, while Director Zheng stepped forward, examining the heart with meticulous attention, and to his surprise, he indeed uncovered unexpected insights. If your company has not produced any noteworthy works, no matter how exquisite the quality of your films, it will merely enjoy ephemeral success, reaping transient profits. The tone was remarkably light, yet the content left the high-ranking generals feeling quite vexed. Ziyu, should the Qin Wangfu send word in the coming days? I fear I may be unable to attend. At that time, you must accurately remember every word spoken by the Qin Wang and relay it back to me. He understood well that even if he triumphed over Gong Gong, the likes of Emperor Jiang would compel him to unleash new weaponry. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that he had yet to acquire it himself. Upon entering an edifice reminiscent of a temple, Lang Qi beheld an internal structure that starkly contrasted with its exterior. If the outside resembled a stone pyramid, the interior was filled with a sci-fi ambience. Akin to traversing the confines of a spaceship, the safety identification system recognized Fei's identity, and in the next moment, accompanied by a series of clicks, the imposing steel door swung open. Gazing at this scene that clearly defied the world's logic, Shueji exhibited a fleeting expression of bewilderment. Though she had risen, Chu Qingxue sat back down, as if concealing some truth. Both individuals' auras surged wildly, their bodies erupting with the sounds of cracking bones, waves of creative power sweeping forth, distorting and tumultuating the surrounding space. Initially, he merely sought to draw the attention of the formidable beings from the three great clans, distinguishing himself so that they would refrain from eliminating him. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to escape the ancient battlefield. Had they engaged in truly free negotiations, not only would the time frame be implausibly short, but the assembled forces would likely amount to no more than half of what they currently had. Gu Jingxu was ecstatic, whether one deemed him insatiable or overly ambitious. Witnessing Tang Xuan's divine powers and observing his friends transcend the ordinary to command the forces of nature rendered mundane wealth and power utterly unappealing, particularly for someone like him, who had opened his spiritual sea in advance and possessed divine consciousness. Maintaining such a state for extended periods was utterly untenable with his current mental reserves. Chapter 95. Hu Laiina's Assessment 1. When Hu Laiina opened her eyes, she found herself in the familiar Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong sat regally on the throne, with Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo flanking her. Standing beside Hu Laiina were familiar classmates, aside from her brothers Xieyu and Yin. For others were former teammates from the Wuhuan Palace Academy. Seeing them there piqued Hu Laiina's curiosity as to why they were gathered. Did you all comprehend what I just conveyed? Bibi Dong remained aloof, although Gong Shaoxie was uncertain whether Xia Feng Yuan would be present. He thoroughly searched the Xia residence, only to find that Xia Feng Yuan was absent. Sister, do not heed your elder brother's nonsensical ramblings. He is merely speaking nonsense. Su Shui advised Su Yun. Due to Bo Hua's decision to make one final attempt to persuade Hu Jing, she resolved that if her efforts proved futile, she should not be held accountable. As for Feng Wu, she shot a glare at him, insisting, I am not frightened. Unfortunately, she was met with a pair of disdainful eyes in response. The old man protested, and since Lang Zhan had achieved his objective, he ceased to engage in further conversation and turned his attention to his meal. Natalia had a different perspective. Since old Master Qin was sent from above, he must possess knowledge of some underlying truths. Given his assertions, Lang Zhan felt assured in his convictions. I am only considering the interests of the Xianyuan family. As long as I break through to thee and ascend to our Xianyuan family shall stride confidently across the Ice Hua continent. The old man defended himself vehemently. Despite the spaciousness of the bed, they had always slept on opposite sides without encroaching upon one another. However, placing a teddy bear between them, Gong Shaoxie felt an inexplicable barrier had arisen. She hastily withdrew her gaze, her heart racing with unease. Lowering her head, she took a large bite of a pastry, only to choke on it due to her haste. The gaze of the four Void Master shifted from Bestie to Jessel, and a flicker of interest emerged. When she opened her eyes, the familiar youthful visage was mere inches away, his warm lips pressing against hers. Haha, splendid. I shall await your arrival. Niuming finally broke into a smile, after which he turned to engage with others. Naturally, Zhou Bingbing would not put on airs at that moment. After nodding in agreement, she and Yang Ming hurried to Zhu Qi's home. Lin Xiao, the man who triumphed over the hall master in the demon hall. Mu Chongkong noted the disbelief in Shitu's tone. The others, upon hearing the name of this man, also bore expressions of incredulity. Ling Er, will you forgive me? Xianyuan Han gazed at her with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her to utter a word of forgiveness. While it was true they had acquired numerous mature retail giants, the newly formed company was still in its infancy. Meanwhile, the Ludi group from the land of the morning calm was a substantial conglomerate with a long history. Thus they sought to compete for an opportunity to collaborate with the retail industry of the United States. Little did they expect that once the weasel made its appearance, the ice cage would collapse. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The mountains collapsed alongside the ice cage. His second brother spent little time at home. Whenever he returned, he was either with the eldest brother or at Lan Yuan, leaving no chance for him to settle in. As Ning Rongrong left work, she stepped out of the Jin Corporation building to find Jiang Weifeng's car already parked in front, seemingly unbothered by the attention it might draw. At this late hour, where do you intend to take me? Mr. Yin, you aren't planning to sell me, are you? Jiang Yuming whispered as she followed him. Unaware that the medical records she had previously shoved into the drawer had somehow returned, now caught alongside her. Father. Upon seeing Mu Shui's red-rimmed eyes, Mu Yin found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to compensate her in some manner. He released one hand to make a phone call to Ning Rongrong, then swiftly lifted her into his arms. Qian Yueyue cast a cold glance in her direction, while messengers arrived from outside, announcing that Xinqing's belongings had been prepared. Chapter 96. Huliana's assessment. Huliana had never quite comprehended why the extraordinarily gifted saintess would harbor such apprehension towards Tang San. She was aware that Tang San possessed a twin martial soul, despite the fact that his second martial soul was the Haotian hammer, and that he could withstand the pressure of a soul Douluo for the duration of an incense stick. However, their little prince from the spirit hall was equally formidable, awakening his martial soul with an innate soul power of level 20, boasting both a divine angel martial soul and a divine sword martial soul, which provided a harmonious blend of support and defense, having also been mentored by listening to Chu Weiwei's unwavering tone and recalling her tearful embrace with a Jean. Mo Jian finally realized that he had irrevocably lost her. I discreetly formed a mystical gesture, and as she climbed onto the bed of Douluo, I swiftly chanted the incantation, Black Granny's Curse, White Granny's Curse, encircle tightly, no fear for gods and demons. With that, I pointed my hand towards the fish's mysterious mechanism. Mr. Liang, what are you watching? I was not one to stand on ceremony, plopping myself directly beside him. I intended to turn my body to take a look, but upon reflection, deemed it somewhat impolite and refrained. Let us return, I said, taking Kong Mi's hand as we traversed the corridor, not once casting a glance at the group of boys. As I descended the stairs, they erupted into tears. Naturally, the old emperor's inquiries were merely requests for me to recount the scene and the circumstances I had previously described. Mo Xie was oblivious to the mystical symbols he had integrated into his formation. Regardless of how Baiyu spoke from above, we within could not hear a single word. And conversely, he would not catch even a fragment of our discourse. The dragon coiling flying vessel served as Lin Yi's greatest support, with its remarkable speed. Even the 10th tier cloud sculpture could not hope to pursue it. The velocity of the dragon coiling flying vessel was akin to that of a soaring dragon. With the discovery of Qiu Xian, Dai Li and the others felt an immense sense of relief. Upon hearing Qiu Xian's words, they all sensed a profound fatigue, realizing that this matter was beyond their aid. If they could assist, they would not have sought out Qiu Xian in the first place. All the fabric was sourced from Buyu, which later even ventured into the shoe business within the same establishment. Subsequently, when you became pregnant, my emotions were a turbulent mix, coinciding with the siege of the Three Kingdoms. One day, a letter reached my hands, stating that if I eliminated the child in your womb, I would gain my freedom. Blinded by hatred, I trailed you to the frontier. Following this, an army of 200,000 launched a comprehensive massacre. The already weak Sui army, now demoralized, stood no chance, and soon they were slaughtered en masse. Rivers of blood flowing. Ultimately, only a handful could endure and surrendered, with even Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin capitulating for various reasons. It turned out that Zhang Chun intended to imprison us, fearing we might assist our senior brother. Yet Zhou Kuei promptly directed his gaze toward Li Buyuan. However, the bloodthirsty seal automatically embedded itself into his forehead, leaving Mu Tianyi at a loss as to how to extract it, unless he returned to seek that shadowy spirit. The Beastmaster Forest teems with countless magical creatures, and undoubtedly it harbors endless rare treasures. These are the riches of the Baloff world, providing abundant materials for magical research, a key factor in the flourishing of magic within the Baloff realm. Alas, I fear I may disappoint you, Brother Roger. I must be away for some time. A hint of regret graced Mars's countenance. Lu Xing, why have you only just returned? Do you not realize the worry you have caused? Wang Shanshan stood at the entrance of the north camp, and upon seeing Lu Xing return, she rushed forward and embraced him. However, at that moment, they were confronted by bullies who were not merely the ruffians assigned to guard the gate. After a brief hesitation, their expressions transformed into one of fury. With a moment of recollection, Ning Rongrong quickly recalled that the individual seemed to be Chen Tandong, the leader of the security team at Haitian Group's Cheng'an branch. Chapter 97. Hu Laiina's Assessment 3. The scene that reappeared was unfamiliar to Hu Laiina, yet from the environment and what she had heard previously, it was discernible that this place resembled the fabled City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter is a mysterious locale, established with the assistance of the Spirit Hall. For once one enters, the exit is not easily found. The ground is home to numerous criminals and desperate souls, as well as many malevolent spirit masters. It is precisely because of such a place that the individual spoke with a hint of mockery, or perhaps disdain, filled with contempt for their relationship. Indeed, His Majesty, in a fit of boredom, wishes to see the princess, and so we are here to summon her, remarked Eunuch Li. Lin Xiaoran's dissatisfaction was palpable. Were it not for Zhou Qian, he would have cared little for such matters. Before departing, they were provided with some equipment and basic military training methods. The five understood that without the existence of life potion replicas, Fry would likely have met his demise. The knuckles on the back of her hand were crimson, with a droplet of milk pearl precariously poised at her fingertips, while a scar ran along the inner wrist, indicating a once deep wound, which had not faded over the years. Qing Qianan was filled with confidence. Obtaining a driver's license was merely a trivial task for him, especially in Korea, where the examinations were notably lenient. As Songwen entered, she was confronted by the sight of the lifeless Jin Se, a long strip lying across the bed, with a white pillow covering her head. The dark red gown made it appear as though she lay amidst a sea of blood. Zhao Meiyan felt a burden within her heart, yet as time passed alongside Qing Qianan, her feelings grew, and she discovered that he was an exceptionally admirable young man in every regard. However, now, witnessing Ing Yun's series of actions before her, she suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. "My lord, I beseech you, I implore you, spare my son," pleaded the two elderly men as they knelt. Under ordinary circumstances, she could have resorted to stubbornness and clamor, yet now even uttering a simple third young master would betray her unsealed memories. In contrast to the outside world, this sealed inner realm had a glorious past, marked by several significant wars. For those like De Huanggo and others who entered this realm, it was a treasure trove. To the left lay a forest, with a river winding through it, flowing beyond the city's borders, with the aid of branches. It is not entirely implausible to leap from tree to tree. However, the distance to traverse to the other side is considerable, coupled with the rising river waters. One cannot ascertain what creatures may lie in wait within the forest. Mu Zhiqiu refrained from obstructing them, merely cautioning against venturing too close to the Blood Refinement Valley, lest they embark on their mission only to meet an untimely demise. After a long-awaited banquet concluded, Imo Xing returned to Hamei Peak with Imo Shirhan, where he held a dominion akin to that of a local monarch. Mu Shilin was aware that Zhao Yan had returned to the Rong family with Rongjin that day, and his unease compelled him to arrive early at Mu Jinyan's company, waiting for her to finish work so they could proceed together to the Rong residence. Edgar was engaged in sword training when unfamiliar sounds, incongruous with the session, subtly reached his ears. Li Mingyu and Li Jing disembarked to assist, with 3 car trunks filled to the brim, ultimately resolving the matter of the apples splendidly. Jinping extinguished his cigarette, casting it out the window, then forcefully spat outside before abruptly turning around. Li Ling cast a glance at the shattered remnants of the summoned beast, now reduced to a solitary feather. Feeling a pang of regret, suddenly, Miju exclaimed, "Who was eavesdropping outside?" She swiftly formed a spiritual incantation, pointing outward as her silver ring buzzed and soared away. "How severe is the injury?" he inquired, halting beside the carriage without dismounting, his gaze commanding from above. Could they have already laid an ambush here? How did I not detect the movements of so many people? Qing Yu pondered to herself. These dark-armored figures are exceedingly strange. They appeared beside us without a sound. Even Senior Hung Shui was oblivious. Who on earth are they? Chapter 98. Hu Laiina's assessment for the scene shifted once more, remaining within the Stardo forest. Yet Hu Laiina could distinctly sense the passage of time since her last soul-hunting mission had ended in failure. At this moment, she was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a crimson figure. However, she was taken aback to realize that despite the elapsed time, she still stood at the Soul Emperor level. Opposing her was a man clad in a blood-red robe, his high-collared cape accentuating his pallid complexion, launching vicious attacks. In the harem, who does not possess a few adversaries? Though she found herself at odds with many, it was beyond her control to prevent it. Contemplating this, her heart raced with anxiety, and without even donning her boots, she hurriedly dashed out of her dormitory to check for any injuries. Love, whether pursued or disillusioned, remains one of the eternal themes within the human spirit, and it is likely to continue for the foreseeable future. Though Ling Fei felt some reluctance, he dutifully complied, unwilling to display petulance and upset his mother. Just how formidable is Ling Fei? Do these prominent families appear so vulnerable in his eyes? At the moment when these Kappa warriors surged forth, a shadow stealthily approached from behind the cluster of buildings. However, Wu Qiyuan could no longer harbor any doubts, as the majority of events had been foreseen by Mo Fan. This, of course, did not imply that Li Chang truly possessed the alchemical prowess to surpass that of a divine alchemist. The art of alchemy encompasses a vast array of knowledge, particularly in the actual crafting of elixirs, where the disparity between the realms of divine and celestial alchemists is immeasurable. Just as Yen found himself momentarily dazed, he sensed a torrent of vital energy rushing towards his Dantian's blood sea, overwhelming in its intensity, provoking the fiery blood flame that suppressed the blood sea to flare up in an attempt to resist, yet it was utterly incapable of doing so. His injuries had yet to heal, and with Tianzhong's intervention, Nanyao would require an additional 2 to 3 days for recovery. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by spiritual energy. Otherwise, this incident alone would have laid him up for half a month. The young man stood tall and slender, his demeanor exuding an air of elegance, with a faint smile gracing his lips, like a gentle spring breeze. She merely wished to invite Han Jiangxue to dance, yet was met with refusal. Indeed, Han Jiangxue was no ordinary individual. The gilded sign shone brilliantly amidst the crimson glow, emblazoned with the characters Wangwei Tower. The entire water wall loomed overhead, seemingly reaching heights of 10,000 zhang, dividing heaven and earth, trembling under the assault of the fire dragon yet remaining unbroken. The gatekeeper led them into a spacious reception hall, where several doctors clad in white coats awaited. Reflecting on this, Ao Yuan reigned in his consciousness and slowly lifted his dragon head, coiling it into a circle, with a flash of intent. The black demonic energy barrier that had confined Yuan vanished in an instant. The mundane blade, once embedded in the ground, now appeared in the shadowy figure's hand. The figure gazed intently at the blade, as if regarding an old acquaintance, emotion swirling in his eyes. Presently, the 6 days allotted were evidently insufficient to capture the remaining special effects and intricate scenes, thus necessitating nearly a week more for filming. First and foremost, the actors must embody the characters authentically, while also appealing to the majority of the audience. During Yuan's soul-searching, a barrier invariably shielded his secrets, preventing any forced intrusion. Once an evolved being attains cosmic-grade energy, they can enter the realm of consciousness. Upon reaching third-tier energy, they may access the soul sphere, wherein, bolstered by the corresponding force of their soul, consciousness can detach closely and connect with the consciousness of other evolved beings. Just as Ling Hanzhong breathed a sigh of relief, he recalled Huang Jiping's earlier hesitance. Coincidentally, as he retrieved his phone, it rang. It was a call from the base's leadership, inviting him to the New Year's Eve dinner, mentioning that military leaders had come to visit everyone. Chapter 99, Successful Fusion. Qian Yueyue has concluded the third trial of the dual gods and has now ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor at level 65. The rewards for the third trial are indeed quite substantial. The assessment by the God of Life bestowed an increase of 2 levels in soul power, a divine soul ring, and an extension of soul bone longevity. In contrast, the evaluation from the God of Destruction yielded a lesser reward, with only a single level increase in soul power. Although the longevity of the soul bone was not further enhanced, a divine soul ring was likewise granted. Qian Yueyue observed the chaos surrounding the Zhou family's military forces. Lin Yueqing had seized the Qingtang jade and commandeered a carriage, plunging into the crowd to rescue Chen Duan. Xiao Yishuan exhaled softly, closed his eyes, and began to refine and assimilate his energy, striving to elevate his cultivation to its optimal state. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Mei inquired about the location for new student registrations, bidding farewell to the 2 gatekeepers before departing. Guoyang pondered the old man's words when a sudden pain struck his forehead, and a flash of white light illuminated his mind, conjuring a massive white stone wall within his thoughts. When the family generals and administrators realized that Chun Xian's army was genuinely advancing, they fled through the western gate without a second thought, leaving the entire Tang family estate to Chen Xian. The grapevine on the balcony had already sprawled across the windowsill. She had arrived the previous night, having returned home with Shinchangka in the afternoon to dine with Lu Mama and teacher Lu before coming back here. Witnessing He Jun sever the arms of these individuals, with blood spilling over the ground, nearly made him retch. Shinstian knocked an arrow, aiming at the armored bandit who was shouting commands, loosing 3 arrows in succession, yet they ricocheted off the adversary's armor. Noticing Xiaoshuan's silence, Meng Tianzi chose not to pursue the matter further, continuing their conversation for a while longer before Xiao Yishuan took his leave. Guiyang, Li Yinhua, and Gao Yang shared laughter as they made their way to Li Yinhua's cave abode. Along the journey, Li Yinhua sent a voice transmission to Zhang Xiren. After Su Yun spoke, she hurriedly exited, her brisk pace revealing her current state of mind. Gu Junyan did not stop her, merely watching her retreating figure with a gentle smile. This world may not be conducive to cultivation. However, I hope that through my own practice, I too can transcend these limits like my spiritual power, reaching towards a future realm. I have entrusted my hopes of returning to Earth to this arduous path of cultivation. The room occupied by the man, apart from the luminous screen, bore no resemblance to the facilities of most warships, devoid of metallic technological devices and dazzling control panels. The outbreak of war between the Three Kingdoms Alliance and the National Dynasty sent shockwaves across the nation. Yet the presence of Su Tianxing eased the concerns of the National Dynasty's people. Lady Su's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly made a decision. Su Momo could not be permitted to remain. Everyone knew Su Momo's unwavering loyalty to her, yet as a servant, how could she even contemplate harming her master? Being close to Lady Su, should this matter be publicized, it could potentially implicate her. The journalist's death fell beyond jurisdiction. Yet the information he transmitted before his demise was pertinent to us. Tu Lin conveyed critical information to the newspaper before Luan Ping's demise, highlighting the clandestine organ trafficking organization hidden within Jiolong Mountain, as well as relevant news concerning the airport. As for myself, my spiritual realm has indeed reached the anticipated state of serene transcendence. I find myself at yet another threshold. It is evident that mere practice is insufficient to elevate one's level. It requires insight in certain fortuitous circumstances. Consequently, I feel somewhat adrift at this moment. Suddenly, Ling Xingxi twisted her wrist, causing all the ice butterflies to seamlessly weave into an elegant rope, soaring toward Ding Ming with a fierce swiftness. Perhaps initially, Su Yunlai's decision to assist Li Sheng stemmed from a sense of obligation, yet she has gradually come to recognize his worth. Even if his motivations for offering help are not entirely pure, at least they reflect a degree of concern. Su Yunlai, however, clung tightly to him, while Gu Junyan let out a soft sigh and gently embraced her in return. Chapter 100. The Continental Advanced Academy Soul Master Competition. After successfully merging the 2 soul bones and mastering the power of creation, Qian Yueyue returned to the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the companions of the Blade of the Empire had also completed their assessments and were joyously receiving their rewards. Qian Yueyue proposed that everyone introduce the rewards for the 3rd examination along with their current power levels. Taking the lead, Qian Yueyue stepped forward to present Qian Yueyue, with the martial soul healing angel and the dragon chanting divine sword, is a level 68 auxiliary spirit master. Since the emergence of the new star rating, Lu Ziki has become an unwavering devotee of the Dawn Network. Kai Yong then restrained his anger and returned to his seat, breathing heavily. He clasped his hands, allowing Wani the opportunity to speak. Luo Xiao drove swiftly along Jingji Road, coming upon a parked SUV. Luo Xiao parked beside it. Olivia fervently recounted her actions without pause, each word causing Jackie beneath her to tremble violently, eyes wide in anguish, screaming in desperation, struggling to retaliate yet utterly immobilized. The message conveyed by the church was brief, captured succinctly on 2 strips of cloth, both of which were intercepted by Yuan Xiao. Without hesitation, a man brandished a spring knife from his casual attire, lunging it towards Su Dong's face. For instance, as the rampant bandits in Hunan and the Manchus simultaneously struck, Chen Xinjia candidly stated that it was unwise to engage in a death struggle with the Manchus at this juncture. Instead, he suggested making limited concessions to gather elite forces to suppress the bandits. Once the situation in the Central Plains stabilized, they could address any further Manchu incursions with composure. The White Legion engaged in battle had no opportunity to regroup, facing subsequent enemies without the chance for a coordinated volley or to throw grenades in unison. Suddenly, 2 exceptionally large and robust mutants crashed through the gaping ceiling and landed amid the chaos of rubble and dirt. Upon hearing William's words, the attendants collectively exhaled in relief. Their greatest fear was the erratic nature of their sovereign, who might, for reasons unknown, decide to abandon them and act independently. Although the tunnels were a significant support for them, they overlooked a critical issue: what would happen if one of the tunnels were discovered? Witnessing this scene, The monkey no longer doubted the authenticity of the feathered deity and became even more convinced that this was indeed the burial site of the feathered god. It was unexpected that the system could execute such sophisticated calculations, grasping human nature so thoroughly and profoundly. If one were to be excessively greedy, leaving others without sustenance or pathways, ultimately, they would also ruin their own means of livelihood. Only through collaboration and mutual development can one achieve enduring prosperity. However, as Linger tentatively stepped forward, she immediately felt an intense cold. Despite appearing unremarkable, the temperature was nearly akin to a superlative mystery. The colossal beasts let out fearless roars, preparing to charge with heavy, powerful strides. Yet, after only a few steps, the blades drew near. "You all, stay close and do not fall behind." Lan Tong addressed the peculiar assembly of players before her, expressing her hopes that this time there would be no ordinary individuals to slow them down. She wished for these underperformers to keep pace, lest she be forced to reduce her own speed. The individual known as Li Hang had been dispatched a year prior to Myanmar's northern region as an undercover operative, tasked with gathering intelligence on Su Juanji and the collaborations between armed factions and merchants in that area, aiming to delineate his true character. With a delicacy more precious than gold, an exceedingly fine metallic thread effortlessly breached the defenses of inner energy, leading to an invisible assault that swiftly dispatched the adversary, who, upon sensing the strength of their opponent, met their demise with little warning. "You speak of loyalty? Your allegiance is fleeting. It is only to me and baby that you show none. Do you have any inkling of the terror I felt upon hearing that you nearly failed to save me?" In Chapter 101, the preliminaries, we find ourselves in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. The grand opening ceremony of the Elite Soul Master Academy tournament for the Tiando Empire took place in Tiando City. A spectacle that captivated not only the Soul Masters but also drew the attention of royalty, nobility, and commoners alike, with every resident of the Douluo continent treating this event as the grandest of festivals. The Duhan Arena in Tiando City was repurposed as the venue for the Academy's competition. "That scoundrel has come to seek the prince." I overheard their exchange. Were it not for the prince, I might have already fallen victim to that rogue's hands. Although afterwards, the prince ceased to concern himself with me, he nonetheless began to deflect the rogue's blows. Otherwise, my demise would have remained a mystery to all. Reflecting on these thoughts brought a chuckle as the three sisters, all in pursuit of love, wondered when they might finally earn the affection of one another. Shui Luo snapped back to reality, forcefully prying Chu Yu's hand away, gasping for breath, her chest heaving and her cheeks flushed from lack of oxygen. Conversely, Duan Qihong's moves were relentless, his sword aura-sharp and cold, undoubtedly a testament to his experience as a general frequently engaged in battle. "I bear a heavy burden of debt," I thought, my eyes welling with tears. I dared not grant him an opportunity, yet I feared missing out. For at that time, I had already returned to China to bring Hui Kai back to Korea, where she now lived by my side. Speaking of this, the aunt's hands, lined with wrinkles, wiped away her tears. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Yin Shuangfei exclaimed in alarm, instinctively struggling, her small fist flying towards Duan Qihong. Yinner rubbed her sore neck after hours of embroidery. She hadn't even completed the dragon's horns. Suddenly, raising her head, she realized her thirst and, upon glancing around, spotted the fresh fruits on a platter nearby, evidently just brought in by Yinner. Had it not been for the first-time complimentary offer, he himself would not have been able to afford such an extravagant expense. Jinshin set aside his bowl and chopsticks, pursuing her. "If you won't attend to me, do you intend to serve those dandy playboys instead?" Jinshin was acutely aware of her reluctance to remain in this place. Yet he found himself unwilling to let her depart. Lan had already prepared herself in some manner, having dreamt of this scenario multiple times. She was not entirely averse to it. The third elder seemed to be in the know, nodding with a non-committal air, while the old miser remained utterly perplexed. Very well. Since Mr. Yin had no such intentions, Tang Yin would not press the issue further. She bit her crimson lips, her voice imbued with a hint of regret. However, he was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of a fledgling youth. Thus, he took 4 children under his wing as disciples, dedicating himself to imparting swordsmanship to them. His sole aspiration was to one day rely on his disciples to vanquish Yin Chuhang, thereby cleansing himself of the humiliation suffered in years past. Zheng Bin was about to retort with a sharp remark when, in the blink of an eye, Yun Kei had relinquished her spear, leaping gracefully back to Uport. Tang Luo mused, if it were not genuine love, if there were no concern, how could one feel nervous or guilty? Just as Su Lei felt bashful. Even flushed with warmth, Tang Luo arrived at the CEO's office. "Father, let them go. It is all my fault," she coughed softly. Hua Runin grasped Hua Chongyuan's sleeve. Her voice exceedingly frail, her gaze filled with a pleading intensity. Shang Guanyun did not anticipate such a fortuitous turn of events. He was in dire need of a foundational elixir. With this potion, he could solidify his base and thereby enter the realm of cultivation. For the first time, Fang Lin realized he was at an impasse, his only hope resting on the arrival of his grandfather, Fang Shiwei. Upon finishing his words, Long Yi promptly yanked the fuse from the melon hand grenade, returning the explosive to its box and sealing it with a casual snap. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Shrek Academy faced off against the Tiando Royal Academy. The event was hosted by the immensely popular MC Do from the Seoul Arena, who stood at the podium, amplifying his voice through the soul-conducting device. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause for His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, to declare the opening of this grand tournament. In the center of the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor, adorned in a crimson and gold robe, gradually rose amidst thunderous applause. His resonant and commanding voice resonated through the amplification device. The swordsmen were rugged and formidable, wielding swords as wide as 2 palms at their thickest point, tapering down to a slender edge, resembling a massive iron spike used for besieging castles. If only these individuals could be recruited into the guild. The guild's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, akin to having a formidable presence within the guild. Once a true anchor was established, they could choose to stay or be expelled by my hand. Such thoughts were indeed delightful. As Ning Xingshan appeared somewhat vexed, Tan Lingyun hurriedly approached, taking the initiative with a gentle flush gracing her cheeks. After completing their morning exercises, ECC also rose, and the two enjoyed breakfast prepared by Aunt Lu before heading to school together. Despite their misfortunes, life remained bearable until the year they turned 15 when I fell victim to a peculiar illness. My father expended considerable sums to hire the village's finest physician. Yet all efforts proved futile, ultimately leading him to summon an elderly hermit to avert disaster. Soon, the truth would be revealed. Qin Ruse, grasping his hand, noted its considerable warmth and size. After speaking, Yilingshan suddenly collapsed to the ground, seemingly fatigued from her earlier exertions. "Someone, remove her." Li Guodong, exasperated, gestured towards Zhang Rue, directing his underlings. However, if, as Mogwai suggested, this was merely an illusion designed to lure us away from our current formation, what then? To be frank, most of the valiant generals in the Xiaohua army had endured the siege at Yanmen under Yang Guang's command, fighting tirelessly against the Turkic onslaught. Although they emerged victorious, the promises made by Emperor Yang of Sui felt significantly diminished. It was unreasonable to expect these straightforward and rugged soldiers to harbor no resentment. "Su Ge, do you think these plants can thrive if taken outside?" Kuan Shao inquired, glancing at the wild grasses on the ground. Another transformation had occurred, inexplicably. I had lost 5,000 spiritual stones only to acquire this so-called water spirit fruit, which I was expected to utilize. Within the 15th level, Conan fell heavily to the ground, yet fortunately, his passion for football had endowed him with exceptional athleticism, allowing him to endure the pain. "Reporting to you, sir." "There is none." Li Chun maintained a calm demeanor, even offering a warm smile to Zhao Guanshan. His cultivation level was at the mid-stage of fusion, having once decisively vanquished 2 pinnacle fusion entities. Chen Qiu sighed helplessly, recalling that upon meeting Fei Long for the first time, he was aware of the latter's coarse language. But it hadn't seemed so vulgar then. Such aggression felt excessive. Guqi unleashed the mistaken jade cutter, a crescent-shaped brilliance sweeping through, shattering vast swathes of ancient trees and colossal stones into powder. In their esteemed family, such matters were virtually non-existent. However, at the hospital, he had witnessed the myriad facets of life, often observing families torn apart over the fate of an elder. The Ming family's girl was rather foolish. If she had the audacity for such actions, why not choose a more opportune moment? Even if a suitable time eluded her, could she not act with more agility? Why not simply throw herself into the embrace of Marquis Wu Wei? Meanwhile, Chen Qiu remained unfazed by his surroundings, his expression serene as he strode purposefully towards the reward pool. Eagerly anticipating his first Heaven's Path entry, Diaojiu, Mu Yin inwardly mocked herself, recalling her initial intention to cherish him after marriage, believing he would someday reciprocate her devotion. The prolonged absence of success was not due to personal inadequacies, but rather the inability of others to truly perceive her virtues. Chapter 103, The Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, and the Martial Soul Hall, Qianren Shui. After viewing the first round of the Shrek Academy budget competition, Qian Yueyue found herself pondering an unresolved question. A considerable quantity of medicinal materials from the ice and fire two-headed serpent had been appropriated by her. And with the consent of Douluo, several rare herbs were placed under a restriction by Elder Ju, accessible only to soul masters of rank Soul Douluo and above. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the competition, Douluo had been sequestered in meditation at the ice and fire two-headed serpent, making it improbable for Tang San to intrude unnoticed. During the first round of the competition, even the proud and self-assured Situ Lingyun could not help but draw in a sharp breath, overwhelmed by profound astonishment. In a tranquil and elegant courtyard, a stern-faced man clad in black, exuding an aura of unrivaled authority, sat before a jade table, savoring his tea with leisurely grace. Chao Jingchun responded affirmatively and promptly followed Zhou Tian, accompanied by a contingent of shadow guards, as they descended into the lake, submerging themselves completely. Zhou Tian cast a discerning glance over the group, ultimately fixating on two familiar figures behind them, Xiamai and Xiamang, the brothers. Gui Lingzi glanced at Yen Wu and Feng Yao, and without any preamble, inquired directly about their purpose for visiting. At that moment, Gui Lingzi refrained from unnecessary dialogue, opting for straightforwardness. No need, replied Wen Yuko, who was typically unwilling to indulge in personal comfort unless absolutely necessary. Optimus Prime, prepare to lure the monsters. By the heavens. Sister Xiling, hurry and give your heroic brother some health. This place is simply uninhabitable. Ouyang shouted as he sprinted towards us. Look at your foolishness. Indeed. Alchemists are like money trees, but one must consider the rank of the alchemist. If it were a yellow or Xian rank alchemist, they could not possibly amass such pure income in a year, Jiao Han admonished with exasperation. Countless great formations within Huayu City were activated, rivaling the defenses of Yulan's sacred city, and in that moment, the formidable barrier enveloping the colossal city was manifested. Despite the earth-shattering murderous intent emanating from outside, the formation remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Ning Rongrong gently shook her head. I do not know. Although she was well aware of who Luo Tianzi was, she intended to leverage Luo Tianzi's assistance to rescue Luo Hua. Otherwise, how could she allow Luo Tianzi to leave today? Reflecting on Luo Tianzi's actions, marked by a blend of confusion and shyness, one cannot help but wonder who the man was that stirred her heart. As the door gently closed, Li Jian felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him. He removed his shirt and stepped into another bathroom to take a shower. The following morning, as Tang Yueyue prepared for work, I set off alone in my car towards the South Street police station. After speaking, Yuxia took UCC by the hand and departed from that contentious place, while Li Yue followed suit. In a fleeting moment, curiosity struck him, yet it was merely a passing fancy. Aside from the striking beauty of her bone structure, nothing else piqued his interest in the slightest. However, since aligning himself with Wan Yin Zhongfu, he had thoroughly embraced his role as an official of Jing Ting over the past half-month. It is worth noting that Pang Wanchun, commanding the rebel forces of Fang La in the same era, possessed exceptional archery skills. Yet, everyone waited in anticipation for Bai Nan's next move. Just as they held their breath, believing Bai Nan was concocting a grand strategy, he suddenly asked, "Are you awake?" Without hesitation, Bai Nan pushed open the door. Holding a cup of milk, everything appeared to unfold naturally, except for his astonished tone and the momentary freeze upon seeing Lung Qingge. Had Bai Shuyan been present, she would surely have scoffed. He was not a straightforward man, but rather someone whose thought processes diverged from the norm, colloquially deemed as peculiar. Standing outside was an elder from another group, who confirmed that this was indeed Hongrong from their village. Chapter 104. Second round of the preliminaries. 2 days had passed since the competition commenced, and all participating students had completed the first round of preliminaries. The elite competition of the Soul Master Academy across the continent was fundamentally an event for exchange, learning, and academic contest. The essence that distinguished it from the battle arena was its student-centered focus, prioritizing the health and safety of the participants. This was precisely why, since the commencement of the competition, the Martial Soul Hall had reiterated its regulations prohibiting the use of lethal weapons and any actions that could endanger lives, thereby ensuring the protection of both parties. Zhang Fan remarked, "From my perspective, this is indeed the case. Based on my understanding of the Crown Prince, he would not dwell excessively on this matter." Yang Gage employed an impressive sedan to carry Song Yingxing, publicly commending him. However, these suction cups remained stubbornly affixed. The tendrils that had intruded into Dong Ninfei's body were now being counteracted. Although Lin Quan's mercenaries had perished, the package prepared for Bear remained unscathed. From the moment he revealed himself, he was resolute in his intent to deliver a single, devastating blow to the so-called genius of the Federation, unleashing the full force of his 300 years of cultivated biochemical energy without holding back. So, this is the Santiago Comic-Con? As they sat in the Land Rover SUV, the driver maneuvered the convoy towards the hotel hosting the San Diego Comic-Con. Sid removed his sunglasses and gazed up at the enormous advertisements adorning the hotel's exterior. Over there, you can find it on your own. If you want it. Come and get it, the elder grumbled, rubbing his hands by the fire, his expression rife with impatience. Remember, once we enter, if anyone at the entrance approaches, you and the hefty fellow are responsible for dealing with them or notifying us, I instructed. P.S. Today, the author has some matters to attend to, once finished. I will find time to promptly compose. The current update is somewhat delayed, and I hope everyone can understand. Thank you. The words spoken by Jean Ning's men, led by Yuan Chonghuan, echoed sentiments previously expressed, mirroring exactly what Zhu Dale and He Kegong had said. When Dawn completes its upgrade, you shall behold a transformed version of me, Yi Linghan silently asserted. Gu Qing, disinterested in the greedy entities around him, strode away with purpose. Had it not been for his exceptional skills, it could have been his demise today. However, Cao Cao found little joy in the situation. He summoned the military aristocracy repeatedly, urging them to mobilize their familiar resources, to continue supplying food and troops to the front lines, and to recruit soldiers to support Chao Ren's forces, aiming to march from Hedong to Chang'an, ultimately eradicating the influence in Chang'an. This is your subconscious realm, a reservoir of your memories. 25 years of recollections have accumulated to create this spectacle. Isn't it magnificent? The shadow explained. Upon sensing the oppressive fear emanating from Gu Qing, he could no longer maintain his composure, trembling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Heavy cavalry? The sound of galloping was all too familiar to Elbu. Indeed, it was his own heavy cavalry. The Chao army's cavalry was relatively weaker. A lone heavy cavalryman could not produce such a formidable sound. What a strange world it is, where a Chinese Taoist with a handsome foreign visage, a business owner occupied with trivial pursuits, a host of unreliable superiors who only seek to exploit him, and now, two rogues intent on becoming police officers have emerged. I shall honor the trust bestowed upon me by the esteemed Lord, and I shall not hesitate to exert my utmost effort. The city stands firm. Jia Kuei swore to the heavens, fully intending to deceive Elbu into relinquishing Wenxi. Should he fail to hold Wenxi and Elbu reclaim it, he would undoubtedly meet his own end. The Yanshu army was fully assembled, totaling over 42,000 soldiers, with 7,000 vanguard troops advancing ahead. The left and right cavalry units, each comprising 5,000, flanked the sides to guard against potential disturbances from other armies along the route. The main force of 20,000 followed, protected by 2,000 mouse cavalry, all charging directly towards Shelling City. Chapter 105, Shrek Academy vs. Elephant Armor Academy. As the competition commenced, both sides unleashed their martial souls. Compared to Shrek Academy, the 7 robust figures of Elephant Armor Academy, wielding their formidable diamond mammoth martial souls, captured the attention of all present. Having a grandson like this is truly a cause for celebration, remarked the sect master Huyen. On a snowy night, the emperor gazed at the imposing Elephant Armor Academy, reflecting on its grandeur. Upon hearing this, Huyenjin erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you flatter me. Ali is the pride of our Elephant Armor sect, and he holds the greatest promise to become a formidable force." The thrilling spectacle of battles akin to those of Bruce Lee and Jet Li left everyone exhilarated. It was a visual feast surpassing even Hollywood blockbusters. His objective was to devise a means of escape before the arrival of the powerful beings from the celestial realm, as this presented a sliver of hope. In recent days, Luo Chun had developed a favorable impression of Wang Zhan. Though he appeared rugged, Wang was sincere and forthright, harboring a deep-seated enmity towards evil. Upon learning of Luo Chen's plight, he immediately pledged to offer refuge. During his time with the Wang family, Wang Zhan had been exceedingly protective of him. The surrounding demons, witnessing the unfolding events, let out ferocious roars. As the most formidable demon drew near from afar, the 7th and 8th tier demons, growing impatient, began to charge forward tentatively. Two Tun swiftly drew a golden-hued great sword and charged towards Chen Tian, who was less than 10 paces away. Not far from him, another leader brandished a violet longsword, also rushing towards Chen Tian. Regrettably, the El's innate affinity for nature proved to be overwhelmingly advantageous in the fiery jungle, and in an instant, Qian Yueyue lost track of another Silver Moon Scout. This was the 30 taels of silver that a Xiao had painstakingly procured from Guanming. Although Guanming had sold furs worth more than 30 taels, he had stubbornly withheld the remainder, leaving a Xiao uncertain whether the funds had been spent or simply hoarded. If one were to solicit the opinions of astute and discerning warriors, they might conclude that the severe injury sustained by Qiao Wei was, in fact, a stroke of luck. "You bastard! You heartless beast!" At this moment, the rotund man could no longer contain his fury and charged at old Lu. "Are you suggesting there are internal issues among us?" Xia Mingyu immediately reacted, countering with a question. In truth, Lu Yaoshi had also grasped the implication, albeit with a sense of disbelief. At that moment, an individual beside Li Zifeng abruptly accelerated, appearing before him with astonishing speed. In this era, the beautiful nation forbade the private brewing of alcohol. However, considering the delivery of wine to Jackson, perhaps they had become allies. If trouble arose, neither could extricate themselves from the situation. Thus Catherine was notably candid with Wang Luo. It was evident that, aside from the ultimate antagonist, all others had either been dispatched by the protagonist or eliminated by his companions. Yet, the jerboa before him seemed to sense his movement, nimbly leaping aside to evade his grasp, then pivoting to bound back in the direction from whence it had come. This affair had long been settled, merely delayed a few days due to the arrival of the Guangnan delegation. Zhao Xian believed that rather than allowing these prominent Chinese figures to trickle into Ba City, it would be more prudent for him to come himself, gathering everyone in one go. The following morning, after awakening, Wang Luo adhered to the plan and publicly announced Ross's demise. However, it must be noted that despite having encountered the individual twice, he had only just learned that their full name was Hua Hu Shouhai. Nevertheless, this person could be considered the first to engage in dialogue with him outside of the other 8. Xia Mingyu remarked earnestly, upon hearing Hua Dian Huiwei's statement. Gao Yuan smiled politely and acknowledged her. The Southern Domain lies to the south of the Doomsday Mountain Range, while the North Ding Domain is situated to the north, with the two regions divided by the mountains. Feng Qian, wishing to reach the North Ding Domain, must traverse or circumvent the Doomsday Mountain Range. In Chapter 106, under the leadership of the ethereal White Tiger, the members of Shrek Academy consecutively expelled disciples of the Elephant Armor sect from the arena. Despite the Elephant Armor sect's formidable defense and strength, their agility was lacking, their attack methods were singular, and they possessed no sustaining auxiliary or controlling capabilities. To confront such opponents, one merely needed to identify their weaknesses and strike decisively. In the first match of the second round of the preliminary contest, Shrek Academy triumphed over the Elephant Armor Academy. As the host announced the outcome, it formally declared the Elephant Armor Academy's defeat. The inhabitants of the City Lord's mansion divided into two factions. One group expressed skepticism, while the other firmly believed that the City Lord had returned. At that moment, he found himself pondering how she had managed to cry first. Witnessing her in that state left him with little energy to shed tears himself. That infernal voice, so reminiscent of his father's, pulled Edward's chaotic thoughts back to clarity, marking it as the sole aspect worthy of gratitude. "I cannot comprehend your conversation. Yet your tone seems quite amiable," Song Yuchi remarked. Initially captivated by her incessant chatter, he contemplated seizing the moment to steal a kiss. However, he was met with a swift slap that reddened his cheek. Nonetheless, irrespective of support or opposition, Lin Yi, holding 2 prestigious Purple Gold Awards, had ascended to the forefront of the Asian music scene. The commotion caused by Fang Cheng's assassination of Sun Guangfu was undoubtedly too significant to conceal, as far too many had borne witness to the uproar. Lin Shuixi was at home frying tofu, preparing a larger batch for future dishes, whether for stews or to fill meat buns, when she noticed her sister's arrival. This brought her a sense of reassurance. Reroute to reincarnation. With the utterance of this command by Shang Qinyin, a colossal vortex materialized. Casting a glance at the return to the Ling realm, Shang Qinyin let out a gentle sigh. Without further hesitation, she stepped into the path of reincarnation. "Mother, it smells delightful. Shall we also indulge?" Xianying remarked with a faint smile as she observed Shang Qinyin. In the past, the plump individual had always thought that corrupting Yaya was a simple task, but reforming her was an entirely different challenge. It seems that indeed. Just a few days ago, the prolonged absence from home had led me to invest my feelings of homesickness in the company of the corpulent fellow, resulting in a heightened attachment to him. Not only are there external dangers, but even among our own kind, the potential for mutual destruction looms. Zhang Sigi trembled as he pointed in a direction, and I silently handed him a fire stick. Zhang San retrieved a candle from his backpack and slowly made his way towards the southeast corner. This left me momentarily speechless. As my thoughts drifted to the traitorous old dog Bai and his recounting of the tale regarding the Western show general entering the Black Dog Valley. Yet, I remained at a loss for clarity. What difference does it make whether you or Lord ascends to the throne? Yuan Zhan fixed his gaze on Wei Jia. Pressing further, coupled with his relationships and the resources of the Qianlong Academy, it is inevitable that countless prodigies would vie to join, making the institution flourish even more. Dream on, release me. Jiang Xingwei trembled with rage as he reached out, straining to pry openly Chonglin's grip. Celestial Hero Metal activate. With the thunderous shout of the Prophet Shalak, a towering portal materialized, and Song Ming sensed an unknown realm unfolding before him. Subsequently, Tang Yi circled the 9th level of the special items placement area, searching for any items that might still be collected. As Song Ming sensed 4 colossal auras, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The implications of his recent conjectures struck him with overwhelming force. Yet, even so, he felt no inclination to retreat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to seek out Shangwan Long and the others, preparing for a nocturnal expedition to the Hua family. Her only obligation was to satisfy old Lady Yu, along with Arya, a Shou, and a Fu. It was not out of genuine affection for these individuals. Rather, her primary aim was to win the favor of old Lady Yu. Chapter 107. Tang San vs. Shern Yen. A week had elapsed since the commencement of the preliminary rounds, during which Shrek Academy had secured 6 consecutive victories. The other 2 academies achieving the same feat, Shinfeng Academy and Thunder Academy, had similarly captured the attention of the Spirit Hall. In recent days, Qian Yueyue and Ning Fingji attended the matches of various academies. For each match, Ning Fingji instructed the 2 to keenly observe how the support class fought within their teams, identifying both strengths and weaknesses. Chen Manqing pinched Lin Jiejia with notable severity, causing Lin Jiejia to struggle for breath, her pale complexion quickly flushing with color. I have been promoted. I no longer need to work night shifts. Only day shifts from now on, Lu Wu explained. We encountered no incidents along the way, and after approximately 20 minutes of travel, we arrived at a particularly narrow passage that required crawling forward, culminating in a vertical shaft about 2 meters high, its surface remarkably smooth, as if frequently traversed. We were indeed practicing using the Wujia Feishin technique. My senior brother responded candidly, acknowledging that the technique taught by our master was known to our uncle. We had nothing to conceal. It is well that you understand. Master Pudu spoke, his expression radiating satisfaction. The tears that were about to spill suddenly ceased, and I looked up at him in astonishment, only to inadvertently brush my lips against his chin. In a fluster, I quickly turned my head. Yet my lips glided along his cheek as I pulled away. After circling the inner room, I found Rong Ma lying on the very bed where Jin used to sleep, her face nearly devoid of color, reflecting her poor spirit. As the dragon demon lord himself had proclaimed, in his heart, the master god had perished, and so had he. Everything had been obliterated in that cataclysmic battle. Whether you come or not, this wedding must proceed, Jiang Zufeng spoke in a leisurely manner, exuding an air of confidence. However, the stench emanating from Lu Qinger was unbearable. It was impossible to meet the emperor in such a state. Consequently, those sent by Zhao Ji relentlessly doused Lu Qinger with water, sufficiently mitigating the foul odor. Although a faint smell lingered, it was at least tolerable enough not to offend the emperor. Master, I shall set them as my targets and strive to ascend the rankings soon. Wu nodded, his blood surging at the mere mention of the rankings. Ling Ziyuan had his own motives for his actions. During their brief conversation in the carriage, he discerned that the other party had much left unsaid. This mutual probing was evident on both sides. You dare treat me like this? Do you even know who I am? A face emerged from the stone bench, lips moving in a furious tirade directed at Lin Fan. This was the tacit understanding that had developed over the years in the larger circle. The captured bore no responsibility, as all blame was shifted onto those who had fled. I am not the mastermind. Even if you capture me, what can you sentence me to? You won't harm Qian Yueyue, will you? The tone from the otherworldly Qin Feng seemed to indicate that he had no intention of using her as a sacrificial offering, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. The peak master of the Yan Hua sect, with such formidable power, was beyond the capabilities of the average demigod to contend with. In this realm, the Tianji currency was exceedingly rare. Most transactions were conducted using Xiang coins or Baiyun coins. Diwan coins were seldom seen, typically only found in lavish establishments or large auction houses. Undoubtedly, those were surveillance cameras. Had it not been for Qin Qingyang's exceptional vision and the reconnaissance skills he honed during his time in the military, he would have struggled to detect their presence. Gabayou Xiao bent down to grasp the opponent's finger, twisting it in the opposite direction until it was forcibly bent a full 180 degrees. However, it seemed as though the deities in the heavens had a penchant for early slumber, oblivious to his prayers. Luo Jing selected a men's casual outfit and a pair of leather shoes, even pushing Chun Xinghai to assist him in trying them on, claiming it was for his brother, who appeared too shabby without proper attire to make an impression. Chapter 108, Shrek Academy vs. Qihua Academy. Early in the morning, Qian Yueyue prepared to head to the Soul Fighting Arena to watch the day's matches. Why is Yueyue ready to set off so early today? Ning Fingji inquired with a hint of curiosity. Today marks the competition between Shrek Academy and Fire Academy, and he wished to verify certain matters without being late. Qian Yueyue turned to face Ning Fengji approaching her and replied, "Teacher, I intend to seek out Sister Yin Yin today to discuss a few matters. So I shall not accompany you." The forest along the roadside was filled with the rustling of leaves as towering trees crashed down, instantly widening the path by at least 100 meters. It appeared as though this great woodland was undergoing an unprecedented catastrophe. The Dragon Guard had just been transformed into the Dragon Yuan Pearl, yet how could the flames of the soul refinement withstand such a blow? Nevertheless, she resolutely clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. However, the bandits surrounding her instilled a growing sense of fear within her. No one anticipated that this man in black would obstruct the He family. How audacious. Who exactly is he? Does he not fear retaliation from the He family? For goodness sake. Could the ambulance not be any slower? It had been many years since Lao Lu had uttered such profanity in public. Xie Jun felt nauseated. Drawing his sword, he rose, causing the chairs and cups to clatter violently, startling the wealthy merchant back to reality. What is this? Must Brother Ximing personally deliver it? As he spoke, his gaze suspiciously darted towards the carriage. The setting sun cast a warm glow across the square, illuminating Lingyu and casting sparse, cool shadows on the grayish-white ground, evoking boundless imagination. Gulair laughed. Very well. He defies the will of the aquatic race. Do you believe they are truly unaware? Allow me to end your life first, and then let Lord Zuolu fulfill his grand design. As he spoke, golden light flashed around him, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake, and in the next moment, he lunged at the cloaked envoy. Thunder roared as a lightning strike pierced through Qi Ju's chest, exiting through his back, leaving no damage to his icy armor but branding him with significant scorch marks. Zhang Yong was watching the duel below when suddenly he furrowed his brow. The station troops seemed to be mobilizing, though he did not dwell on it. Delayed by Yun Xiao, several disciples had already chased after them, most of whom were Golden Core disciples. Indeed, Yinyang Valley is one of the 5 great sects, boasting no fewer than a dozen Golden Core disciples, and 5 of them had come rushing after. In the end, the growth of the cold yin tree began to slow, no matter how much spiritual energy flowed in. There was no discernible change, and continuing in such a manner would merely be a waste. Number 18, rest assured, I will assist you with the Dragon Pearl next year. My apologies, I inadvertently followed Yahiko's lead. Bulma approached Android 18 with an apologetic demeanor. The power of this technique was sufficient to pose a threat even to those above level 5. However, its execution required a certain process and a relatively stable environment, rendering it difficult to employ amidst fierce confrontations. Yet, in critical moments, this move could undoubtedly turn the tide. Despite the beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, Luo Yi remained resolutely silent, while the surrounding men did not even blink, as if they were accustomed to such scenarios. It was only at this moment that he realized it was too late, for Lu Qingyu's lethal strike was upon them. Yulan Tian had long anticipated that the police would not escalate the situation, considering their respect for Zhong Bin, and he merely smiled calmly without uttering a word. Lingbo's essence struck directly towards Yin Mingming's 2 fingers, the phantasmal images targeting her body. However, after repelling the physical elemental essence, the Americans made no further gestures. Instead, using the excuse that the dimensional portal was in Alaska and had come under attack, adopting an almost extortionate stance of pay us, or we will let them all in, as they demanded funds from various nations and superhuman organizations. Chapter 109, Usable Twilight. Due to changes in plans, Qian Ranwei specifically went to request leave from Ning Fingxi, explaining the situation. To maintain a low profile, she chose not to bring Ning Rongrong along this time. After all, With Tang Hao lurking in the shadows, their joint actions could pique his curiosity, which would be counterproductive. As Qian Yueyue reminisced while marking locations on the map where Tang Hao might have concealed Ain, she awaited the arrival of Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Meanwhile, Dugu Yan returned to the location with Dugu Bo, while Zheng Jing was drenched in sweat, his heart racing with uncertainty about his earlier performance. Fool. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but embrace her, inhaling the fragrance of her hair and bestowing a gentle kiss upon her cherished forehead. The painstaking process of hand-stitching proved to be too slow. In her effort to maintain precision with the needlework, she found herself expending an inordinate amount of time, leaving her fingers stiffened and chilled by the winter air. Each time materials were discarded, Naruto silently uttered Asuma's name, ultimately casting aside 3 layers, inner, middle, and outer, with 8 pieces in each layer. When Lu Zichen awoke, he appeared somewhat dazed, his youthful complexion slightly pale. Yet it could not conceal the extraordinary ambition that radiated from him. His dantian had been rendered useless, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. If the demon clan were to discover his whereabouts, what fate awaited him? The thought brought Zhang Jingtian a peculiar sense of joy. His heart raced inexplicably, like the pounding of hooves in a furious gallop, overwhelmed by an uncontainable excitement that surged towards her. It was only upon seeing Qian Yueche's flushed ears, still bent over and reluctant to rise, that he grasped the reality of the situation. The caretaker, fueled by deep-seated resentment, had invested all her resources into a transformation. Returning to this place anew, had it not been for the scoundrel, she would not have become the person she was. This exemplified the demeanor of a professional soldier. Regardless of the adversities faced, the fundamental principles of a soldier remained steadfast, wherever they ventured, even in the face of grievous injuries and tattered clothing. They would uphold an unwavering spirit, crafting a striking tableau. Upon hearing these remarks, Jiang Qingqing and Lu Feng exchanged resigned sighs. As Lu Yang had pointed out, he indeed lacked the privilege to choose his path in life. To put it plainly, Lu Yang had no right to flee. They returned once more to the training ground, their spirits now ignited with fervor as they shouted and pointed at Li Tianliang, clearly disgruntled by his earlier intimidating actions. The consequence of their obstinacy led to a more harrowing demise. With merely 5 minutes remaining in the match, the 76ers led the Timberwolves by 28 points, having amassed a staggering 49 points. It was then that Scott called a timeout to welcome his heroes, officially declaring an end to this slaughterous contest. Li Hao collected all the corpses submitted by his subordinates, discovering only a modest total of over 800. At that hour, around 9 in the morning, both wholesale merchants and vegetable buyers had nearly concluded their business, leaving only market staff and vendors behind, resulting in a less than fruitful harvest. They could only follow the direction of their fleeing kin. Zongjing Yuxuan inquired, "What transpired during our absence?" In truth, many years prior, Harvard University had extended an invitation for me to serve as an honorary professor to teach philosophy, which I declined. Li Tianliang stated with utmost seriousness. Wu Zhiyue, of course it's food. In front of young Master Feng, she eats a plate of insects. I wonder how young Master Feng feels about that. The expression of Tianjin Jun slightly changed. The opponent was able to withstand his attack directly, although it was merely a probing strike. It was sufficient to demonstrate the opponent's formidable nature. One of the primary reasons for his refusal was the prior leak of their information from the old Master S vehicle, which had led the entire resistance organization to seek trouble with them. Chapter 110, The Blue-Silver Emperor, Ain. Grandpa Ju. Back in the day when you encircled the Blue-Silver Emperor, you and Grandpa Gue must have participated, right? Qian Yueyue inquired while on the road. Indeed, at that time, old Gue and I followed the former pope and were fully involved in the affair, Yuguan replied truthfully. Do you still recall how the Spirit Hall learned about the Blue-Silver Emperor's 100,000-year-soul beast? It seems someone sent a message to the Spirit Hall, encountering a peculiar human. Just a bit of insight, not related to any stance, Zhang Yu remarked. In truth, he could have chosen to remain silent. Yet Li Houxin's presence instilled in Zhang Yu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon receiving this information, Su Feng, Mingsha, and Bloodwing Demon Tiger immediately joined the fray, while Zifeng and Afu simultaneously launched their attacks, unperturbed by the reflection of that light barrier, as one could absorb it and the other dealt physical mechanical damage. Very well, today I shall make you understand your demise, Qin Yin coldly snorted, retrieving his phone and playing a segment of a recording. Long Shen nodded. A smile creeping into his heart, the bloodthirsty aura was overwhelming, even for him. let alone for Long San, whose strength was inferior. Upon seeing the brutish man with a face full of flesh, the children merely screamed and trembled as they squeezed into a corner, striving to maintain distance from the giant. "You filthy rogue!" Li Wanner, infuriated, nearly attempted to throw the scoundrel aside with a shoulder throw, always scheming to take advantage of her. More embarrassingly, she had to admit internally that her body felt quite comfortable. "I require your flesh and primordial spirit. Yet I can also offer you an incantation spirit condensed from a grand Luo golden immortal." The address of Dong Yi made Mao Zhihua somewhat uncomfortable, as she regarded herself as a mother to those individuals, yet before Dong Yi, she could utter no harsh words. However, witnessing such a thing in reality made Xingjie feel somewhat uneasy. "If absolutely necessary, I am willing to take them with me and expend all my effort for them." Zhang Fan's assertion nearly caused Lu Hai to leap in frustration. Luo Rulong nodded, saying, "Indeed, our relationship is quite extraordinary. There is no need for formalities. I was merely overthinking." With that, he took a bite of the bread. Ma Hongji, being astute, quickly grasped the meaning of old Master Zhang's words. Regardless of how powerful the backgrounds of the Ma and Zhang families were, they were, after all, not present here at the moment. "Here, it is now the domain of the 8th Route Army. I have come to realize that my previous negligence must be rectified. You should lie down and rest. I will prepare a meal, as it is quite late and we have yet to eat. Later, I will take I Ching to have his hair cut." As she spoke, she turned and stepped into the outer room. Qian Yueyue felt a slight shiver run through her body. Raising her head, she caught a glimpse of Luo Rulong, whose gaze pierced deeply into her heart, causing her pulse to quicken. Overcome with shyness, she lowered her head in silence. "Do not worry. I will assist you," Luo Rulong replied, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to elevate Zhang Ruolan's strength in the process. The four of them soared directly towards the azure shield. Qin Yi inquired, "Where is this sea beast taking us?" "Indeed, you have no father, for he was slain by Lu Zhongkong. You must diligently practice your skills to avenge him." Consumed by vengeance, the God Slayer failed to consider the profound impact his words had on the child. "Isn't this just cat feces? Can it even be eaten?" Zhao Baozhu, recognizing the item, asked in confusion. "The memories of him are the most beautiful treasures of my life. If lost, what significance would there be in merely surviving?" She took 2 steps to the side, her hand tightly grasping Wang Yi's outstretched palm. Chapter 111. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul bone. While Qian Yueyue and Yu Guan searched for Ain, the preliminary round of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition had already concluded, and the advancement matches had commenced for several days. Unlike the group battles of the preliminary rounds, the advancement matches were conducted as 7v7 arena contests between academies, with the victorious side ultimately vying for a place in the official competition at Wuhuan City. Upon their return, Qian Yueyue and Yu Guan discovered that the first day of matches had already ended and the Grand Soul Arena had commenced. Damn it. This kind of affair is usually quite enjoyable, yet the aftermath is so distressing. Had I known, I would have certainly sent him away last night. Offending a prince might lead to merely being reprimanded, but offending a future princess could have dire consequences. One could end up either dead or maimed. Otherwise, the cloaked man would not have boasted that today's realm of the underworld could rival the once mighty Great Qin. Seated at this position, one is naturally privy to more information than the average individual. He understood that a world of great contention does not necessarily imply one of chaos. With a sudden gunshot, the two had no chance to flee, struck directly in the forehead. The Western Liang King was apprehensive, calculating the likelihood of the Qinghai King complying with the Qin Emperor's request, while the Qinghai King was weighing the feasibility of this strategy in his mind. Suddenly, a cry of alarm interrupted the Qin Emperor's thoughts. He turned abruptly to witness an astonishing scene. "Li Heir, what would you do if you could never recall your past memories?" Mo Jingchen suddenly inquired. After Zhang Lingyun finished speaking, he kicked the hindquarters of several devourer beasts, causing these round, plump creatures to bounce into the swamp. Before long, the swamp echoed with the roars of beasts. A stick of incense later, the devourer beasts returned, shaking their heads, bloodied and battered. The burly member of the enforcement team was taken aback, his complexion turning pale as he was confronted by the mad monk. However, the monk did not strike him, but instead beckoned the 4 venerable monks from Tianzhu to follow him. The secret weapon, which had absorbed their utmost efforts and was designed to contend with peak earthly realm cultivators, had been effortlessly extinguished in the blink of an eye. "Humph, you wish to kill us, but your strength is woefully inadequate." The spotted tiger lifted the female spotted tiger and prepared to depart. Sit down cross-legged and consume this elixir. Yang Tian handed the cleansing marrow pill to Yang Yong. Especially notable was the 9-layered pagoda within him, where 36 lamps emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Zhang Lingyun entirely. Beside him, a humanoid figure flashed by, wielding a formidable blade. He had long since gathered intelligence that all disciples of the Black Fiend demon sect possessed demonic attributes and had a penchant for consuming beast pills, of which Zhang Lingyun had an abundance. This place was replete with meat, yet vegetables were a rarity. Furthermore, the locals indulged excessively. Not quite to the point of raw consumption, yet they merely boiled their food with a touch of salt in plain water. Zhang Wurun and I exchanged frowns, while Prince Wen observed with a detached demeanor, unable to swallow a single bite. Should anything ever befall Wu Hen, Yang Tian would undoubtedly seek vengeance on his behalf. This was not merely because Wu Hen was his nominal master, but also due to the favors bestowed by the dragon scale fruit and the spirit crystals within the spatial ring, along with various medicinal herbs. Upon learning of his origins and mission, Feng Hai initially aspired to strive for greatness, but regrettably, all the celestial stone mines of the Nine-Sword Mountain had vanished along with the sect's architecture. He spent years attempting to recover them, yet found no trace, resigning himself to a life of mere existence. Initially, it was just an ordinary memorial tablet in front of her, but as he recounted the tale, it transformed into something vivid in her eyes. You used to conceal everything from me. Now, do not speak to me at all. Find your own solutions. Aren't you resourceful? Qin Fengyi was also incensed with Li Jing. He never hid anything from her. Yet now, for such a significant matter, Li Jing chose to keep it from him, which Qin Fengyi deemed utterly unacceptable. Chapter 112, Emerald Swan, by G. Why not consult the master? Di Tian's sudden voice startled Qian Yueyue. Why didn't you announce your presence? You scared me to death. Qian Yueyue shot Di Tian an exasperated glare. Looking for Gu Yuna? For what purpose? To help me compete? ISNT, she's still recovering? Moreover, how audacious of Shrek to have the spirit beast sovereign participate in their competition. Suddenly, Di Tian choked, harboring doubts about Qian Yueyue's mental faculties. He and his sister Yuner found themselves unable to submerge, yet Dao Bai and De He could, which seemed illogical. Perhaps it was due to their nature as aquatic divine beasts. Upon seeing Lan Xinjie inquire about Wang Chongyang's opinion, Kong Han inwardly concluded that this man was indeed her boyfriend, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Feng Junyao spun into the air, channeling his internal energy to strike at the beast. The white sword energy surged forward like a tidal wave, forcing the creature to retreat a couple of steps. In that instant, Zhao Jingyi's heart blossomed with joy. Though he believed their feelings were mutual, he still feared Lin Shi might succumb to the pressure and withdraw. Now, hearing this unembellished confession, his anxious heart finally found solace. On that day before the divination stone, she had tried it, but the stone showed no response whatsoever. At that moment, the gatekeeper guards cast her dubious glances, likely bewildered by the presence of someone entirely devoid of any magical aptitude. Wang Chongyang's celestial blade cleaved through the colossal wave, crashing down on Kang's head, just as before, slicing straight through. Arriving at the doorstep, Shirsi tumbled out of the car and turned back to reach for me, yearning for an embrace. The spring breeze was crisp and carried a lingering chill, wrapping around one's body and inducing a shiver. Once inside the house, Lu Yi, with his anger slightly abated, turned to Su Shu and earnestly stated that aside from the earlier suggestion of trading land for soldiers, he was open to discussing any other matters. But this particular issue was non-negotiable. Under the street lamp, a young university student's eyes glimmered with emotion, his expression somewhat fervent, bathed in the faint light of the lamp. He stood against the backdrop of swirling smoke rising from the neighboring barbecue stall. Upon hearing Lu Ye's command, the soldiers gathered, weapons raised, appearing as if bracing for an impending battle. Yi Zhen idly played with Shuo Xian's computer, watching him play instead. What you're playing, without me, you would certainly lose. Indeed, Shuo Xian was now leading the game, already claiming victory. Yi Zhen applauded, acknowledging Shuo Xian's prowess. Don't embarrass me in the future, he remarked. Returning to his own seat, I will ensure that those capable and resourceful enough to wield the weapons receive them. You need not worry. Come morning in 7 days, they shall naturally be in your hands, he declared. Captured alive by the enemy for the first time, she regretted her helplessness. Had they not struck her first with a poison needle, she would have used poison to her advantage and prevented them from capturing her alive. Of course, they had already discovered that Lan Yu had awakened. My injuries were mostly superficial. Aside from a fractured leg which was serious, the rest were not grave. Even the injury to my head, which had nearly been fatal, was ultimately not of great concern. Jiwu was the pride of this village. The current captain of the Tiger and Mountain Brigade, yet Mu Mangzi remained unaware of this situation. She harmed you, and yet you wish to save her? However, I never claimed I couldn't save you. I merely said you cannot rescue your own curse, but I can sufficiently seal it. Perhaps the old woman has been inspired by her feelings for Yijin, as it is indeed extraordinary to consider saving someone who has caused one harm. Dunyanchi feels that finding a gentle and considerate partner in a foreign realm is truly worthwhile. This fellow embodies the archetype of a mindless warrior. Those with even a modicum of intelligence have learned to adopt a defensive stance after facing me once, yet this individual boldly charges forward in attack. Chapter 113, Sacrifice, 300,000 Years of Soul. Please allow me to become your soul, Biji exclaimed as she noticed Qian Yueyue preparing to leave. Qian Yueyue seemed somewhat irate, loudly questioning, "What is this, a test? I possess the Divine Soul Ring. I do not require it." "I understand. But your Divine Soul Ring is not without limitations, is it? For instance, at present, you lack the soul rings for your second martial soul and must also prepare for the crucial seventh soul ring," Baiji remarked, fixing her gaze upon Qian Yueyue. Until recently, they had finally succeeded in extracting a wisp of soul, temporarily residing in the shadows, allowing them to wander and gain insight into the events unfolding around the abducted Qianxi. At this moment, Zhao Yina's fair visage was quite grim, as she laid all the blame squarely upon Lin Chun. Sampdoria's offensive was rather lackluster, having scored a mere 8 goals in total, averaging less than 1 goal per match, while Trapani, with its formidable firepower, had compelled several Serie A teams to re-evaluate their strategies against the notoriously leaky defense of Trapani. Just as the words left her lips, Jiang Xining opened her mouth and bit down upon Lin Chen's shoulder. Hugo did not intend to stay in the city center. He planned to remain at the training base, as it appeared to have a football field where he could practice, much to the amusement of his mother, who had been ridiculed by Victor. Lin Chen was thrilled to have found Dabai, yet Dabai showed no inclination to regard Lin Chen as its master. After a fierce roar, it lunged toward him, its sharp claws and teeth seeming poised to rend Lin Chen asunder in the next moment. The detailed inner workings of the Dragon God technique were well known to Ark. And now was a fortuitous opportunity. "You are truly verbose. Why not just go and see for yourselves?" Wang Qing, impatient, could hardly tolerate their incessant chatter. They wielded their weapons, striking the coffin with a terrifying resonance, seemingly intent on smashing it to launch an assault on the forbidden arts within. "I was referring to the mineral water bottle that was not thrown in," Elamu added. At this moment, Elder Yunpeng sat aloft, his hands weaving invisible patterns before him. As he gestured, a colossal azure dragon in the heavens mirrored his movements, rising and swirling. "Humph, they are just eager to witness the spectacle, claiming it to be a matter of commerce, that the state has no authority to interfere, as if they are merely enjoying our misfortune." Prime Minister Zhu expressed his disdain towards Lin Feng regarding the United States. Pei Yeye truly loathed herself for being so easily aggrieved, for her propensity to weep, for allowing others to belittle her, and for her vulnerability in the face of adversity. How utterly detestable, if one were to delve deeper. It seems that the true progenitor of the bloodline of both Fulan and Remy can only be the singular Dracula. Moreover, it is hardly surprising that Dracula, who wields dominion over the forces of the angels, possesses such power. Zhao Fuxin lifted the curtain of the sedan to observe the ascendant figure. A man of approximately 50 years, whose eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an air of shrewdness. At that moment, Ace had claimed she could live for a considerable time. And now, 6 months later, Alicia felt a profound sense of contentment, particularly as her long-held dream of witnessing the entire continent's landscapes was nearing fruition. After a tumultuous exchange, Lang Yu nestled closely against Lang Zhao's chest, her face aglow with a blissful smile as she gradually closed her eyes in slumber. Long Xiao tenderly caressed her silky hair, his affection for her growing ever deeper. A sudden urge to complain surged within her. That ethereal figure had brought her here merely to traverse rugged paths. Nearby, several river defense officials hastily began to flatter. But a cold glance from Xiaohosa silenced them instantly. After a brief inspection and a few inquiries, they departed the levee and made their way into the city as dusk descended. Chapter 114, The Second Soul Ring of the Dragon-S Roar Divine Sword. The following morning, Ning Fingji approached Qian Yueyue, inquiring whether Ning Rongrong wished to attend the competition today. Ning Rongrong, however, expressed her desire to concentrate on her cultivation. striving to become a soul emperor as soon as possible. Qian Yueyue intended to bestow the remaining divine soul ring upon her second martial soul. Teacher, was yesterday the match between Shrek and the Fiery Academy? What about today? Qian Yueyue asked. Perhaps it is the Botanical Academy, Ning Fingji pondered before responding. Then I shall not attend. Nuo Jie grew increasingly impatient, as did the majority of the spectators who had gathered to watch the match, their frustration spilling forth in unrestrained curses. Wait, I promised someone I would represent the Luo residents at the Xinyu Tianji. After it concludes, I will return with you, Yi declared, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes as he observed the departing couples outside. His hands clenched tightly into fists behind his back. The chubby fellow was momentarily taken aback. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? After a moment's reflection, he recalled that it was the very statement Yu Tianxi had uttered just before his departure, after befriending Marina from the Western barbarians. She once visited the Western Pavilion and was astonished to discover Marina painting with oils. Your Majesty, I truly act in your best interest, the maidservant implored, gazing into his eyes. But before she could continue, the shadow guards swiftly intervened, covering her mouth and dragging her away. The Great Five Elements / Jun Ishu pressed her lips together, and in a split second, the unrivaled sword descended with tremendous force. Although the unparalleled sword struck, it instilled a sense of trepidation within Jun Ishu. He pressed Luo Qian into the chair, his arms resting on the armrests, effectively enclosing her within its confines. Naturally, it was not long before Li Sisi, accompanied by her sweet companion, found a place to sit. Donald had not anticipated that he would immediately gain access to the core secrets alongside Mei Weiqi. In truth, whether the latter was aware of the impending events in Inser City was a matter worthy of contemplation. Qian Feng gazed at Guiyu, his voice imbued with gratitude as he said, Thank you for being here. Since you are, let us together uncover what has transpired. With that, he led the two children onward. Lin Yuxue propped her chin on her hand, sitting vacantly in her seat, oblivious to the teacher's lecture at the podium. Her mind a blank slate, repeatedly replaying the events that had occurred in Huiqi's room the previous night. He continued, All right, I am ready. I will head to the kitchen to prepare. You need not create any more mess. Having said this, he stepped inside. The prince regained his composure, hastily leaning over the railing to peer down, catching only a glimpse of a vague shadow beneath the water and a glimmering tail. She glanced at the report left on the coffee table, a heaviness returning to her expression. Taitu hesitated for a moment, ultimately bowing his head, clearly reluctant to engage with Qin Zifei. Wu Lai, having matured, understood that he could not visit a friend's home empty-handed during the festive season. Thus, he always brought along gifts, be it cases of beverages, boxes of oranges, or other such items. After all, possessing gifts rendered one's appearance more pleasing. He approached the front door, unhesitatingly pressing the doorbell, yet no one answered, and silence reigned within. Noticing the dim light within, it seemed she was not home. Around 10 o'clock that morning, Cheng Xiong emerged from the breakfast shop carrying a large basket of fried dough twists. By approximately 11, he would transport the twists to the train station several miles away, selling them at the usual market price, earning a tidy profit with each sale. Upon uttering this statement, Lu Mingjue fell silent, the vast house enveloped in an eerie stillness, where even a pin dropping would be distinctly audible. Chapter 115, Tang San's Indifference 1. In a small border town of the Tiando Empire. Nana, what prompted you to embark on this mission with me instead of with Xieyu? Yin asked, somewhat nervously, regarding the enchanting woman before him. Hulaina observed Yan, recalling all that she had witnessed during the assessment. She was aware of Yan's affections towards her. Yet, in her prideful past, the more he liked her, the less she reciprocated. She often fantasized that her ideal partner would be someone formidable. With a swift glance, she utilized her fiery eyes to discern the true essence of Yashi. However, no words were spoken to reveal the truth. Instead, they feigned a nonchalant demeanor. Although their strength could be considered formidable even in the most southern regions, they still fell short when compared to true elite warriors. In the eyes of the Source King, these so-called transformative Source Realm practitioners were hardly worthy of notice. Kessler's eyes sparkled with insight as he sensed the shift in the aura surrounding the Lion War God. And without hesitation, he thrust his sword towards the Lion War God's chest. Among the trio, Lan Yudi was particularly striking. The ample curves beneath her school uniform strained against the fabric, nearly tearing the pristine attire apart. After explaining the relationship between him and Zhang Hongkai, Jiang Fan beamed at Yi Jifeng, choosing to remain silent. Upon hearing this, Yi Jifeng paused momentarily, then offered a faint smile. Reflecting on Jiang Fan's every move and the sensations he experienced while facing him, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, prompting him to withdraw his fist in haste. Witnessing her close friend in such a state, Lin Yuhan felt a pang of sorrow. She wished to comfort her, but deemed it prudent to focus on Jiang Kairan for the time being. Yu Dao surveyed the surrounding terrain. The area was characterized by rolling hills and lush vegetation, with mist shrouding the distant ravines, creating a vibrant landscape of contrasts. Of course, Ling Yu was no ordinary young man. Years of brawling had honed his body to withstand considerable punishment. However, after enduring a severe beating from Jiang Kairan, his vitality had waned, leaving him unable to withstand the force of Yanqi's strike, resulting in him gasping and kneeling on the ground. Standing before the massive boulder, Shaoyan concentrated, extending his soul's energy outward to meticulously explore the mountainous region. After a brief moment, he reluctantly retracted his expansive soul energy. Shen Qin found herself at odds with Shen Qinyin. Unable to find common ground, she understood her mother well, realizing that sometimes the conflict was not about a mere sum of money, but rather a matter of pride. Zhang Kuei snorted coldly, discreetly instructing Taisher to perform a large-scale purification ritual once the matter was resolved, to prevent any anomalies from arising. Cheng Feiyang looked at Guan Hao with concern. She resembled someone who had long buried her worries, suddenly voicing them all at once, sharing her innermost thoughts with others, a release that was both heart-wrenching and poignant to witness. This scene stirred something within Shen Yun, igniting a sense of fervor within him. Clang! The great sword quivered as if it had come to life, the tip vibrating softly, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that seemed to convey both grievance and joy. Images from earlier flashed through her mind, along with the mask on the man's face. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly made a resolute decision. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. After just hearing an overly long love song, the abrupt shift to an old-fashioned, uplifting tune felt exceedingly discordant. Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed the scene before her and gradually raised her gaze in realization. Meanwhile, Guyu clenched his fists. It was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress his thoughts. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and Mingyu appeared at the threshold. Chapter 116. Tang San's Indifference 2. After bidding farewell to Village Chief Jack of Holy Soul Village, Hulaina and Yin arrived at the Nodding Academy where Tang San once studied. The Wuhuan Hall branch in Nodding City was not large, and the emblem on the main entrance featured only a single longsword, indicating the modest rank of the hall. Hulaina remained silent, merely taking out a token. Su's heart coldly mocked. While the ghostly god drunk could indeed render his soul temporarily dormant, leading to unconsciousness, he possessed 4 major avatars, each with a soul that was independently split yet equally formidable as his true self. Zheng Wushuang smiled gently. I am protected by the black divine power. No harm can come to me. Indeed, you are quite the insatiable one, never allowing for a moment's rest. Mo Jiuqing had already asked this question 10 times, to which Jun Yinqing patiently replied each time. Liang Yingshi regarded Feng Mu with suspicion after hearing his words, evidently unconvinced by Feng Mu's explanation. However, Liang Yingshi refrained from voicing his doubts directly to Feng Mu. Perhaps only with the legendary culinary tools could one craft divine dishes to transcend this grotesque mayonnaise monster. 4 or 5 sinners huddled together on the high altar, trembling in fear. Unexpectedly, the mage kicked one down. Yi Qiu'er observed the procession with the intrigue of a spectator, watching as a lavish palanquin was borne forward. Yet, upon glimpsing the occupant within, she was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me, as if all the zombies and specters before me were nothing but mere trifles. In truth, the Thunder Dragon had shown restraint. Otherwise, the prison of Falling Star you would have been unable to contain it for even a second. Only a few streetlights flickered dimly, their decrepit state contrasting sharply with the well-maintained lamps within the school grounds, a testament to neglect. Wang Gu, my condolences. It has been so long since the incident. Reflecting on it now cannot change anything. Wu Lao consoled her, yet Jin Kuei remained in a state of bewilderment, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding dangers. Fixated solely on Fuyu. Along the journey, he couldn't help but feel remorse for his actions. He should have realized that she ought not to spend this day at school. When Lu Duan retrieved the soul fruit, he repeatedly warned that once the soul fruit vanished, a person's soul would be utterly lost. But now, upon hearing Chen Lan's words, was it possible that Yin Shixiu had already resigned himself to the fate of death? At this, Feng Wu glanced at her, then shifted her gaze towards Yi Xiang, eager to discern his perspective on the nature of their relationship. In the teacup, pure white as snow. A few strands of black tea leaves floated, devoid of steam, indicating it had likely cooled. The envoy from Baiming Kingdom gritted his teeth, declining the emperor's goodwill. In truth, everyone had observed that Feng Rui's injury was far more severe than he had claimed. Whenever a disguised ghost was about to emerge to frighten, they were preemptively thwarted by Gong Xiao Xie's piercing gaze. This city, a culmination of my tribe's generations of effort, was extraordinarily resilient. Once the gates were secured from within, external forces would find it nearly impossible to breach. Mu Bai articulated his confidence. Esteemed guest, I must first ascertain your rank. Please bear with me, the aged appraiser respectfully stated. She was also a victim. Was it wrong to desire knowledge of the outcome? Moreover, their level of expertise was inadequate. What harm was there in her offering assistance? Yet, the glance directed at Li Chengzhou was imbued with a hint of allure. Exuding a pitiful demeanor, Yi Mingchen earnestly hoped she would soon regain her memories. Yet he had to prepare for the worst, that Ning Tang might never recollect her past. Chapter 117. Revealing identities. In the following days, Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong refrained from attending the matches, instead dedicating themselves to cultivation. With Qian Yueyue's second martial soul now endowed with 2 new soul skills, she enlisted Chen Xin for practical training. Consequently, for several days, no one from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School attended the competitions. Even Ning Fingxi, having advanced to Soul Douluo, began to train upon witnessing the diligence of the younger generation. Today's match featured Shrek Academy against Thunder Academy. Qian Yueyue and Ning Rongrong were together, perplexed by the inexplicable actions of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Not only had they depleted the mineral veins of the Iron Blood War Mansion, but they had also severed the roots of their own resources. At that moment, he had no time to ponder these matters. After a while, Qin Yang began inscribing array symbols in the air, then exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, infusing it into the symbols. Let her go, Jiang Hai exclaimed in anger, as the moon had somehow appeared in his hand. With a firm step upon the ground, he activated the Spider King's step, raising the moon high and striking fiercely towards the brass. One reason for this was that he had never anticipated that in Shen Yi's heart. The safety and well-being of Nuo surpassed all other concerns, leading him to irreparably sever ties due to his prior mistakes. Zhang Guizhang looked on in silence at the increasingly excited crowd as time passed, shaking off the beer foam from his clothes, quietly reflecting on the joys of youth. However, the beer seemed to possess a delightful flavor. The driving force behind Shen Yi's surging combat prowess at that moment was his understanding of his own strength. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the public security officers who had already ascended to the 3rd floor. Jiang Bishi revealed a cold smile. Upon realizing that approximately 500 soldiers were present in the 3rd floor hall, he had notified the Public Security Bureau of the Xiqing district of Jinghua City, which held jurisdiction over the area. The individual in red before him was already a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the Martial King realm, naturally capable of transforming into human form. However, Lin Xing had heard from Jiueqing that transforming into human form was the weakest state for the beastmen. Only in their true forms could they fully unleash their combat potential. By this reasoning, Chen Han's physical strength rivaled that of a dragon of 2 major realms higher. Provided the dragon used its true form, if it disguised itself as a human, its defense would be considerably weaker. Li Zicheng did not doubt the accuracy of the intelligence. It was likely that Song Xiansa had dispatched numerous personnel to the Qi County area for reconnaissance, obtaining precise information before reporting back. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and Eva felt her body grow warm, as if infused with boundless strength. Should they succeed in extinguishing the Ming dynasty and claiming the Central Plains, the Qing nation would emerge powerful and prosperous, granting Huang Taiji sufficient authority to rectify certain flaws within the Manchu 8 banners. Referring to him as Baoi indicated she was aware of what the original Red Mansion entailed. Yet, even upon arriving home, she continued to inquire about Baoi, suggesting her intellect was not as sharp as it appeared. Clearly, her discernment was commendable in the past. I had not considered her particularly clever, but it seems I have underestimated her. Wang chuckled and remarked that the Earth had gradually entered a positive cycle, naturally requiring no further interference from other beings. Yukai's heart swelled with joy as he retrieved a vibrating mobile phone from his spatial ring, the screen astonishingly displaying a call from Qin Bing. Following what Kuai had suggested, Lin Yinqiwei extended her right hand. She had never doubted that Jiangchen would harm her, for she understood that if Jiangchen truly intended to do her harm, she would have perished long ago. Never having lived to this moment, Jia Liang's mind was still somewhat clouded. Outside, Milan entered to bring the lady some clean garments and, upon seeing Jia Liang sitting up, quickly uttered a prayer of gratitude. Mu Ling increasingly felt that the likelihood of Yin Xiaxia eloping with Gong Zichen was substantial. However, he refrained from voicing this thought immediately, choosing instead to address the issue concerning Gu Jiqi first. Chapter 118. The competition continues. The moment Qian Yueyue spoke, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. After all, no one anticipated that the young girl trailing behind the Lord of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be none other than the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, a soul master endowed with an angelic spirit. Many spectators and students held the Spirit Hall in high regard, for not all soul masters hailed from noble backgrounds. They were capable of cultivating and attending school, grateful for the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, even in the most remote areas. Soul masters from the Spirit Hall would awaken their spirits. If this were to happen to you, such inquiries might seem rather presumptuous, but could you possibly answer me? Lu Chanfeng suddenly interjected, his courteous tone laced with a palpable distance. Once declared, Su Qianxia would unequivocally become his fiancée, rendering her beyond the reach of others' covetous glances. Just as she turned to see if Li had begun the demonstration, she was unexpectedly shoved from behind, causing her to plummet unceremoniously. Rest assured, there is nothing of great concern, Feng Qingyan remarked with a gentle smile, sensing the unease in her companion. And Jean swiftly darted into the restroom, while Gu Lin retreated under Tang Song's icy gaze, leaving the office with only mother and son remaining. Thus, even if she had to make several trips, she remained elated, relying solely on her eloquence to earn her keep, effortlessly conjuring words of praise, each more original than the last. It was unclear whether it was the sunlight or the warmth of the blankets, but an indescribable warmth emanated from her heart, enveloping her senses, and in that moment, her gaze upon him softened considerably. Few remained in the capital, merely a dozen or so. The individuals mentioned by Eugene were all notable figures within the starry building. Miao Jun scoffed, "You truly overestimate yourself. Who would be interested in you? Just look at your disposition, always flaunting needlessly. The essence of true ability lies not in mere posturing, but in the subtleties of circumstance." As dawn broke the following day, Gu Mo, en route to the company, was suddenly reminded of Yilan, pondering whether she had emerged from the bath after his departure the previous night. The small object in his hand was cast into the air, and as it transformed into the figure of Mo Yiming, it swiftly returned to the confines of Mo Yiming's pouch. Once Jiang Hengyu vanished, Gu Mo, reclining on the ground, opened his eyes and hastily rose to embrace Yilan, his heart aching for her. Little did he know that unlike the Five Elements sect, which shared resources to motivate disciples for the sect's development, the Eastern Hua sect had already bestowed some resources upon its members, and as the leader, he naturally bore the burden of hardship. As his voice resonated, he stood firm on the ground, his palms thrusting skyward. From within his sleeves, 2 bronze swords whistled forth, landing deftly in his hands as he directed them towards Mo Yiming. Qian Jinkai was uncertain of the intentions behind Mo Yiming's actions, but presumed that within Yang City, Mo Yiming could not orchestrate any deceptive schemes. This time, he chose not to leave Yilan's side, instead remaining there, gazing at her tranquil visage as she slept. As a noble feline, having acknowledged its master, how could it abandon its loyalty for better circumstances? If the adage milk is mother held true, then what would distinguish Tomcat from those pampered canines? The afternoon bore the freshness of rain. The air felt remarkably pure and invigorating, with occasional fireflies flitting among the blossoms. The pain only deepened. Yilan silently added this thought, her face betraying a wicked smile, unmistakably harboring ill intentions. "Mother, if I were to waste my days in brawls and jealousies, would you merely turn a blind eye?" Yin Xian continued to inquire. However, such realities are commonplace. Society is rife with inequities. The favored child of a high-ranking family, who also excels academically, is inevitably prioritized for elite nurturing. Chapter 119. Declaration of war. Following the conclusion of the competition, participants and spectators gradually exited the great duel arena. As they emerged, Feng Xiaodian from the Divine Wind Academy called for Tang San to halt. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaodian addressed Tang San. "Congratulations on your continued participation in the competition." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Shrek team darkened, with Ma Hongjun and others suspecting that Feng Xiaodian had come merely to relish their misfortune. Unperturbed, Feng Xiaodian continued. Thus, as Zheng Ku predicted, the excitement of both teams gradually waned, their focus sharpening on the match itself, allowing them to better find their rhythm. The pace of the game eased considerably, with both teams exhibiting restraint and a patient demeanor. The football had navigated to the right side of the penalty area, perilously close to the goalpost, merely a step away from the baseline. Just at the moment before the impending revelation, a crimson figure suddenly emerged, soaring high into the air with the grace of a perfectly executed leap. Qian Yueyue.